Section 1 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostick and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 1. Preface. The only translation of Pliny's Natural History which has hitherto appeared in the English language is that by Philemon Holland, published in the latter part of the reign of Elizabeth. It is no disparagement to Holland's merits, as a diligent and generally faithful translator, to say that his work is unsuited to the requirements of the 19th century. In the present translation, the principal editions of Pliny have been carefully consulted, and no pains have been spared, as a reference to the notes will show, to present to the reader the labors of recent commentators, among whom stands preeminent the celebrated Cuvier. It has been a primary object to bring to the illustration of the work whatever was afforded by the progress of knowledge and modern discoveries in science and art. Without ample illustration, Pliny's valuable work would want much of the interest which belongs to it, and present difficulties scarcely surmountable to anyone who has not made the author his especial study. In the first two books, the text of Hardouin, as given in Lemar's edition, Paris, 1827, has been followed. In the remainder that of Sillig, 1851-53, excepting in some instances where, for reasons given in the notes, it has been deemed advisable to depart from it. The first two books and portions of others are the performance of the late Dr. Bostock, who contemplated a translation of the entire work, but, unfortunately for the interests of science, he was not permitted to carry his design into execution. Upwards of 100 pages had been printed off before the present translator entered on his duties, and as they had not the advantage of Dr. Bostock's superintendence through the press, some trifling oversights have occurred. These are, for the most part, corrected in a short appendix. The Life and Writings of Pliny. Gaius Plinius Secundus was born either at Verona or Novum Comum, now Como, in Cisalpine Gaul, in the year AUC 776 and AD 23. It is supposed that his earlier years were spent in his native province, and that he was still a youth when he removed to Rome to attend the lectures of the grammarian Appian. It was in about his 16th year that he there saw Lolia Paulina, and in the following she was divorced by Caligula, and it was probably in his 20th that he witnessed the capture of a large fish at Ostia by Claudius and his attendants, and in his 22nd that he visited Africa, Egypt, and Greece. In his 23rd year Pliny served in Germany under the legatus Pomponius Secundus, whose friendship he soon acquired, and in consequence promoted to the command of an ala or troop of cavalry. During his military career he wrote a treatise, now lost, on the use of the javelin by cavalry, and traveled over that country as far as the shores of the German Ocean, besides visiting Belgic Gaul. In his 29th year he returned to Rome, and applied himself for a time to forensic pursuits, which, however, he appears soon to have abandoned. About this time he wrote the life of his friend Pomponius, and an account of the wars in Germany in 20 books, neither of which are extant. Though employed in writing a continuation of the Roman history of Aufidius Bassus from the time of Tiberius, he judiciously suspended its publication during the reign of Nero, who appointed him his procurator in Nearer Spain, and not improbably honored him with equestrian rank. It was during his sojourn in Spain that the death of his brother-in-law, Gaius Caecilius, left his nephew Gaius Plinius Caecilius Secundus, the author of the letters, an orphan, whom immediately upon his return to Rome, A.D. 70, he adopted, receiving him and his widowed mother under his roof. Having been previously known to Vespasian in the German wars, he was admitted into the number of his most intimate friends, and obtained an appointment at court, the nature of which is not known, but Rezanico conjectures that it was in connection with the imperial treasury. Though Pliny was on intimate terms also with Titus, to whom he dedicated his natural history, there was little ground for the assertion, sometimes made, that he served under him in the Jewish wars. His account of Palestine clearly shows that he had never visited that country. It was at this period that he published his continuation of the history of Aufidius Bassus. From the titles which he gives to Titus in the dedicatory preface, it is pretty clear that his natural history was published A.D. 77, 2 years before his death. In A.D. 73 or 74, he had been appointed by Vespasian prefect of the Roman fleet at Misenum, on the western coast of Italy. It was to this elevation that he owed his romantic death, somewhat similar, it has been remarked, to that of Empedocles, who perished in the crater of Mount Etna. The closing scene of his active life, simultaneously with the destruction of Heracleaneum and Pompeii, cannot be better described than in the language employed by his nephew in an epistle to his friend Tacitus, the historian. My uncle was at Misenum, where he was in personal command of the fleet. On the 9th day before the calends of September, at about the 7th hour (1 P.M.), my mother, observing the appearance of a cloud of unusual size and shape, mentioned it to him. After reclining in the sun, he had taken his cold bath. He had then again lain down, and after a short repast applied himself to his studies. Immediately upon hearing this, he called for his shoes, and ascended a spot from which he could more easily observe this remarkable phenomenon. The cloud was to be seen gradually rising upwards, though from the great distance it was uncertain from which of the mountains it arose. It was afterwards, however, ascertained to be Vesuvius. In appearance and shape it strongly resembled a tree. Perhaps it was more like a pine than anything else, with a stem of enormous length, reaching upwards to the heavens, and then spreading out in a number of branches in every direction. I have little doubt that either it had been carried upwards by a violent gust of wind, and that the wind dying away it had lost its compactness, or else that, being overcome by its own weight, it had decreased in density, and became extended over a large surface. At one moment it was white, at another dingy and spotted, just as it was more or less charged with earth or with ashes. To a man so eager as he was in the pursuit of knowledge, this appeared to be a most singular phenomenon, and one that deserves to be viewed more closely. Accordingly, he gave orders that a light Liburnian vessel to be got ready, and left it at my option to accompany him. To this, however, I made answer that I should prefer continuing my studies, and, as it so happened, he himself had just given me something to write. Taking his tablets with him, he left the house. The sailors stationed at Rhatina, alarmed at the imminence of the danger, for the village lay at the foot of the mountain, and the sole escape was by sea, sent to entreat his assistance in rescuing them from this frightful peril. Upon this, he instantly changed his plans, and what he had already begun from a desire for knowledge, he determined to carry out as a matter of duty. He had the galleys put to sea at once, and went on board himself, with the intention of rendering assistance, not only to Rhatina, but to many other places as well, for the whole of this charming coast was thickly populated. Accordingly, he made all possible haste towards the spot, from which others were flying, and steered straight onwards into the very midst of the danger. So far indeed was he from every sensation of fear, that he remarked and had noted down every movement and every change that was to be observed in the appearance of this ominous eruption. The ashes were now falling fast upon the vessels, hotter and more thickly the nearer they approached the shore. Showers of pumice, too, intermingled with black stones, calcined and broken by the action of the flames. The sea suddenly retreated from the shore, where the debris of the mountain rendered landing quite impossible. After hesitating for a moment whether or not to turn back, upon the pilot strongly advising him to do so, "Fortune favors the bold," said he. "Conduct me to Pomponianus." Pomponianus was then at Stabae, a place that lay on the other side of the bay, for in those parts the shores were winding, and as they gradually trend away, the sea forms a number of little creeks. At this spot the danger at present was not imminent, but still it could be seen, and it appeared to be approaching nearer and nearer. Pomponianus had ordered his baggage on board the ships, determined to take the flight if the wind, which happened to be blowing the other way, should chance to lull. The wind, being in this quarter, was extremely favourable to his passage, and my uncle soon arrived at Stabi, embraced his anxious friend, and did his best to restore his courage. And the better to reassure him by evidence of his own sense of their safety, he requested the servants to conduct him to the bath. After bathing he took his place at table and dined, and that too in high spirits, or at all events, what equally shows his strength of mind, with every outward appearance of being so. In the meantime, vast sheets of flame and large bodies of fire were to be seen arising from Mount Vesuvius, the glare and brilliancy of which were beheld in bolder reliefs as the shades of night came on apace. My uncle, however, in order to calm their fears, persisted in saying that this was only the light given by some villages which had been abandoned by the rustics in their alarm to the flames, after which he retired to rest, and soon fell fast asleep. For his respiration, which with him was heavy and loud, in consequence of his corpulence, was distinctly heard by the servants who were keeping watch at the door of the apartment. The courtyard which led to his apartment had now become filled with cinders and pumice stones, to such a degree that if he remained any longer in the room it would have been quite impossible for him to leave it. On being awoke he immediately arose, and rejoined Pomponianus and the others who had in the meanwhile been sitting up. They then consulted together whether it would be better to remain in the house or take their chance in the open air, as the building was now rocking to and fro with the violence and repeated shocks, while the walls, as though rooted up from their very foundations, seemed to be at one moment carried in this direction, at another in that. Having adopted the latter alternative, they were now alarmed at the showers of light calcined pumice stones that were falling thick about them, a risk, however, to which as a choice of evils they had to submit. In taking this step I must remark that, while with my uncle it was reason triumphing over reason, with the rest it was only one fear getting the better of the other. Taking the precaution of placing pillows on their heads, they tied them on with towels, by way of protection against the falling stones and ashes. It was by now day in other places, though there it was still night, more dark and more profound than any ordinary night. Torches, however, and various lights in some measure served to dispel the gloom. It was then determined to make for the shore, and to ascertain whether the sea would now admit of their embarking. It was found, however, to be still too stormy and too boisterous to allow of their making the attempt. Upon this my uncle lay down on a sail which had been spread for him, and more than once asked for some cold water, which he drank. Very soon, however, they were alarmed by the flames and the sulphurous smell which announced their approach, upon which the others at once took to flight, while my uncle arose, leaning upon two of the servants for support. Upon making this effort, he instantly fell to the ground, the dense vapour having, I imagine, stopped the respiration and suffocated him, for his chest was naturally weak and contracted, and often troubled with violent palpitations. When day was at last restored, the third after the closing one of his existence, his body was found untouched and without a wound. There was no change to be perceived in the clothes, and its appearance was rather that of a person asleep than of a corpse. In the meantime my mother and myself were at Misenum. That, however, has nothing to do with the story, as it was only your wish to know the details connected with his death. I shall therefore draw to a conclusion. The only thing that I shall add is the assurance that I have truthfully related all these facts, of which I was either an eyewitness myself, or heard them at the time of their occurrence, a period when they were most likely to be correctly related. You, of course, will select such points as you may think the most important, for it is one thing to write a letter, another to write a history, one thing to write for a friend, another to write for the public. Farewell. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 2. The Life and Writings of Pliny, Part 2. Of the mode of life pursued by Pliny, and of the rest of his works, an equally interesting account has been preserved by his nephew, in an epistle addressed to Macer. We cannot more appropriately conclude than by presenting this epistle to the reader. I am highly gratified to find that you read the works of my uncle with such a degree of attention as to feel a desire to possess them all, and that with this view you inquire, what are their names? I will perform the duties of an index then, and not content with that, will state in what order they were written, for even that is a kind of information which is by no means undesirable to those who are devoted to literary pursuits. His first composition was a treatise on the use of the javelin by cavalry, in one book. This he composed with equal diligence and ingenuity when he was in command of a troop of horse. His second work was the Life of Quintus Pomponius Secundus, in 2 books, a person by whom he had been particularly beloved. These books he composed as a tribute which was justly due to the memory of his deceased friend. His next work was 20 books on the wars in Germany, in which he has compiled an account of all the wars in which we have been engaged with the people of that country. This he had begun while serving in Germany, having been recommended to do so in a dream. For in his sleep he thought that the figure of Drusus Nero stood before him, the same Drusus who, after the most extensive conquests in that country, there met his death. Commending his memory to Pliny's attentive care, Drusus conjured him to rescue it from the decaying effect of oblivion. Next to these came his 3 books, entitled The Student, divided, on account of their great size, into 6 volumes. In these he has given instructions for the training of the orator, from the cradle to his entrance on public life. In the latter years of Nero's reign he wrote 8 books on difficulties in the Latin language, that being a period at which every kind of study, in any way free spoken or of even elevated style, would have been rendered dangerous by the tyranny that was exercised. His next work was his Continuation of the History of Aufidius Bassus, in 31 books, after which came his Natural History, in 37 books, a work remarkable for its comprehensiveness and erudition, and not less varied than nature herself. You will wonder how a man so occupied with business could possibly find time to write such a number of volumes, many of them on subjects of a nature so difficult to be treated of. You will be even more astonished when you learn that, for some time he pleaded at the bar as an advocate, that he was only in his 56th year at the time of his death, and that the time that intervened was equally trenched upon and frittered away by the most weighty duties of business, and the marks of favor shown him by princes. His genius, however, was truly quite incredible, his zeal indefatigable, and his power of application wonderful in the extreme. At the festival of the Vulcanalia he began to sit up at a late hour by candlelight, not for the purpose of consulting the stars, but with the object of pursuing his studies, while in the winter he would set to work at the 7th hour of the night, or the 8th at the very latest, often indeed at the 6th. By nature he had the faculty of being able to fall asleep in a moment. Indeed, slumber would sometimes overtake him in his studies, and then leave him just as suddenly. Before daybreak he was in the habit of attending the Emperor Vespasian, for he too was one who made an excellent use of his nights, and then betook himself to the duties with which he was charged. On his return home he devoted all the time which was remaining to study. Taking an early repast, after the old fashion, light and easy of digestion, in the summer time, if he had any leisure to spare, he would lie down in the sunshine while some book was read to him, he himself making notes and extracts in the meanwhile. For it was his habit never to read anything without making extracts, it being the maxim of him that there is no book so bad but that some good may be got out of it. After thus enjoying the sunshine, he generally took a cold bath, after which he would sit down to a slight repast, and then take a short nap. On awaking, as though another day had now commenced, he would study till the hour of the evening meal, during which some book was generally read to him, he making comments on it in a cursory manner. I remember on one occasion a friend of his interrupting the reader, who had given the wrong pronunciation to some words, and making him go over them again. "You understood him, didn't you?" said my uncle. "Yes," said the other. "Why, then, did you make him go over it again? Through this interruption of yours we have lost more than 10 lines." So thrifty a manager was he of time. In summer he rose from the evening meal by daylight, and in winter during the first hour of the night, just as though there had been some law which made it compulsory on him to do so. This is how he lived in the midst of his employments and the bustle of the city. When in retirement in the country, the time spent in the bath was the only portion that was not allotted by him to study. When I say in the bath, I mean while he was in the water, for while his body was being scraped with the strigil and rubbed, he either had some book read to him, or else would dictate himself. While upon a journey, as though relieved from every other care, he devoted himself to study, and nothing else. By his side was his secretary, with a book and tablets, and in the winter time the secretary's hands were protected by gloves, that the severity of the weather might not deprive his master for a single moment of his services. It was for this reason also that, when at Rome, he would never move about except in a litter. I remember that on one occasion he found fault with me for walking. "You might have avoided losing all those hours," said he, for he looked upon every moment as lost that was not devoted to study. It was by means of such unremitting industry as this that he completed so many works, and left me 160 volumes of notes, written extremely small on both sides, which in fact renders the collection doubly voluminous. He himself used to relate that when he was the procurator in Spain he might have parted with his commonplace book to Ligarius Licinius for 400,000 sesterces, and at that time the collection was not so extensive as afterwards. When you come to think of how much he must have read, of how much he has written, would you not really suppose that he had never been engaged in business, and had never enjoyed the favour of princes? And yet, on the other hand, when you hear what labour he expended upon his studies, does it not almost seem that he has neither written nor read enough? For, in fact, what pursuits are those that would not have been interrupted by occupations such as his? While, again, what is there that such unremitting perseverance as his could not have effected? I am in the habit, therefore, of laughing at it when people call me a studious man, me, who, in comparison with him, am a downright idler. And yet I devote to study as much time as my public engagements on the one hand, and my duty to my friends on the other, will admit of. Who is there, then, out of all those who have devoted their whole life to literature, that ought not, when put in comparison with him, to quite blush at a life that would almost appear to have been devoted to slothfulness and inactivity? But my letter has already exceeded its proper limits, for I had originally intended to write only on the subject as to which you had made inquiry, the books of his composition that he left. I trust, however, that these particulars will prove no less pleasing to you than the writings themselves, and that they will not only induce you to peruse them, but excite you, by a feeling of generous emulation, to produce some work of a similar nature. Farewell. Of all the works written by Pliny, only one, the Historia Naturalis, has survived to our times. This work, however, is not a natural history in the modern acceptation of the word, but rather a vast encyclopedia of ancient knowledge and belief upon almost every known subject, not less varied than nature herself, as his nephew says. It comprises, within the compass of 37 books, 20,000 matters of importance, collected from about 2,000 volumes, nearly all of which have now perished. The works, as Pliny himself states, of 100 writers of authority, together with a vast number of additional matters unknown to those authorities, and many of them the results of his own experience and observation. Hardouin has drawn up a catalogue of the authors quoted by Pliny. They amount in the number to between 400 and 500. The following is a brief sketch of the plan of this wonderful monument of human industry. After a dedicatory epistle to Titus, followed by a table of contents of the other books, which together form the first book, the author proceeds to give an account of the prevailing notions as to the universe, the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the more remarkable properties of the elements (partes naturae). He then passes on to a geographical description of the face of the earth as known to the ancients. After the geography comes what might, in strict propriety, be termed natural history, including a history of man, replete indeed with marvels, but interesting in the highest degree. Having mentioned at considerable length the land animals, fishes, birds, and insects, he passes on to botany, which in its various aspects occupies the larger portion of the work. At the same time, in accordance with his comprehensive plan, this part includes a vast amount of information on numerous subjects, the culture of the cereals, and the manufacture of oil, wine, and paper, and numerous other articles of daily use. After treating at considerable length of medical botany, he proceeds to speak of medicaments derived from the human body, from which he branches off into discussions on the history of medicine and magic, which last he looks upon as an offshoot from the medical art, and he takes this opportunity of touching upon many of the then current superstitions and notions on astrology. He concludes this portion of his work with an account of the medicinal properties of the various waters, and those of fishes and other aquatic animals. He then presents us with a treatise on mineralogy, in which he has accumulated every possible kind of information relative to the use of gold, silver, bronze, and other metals, a subject which not unnaturally leads him into repeated digressions relative to money, jewels, plate, statues, and statuaries. Mineral pigment next occupies his attention, with many interesting notices on the great painters of Greece, from which he passes on to the various kinds of stone and materials employed in building and the use of marble for the purposes of sculpture, including a notice of that art and the most eminent sculptors. The last book is devoted to an account of gems and precious stones, and concludes with a eulogium on his native country, as alike distinguished for its fertility, its picturesque beauties, and the natural endowments and high destinies of its people. From the writings of Pliny we gather, of course, a large amount of information as to his opinions and the constitution of his mind. His credulity, it must be admitted, is great in the extreme, though singularly enough he severely taxes the Greeks with the same failing. Were we not assured from other sources that he was eminently successful in life, was in the enjoyment of opulence, and honored with the favor and confidence of princes, the remarks which he frequently makes on human life, in the 7th book more especially, would have led us to the conclusion that he was a disappointed man, embittered against his fellow creatures, and dissatisfied with the terms on which the tenor of life is granted to us. He opens that book with a preface replete with querulous dissatisfaction and repinings at the lot of man, the only tearful animal, he says. He repines at the helpless and wretched condition of the infant at the moment it is ushered into life, and the numerous pains and vices to which it is doomed to be subject. Man's liability to disease is with him a blemish in the economy of nature. Life, he says, this gift of nature, however long it may be, is but too uncertain and too frail to those even to whom it is most largely granted. It is dealt out with a sparing and niggardly hand, if we only think of eternity. As we cannot have life on our own terms, he does not think it worthy of our acceptance, and more than once expresses his opinion that the sooner we are rid of it the better. Sudden death he looks upon as a remarkable phenomenon, but at the same time as the greatest blessing that can be granted to us, and when he mentions cases of resuscitation, it is only to indulge in the querulous complaint that, exposed as he is by his birth to the caprices of fortune, man can be certain of nothing, no, not even of his own death. Though anything but an Epicurean, in the modern acceptation of the word, he seems to have held some, at least, of the tenets of Epicurus, in reference to the immortality of the soul. Whether he supposed that the soul, at the moment of death, is resolved into its previous atoms, or constituent elements, he does not inform us, but he states it as his belief that after death the soul has no more existence than it had before birth, that all notions of immortality are a mere delusion, and that the very idea of a future existence is ridiculous, and spoils the greatest blessings of nature, death. He certainly speaks of ghosts or apparitions seen after death, but these he probably looked upon as exceptional cases, if indeed he believed in the stories which he quotes, of which we have no proofs, or rather indeed presumptive proofs to the contrary, for some of them he calls magua fabulotas, most fabulous tales. In relation to human inventions, it is worthy of remark that he states that the first thing in which mankind agreed was the use of the Ionian alphabet, the second the practice of shaving the beard, and the employment of barbers, and the third the division of time into hours. We cannot more appropriately conclude this review of the life and works of Pliny than by quoting the opinions of two of the most eminent philosophers of modern times, Buffon and Cuvier, though the former, it must be admitted, has spoken of him in somewhat too high terms of commendation, and, instituting a comparison between Pliny's works and those of Aristotle, has placed in juxtaposition the names of two men who, beyond an ardent thirst for knowledge, had no characteristics in common. Pliny, says Buffon, has worked upon a plan which is much more extensive than that of Aristotle, and not improbably too extensive. He has made it his object to embrace every subject. Indeed, he would appear to have taken the measure of nature, and to have found her too contracted for his expansive genius. His natural history, independently of that of animals, plants, and minerals, includes an account of the heavens and the earth, of medicine, commerce, navigation, the liberal and mechanical arts, the origin of usages and customs, in a word, the history of all the natural sciences and all the arts of human invention. What, too, is still more astonishing, in each of these departments Pliny shows himself equally great. The grandeur of his ideas and the dignity of his style confer an additional lustre on the profoundness of his erudition. Not only did he know all that was known in his time, but he was also gifted with that comprehensiveness of view which in some measure multiplies knowledge. He had all that delicacy of perception upon which depends so materially upon elegance and taste, and he communicates to his readers that freedom of thought and that boldness of sentiment which constitutes the true germ of philosophy. His work, as varied as nature herself, always paints her in the most attractive colors. It is, so to say, a compilation from all that had been written before his time, a record of all that was good or useful. But this record has in it features so grand, this compilation contains matter grouped in a manner so novel, that it is preferable to most of the original works that treat upon similar subjects. The judgment pronounced by Cuvier on Pliny's work, though somewhat less highly colored, awards to it a high rank among the most valuable productions of antiquity. The work of Pliny, says he, is one of the most precious monuments that have come down to us from ancient times, and affords proof of an astonishing amount of erudition in one who was a warrior and a statesman. To appreciate with justice this vast and celebrated composition, it is necessary to regard it in several points of view, with reference to the plan proposed, the facts stated, and the style employed. The plan proposed by the writer is of immense extent. It is his object to write not merely a natural history in our restricted sense of the term, not merely an account, more or less detailed, of animals, plants, and minerals, but a work which embraces astronomy, physics, geography, agriculture, commerce, medicine, and the fine arts, and all these in addition to natural history properly so called, while at the same time he continually interweaves with his narrative information upon the arts which bear relation to man considered metaphysically, and the history of nations, so much so indeed that in many respects this work was the encyclopedia of its age. It is impossible in running over, however cursorily, such a prodigious number of subjects that the writer should not have made us acquainted with a multitude of facts, which, while remarkable in themselves, are the more precious from the circumstance that at the present day he is the only author extant who relates them. It has to be regretted, however, that the manner in which he has collected and grouped this mass of matter has caused it to lose some portion of its value, from his mixture of fable with truth, and more especially from the difficulty, and in some cases the impossibility, of discovering exactly of what object he is speaking. But if Pliny possesses little merit as a critic, it is far otherwise with his talent as a writer, and the immense treasury which he opens to us of Latin terms and forms of expression. These, from the very abundance of the subjects upon which he treats, renders his work one of the richest repositories of the Roman language. Wherever he finds it possible to give expression to general ideas or to philosophical views, his language assumes considerable energy and vivacity, and his thoughts present to us a certain novelty and boldness, which tend in a very great degree to relieve the dryness of his enumerations, and with the majority of his readers excuse the insufficiency of his scientific elucubrations. He is always noble and serious, full of the love of justice and virtue, detestation of cruelty and baseness, of which he had such frightful instances before his eyes, and contempt for that unbridled luxury which in his time had so deeply corrupted the Roman people. For these great merits Pliny cannot be too highly praised, and despite the faults which we are obliged to admit in him when viewed as a naturalist, we are bound to regard him as the most meritorious of the Roman writers, and among these most worthy to be reckoned in the number of the classics who wrote after the reign of Augustus. End of Section 2. Section 3 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 3, Book 1. Dedication. Gaius Plinius Secundus to his friend Titus Vespasian. This treatise on natural history, a novel work in Roman literature which I have just completed, I have taken the liberty to dedicate to you, most gracious Emperor, an appellation particularly suitable to you, while on account of his age, that of great is more appropriate to your father. For still thou never wouldest quite despise the trifles that I write. If I may be allowed to shelter myself under the example of Catullus, my fellow countryman, a military term which you well understand. For he, as you know, when his napkins had been changed, expressed himself a little harshly from his anxiety to show his friendship for his dear little Veranius and Fabius. At the same time, this my importunity may effect, what you complained of my not having done in another too forward epistle of mine. It will now put upon record, and let all the world know, with what kindness you exercise the imperial dignity, you who have had the honour of a triumph, and of the censorship, have been 6 times consul, and have shared in the tribunate. What is still more honourable, whilst you held them in conjunction with your father, you have presided over the equestrian order, and have been the prefect of the praetorians. All this you have done for the service of the republic, and at the same time have regarded me as a fellow soldier and a messmate. Nor has the extent of your prosperity produced any change in you, except that it has given you the power of doing good to the utmost of your wishes. Whilst all these circumstances increase the veneration which other persons feel for you, with respect to myself, they have made me so bold as to wish to become more familiar. You must therefore place this to your own account, and blame yourself first for any fault of this kind that I might commit. But, although I have laid aside my blushes, I have not gained my object, for you still awe me and keep me at a distance by the majesty of your understanding. In no one does the force of eloquence and of tribunitian oratory blaze out more powerfully. With what glowing language do you thunder forth the praises of your father! How dearly do you love your brother! How admirable is your talent for poetry! what a fertility of genius do you possess, so as to enable you to imitate your brother? But who is there that is bold enough to form an estimate on these points, if he is to be judged by you, and more especially if you are challenged to do so? For the case of those who merely publish their works is very different from that of those who expressly dedicate them to you. In the former case I might say, Emperor, why do you read these things? They are written only for the common people, for farmers or mechanics, or for those who have nothing else to do. Why do you trouble yourself with them? Indeed, when I undertook this work, I did not expect that you would sit in judgment upon me. I considered your situation much too elevated for you to descend to such an office. Besides, we possess the right of openly rejecting the opinion of men of learning. Marcus Tullius himself, whose genius is beyond all competition, uses this privilege, and, remarkable as it may appear, employs an advocate in his own defense. I do not write for very learned people. I do not wish my works to be read by Manius Persius, but by Junius Congus. And if Lucullus, who first introduced the satirical style, applied such a remark to himself, and if Cicero thought proper to borrow it, and that more especially in his treatise De Republica, how much reason have I to do so, who have such a judge to defend myself against? And by this dedication I have deprived myself of the benefit of challenge, for it is a very different thing whether a person has a judge given him by a lot, or whether he voluntarily selects one, and we always make more preparation for an invited guest than for one that comes in unexpectedly. When the candidates for office, during the heat of the canvass, deposited the fine in the hands of Cato, that determined opposer of bribery, rejoicing as he did in his being rejected for what he considered to be foolish honours, they professed to do this out of respect to his integrity, the greatest glory which a man could attain. It was on this occasion that Cicero uttered the noble ejaculation, "How happy you are, Marcus Porcius, of whom no one dares to ask what is dishonourable." When Lucius Scipio Asiaticus appealed to the tribunes, among whom was Gracchus, he expressed full confidence that he should obtain an acquittal, even from a judge who was his enemy. Hence it follows that he who appoints his own judge must absolutely submit to the decision. This choice is therefore termed an appeal. I am well aware that, placed as you are in the highest station, and gifted with the most splendid eloquence and the most accomplished mind, even those who come to pay their respects to you do it in a kind of veneration. On this account I ought to be careful that what is dedicated to you should be worthy of you. But the country people, and indeed some whole nations, offer milk to the gods, and those who cannot procure frankincense substitute in its place salted cakes. For the gods are not dissatisfied when they are worshipped by everyone to the best visibility. But my temerity will appear the greater by the consideration that these volumes which I dedicate to you are of such inferior importance. For they do not admit of the display of genius, nor, indeed, is my one of the highest order. They admit of no excursions, nor orations, nor discussions, nor any wonderful adventures, nor any variety of transactions, nor, from the barrenness of the matter, of anything particularly pleasant in the narration, or agreeable to the reader. The nature of things, and life as it actually exists, are described in them, and often the lowest department of it, so that in very many cases I am obliged to use rude and foreign, or even barbarous terms, and these often require to be introduced by a kind of preface. And besides this, my road is not a beaten track, nor one which the mind is much disposed to travel over. There is no one among us who has ever attempted it, nor is there any one individual among the Greeks who has treated of all the topics. Most of us seek for nothing but amusement in our studies, while others are fond of subjects that are of excessive subtlety, and completely involved in obscurity. My object is to treat of all those things which the Greeks include in the Encyclopaedia, which, however, are either not generally known or rendered dubious from our ingenious conceits. And there are other matters which many writers have given so much in detail that we quite loathe them. It is indeed no easy task to give novelty to what is old, and authority to what is new, brightness to what is become tarnished, and light to what is obscure; to render what is slighted acceptable, and what is doubtful worthy of our confidence; to give all to a natural manner, and to each its peculiar nature. It is sufficiently honourable and glorious to have been willing even to make the attempt, although it should prove unsuccessful. And indeed I am of the opinion that the studies of those are more especially worthy of our regard, who, after having overcome all difficulties, prefer the useful office of assisting others to the mere gratification of giving pleasure. And this is what I have already done in some of my former works. I confess it surprises me that Titus Livius, so celebrated an author as he is, in one of the books of his history of the city from its origin, should begin with this remark: "I have now obtained a sufficient reputation so that I might put an end to my work, did not my restless mind require to be supported by employment." Certainly he ought to have composed this work, not for his own glory, but for that of the Roman name, and of the people, who were the conquerors of all other nations. It would have been more meritorious to have persevered in his labours from his love of the work, than from the gratification which it afforded himself, and to have accomplished it, not for his own sake, but for that of the Roman people. I have included in 36 books 20,000 topics, all worthy of attention, for, as Domitius Piso says, we ought to make not merely books, but valuable collections, gained by the perusal of about 2,000 volumes, of which a few only are in the hands of the studious, on account of the obscurity of the subjects, procured by the careful perusal of 100 select authors, and to these I have made considerable additions of things which were either not known to my predecessors, or which have been lately discovered. Nor can I doubt but that there still remain many things which I have omitted, for I am a mere mortal, and one that has many occupations. I have therefore been obliged to compose this work at interrupted intervals, indeed during the night, so that you will find that I have not been idle even during this period. The day I devote to you, exactly portioning out my sleep to the necessity of my health, and contenting myself with this reward, that while we are musing on these subjects, according to the remark of Varro, we are adding to the length of our lives, for life properly consists in being awake. In consideration of these circumstances and these difficulties, I dare promise nothing. But you have done me the most essential service in permitting me to dedicate my work to you. Nor does this merely give a sanction to it, but it determines its value. For things are often conceived to be of great value solely because they are consecrated in temples. I have given a full account of all your family, your father, yourself, and your brother, in a history of our own times, beginning where Aufidius Bassus concludes. You will ask, where is it? It has been long completed, and its accuracy confirmed, but I have determined to commit the charge of it to my heirs, lest I should have been suspected during my lifetime of having been unduly influenced by ambition. By this means I confer an obligation on those who occupy the same ground with myself, and also on posterity, who, I am aware, will contend with me, as I have done with my predecessors. You may judge of my taste from my having inserted, in the beginning of my book, the names of the authors that I have consulted, for I consider it to be courteous, and to indicate an ingenious modesty, to acknowledge the sources whence we have derived assistance, and not to act as most of those have done whom I have examined. For I must inform you that, in comparing various authors with each other, I have discovered that some of the most grave and of the latest writers have transcribed word for word from former works, without making any acknowledgment, not avowedly rivaling them in the manner of Virgil, or in the candor of Cicero, who in his treatise De Republica professes to coincide in opinion with Plato, and his essay on consolation for his daughter says that he follows Crantor, and in his Offices Panicius, volumes which, as you well know, ought not merely to be always in our hands, but to be learnt by heart. For it is indeed the mark of a perverted mind and a bad disposition to prefer being caught in a theft to returning what we have borrowed, especially when we have acquired capital by usurious interest. The Greeks were wonderfully happy in their titles. One work they called "sweet as a honeycomb," another a cornucopii, so that you might expect to get even a draught of pigeon's milk from it. Then they have their flowers, their muses, magazines, manuals, gardens, pictures, and sketches, all of them titles for which a man might be tempted even to forfeit his bail. But when you enter upon the works, O ye gods and goddesses, how full of emptiness! Our duller countrymen have acquired their antiquities, or their examples, or their arts. I think one of the most humorous of them has his nocturnal studies, a term employed by Bibaculus, a name which he richly deserved. Varro, indeed, is not much behind him, when he calls one of his satires a trick and a half, and another turning the tables. Diodorus was the first among the Greeks who laid aside this trifling manner and named his history the Library. Appian, the grammarian, indeed, he whom Tiberius Caesar called the trumpeter of the world, but would rather seem to be the bell of the town crier, supposed that every one to whom he inscribed any work would thence acquire immortality. I do not regret not having given my work a more fanciful title. That I may not, however, appear to inveigh so completely against the Greeks, I would wish to be considered under the same point of view with those inventors of the arts of painting and sculpture, of whom you will find an account in these volumes, whose works, although they are so perfect that we are never satisfied with admiring them, are inscribed with a temporary title, such as Apelles or Polycletus was doing this, implying that the work was only commenced and still imperfect, and that the artist might benefit by the criticisms that are made of it and alter any part that required it, if he had not been prevented by death. It is also a great mark of their modesty that they inscribe their works as if they were the last which they had executed, and as still in the hand at the time of their death. I think there are but 3 works of art which are inscribed positively with an account of the proper place. In these cases it appears that the artist felt the most perfect satisfaction with his own work, and hence these pieces have excited the envy of everyone. I, indeed, freely admit that many may be added to my works, not only to this, but to all which I have published. By this admission I hope to escape from the carping critics, and I have the more reason to say this, because I hear that there are certain Stoics and logicians, and also Epicureans, from the grammarians I expected as much, who are big with something against the little work which I published on grammar, and that they have been carrying these abortions for 10 years together, a longer pregnancy this than the elephants. But I well know that even a woman once wrote against Theophrastus, a man so eminent for his eloquence that he obtained his name, which signifies divine speaker, and that from this circumstance originated the proverb of choosing a tree to hang oneself. I cannot refrain from quoting the words of Cato the censor, which are so pertinent to this point. It appears from them that even Cato, who wrote commentaries on military discipline, and who had learned the military art under Africanus, or rather under Hannibal, for he could not endure Africanus, who, when he was his general, had borne away the triumph from him. That Cato, I say, was open to the attacks of such as caught at reputation for themselves by detracting from the merits of others. And what does he say in his book? I know that when I shall publish what I have written there will be many who will do all they can to deprecate it, and especially such as are themselves void of all merit. But I let their harangues glide by me. Nor was the remark of Plancus a bad one, when Asinius Pollio was said to be preparing an oration against him, which was to be published either by himself or his children after the death of Plancus, in order that he might not be able to answer it. It is only the ghosts that fight with the dead. This gave such a blow to the oration, that, in the opinion of the learned generally, nothing was ever thought more scandalous. Feeling myself, therefore, secure against these vile slanderers, a name elegantly composed by Cato, to express their slanderous and vile disposition, for what other object do they have but to wrangle and breed quarrels? I will proceed with my projected work. And because the public good requires that you should be spared as much as possible from all trouble, I have subjoined to this epistle the contents of each of the following books, and have used my best endeavors to prevent your being obliged to read them all through. And this, which was done for your benefit, will also serve the same purpose for others, so that anyone may search for what he wishes, and may know where to find it. This has already been done among us by Valerius Soranus, in his work which he entitled On Mysteries. The first book is the preface of the work, dedicated to Titus Vespasian Caesar. The second is on the world, the elements, and the heavenly bodies. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth books are on geography, in which is contained an account of the situation of the different countries, the inhabitants, the seas, towns, harbors, mountains, rivers, and dimensions, and various tribes, some of which still exist, and others have disappeared. The seventh is on man, and the inventions of man. The eighth is on the various kinds of land animals. The ninth on aquatic animals. The 10th on the various kinds of birds. The 11th on insects. The 12th on odoriferous plants. The 13th on exotic trees. The 14th on vines. The 15th on fruit trees. The 16th on forest trees. The 17th on plants raised in nurseries or gardens. The 18th on the nature of fruits and the cerealia, and the pursuits of the husbandman. The 19th on flax, broom, and gardening. The 20th on the cultivated plants that are proper for food and for medicine. The 21st on flowers and plants that are used for making garlands. The 22nd on garlands and the medicines made from plants. The 23rd on medicines made from wine and from cultivated trees. The 24th on medicines made from forest trees. The 25th on medicines made from wild plants. The 26th on new dissenses and medicines made for certain diseases from plants. The 27th on some other plants and medicines. The 28th on medicines procured from man and from large animals. The 29th on medical authors and on medicines from other animals. The 30th on magic and medicines for certain parts of the body. The 31st on medicines from aquatic animals. The 32nd on the other properties of aquatic animals. The 33rd on gold and silver. The 34th on copper and lead and the workers of copper. The 35th on painting, colors, and painters. The 36th on marbles and stones. The 37th on gems. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lecter. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 4. Book 2. An Account of the World and the Elements. Chapter 1. Whether the world be finite, and whether there be more than one world. The world, and whatever that be which we otherwise call the heavens, by the vault of which all things are enclosed, we must conceive to be a deity, to be eternal, without bounds, neither created nor subject at any time to destruction. To inquire what is beyond it is no concern of man, nor can the human mind form any conjecture respecting it. It is sacred, eternal, and without bounds, all in all. Indeed, including everything in itself. Finite, yet like what is infinite. The most certain of all things, yet like what is uncertain, externally and internally embracing all things in itself. It is the work of nature, and itself constitutes nature. It is madness to harass the mind, as some have done with attempts to measure the world and to publish these attempts, or like others to argue from what they have made out that there are innumerable other worlds, and that we must believe there to be so many other natures, or that if only one nature produce the whole, there will be so many suns and so many moons, and that each of them will have immense trains of other heavenly bodies. As if the same question would not recur at every step of our inquiry, anxious as we must be to arrive at some termination. Or as if this infinity, which we ascribe to nature, the former of all things, cannot be more easily comprehended by one single formation, especially when that is so extensive. It is madness, perfect madness, to go out of this world and to search for what is beyond it, as if one who is ignorant of his own dimensions could ascertain the measure of anything else, or as if the human mind could see what the world itself cannot contain. Chapter 2. Of the form of the world. That it has the form of a perfect globe we learn from the name which has been uniformly given to it, as well as from numerous natural arguments. For not only does a figure of this kind return everywhere into itself and sustain itself, also including itself, requiring no adjustments, not sensible of either end or beginning in any of its parts, and is best fitted for that motion with which, as will appear hereafter, it is continually turning round, but still more because we perceive it, by the evidence of the sight, to be in every part convex and central, which could not be the case were it of any other figure. Chapter 3. Of its nature, whence the name is derived. The rising and the setting of the sun clearly prove that this globe is carried round in the space of 24 hours in an eternal and never-ceasing circuit, and with incredible swiftness. I am not able to say whether the sound caused by the whirling about of so great a mass be excessive, and therefore far beyond what our ears can perceive, nor indeed whether the resounding of so many stars, all carried along at the same time and revolving in their orbits, may not produce a kind of delightful harmony of incredible sweetness. To us who are in the interior, the world appears to glide silently along, both by day and by night. Various circumstances in nature prove to us that there are impressed on the heavens innumerable figures of animals and of all kinds of objects, and that its surface is not perfectly polished like the eggs of birds, as some celebrated authors assert. For we find that the seeds of all bodies fall down from it, principally into the ocean, and being mixed together, that a variety of monstrous forms are in this way frequently produced. And indeed this is evident to the eye, for in one part we have the figure of a wain, in another of a bear, of a ball, and of a letter, while in the middle of them, over our heads, there is a white circle. With respect to the name, I am influenced by the unanimous opinions of all nations, for what the Greeks from its being ornamented have termed cosmos, we from its perfect and complete elegance have termed mundus. The name Caelum, no doubt, refers to its being engraven as it were with the stars, as Varro suggests. In confirmation of this idea we may adduce the zodiac, in which are 12 figures of animals. Through them it is that the sun has continued its course for so many ages. Chapter 4. Of the Elements and the Planets. I do not find that anyone has doubted that there are 4 elements. The highest of these is supposed to be fire, and hence proceed the eyes of so many glittering stars. The next is that spirit which both the Greeks and ourselves call by the same name, air. It is by the force of this vital principle, pervading all things and mingling with all, that the earth, together with the 4th element, water, is balanced in the middle of space. These are mutually bound together, the lighter being restrained by the heavier, so that they cannot fly off, while on the contrary, from the lighter tending upwards, the heavier are so suspended that they cannot fall down. Thus, by an equal tendency in an opposite direction, each of them remains in its appropriate place, bound together by the never-ceasing revolution of the world, which always turning on itself, the earth falls to the lowest part and is in the middle of the whole, while it remains suspended in the centre, and as it were balancing the centre in which it is suspended, so that it alone remains immovable, whilst all things revolve around it, being connected with every other part, whilst they all rest upon it. Between this body and the heavens there are suspended in this aerial spirit 7 stars, separated by determinate spaces, which on account of their motion we call wandering, although in reality none are less so. The sun is carried along in the midst of these, a body of great size and power, the ruler not only of the seasons and of the different climates, but also of the stars themselves and of the heavens. When we consider his operations, we must regard him as the life, or rather the mind of the universe, the chief regulator, and the God of nature. He supplies light to the universe and dispels all darkness. He both conceals and reveals the other stars. It is he that regulates the seasons, and in the course of nature governs the year as it ever springs anew into birth. It is he that dispels the gloom of the heavens, and sheds his light upon the clouds of the human mind. He too lends his brightness to the other stars. He is most brilliant and most excellent, beholding all things and hearing all things, which I perceive is ascribed to him exclusively by the prince of poets, Homer. Chapter 5. Of God. I consider it therefore an indication of human weakness to inquire into the figure and form of God. For whatever God be, if there be any other God, and wherever he exists, he is all sense, all sight, all hearing, all life, all mind, and all within himself. To believe that there are a number of gods derived from the virtues and vices of man, as chastity, concord, understanding, hope, honor, clemency, and fidelity, or according to the opinion of Democritus, that there are only 2, punishment and reward, indicates still greater folly. Human nature, weak and frail as it is, mindful of its own infirmity, has made these divisions, so that every one might have recourse to that which he supposed himself to stand more particularly in need of. Hence we find different names employed by different nations. The inferior deities are arranged in classes, and diseases and plagues are deified in consequence of our anxious wish to propitiate them. It was from this cause that a temple was dedicated to Fever at the public expense on the Palatine Hill, and to Orbona near the temple of the Lares, and that an altar was erected to Evil Fortune on the Esquiline. Hence we may understand how it comes to pass that there is a greater population of the celestials than of human beings, since each individual makes a separate god for himself, adopting his own Juno and his own genius. And there are nations who make gods of certain animals, and even certain obscene things which are not to be spoken of, swearing by stinking meats and such like. To suppose that marriages are contracted between the gods, and that during so long a period there should have been no issue from them, that some of them should be old and always grey-headed, and others young and like children, some of a dark complexion, winged, lame, produced from eggs, living and dying on alternate days, is sufficiently puerile and foolish. But it is the height of impudence to imagine that adultery takes place between them, that they have contests and quarrels, and that there are gods of theft and of various crimes. To assist man is to be a god. This is the path to eternal glory. This is the path which the Roman nobles formerly pursued, and this is the path which is now pursued by the greatest ruler of our age, Vespasian Augustus, he who has come to the relief of an exhausted empire, as well as by his sons. This was the ancient mode of remunerating those who deserved it, to regard them as gods. For the names of all the gods, as well as of the stars that I have mentioned above, have been derived from their services to mankind. And with respect to Jupiter and Mercury, and the rest of the celestial nomenclature, who does not admit that they have reference to certain natural phenomena? But it is ridiculous to suppose that the great head of all things, whatever it be, pays any regard to human affairs. Can we believe, or rather, can there be any doubt, that it is not polluted by such a disagreeable and complicated office? It is not easy to determine which opinion would be most for the advantage of mankind, since we observe some who have no respect for the gods, and others who carry it to a scandalous excess. They are slaves to foreign ceremonies. They carry on their fingers the gods and the monsters whom they worship. They condemn and they lay great stress on certain kinds of food. They impose on themselves dreadful ordinances, not even sleeping quietly. They do not marry or adopt children, or indeed do anything else without the sanction of their sacred rites. There are others, on the contrary, who will cheat in the very capital, and will forswear themselves even by Jupiter Tonans, and while these thrive in their crimes, the others torment themselves with their superstitions to no purpose. Among these discordant opinions mankind have discovered for themselves a kind of intermediate deity, by which our conjectures concerning God become more vague still. For all over the world, in all places, and at all times, Fortune is the only god whom every one invokes. She alone is spoken of, she alone is accused and is supposed to be guilty. She alone is in our thoughts, is praised and blamed, and is loaded with reproaches. Wavering as she is, conceived by the generality of mankind to be blind, wandering, inconstant, uncertain, variable, and often favouring the unworthy. To her are referred all our losses and all our gains, and in casting up the accounts of mortals she alone balances the 2 pages of our sheet. We are so much in the power of chance, that chance itself is considered as a god, whereby the very existence of a god is shown to be doubtful. But there are others who reject this principle and assign events to the influence of the stars and to the laws of our nativity. They suppose that God, once for all, issues his decrees and never afterwards interferes. This opinion begins to gain ground, and both the learned and the unlearned vulgar are falling into it. Hence we have the admonitions of thunder, the warnings of oracles, the predictions of soothsayers, and things too trifling to be mentioned, as sneezing and stumbling with the feet reckoned among omens. The late Emperor Augustus relates that he put the left shoe on the wrong foot the day when he was near being assaulted by his soldiers. And such things as these so embarrass improvident mortals, that among all of them this alone is certain, that there is nothing certain, and that there is nothing more proud or more wretched than man. For other animals have no care but to provide for their subsistence, for which the spontaneous kindness of nature is all sufficient. And this one circumstance renders their lot more especially preferable, that they never think about glory, or money, or ambition, and above all, that they never reflect on death. The belief, however, that on these points the gods superintend human affairs is useful to us, as well as that the punishment of crimes, although sometimes tardy from the deity being occupied with such a mass of business, is never entirely remitted, and that the human race was not made the next in rank to himself, in order that they might be degraded like brutes. And indeed this constitutes the great comfort in this imperfect state of man, that even the deity cannot do everything. For he cannot procure death for himself, even if he wished it, which, so numerous are the evils of life, has been granted to man as our chief good. Nor can he make mortals immortal, or recall to life those who are dead. Nor can he effect that he who has once lived shall not have lived, or that he who has enjoyed honours shall not have enjoyed them. Nor has he any influence over past events but to cause them to be forgotten. And if we illustrate the nature of our connection with God by a less serious argument, he cannot make twice 10 not to be 20, and many other things of this kind. By these considerations the power of nature is clearly proved, and is shown to be what we call God. It is not foreign to the subject to have digressed into these matters, familiar as they are to every one, from the continual discussions that take place respecting God. End of section 4. Recording by Lecter.
Section 5 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 5. Chapter 6. Of the nature of the stars, of the motion of the planets. Let us return from this digression to the other parts of nature. The stars, which are described as fixed in the heavens, are not, as the vulgar suppose, attached each of them to different individuals, the brighter to the rich, those that are less so to the poor, and the dim to the aged, shining according to the lot of the individual, and separately assigned to mortals, for they have neither come into existence, nor do they perish in connection with particular persons, nor does a falling star indicate that any one is dead. We are not so closely connected with the heavens as that the shining of the stars is affected by our death. When they are supposed to shoot or fall, they throw out, by force of their fire, as if from an excess of nutriment, the superabundance of the humor which they have absorbed, as we observe to take place from the oil in our lamps when they are burning. The nature of the celestial bodies is eternal, being interwoven, as it were, with the world, and by this union rendering it solid. But they exert their most powerful influence on the earth. This, notwithstanding its subtlety, may be known by the clearness and the magnitude of the effect, as we shall point out in the proper place. The account of the circles of the heavens will be better understood when we come to speak of the earth, since they all have a reference to it, except what has been discovered respecting the zodiac, which I shall now detail. Anaximander the Milesian, in the 58th Olympiad, is said to have been the first who understood its obliquity, and thus opened the road to a correct knowledge of the subject. Afterwards, Cleostratus made the signs in it, first marking those of Aries and Sagittarius. Atlas had formed the sphere long before this time. But now, leaving the further consideration of this subject, we must treat of the bodies that are situated between the earth and the heavens. It is certain that the star called Saturn is the highest, and therefore appears the smallest, that he passes through the largest circuit, and that he is at least 30 years in completing it. The course of all the planets, and among others of the sun and the moon, is in the contrary direction to that of the heavens, that is, toward the left, while the heavens are rapidly carried about to the right. And although, by the stars constantly revolving with immense velocity, they are raised up and hurried on to the part where they set, yet they are all forced by a motion of their own in an opposite direction, and this is so ordered lest the air, being always moved in the same direction by the constant whirling of the heavens, should accumulate into one mass, whereas now it is divided and separated and beaten into small pieces by the opposite motion of the different stars. Saturn is a star of a cold and rigid nature, while the orbit of Jupiter is much lower, and is carried round in 12 years. The next star, Mars, which some persons call Hercules, is of a fiery and burning nature, and from its nearness to the sun is carried round in little less than 2 years. In consequence of the excessive heat of this star and the rigidity of Saturn, Jupiter, which is interposed between the two, is tempered by both of them, and is thus rendered salutary. The path of the sun consists of 360 degrees, but in order that the shadow may return to the same point of the dial, we are obliged to add in each year 5 days and the fourth part of a day. On this account, an intercalary day is given to every 5th year, that the period of the seasons may agree with that of the sun. Below the sun revolves the great star called Venus, wandering with an alternate motion, and even in its surnames rivaling the sun and the moon. For when it precedes the day and rises in the morning, it receives the name of Lucifer, as if it were another sun hastening on the day. On the contrary, when it sets in the west, it is named Vesper, as prolonging the light and performing the office of the moon. Pythagoras, the Samian, was the first who discovered its nature, about the 62nd Olympiad, in the 222nd year of the city. It excels all the other stars in size, and its brilliancy is so considerable that it is the only star which produces a shadow by its rays. There has consequently been great interest made for its name. Some have called it the star of Juno, others of Isis, and others of the mother of the gods. By its influence everything in the earth is generated, for as it rises in either direction, it sprinkles everything with its genial dew, and not only matures the productions of the earth, but stimulates all living things. It completes the circuit of the zodiac in 348 days, never receding from the sun more than 46 degrees, according to Timaeus. Similarly circumstanced, but by no means equal in size and in power, next to it is the star Mercury, by some called Apollo. It is carried in a lower orbit, and moves in a course which is quicker by 9 days, shining sometimes before the rising of the sun, and at other times after its setting, but never going farther from it than 23 degrees, as we learn from Timaeus and Sosigenes. The nature of these two stars is peculiar, and is not the same with those mentioned above, for those are seen to recede from the sun through 1/3 or 1/4 part of the heavens, and are often seen opposite to it. They have also larger circuits, in which they make their complete revolutions, as will be described in the account of the great year. But the moon, which is the last of the stars, and the one most connected with the earth, the remedy provided by nature for darkness, excels all the others in its admirable qualities. By the variety of appearances which it assumes, it puzzles the observers, mortified that they should be the most ignorant concerning the star which is nearest to them. She is always either waxing or waning. Sometimes her disk is curved into horns, sometimes it is divided into two equal portions, and at other times it is swelled out to a full orb. Sometimes she appears spotted, and suddenly becomes very bright. She appears very large with her full orb, and suddenly becomes invisible, now continuing during all the night, now rising late, and now aiding the light of the sun during a part of the day, becoming eclipsed, and yet being visible while she is eclipsed, concealing herself at the end of the month, and yet not supposed to be eclipsed. Sometimes she is low down, sometimes she is high up, and that not according to one uniform course, being at one time raised up to the heavens, at other times almost contiguous to the mountains, now elevated in the north, now depressed in the south. All which circumstances having been noticed by Endymion, a report was spread out that he was in love with the moon. We are not indeed sufficiently grateful to those who, with so much labor and care, have enlightened us with this light, while so diseased is the human mind that we take pleasure in writing the annals of blood and slaughter, in order that the crimes of men may be made known to those who are ignorant of the constitution of the world itself. Being nearest to the axis, and therefore having the smallest orbit, the moon passes in 27 days and the 1/3 part of a day through the same space for which Saturn, the highest of the planets, as was stated above, requires 30 years. After remaining for 2 days in conjunction with the sun, on the 30th day she again very slowly emerges to pursue her accustomed course. I know not whether she ought not to be considered as our instructress in everything that can be known respecting the heavens, as that the year is divided into the 12 divisions of the months, since she follows the sun for the same number of times, until he returns to the commencement of his course, and that her brightness, as well as that of the other stars, is regulated by that of the sun, if indeed they all of them shine by the light borrowed from him, such as we see floating about when it is reflected from the surface of water. On this account it is that she dissolves so much moisture by a gentle and less perfect force, and adds to the quantity of that which the rays of the sun consume. On this account she appears with an unequal light, because, being full only when she is in opposition, on all the remaining days she shows only so much of herself to the earth as she receives light from the sun. She is not seen in conjunction, because at that time she sends back the whole stream of light to the source whence she has derived it. That the stars generally are nourished by the terrestrial moisture is evident, because when the moon is only half visible she is sometimes seen spotted, her power of absorbing moisture not having been powerful enough, for the spots are nothing else than the dregs of the earth drawn up along with the moisture. But her eclipses and those of the sun, the most wonderful of all the phenomena of nature, and which are like prodigies, serve to indicate the magnitude of these bodies and the shadow which they cast. Chapter 7. Of the eclipses of the moon and the sun. For it is evident that the sun is hid by the intervention of the moon, and the moon by the opposition of the earth, and that these changes are mutual, the moon by her interposition taking the rays of the sun from the earth, and the earth from the moon. As she advances, darkness is suddenly produced, and again the sun is obscured by her shade, for night is nothing more than the shade of the earth. The figure of this shade is like that of a pyramid, or an inverted top, and the moon enters it only near its point, and it does not exceed the height of the moon, for there is no other star which is obscured in the same manner, while a figure of this kind always terminates in a point. The flight of birds, when very lofty, shows that shadows do not extend beyond a certain distance. Their limit appears to be the termination of the air and the commencement of the ether. Above the moon everything is pure and full of an eternal light. The stars are visible to us in the night, in the same way that other luminous bodies are seen in the dark. It is from these causes that the moon is eclipsed during the night. The two kinds of eclipses are not, however, at the stated monthly periods, on account of the obliquity of the zodiac, and the irregularly wandering course of the moon, as stated above. Besides that, the motions of these stars do not always occur exactly at the same points. Chapter 8. Of the magnitude of the stars. This kind of reasoning carries the human mind to the heavens, and by contemplating the world, as it were, from thence, it discloses to us the magnitude of the three greatest bodies in nature. For the sun could not be entirely concealed from the earth by the intervention of the moon, if the earth were greater than the moon; and the vast size of the third body, the sun, is manifest from that of the other two, so that it is not necessary to scrutinize its size by arguing from its visible appearance, or from any conjectures of the mind. It must be immense, because the shadows of rows of trees, extending for any number of miles, are disposed in right lines, as if the sun were in the middle of space. Also because at the equinox he is vertical to all the inhabitants of the southern districts at the same time. Also because the shadows of all the people who live on this side of the tropic fall at noon toward the north, and at sunrise point to the west. But this could not be the case unless the sun were much greater than the earth, nor unless it much exceeded Mount Ida in breadth. Could he be seen when he rises, passing considerably beyond it, to the right and to the left, especially considering that it is separated by so great an interval. The eclipse of the moon affords an undoubted argument of the sun's magnitude, as it also does of the small size of the earth. For there are shadows of three figures, and it is evident that if the body which produces the shadow be equal to the light, then it will be thrown off in the form of a pillar and have no termination. If the body be greater than the light, the shadow will be in the form of an inverted cone, the bottom being the narrowest part, and being at the same time of an infinite length. If the body be less than the light, then we shall have the figure of a pyramid, terminating in a point. Now of this last kind is the shadow which produces the eclipse of the moon, and this is so manifest that there can be no doubt remaining that the earth is exceeded in magnitude by the sun, a circumstance which is indeed indicated by the silent declaration of nature herself. For why does he recede from us at the winter half of the year? That by the darkness of the nights the earth may be refreshed, which otherwise would be burned up, as indeed it is in certain parts, so great is his size. End of Section 5. Section 6. of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 6. Chapter 9. An account of the observations that have been made on the heavens by different individuals. The first among the Romans who explained to the people at large the cause of the two kinds of eclipses was Sulpicius Gallus, who was consul along with Marcellus, and when he was only a military tribune he relieved the army from great anxiety the day before King Perseus was conquered by Paulus. For he was brought by the general into a public assembly in order to predict the eclipse, of which he afterwards gave an account in a separate treatise. Among the Greeks, Thales the Milesian first investigated the subject in the 4th year of the 48th Olympiad, predicting the eclipse of the sun which took place in the reign of Alyattes, in the 170th year of the city. After them Hipparchus calculated the course of both these stars for the term of 600 years, including the months, days, and hours, the situation of the different places, and the aspects adapted to each of them. All this has been confirmed by experience, and could only be acquired by partaking, as it were, in the counsels of nature. These were indeed great men, superior to ordinary mortals, who, having discovered the laws of these divine bodies, relieved the miserable mind of man from the fear which he had of eclipses, as foretelling some dreadful events or the destruction of the stars. This alarm is freely acknowledged in the sublime strains of Stesichorus in Pindar, as being produced by an eclipse of the sun; and with respect to the eclipse of the moon, mortals impute it to witchcraft, and therefore endeavor to aid her by producing discordant sounds. In consequence of this kind of terror, it was that Nicias, the general of the Athenians, being ignorant of the cause, was afraid to lead out the fleet, and brought great distress on his troops. Hail to your genius, ye interpreters of heaven, ye who comprehend the nature of things, and who have discovered a mode of reasoning by which ye have conquered both gods and men. For who is there, in observing these things and seeing the labors which the stars are compelled to undergo, since we have chosen to apply this term to them, that would not cheerfully submit to his fate as one born to die? I shall now, in a brief and summary manner, touch on those points in which we are agreed, giving the reasons where it is necessary to do so, for this is not a work of profound argument, nor is it less wonderful to be able to suggest a probable cause for everything than to give a complete account of a few of them only. Chapter 10. On the recurrence of the eclipses of the sun and the moon. It is ascertained that the eclipses complete their whole revolution in the space of 223 months, that the eclipse of the sun takes place only at the conclusion or the commencement of a lunation, which is termed conjunction, while an eclipse of the moon takes place only when she is at the full, and is always a little farther advanced than the preceding eclipse. Now there are eclipses of both these stars in every year, which take place below the earth, at stated days and hours, and when they are above it they are not always visible, sometimes on account of the clouds, but more frequently from the globe of the earth being opposed to the vault of the heavens. It was discovered 200 years ago by the sagacity of Hipparchus that the moon is sometimes eclipsed after an interval of 5 months, and the sun after an interval of 7, Also that he becomes invisible while above the horizon twice in every 30 days, but that this is seen in different places at different times. But the most wonderful circumstance is, that while it is admitted that the moon is darkened by the shadow of the earth, this occurs at one time on its western and at another time on its eastern side; and farther, that although, after the rising of the sun, that darkening shadow ought to be below the earth, yet it has once happened that the moon has been eclipsed in the west, while both the luminaries have been above the horizon. And as to their both being invisible in the space of 15 days, this very thing happened while the Vespasians were emperors, the father being consul for the third time, and the son for the second. Chapter 11. On the motion of the moon. It is certain that the moon, having her horns always turned from the sun, when she is waxing, looks toward the east; when she is waning, towards the west. Also that, from the second day after the change, she adds 47½ minutes each day, until she is full, and again decreases at the same rate, and that she always becomes invisible when she is within 14 degrees of the sun. This is an argument of the greater size of the planets than of the moon, since these emerge when they are at a distance of 7 degrees only. But their altitude causes them to appear much smaller, as we observe that, during the day, the brightness of the sun prevents those bodies from being seen which are fixed in the firmament, although they shine then as well as in the night. That this is the case is proved by eclipses, and by descending into very deep wells. Chapter 12. On the motions of the planets and the general laws of their aspects. The three planets which, as we have said, are situated above the sun, are visible when they come into conjunction with him. They rise visibly in the morning, when they are not more than 11 degrees from the sun. They are afterwards directed by the contact of his rays, and when they attain the trine aspect at the distance of 120 degrees, they take their morning stationary positions, which are termed primary. Afterwards, when they are in opposition to the sun, they rise at the distance of 180 degrees from him, and again, advancing on the other side to the 120th degree, they attain their evening stations, which are termed secondary, until the sun, having arrived within 12 degrees of them, what is called their evening setting, becomes no longer visible. Mars, as being nearer to the sun, feels the influence of his rays in the quadrature at the distance of 90 degrees, whence that motion receives its name, being termed from the two risings, respectively the first and the second nonagenarian. This planet passes from one station to another in 6 months, or is 2 months in each sign. The two other planets do not spend more than 4 months in passing from station to station. The two inferior planets are, in like manner, concealed in their evening conjunction, and when they have left the sun, they rise in the morning the same number of degrees distant from him, and having arrived at their point of greatest elongation, they then follow the sun, and having overtaken him at their morning setting, they become invisible and pass beyond him. They then rise in the evening at the distances which were mentioned above. After this they return back to the sun and are concealed in their evening setting. The star Venus becomes stationary when at its 2 points of greatest elongation, that at the morning and that of the evening, according to their respective risings. The stationary points of Mercury are so very brief that they cannot be correctly observed. Chapter 13. Why the same stars appear at some times more lofty and at other times more near. The above is an account of the aspects and the occultations of the planets, a subject which is rendered very complicated by their motions, and is involved in much that is wonderful, especially when we observe that they change their size and color, and that the same stars at one time approach the north and then go to the south, and are now seen near the earth, and then suddenly approach the heavens. If on this subject I deliver opinions different from my predecessors, I acknowledge that I am indebted for them to those individuals who first pointed out to us the proper mode of inquiry. Let no one, then, ever despair of benefiting future ages. But these things depend on many different causes. The first cause is the nature of the circles described by the stars, which the Greeks term apsides, for we are obliged to use Greek terms. Now each of the planets has its own circle, and this is a different one from that of the world, because the earth is placed in the center of the heavens with respect to the two extremities which are called the poles, and also in that of the zodiac, which is situated obliquely between them. And all these things are made evident by the infallible results which we obtain by the use of the compasses. Hence the apsides of the planets have each of them different centers, and consequently they have different orbits and motions, since it necessarily follows that the interior apsides are the shortest. The apsides which are the highest from the center of the earth are, for Saturn, when he is in Scorpio; for Jupiter in Virgo; for Mars in Leo; for the Sun in Gemini; for Venus in Sagittarius; and for Mercury in Capricorn, each of them in the middle of these signs, while in the opposite signs they are lowest and nearest to the center of the earth. Hence it is that they appear to move more slowly when they are carried along the highest circuit, not that their actual motions are accelerated or retarded, these being fixed and determinate for each of them, but because it necessarily follows that lines drawn from the highest apsis must approach nearer to each other at the center, like the spokes of a wheel, and that the same motion seems to be at one time greater and at another time less, according to the distance from the center. Another cause of the altitudes of the planets is, that their highest apsides, with relation to their own centers, are in different signs from those mentioned above. Saturn is in the 20th degree of Libra, Jupiter in the 15th of Cancer, Mars in the 28th of Capricorn, the Sun in the 19th of Aries, Venus in the 27th of Pisces, Mercury in the 15th of Virgo, and the Moon in the 3rd of Taurus. The third cause of the altitude depends on the form of the heavens, not on that of the orbits. The stars appearing to the eye to mount up and to descend through the depth of the air. With this cause is connected that which depends on the latitude of the planets and the obliquity of the zodiac. It is through this belt that the stars which I have spoken of are carried. Nor is there any part of the world habitable, except what lies under it; the remainder, which is at the poles, being in a wild desert state. The planet Venus alone exceeds it by 2 degrees, which we may suppose to be the cause why some animals are produced even in these desert regions of the earth. The moon also wanders the whole breadth of the zodiac, but never exceeds it. Next to these, the planet Mercury moves through the greatest space, yet out of the 12 degrees, for there are so many degrees of latitude in the zodiac, it does not pass through more than 8, nor does it go equally through these, 2 of them being in the middle of the zodiac, 4 in the upper part, and 2 in the lower part. Next to these, the Sun is carried through the middle of the zodiac, winding unequally through the 2 parts of his tortuous circuit. The star Mars occupies the 4 middle degrees, Jupiter the middle degree and 2 above it. Saturn, like the Sun, occupies 2. The above is an account of the latitudes as they descend to the south or ascend to the north. Hence it is plain that the generality of persons are mistaken in supposing the third cause of the apparent altitude to depend on the stars rising from the earth and climbing up the heavens. But to refute this opinion it is necessary to consider the subject with very great minuteness, and to embrace all the causes. It is generally admitted that the stars at the time of their evening setting are nearest to the earth, both with respect to latitude and altitude; that they are at the commencement of both at their morning risings, and that they become stationary at the middle points of their latitudes, what are called the ecliptics. It is, moreover, acknowledged that their motion is increased when they are in the vicinity of the earth, and diminished when they are removed at a greater altitude, a point which is most clearly proved by the different altitudes of the moon. There is no doubt that it is also increased at the morning risings, and that the 3 superior planets are retarded as they advance from the first station to the second. And since this is the case, it is evident that the latitudes are increased from the time of their morning risings, since the motions afterwards appear to receive less addition, but they gain their altitude in the first station, since the rate of their motion then begins to diminish and the stars to recede. And the reason of this must be particularly set forth. When the planets are struck by the rays of the sun in the situation which I have described, i.e., in their quadrature, they are prevented from holding on their straightforward course, and are raised on high by the force of the fire. This cannot be immediately perceived by the eye, and therefore they seem to be stationary, and hence the term station is derived. Afterwards the violence of the rays increases, and the vapor being beaten back forces them to recede. This exists in a greater degree in their evening risings, the sun being then turned entirely from them, when they are drawn into the highest apsides, and they are then the least visible, since they are at their greatest altitude and are carried along with the least motion, as much less indeed as this takes place in the highest signs of the apsides. At the time of the evening rising, the latitude decreases and becomes less as the motion is diminished, and it does not increase again until they arrive at the second station, when the altitude is also diminished, the sun's rays then coming from the other side. The same force now therefore propels them towards the earth which before raised them into the heavens, from their former triangular aspect. So different is the effect whether the rays strike the planets from below or come to them from above. And all these circumstances produce much more effect when they occur in the evening setting. This is the doctrine of the superior planets. That of the others is more difficult, and has never been laid down by anyone before me. End of Section 6. Section 7 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 7. Chapter 14. Why the same stars have different motions. I must first state the cause, why the star Venus never recedes from the sun more than 46 degrees, nor Mercury more than 23, while they frequently return to the sun within this distance, As they are situated below the sun, they have both of them their apsides turned in the contrary direction. Their orbits are as much below the earth as those of the stars above mentioned are above it, and therefore they cannot receive it any farther, since the curve of their apsides has no greater longitude. The extreme parts of their apsides therefore align the limits to each of them in the same manner, and compensate, as it were, for the small extent of their longitudes, by the great divergence of their latitudes. It may be asked, why do they not always proceed as far as the 46th and 23rd degrees respectively? They in reality do so, but the theory fails us here. For it would appear that the apsides are themselves moved, as they never pass over the sun. When, therefore, they have arrived at the extremities of their orbits on either side, the stars are then supposed to have proceeded to their greatest distance. When they have been a certain number of degrees within their orbits, they are then supposed to return more rapidly, since the extreme point in each is the same. And on this account it is that the direction of their motion appears to be changed. For the superior planets are carried along the most quickly in their evening setting, while these move the most slowly. The former are at their greatest distance from the earth when they move the most slowly, the latter when they move the most quickly. The former are accelerated when nearest to the earth, the latter when at the extremity of the circle. In the former, the rapidity of the motion begins to diminish at their morning risings; in the latter it begins to increase. The former are retrograde from their morning to their evening station, while Venus is retrograde from the evening to the morning station. She begins to increase her latitude from her morning rising; her altitude follows the sun from her morning station, her motion being the quickest and her altitude the greatest in her morning setting. Her latitude decreases and her altitude diminishes from her evening rising; she becomes retrograde, and at the same time decreases in her altitude from her evening station. Again, the star Mercury, in the same way, mounts up in both directions from his morning rising, and having followed the sun through a space of 15 degrees, he becomes almost stationary for 4 days. Presently he diminishes his altitude, and recedes from his evening setting to his morning rising. Mercury and the moon are the only planets which descend for the same number of days that they ascend. Venus ascends for 15 days and somewhat more. Saturn and Jupiter descend in twice that number of days, and Mars in 4 times. So great is the variety of nature. The reason of it is, however, evident, for those planets which are forced up by the vapor of the sun likewise descend with difficulty. Chapter 15. General Laws of the Planets. There are many other secrets of nature in these points, as well as the laws to which they are subject, which might be mentioned. For example, the planet Mars, whose course is the most difficult to observe, never becomes stationary when Jupiter is in the trine aspect, very rarely when he is 60 degrees from the sun, which number is 1/6 of the circuit of the heavens. Nor does he ever rise in the same sign with Jupiter, except in Cancer and Leo. The star Mercury seldom has his evening risings in Pisces, but very frequently in Virgo, and his morning risings in Libra. He has also his morning rising in Aquarius, very rarely in Leo. He never becomes retrograde in either Taurus or Gemini, nor until the 25th degree of Cancer. The moon makes her double conjunction with the sun in no other sign except Gemini, while Sagittarius is the only sign in which she has sometimes no conjunction at all. The old and the new moon are visible on the same day or night in no other sign except Aries, and indeed it has happened very seldom to any one to have witnessed it. From this circumstance it was that the tale of Lynceus's quick-sightedness originated. Saturn and Mars are invisible at most for 170 days, Jupiter for 36, or at the least for 10 days less than this, Venus for 69, or at the least for 52, Mercury for 13, or at the most for 18. Chapter 16. The reason why the stars are of different colors. The difference of their color depends on the difference in their altitudes, for they acquire a resemblance to those planets into the vapor of which they are carried, the orbit of each tinging those that approach it in each direction. A colder planet renders one that approaches it paler, one more hot renders it redder. A windy planet gives it a lowering aspect, while the sun, at the union of their apsides, or the extremity of their orbits, completely obscures them. Each of the planets has its peculiar color. Saturn is white, Jupiter brilliant, Mars fiery, Lucifer is glowing, Vesper refulgent, Mercury sparkling, the moon mild. The sun, when he rises, is blazing. Afterwards he becomes radiating. The appearance of the stars, which are fixed in the firmament, is also affected by these causes. At one time we see a dense cluster of stars around the moon, when she is only half enlightened, and when they are viewed in a serene evening, while at another time, when the moon is full, there are so few to be seen that we wonder whither they are fled. And this is also the case when the rays of the sun or of any of the above-mentioned bodies have dazzled our sight. And indeed the moon herself is, without doubt, differently affected at different times by the rays of the sun when she is entering them, the convexity of the heavens rendering them more feeble than when they fall upon her more directly. Hence, when she is at a right angle to the sun, she is half enlightened; when in the trine aspect, she presents an imperfect orb, while in opposition she is full. Again, when she is waning, she goes through the same gradations, and in the same order, as the three stars that are superior to the sun. Chapter 17. Of the motion of the sun, and the cause of the irregularity of the days. The sun himself is in four different states. Twice the night is equal to the day, in the spring and in the autumn, when he is opposed to the center of the earth, in the 8th degree of Aries and Libra. The length of the day and the night is then twice changed, when the day increases in length, from the winter solstice in the 8th degree of Capricorn, and afterwards when the night increases in length from the summer solstice in the 8th degree of Cancer. The cause of this inequality is the obliquity of the zodiac, since there is at every moment of time an equal portion of the firmament above and below the horizon. But the signs which mount directly upwards, when they rise, retain the light for a longer space, while those that are more oblique pass along more quickly. Chapter 18. Why thunder is ascribed to Jupiter. It is not generally known what has been discovered by men who are the most eminent for their learning, in consequence of their assiduous observations of the heavens, that the fires which fall upon the earth and receive the name of thunderbolts proceed from the three superior stars, but principally from the one which is situated in the middle. It may perhaps depend upon the superabundance of moisture from the superior orbit communicating with the heat from the inferior, which are expelled in this manner, and hence it is commonly said the thunderbolts are darted by Jupiter. And as in burning wood the burnt part is cast off with a crackling noise, so does the star throw off this celestial fire, bearing the omens of future events, even the part which is thrown off not losing its divine operation. and this takes place more particularly when the air is in an unsettled state, either because the moisture which is then collected excites the greatest quantity of fire, or because the air is disturbed as if by the parturition of the pregnant star. Chapter 19. Of the distances of the stars. Many persons have attempted to discover the distance of the stars from the earth, and they have published as the result that the sun is 19 times as far from the moon as the moon herself is from the earth. Pythagoras, who was a man of a very sagacious mind, computed the distance from the earth to the moon to be 126,000 furlongs, that from her to the sun is double this distance, and that it is 3 times this distance to the 12 signs. And this was also the opinion of our countryman, Gallus Sulpicius. Chapter 20. Of the harmony of the stars. Pythagoras, employing the terms that are used in music, sometimes names the distance between the earth and the moon a tone. From her to Mercury he supposes to be half this space, and about the same from him to Venus. From her to the sun is a tone and a half. From the sun to Mars is a tone, the same as from the earth to the moon. From him there is half a tone to Jupiter. From Jupiter to Saturn also half a tone, and thence a tone and a half to the zodiac. Hence there are 7 tones, which he terms the diapason harmony, meaning the whole compass of the notes. In this, Saturn is said to move in the Doric time, Jupiter in the Phrygian, and so forth of the rest. But this is a refinement rather amusing than useful. Chapter 21. Of the dimensions of the world. The stadium is equal to 125 of our Roman paces, or 625 feet. Poseidonus supposes that there is a space of not less than 40 stadia round the earth, whence the mists, winds, and clouds proceed. Beyond this, he supposes that the air is pure and liquid, consisting of uninterrupted light. From the clouded region to the moon there is a space of 2,000,000 of stadia, and thence to the sun of 500,000,000. It is in consequence of this space that the sun, notwithstanding his immense magnitude, does not burn the earth. Many persons have imagined that the clouds rise to the height of 900 stadia. These points are not completely made out, and are difficult to explain, but we have given the best account of them that has been published, and if we may be allowed in any degree to pursue these investigations, there is one infallible geometrical principle which we cannot reject. Not that we can ascertain the exact dimensions, for to profess to do this would be almost the act of a madman, but that the mind may have some estimate to direct its conjectures. Now it is evident that the orbit through which the sun passes consists of nearly 366 degrees, and that the diameter is always the 3rd part and a little less than the 7th of the circumference. Then taking the half of this, for the earth is placed in the center, it will follow that nearly 1/6 part of the immense space which the mind conceives as constituting the orbit of the sun round the earth will compose his altitude. That of the moon will be 1/12 part, since her course is so much shorter than that of the sun. She is therefore carried along midway between the sun and the earth. It is astonishing to what an extent the weakness of the mind will proceed, urged on by a little success, as in the above mentioned instance, to give full scope to its impudence. Thus, having ventured to guess at the space between the sun and the earth, we do the same with respect to the heavens, because he is situated midway between them, so that we may come to know the measure of the whole world in inches. For if the diameter consists of 7 parts, there will be 22 of the same parts in the circumference, as if we could measure the heavens by a plumb line. The Egyptian calculation, which was made out by Petesiris and the Kepsos, supposes that each degree of the lunar orbit, which, as I have said, is the least, consists of little more than 33 stadia. In the very large orbit of Saturn the number is double. In that of the Sun, which, as we have said, is in the middle, we have half the sum of these numbers. And this is indeed a very modest calculation, since if we add to the orbit of Saturn the distance from him to the zodiac, we shall have an infinite number of degrees. Chapter 22. Of the stars which appear suddenly, or of comets. A few things still remain to be said concerning the world, for stars are suddenly formed in the heavens themselves. Of these there are various kinds. The Greeks name these stars comets. We name them Critini, as if shaggy with bloody locks, and surrounded with bristles like hair. Those stars which have a mane hanging down from their lower part like a long beard are named Pogonii. Those that are named Acantii vibrate like a dart with a very quick motion. It was one of this kind which the Emperor Titus described in his very excellent poem, as having been seen in his 5th consulship, and this was the last of these bodies which has been observed. When they are short and pointed, they are named Ziphiae. These are the pale kind. They shine like a sword, and are without any rays, while we name those Discae, which, being of an amber color, and in conformity with their name, emit a few rays from their margin only. A kind named Pythias exhibits the figure of a cask, appearing convex and emitting a smoky light. The kind named Cerastius has the appearance of a horn. It is like the one which was visible when the Greeks fought at Salamis. Lampadius is like a burning torch. Hippias is like a horse's mane. It has a very rapid motion, like the circle revolving on itself. There is also a white comet with silver hair, so brilliant that it can scarcely be looked at, exhibiting, as it were, the aspect of the deity in a human form. There are some also that are shaggy, having the appearance of a fleece, surrounded by a kind of crown. There was one where the appearance of a mane was changed into that of a spear. It happened in the 109th Olympiad, in the 398th year of the city. The shortest time during which any one of them has been observed to be visible is 7 days, the longest 180 days. Chapter 23. Their nature, situation, and species. Some of them move about in the manner of planets, others remain stationary. They are almost all of them seen towards the north, not indeed in any particular portion of it, but generally in that white part of it which has obtained the name of the Milky Way. Aristotle informs us that several of them are to be seen at the same time, but this, as far as I know, has not been observed by any one else. Also that they prognosticate high winds and great heat. They are also visible in the winter months, and about the South Pole, but they have no rays proceeding from them. There was a dreadful one observed by the Ethiopians and the Egyptians, to which Typhon, the king of that period, gave his own name. It had a fiery appearance, and was twisted like a spiral. Its aspect was hideous, nor was it like a star, but rather like a knot of fire. Sometimes there were hairs attached to the planets and the other stars. Comets are never seen in the western part of the heavens. It is generally regarded as a terrific star, and one not easily expiated, as was the case with the civil commotions in the consulship of Octavius, and also in the war of Pompey and Caesar, and in our own age about the time when Claudius Caesar was poisoned and left the empire to Domitius Nero, and afterwards, while the latter was emperor, there was one which was almost constantly seen and was very frightful. It is thought important to notice towards what part it darts its beams, or from what star it receives its influence, what it resembles, and in what places it shines. If it resembles a flute, it portends something unfavorable respecting music. If it appears in the parts of the signs referred to the secret members, something respecting lewdness of manners, something respecting wit and learning if they form a triangular or quadrilangular figure with the position of some of the fixed stars, and that someone will be poisoned if they appear in the head of either the northern or the southern serpent. Rome is the only place in the whole world where there is a temple dedicated to a comet. It was thought by the late Emperor Augustus to be auspicious to him, from its appearance during the games which he was celebrating in honor of Venus Genetrix, not long after the death of his father Caesar, in the college which was founded by him. He expressed his joy in these terms: "During the very time of these games of mine, a hairy star was seen during 7 days, in the part of the heavens which is under the Great Bear. It rose about the 11th hour of the day, was very bright, and was conspicuous in all parts of the earth. The common people supposed the star to indicate that the soul of Caesar was admitted among the immortal gods, under which designation it was that the star was placed on the bust which was lately consecrated in the Forum. This is what he proclaimed in public, but in secret he rejoiced at this auspicious omen, interpreting it as produced for himself, and to confess the truth, it really proved a salutary omen for the world at large. Some persons suppose that those stars are permanent, and that they move through their proper orbits, but that they are only visible when they recede from the sun. Others suppose that they are produced by an accidental vapor, together with the force of fire, and that from this circumstance they are likely to be dissipated." End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Natural History Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History Volume 1 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 8. Chapter 24. The Doctrine of Hipparchus about the Stars. This same Hipparchus, who can never be sufficiently commended, as one who more especially proved the relation of the stars to man, and that our souls are a portion of heaven, discovered a new star that was produced in his own age. And, by observing its motions on the day in which it shone, he was led to doubt whether it does not often happen that those stars have motion which we suppose to be fixed. And the same individual attempted, what might seem presumptuous even in a deity, viz., to number the stars for posterity and to express their relations by appropriate names, having previously devised instruments by which he might mark the places and the magnitudes of each individual star. In this way it might be easily discovered, not only whether they were destroyed or produced, but whether they changed their relative positions, and likewise whether they were increased or diminished, the heavens being thus left as an inheritance to anyone who might be found competent to complete his plan. Chapter 25. Examples from history of celestial prodigies: Phases, Lampedes, and Bolides. The phases shine brilliantly, but they are never seen excepting when they are falling. One of these darted across the heavens in the sight of all the people at noonday, when Germanicus Caesar was exhibiting a show of gladiators. There are two kinds of them, those which are called Lampedes and those which are called Bolides, one of which latter was seen during the troubles at Mutina. They differ from each other in this respect, that the phases produce a long train of light, the forepart only being on fire, while the Bolides, being entirely in a state of combustion, leave a still longer track behind them. Chapter 26. Trapes Celestis, Chasma Coeli. The trapes also, which are named Dokoi, shine in the same manner. One of these was seen at the time when the Lacedaemonians, by being conquered at sea, lost their influence in Greece. An opening sometimes takes place in the firmament, which is named Chasma. Chapter 27. Of the colors of the sky and of celestial flame. There is a flame of a bloody appearance, and nothing is more dreaded by mortals, which falls down upon the earth, such as was seen in the 3rd year of the 103rd Olympiad, when King Philip was disturbing Greece. But my opinion is that these, like everything else, occur at stated, natural periods, and are not produced, as some persons imagine, from a variety of causes, such as their fine genius may suggest. They have indeed been the precursors of great evils, but I conceive that the evils occurred not because the prodigies took place, but that these took place because the evils were appointed to occur at that period. Their cause is obscure in consequence of their rarity, and therefore we are not as well acquainted with them as we are with the rising of the stars, which I have mentioned, and with eclipses and many other things. Chapter 28. Of celestial coronae. Stars are occasionally seen along with the sun, for whole days together, and generally round its orb, like a wreath made of the ears of corn, or circles of various colors, such as occurred when Augustus, while a very young man, was entering the city after the death of his father, in order to take upon himself the great name which he assumed. The same coronae occur about the moon, and also about the principal stars, which are stationary in the heavens. Chapter 29. Of sudden circles. A bow appeared round the sun in the consulship of L. Opimius and L. Fabius, and a circle in that of C. Porcius and M. Acilius. There was a little circle of a red color in the consulship of L. Julius and P. Rutilius. Chapter 30. Of unusually long eclipses of the sun. Eclipses of the sun also take place which are portentous and unusually long, such as occurred when Caesar the dictator was slain, and in the war against Antony the sun remained dim for almost a whole year. Chapter 31. Many suns. And again, many suns have been seen at the same time, not above or below the real sun, but in an oblique direction, never near nor opposite to the earth, nor in the night, but either in the east or in the west. They are said to have been seen once at noon in the Bosphorus, and to have continued from morning until sunset. Our ancestors have frequently seen 3 suns at the same time, as was the case in the consulship of S. P. Postimius and L. Mucius, of L. Marcius and M. Porcius, and that of M. Antony and Dolabella, and that of M. Lepidus and L. Plancus. And we have ourselves seen one during the reign of the late Emperor Claudius, when he was consul along with Cornelius Orvitus. We have no account transmitted to us of more than 3 having been seen at the same time. Chapter 32. Many moons. 3 moons have also been seen, as was the case in the consulship of C. Domitius and C. Fannius. They have generally been named nocturnal suns. Chapter 33. Daylight in the night. A bright light has been seen proceeding from the heavens in the night time, as was the case in the consulship of C. Caecilius and C. N. Papirius, and at many other times, so that there has been a kind of daylight in the night. Chapter 34. Burning shields. A burning shield darted across at sunset from west to east, throwing out sparks, in the consulship of L. Valerius and C. Marius. Chapter 35. An ominous appearance in the heavens, that was seen once only. We have an account of a spark falling from a star, and increasing as it approached the earth, until it became of the size of the moon, shining as through a cloud. It afterwards returned into the heavens, and was converted into a lampus. This occurred in the consulship of C. N. Octavius and C. Scribonius. It was seen by Silanus, the proconsul, and his attendants. Chapter 36. Of stars which move about in various directions. Stars are seen to move about in various directions, but never without some cause, nor without violent winds proceeding from the same quarter. Chapter 37. Of the stars which are named Castor and Pollux. These stars occur both at sea and at land. I have seen, during the night watches of the soldiers, a luminous appearance, like a star, attached to the javelins on the ramparts. They also settle on the yard arms and other parts of ships while sailing, producing a kind of vocal sound, like that of birds flitting about. When they occur singly, they are mischievous, so as even to sink the vessels, and if they strike on the lower part of the keel, setting them on fire. When there are two of them, they are considered auspicious, and are thought to predict a prosperous voyage, as it is said that they drive away that dreadful and terrific meteor named Helena. On this account, their efficacy is ascribed to Castor and Pollux, and they are invoked as gods. They also occasionally shine round the heads of men in the evening, which is considered as predicting something very important. But there is great uncertainty respecting the cause of all these things, and they are concealed in the majesty of nature. Chapter 38. Of the air, and of the cause of the showers of stones. So far I have spoken of the world itself and of the stars. I must now give an account of the other remarkable phenomena of the heavens. For our ancestors have given the name of heavens, or sometimes another name, air, to all the seemingly void space, which diffuses around us this vital spirit. It is situated beneath the moon, indeed much lower, as is admitted by everyone who has made observations on it, and is composed of a great quantity of air from the upper regions, mixed with a great quantity of terrestrial vapor, the two forming a compound. Hence proceed clouds, thunder and lightning of all kinds, hence also hail, frost, showers, storms, and whirlwinds. Hence proceed many of the evils incident to mortals, and the mutual contests of the various parts of nature. The force of the stars keeps down all terrestrial things which tend towards the heavens, and the same force attracts to itself those things which do not go there spontaneously. The showers fall, mists rise up, rivers are dried up, hailstorms rush down, the rays of the sun parch the earth and impel it from all quarters towards the center. The same rays, still unbroken, dart back again, and carry with them whatever they can take up. Vapor falls from on high and returns again to the same place. Winds arise which contain nothing, but which return loaded with spoils. The breathing of so many animals draws down the spirit from the higher regions, but this tends to go in a contrary direction, and the earth pours out its spirit into the void space of the heavens. Thus, nature moving to and fro, as if impelled by some machine, discord is kindled by the rapid motion of the world. Nor is the contest allowed to cease, for she is continually whirled round, and lays open the causes of all things, forming an immense globe about the earth, while she again, from time to time, covers this other firmament with clouds. This is the region of the winds. Here their nature principally originates, as well as the causes of almost all other things, since most persons ascribe the darting of thunder and lightning to their violence. And to the same cause are assigned the showers of stones, these having been previously taken up by the wind, as well as many other bodies in the same way. On this account we must enter more at large on this subject. Chapter 39. Of the stated seasons. It is obvious that there are causes of the seasons and of other things which have been stated, while there are some things which are casual, or of which the reason has not yet been discovered. For who can doubt that summer and winter, and the annual revolution of the seasons, are caused by the motion of the stars? As therefore the nature of the sun is understood to influence the temperature of the year, so each of the other stars has its specific power, which produces its appropriate effects. Some abound in a fluid retaining its liquid state, others in the same fluid concreted into hoar frost, compressed into snow, or frozen into hail. Some are prolific in winds, some in heat, some in vapors, some in dew, some in cold. But these bodies must not be supposed to be actually of the size which they appear, since the consideration of their immense height clearly proves that none of them are less than the moon. Each of them exercises its influence over us by its own motions. This is particularly observable with respect to Saturn, which produces a great quantity of rain in its transits. Nor is this power confined to the stars which change their situations, but is found to exist in many of the fixed stars, whenever they are impelled by the force of any of the planets, or excited by the impulse of their rays, as we find to be the case with respect to the Succulae, which the Greeks, in reference to their rainy nature, have termed the Hyades. There are also certain events which occur spontaneously, and at stated periods, as the rising of the Kids. The star Arcturus scarcely ever rises without storms or hail occurring. Chapter 40. Of the rising of the Dog Star. Who is there that does not know that the vapor of the sun is kindled by the rising of the Dog Star? The most powerful effects are felt on the earth from this star. When it rises, the seas are troubled, the wines in our cellars ferment, and stagnant waters are set in motion. There is a wild beast, named by the Egyptians Oryx, which, when the star rises, is said to stand opposite to it, to look steadfastly at it, and then to sneeze, as if it were worshipping it. There is no doubt that dogs, during the whole of this period, are peculiarly disposed to become rabid. Chapter 41. Of the regular influence of the different seasons. There is, moreover, a peculiar influence in the different degrees of certain signs, as in the autumnal equinox and also in the winter solstice, when we find that a particular star is connected with the state of the weather. It is not so much the recurrence of showers and storms, as of various circumstances which act both upon animals and vegetables. Some are planet-struck, and others, at stated times, are affected in the bowels, the sinews, the head, or the intellect. The olive, the white poplar, and the willow turn their leaves round at the summer solstice. The herb Pulegium, when dried and hanging up in a house, blossoms on the very day of the winter solstice, and bladders burst in consequence of their being distended with air. One might wonder at this. Did we not observe every day that the plant named heliotrope always looks towards the setting sun, and is, at all hours, turned towards him, even when he is obscured by clouds? It is certain that the bodies of oysters and of whelks, and of shellfish generally, are increasing in size and again diminished by the influence of the moon. Certain accurate observers have found out that the entrails of the field mouse correspond in number to the moon's age, and that a very small animal, the ant, feels the power of this luminary, always resting from their labors at the change of the moon. And so much more disgraceful is our ignorance, as every one acknowledges that the diseases in the eyes of the certain beasts of burden increase and diminish according to the age of the moon. But the immensity of the heavens, divided as they are into 72 constellations, may serve as an excuse. These are the resemblances of certain things, animate and inanimate, into which the learned have divided the heavens. In these they have announced 1600 stars, as being remarkable either for their effects or their appearance. For example, in the tail of the bull there are 7 stars, which are named Virgiliae. In his forehead are the Succulae. There is also Bootes, which follows the 7 northern stars. Chapter 42. Of uncertain states of the weather. But I would not deny that there may exist showers and winds independent of these causes, since it is certain that an exhalation proceeds from the earth, which is sometimes moist, and at other times, in consequence of the vapors, like dense smoke, and also that clouds are formed, either from the fluid rising up on high, or from the air being compressed into a fluid. Their density and their substance is very clearly proved from their intercepting the sun's rays, which are visible by divers, even in the deepest waters. Chapter 43. Of thunder and lightning. It cannot therefore be denied that fire proceeding from the stars which are above the clouds may fall on them, as we frequently observe on serene evenings, and that the air is agitated by the impulse, as darts when they are hurled whiz through the air. And when it arrives at the cloud, a discordant kind of vapor is produced, as when hot iron is plunged into water, and a wreath of smoke is evolved. Hence arise squalls. And if wind or vapor be struggling in the cloud, thunder is discharged. If it bursts out with a flame, there is a thunderbolt. If it be long in forcing out its way, it is simply a flash of lightning. By the latter, the cloud is simply rent. By the former, it is shattered. Thunder is produced by the stroke given to the condensed air, and hence it is that the fire darts from the chinks of the clouds. It is possible also that the vapor, which has risen from the earth, being repelled by the stars, may produce thunder, when it is pent up in a cloud. Nature restraining the sound whilst the vapor is struggling to escape, but when it does escape, the sound bursting forth, as is the case with bladders that are distended with air. It is possible also that the spirit, whatever it be, may be kindled by friction, when it is so violently projected. It is possible that, by the dashing of the 2 clouds, the lightning may flash out, as is the case when 2 stones are struck against each other. But all these things appear to be casual. Hence there are thunderbolts which produce no effect, and proceed from no immediate actual cause. By these mountains and seas are struck, and no injury is done. Those which prognosticate future events proceed from on high and from stated causes, and they come from their peculiar stars. Chapter 44. The origin of winds. In like manner, I would not deny that winds, or rather sudden gusts, are produced by the arid and dry vapors of the earth. That air may also be exhaled from water, which can neither be condensed into a mist, nor compressed into a cloud. That it may be also driven forward by the impulse of the sun, since by the term wind we mean nothing more than a current of air, by whatever means it may be produced. For we observe winds to proceed from rivers and bays, and from the sea, even when it is tranquil, while others, which are named Altani, rise up from the earth. When they come back from the sea, they are named Tropoi, but if they go straight on, Apogoi. The windings and the numerous peaks of mountains, their ridges, bent into angles or broken into defiles, with the hollow valleys, by their irregular forms, cleaving the air which rebounds from them, which is also the cause why voices are, in many cases, repeated several times in succession, give rise to winds. There are certain caves, such as that on the coast of Dalmatia, with a vast perpendicular chasm, into which, if a light weight only be let down, and although the day be calm, a squall issues from it like a whirlwind. The name of the place is Senta. And also, in the province of Cyrenaica, there is a certain rock, said to be sacred to the south wind, which it is profane for a human hand to touch, as the south wind immediately rolls forward clouds of sand. There are also, in many houses, artificial cavities, formed in the walls, which produce currents of air. None of these are without their appropriate cause. Chapter 45. Various observations respecting winds. But there is a great difference between a gale and a wind. The former are uniform and appear to rush forth. They are felt not in certain spots only, but over whole countries, not forming breezes or squalls, but violent storms. Whether they be produced by the constant revolution of the world and the opposite motion of the stars, or whether they both of them depend on the generative spirit of the nature of things, wandering, as it were, up and down in her womb, or whether the air be scorched by the irregular strokes of the wandering stars, or the various projections of their rays, or whether they, each of them, proceed from their own stars, among which are those that are nearest to us, or whether they descend from those that are fixed in the heavens, it is manifest that they are all governed by a law of nature, which is not altogether unknown, although it be not completely ascertained. More than 20 old Greek writers have published their observations upon this subject. And this is the more remarkable, seeing that there is so much discord in the world, and that it is divided into different kingdoms, that is, into separate members, that there should have been so many who have paid attention to these subjects, which are so difficult to investigate. Especially when we consider the wars and the treachery which everywhere prevail, while pirates, the enemies of the human race, have possession of all the modes of communication, so that, at this time, a person may acquire more correct information about a country from the writings of those who have never been there, than from the inhabitants themselves. Whereas, at this day, in the blessed peace which we enjoy, under a prince who so greatly encourages the advancement of the arts, no new inquiries are set on foot, nor do we even make ourselves thoroughly masters of the discoveries of the ancients. Not that there were greater rewards held out, from the advantages being distributed to a greater number of persons, but that there were more individuals who diligently scrutinized these matters, with no other prospect but that of benefiting posterity. It is that the manners of man are degenerated, not that the advantages are diminished. All the seas, as many as there are, being laid open, and a hospitable reception being given us at every shore, an immense number of people undertake voyages. But it is for the sake of gain, not of science. Nor does their understanding, which is blinded and bent only on avarice, perceive that this very thing might be more safely done by means of science. Seeing, therefore, that there are so many thousands of persons on the seas, I will treat of the winds with more minuteness than perhaps might otherwise appear suitable to my undertaking. End of section 8. Recording by Peter Zinn.
Section 9 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christina Vasilevsky. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 9. Chapter 46. The Different Kinds of Winds. The ancients reckoned only 4 winds, nor indeed does Homer mention more, corresponding to the 4 parts of the world, a very poor reason as we now consider it. The next generation added 8 others, but this was too refined and minute a division. The moderns have taken a middle course, and out of this great number have added 4 to the original set. There are, therefore, 2 in each of the 4 quarters of the heavens. From the equinoctial rising of the sun proceeds Subsolanus, and from his brunal rising, Volturnus. The former is named by the Greeks Apeliotes, the latter Eurus. From the south we have Auster, and from the brunal setting of the sun Africus. These were named Notos and Libs. From the equinoctial setting proceeds Favonius, and from the solstitial setting, Chorus. These were named Zephyrus and Argestes. From the 7 stars comes Septemtio, between which and the solstitial rising we have Aquilo, named Aparctius and Boreas. By a more minute subdivision, we interpose 4 others: Thrascius, between Septemio and the solstitial setting; Caesius, between Aquilo and the equinoctial rising; and Phoenices, between the brumal rising and the south. And also, at an equal distance from the south and the winter setting, between Libs and Notos, and compounded of the 2, is Libonotos. Nor is this all. For some persons have added a wind, which they have named Maces, between Boreas and Caesius, and one between Urius and Notos, named Euronotus. There are also certain winds peculiar to certain countries, which do not extend beyond certain districts, as Skyron in Attica, deviating a little from Argestes, and not known in the other parts of Greece. In other places it is a little higher on the card, and is named Olympius, but all these have gone by the name of Argestes. In some places Caesius is named Hellespontia, and the same is done in other cases. In the province of Narbonne the most noted wind is Circeus. It is not inferior to any of the winds in violence, frequently driving the waves before it, to Ostia straight across the Ligurian Sea. Yet this same wind is unknown in other parts, not even reaching Vienne, a city in the same province, for meeting with the high ridge of hills, just before it arrives at that district it is checked, although it be the most violent of all the winds. Fabius also asserts that the south winds never penetrate into Egypt. Hence this law of nature is obvious, that the winds have their stated seasons and limits. Chapter 47. The periods of the winds. The spring opens the seas for the navigators. In the beginning of this season the west winds soften, as it were, the winter sky, the sun having now gained the 25th degree of Aquarius. This is on the 6th day before the Ides of February. This agrees, for the most part, with all the remarks that I shall subsequently make, only anticipating the period by 1 day in the intercalary year, and again preserving the same order in the succeeding lustrum. After the 8th day before the calends of March, Favonius is called by some Chelidonius, from the swallows making their appearance. The wind, which blows for the space of 9 days, from the 71st day after the winter solstice, is sometimes called Ornithius, from the arrival of the birds. In the contrary direction to Favonius is the wind which we name Subsolanus, and this is connected to the rising of the Virgilii in the 25th degree of Taurus, 6 days before the Ides of May, which is the time when the south winds prevail. These are opposite to Septemtio. The Dog star rises in the hottest time of the summer, when the sun is entering the 1st degree of Leo. This is 15 days before the calends of August. The north winds, which are called prodromi, precede its rising by about 8 days. But in 2 days after its rising, the same north winds, which are named Etesii, blow more constantly during this period. The vapor from the sun, being increased twofold by the heat of this star, is supposed to render these winds more mild, nor are there any which are more regular. After these the south winds become more frequent, until the appearance of Arcturus, which rises 11 days before the autumnal equinox. At this time Chorus sets in. Chorus is an autumnal wind, and is in the opposite direction to Volturnus. After this, and generally 44 days after the equinox, at the setting of the Virgilii, the winter commences, which usually happens on the 3rd of the Ides of November. This is the period of the winter north wind, which is very unlike the summer north wind, and which is in the opposite direction to Africus. For 7 days before the winter solstice, and for the same length of time after it, the sea becomes calm, in order that the kingfishers may rear their young. From this circumstance they have obtained the name of the halcyon days. The rest of the season is winterly. Yet the severity of the storms does not entirely close up the sea. In former times, pirates were compelled by the fear of death to rush into death, and to brave the winter ocean. Now we are driven to it by avarice. Chapter 48. The nature of the winds. Those are the coldest winds which are said to blow from the 7 stars, and Chorus, which is contiguous to them, these also restrain the others and dispel the clouds. The moist winds are Africus, and still more the Auster of Italy. It is said that in Pontus, Caesius attracts the clouds. The dry winds are Chorus and Vulturnus, especially when they are about to cease blowing. The winds that bring snow are Aquilo and Septentrio. Septentrio brings hail, and so does Chorus. Auster is sultry. Vulturnus and Zephyrus are warm. These winds are more dry than Subsolanus, and generally those which blow from the north and west are more dry than those which blow from the south and east. Aquilo is the most healthy of them all. Auster is unhealthy, and more so when dry. It is colder, perhaps because it is moist. Animals are supposed to have less appetite for food when this wind is blowing. The Etesiae generally cease during the night, and spring up at the 3rd hour of the day. In Spain and in Asia these winds have an easterly direction, in Pontus a northerly, and in other places a southerly direction. They blow also after the winter solstice, when they are called Ornithiae, but they are more gentle and continue only for a few days. There are 2 winds which change their nature with their situation. In Africa, Auster is attended with a clear sky, while Aquilo collects the clouds. Almost all winds blow in their turn, so that when one ceases its opposite springs up. When winds which are contiguous succeed each other, they go from left to right, in the direction of the sun. The 4th day of the moon generally determines their direction for the whole of the monthly period. We are able to sail in opposite directions by means of the same wind, if we have the sails properly set. Hence it frequently happens that in the night vessels going in different directions run against each other. Auster produces higher winds than Aquilo, because the former blows, as it were, from the bottom of the sea, while the latter blows on the surface. It is therefore after south winds that the most mischievous earthquakes have occurred. Auster is the more violent during the night, Aquilo during the day. Winds from the east continue longer than from the west. The north winds generally cease blowing on the odd days, and we observe the prevalence of the odd numbers in many other parts of nature. The male winds are therefore regulated by the odd numbers. The sun sometimes increases and sometimes restrains winds. When rising and setting it increases them, while, when on the meridian, it restrains them during the summer. They are therefore generally lulled during the middle of the day and of the night, because they are abated either by excessive cold or heat. Winds are also lulled by showers. We generally expect them to come from that quarter where the clouds open and allow the clear sky to be seen. Eudoxus supposes that the same succession of changes occurs in them after a period of 4 years, if we observe their minute revolutions, and this applies not only to winds, but to whatever concerns the state of the weather. He begins his lustrum at the rising of the Dog star in the intercalary year. So far concerning winds in general. Chapter 49. Ecnethius and Typhon. And now respecting the sudden gusts which are rising from the exhalations of the earth, as has been said above, and falling down again, being in the meantime covered by a thin film of clouds, exist in a variety of forms. By their wandering about and rushing down like torrents, in the opinion of some persons they produce thunder and lightning. But if they be urged on with greater force and violence, so as to cause the rupture of a dry cloud, they produce a squall, which is named by the Greeks eknephias. But if these are compressed, and rolled up more closely together, and then break without any discharge of fire, i.e. without thunder, they produce a squall, which is named typhon, or an eknephias in a state of agitation. It carries along a portion of the cloud which it has broken off, rolling it and turning it round, aggravating its own destruction by the weight of it, and whirling it from place to place. This is very much dreaded by sailors, as it not only breaks their sail yards, but the vessels themselves, bending them about in various ways. This may be a slight degree counteracted by sprinkling it with vinegar, when it comes near us, this substance being of a very cold nature. This wind, when it rebounds after the stroke, absorbs and carries up whatever it may have seized on. Chapter 50. Tornadoes, blasting winds, whirlwinds, and other wonderful kinds of tempests. But if it bursts from the cavity of a cloud which is more depressed, but less capacious than what produces a squall, and is accompanied by noise, it is called a whirlwind, and throws down everything which is near it. The same, when it is more burning and rages with greater heat, is called a blasting wind, scorching and at the same time throwing down everything with which it comes in contact. Typhon never comes from the north, nor have we eknephius when it snows, or when there is snow on the ground. If it breaks the clouds, and at the same time catches fire or burns, but not until it has left the cloud, it forms a thunderbolt. It differs from prester as flame does from fire. The former is diffused in a gust, the latter is condensed with a violent impulse. The whirlwind, when it rebounds, differs from the tornado in the same manner as a loud noise does from a dash. The squall differs from both of them in its extent, the clouds being more properly rent asunder than broken into pieces. A black cloud is formed, resembling a great animal, an appearance much dreaded by sailors. It is also called a pillar, when the moisture is so condensed and rigid as to be able to support itself. It is a cloud of the same kind, which, when drawn into a tube, sucks up the water. Chapter 51. Of Thunder. In what countries it does not fall, and for what reason. Thunder is rare both in winter and in summer, but from different causes. The air, which is condensed in the winter, is made still more dense by a thicker covering of clouds, while the exhalations from the earth, being all of them rigid and frozen, extinguish whatever fiery vapor it may receive. It is this cause which exempts Scythia and the cold districts round it from thunder. On the other hand, the excessive heat exempts Egypt, the warm and dry vapors of the earth being very seldom condensed, and that only into light clouds. But, in the spring and autumn, thunder is more frequent, the causes which produce summer and winter being in each season less efficient. From this cause thunder is more frequent in Italy, the air being more easily set in motion, in consequence of a milder winter and a showery summer, so that it may be said to be always spring or autumn. Also, in those parts of Italy which recede from the north and lie toward the south, as in the district round our city and in Campania, it lightens equally both in winter and in summer, which is not the case in other situations. Chapter 52. Of the different kinds of lightning and their wonderful effects. We have accounts of many different kinds of thunderstorms. Those which are dry do not burn objects, but dissipate them, while those which are moist do not burn, but blacken them. There is a third kind, which is called bright lightning, of a very wonderful nature, by which casks are emptied without the vessels themselves being injured, or there being any other trace left of their operation. Gold, copper, and silver are melted, while the bags which contain them are not in the least burned, nor even the wax seal much defaced. Marcia, a lady of high rank at Rome, was struck while pregnant. The fetus was destroyed, while she herself survived without suffering any injury. Among the prognostics which took place at the time of Catiline's conspiracy, M. Herennius, a magistrate of the borough of Pompeii, was struck by lightning when the sky was without clouds. Chapter 53. The Etrurian and the Roman observations on these points. The Tuscan books inform us that there are 9 gods who discharge thunderstorms, that there are 11 different kinds of them, and that 3 of them are darted out by Jupiter. Of these the Romans retained only 2, ascribing the diurnal kind to Jupiter, and the nocturnal to Samanus, this latter kind being more rare, in consequence of the heavens being colder, as was mentioned above. The Etrurians also suppose that those which are named infernal burst out of the ground. They are produced in the winter and are particularly fierce and direful, as all things are which proceed from the earth, and are not generated by or proceeding from the stars, but from a cause which is near at hand, and of a more disorderly nature. As a proof of this, it is said that all those which proceed from the higher regions strike obliquely, while those which are termed terrestrial strike in a direct line. And because these fall from matter which is nearer to us, they are supposed to proceed from the earth, since they leave no traces of a rebound, this being the effect of a stroke coming not from below but from an opposite quarter. Those who have searched into the subject more minutely suppose that these come from the planet Saturn, as those that are of a burning nature do from Mars. In this way it was that Volsinium, the most opulent town of the Tuscans, was entirely consumed by lightning. The first of these strokes that a man receives, after he has come into possession of any property, is termed familiar, and is supposed to prognosticate the events of the whole of his life. But it is not generally supposed that they predict events of a private nature for a longer space than 10 years, unless they happen at the time of a first marriage or a birthday, nor that public predictions extend beyond 30 years, unless with respect to the founding of colonies. Chapter 54. Of Conjuring Up Thunder. It is related in our annals that by certain sacred rites and imprecations, thunderstorms may be compelled or invoked. There is an old report in Etruria that thunder was invoked when the city of Volsinium had its territory laid waste by a monster named Volta. Thunder was also invoked by King Porsenna, and El Piso, a very respectable author, states in the first book of his annals that this had been frequently done before his time by Numa, and that Tullus Hostilius, imitating him, but not having properly performed the ceremonies, was struck with lightning. We also have groves and altars and sacred places, and among the titles of Jupiter, as Stator, Tonans, and Feretrius, we have a Jupiter Elysius. The opinions entertained on this point are very various, and depend much on the dispositions of different individuals. To believe that we can commend nature is the mark of a bold mind, nor is it less the mark of a feeble one to reject her kindness. Our knowledge has been so far useful to us in the interpretation of thunder, that it enables us to predict what is to happen on a certain day, and we learn either that our fortune is to be entirely changed, or it discloses events which are concealed from us, as is proved by an infinite number of examples, public and private. Wherefore, let these things remain, according to the order of nature, to some persons certain, to others doubtful, by some approved, by others condemned. I must not, however, omit the other circumstances connected with them which deserve to be related. Chapter 55. General Laws of Lightning. It is certain that the lightning is seen before the thunder is heard, although they both take place at the same time. Nor is this wonderful, since light has a greater velocity than sound. Nature so regulates it that the stroke and the sound coincide. The sound is, however, produced by the discharge of the thunder, not by its stroke. But the air is impelled quicker than the lightning, on which account it is that everything is shaken and blown up before it is struck, and that a person is never injured when he has seen the lightning and heard the thunder. Thunder on the left hand is supposed to be lucky, because the east is on the left side of the heavens. We do not regard so much the mode in which it comes to us, as that in which it leaves us, whether the fire rebounds after the stroke, or whether the current of air returns when the operation is concluded and the fire is consumed. In relation to this object, the Etrurians have divided the heavens into 16 parts. The first great division is from north to east, the second to the south, the third to the west, and the fourth occupies what remains from west to north. Each of these has been subdivided into 4 parts, of which the 8 on the east have been called the left, and those on the west the right divisions. Those which extend from the west to the north have been considered the most unpropitious. It becomes therefore very important to ascertain from what quarter the thunder proceeds, and in what direction it falls. It is considered a very favorable omen when it returns into the eastern divisions, but it prognosticates the greatest felicity when the thunder proceeds from the first mentioned part of the heavens and falls back into it. It was an omen of this kind which, as we have heard, was given to Sulla the dictator. The remaining quarters of the heavens are less propitious, and also less to be dreaded. There are some kinds of thunder which it is not thought right to speak of, or even listen to, unless when they have been disclosed to the master of a family or to a parent. But the futility of this observation was detected when the temple of Juno was struck at Rome during the consulship of Scaurus, he who was afterwards the prince of the Senate. It lightens without thunder more frequently in the night than in the day. Man is the only animal that is not always killed by it, all other animals being killed instantly, nature having granted to him this mark of distinction, while so many other animals excel him in strength. All animals fall down on the opposite side to that which has been struck. Man, unless he be thrown down on the parts that are struck, does not expire. Those who are struck directly from above sink down immediately. When a man is struck while he is awake, he is found with his eyes closed, when asleep with them open. It is not considered proper that a man killed in this way should be burnt on the funeral pile. Our religion enjoins us to bury the body in the earth. No animal is consumed by lightning unless after having been previously killed. The parts of the animal that have been wounded by lightning are colder than the rest of the body. End of section 9. Recording by Christina Vasilevsky of www.105creations.com.
Section 10 of The Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 10. Chapter 56. Objects which are never struck. Among the productions of the earth, thunder never strikes the laurel, nor does it descend more than 5 feet into the earth. Those therefore who are timid consider the deepest caves as the most safe, or tents made of the skins of the animal called the sea-calf, since this is the only marine animal which is never struck, as is the case among birds with the eagle. On this account it is represented as the bearer of this weapon. In Italy, between Terracina and the temple of Feronia, the people have left off building towers in time of war, every one of them having been destroyed by thunderbolts. Chapter 57. Showers of milk, blood, flesh, iron, wool, and baked tiles. Besides these, we learn from certain monuments that from the lower part of the atmosphere it rained milk and blood in the consulship of M. Achilles and C. Porcius, and frequently at other times. This was the case with respect to flesh in the consulship of P. Volumnius and Servius Sulpicius, and it is said that what was not devoured by the birds did not become putrid. It also rained iron among the Lucanians, the year before Crassus was slain by the Parthians, as well as all the Lucanian soldiers, of whom there was a great number in this army. The substance which fell had very much the appearance of sponge. The augurs warned the people against wounds that might come from above. In the consulship of L. Paulus and C. Marcellus it rained wool round the castle of Carusanum, near which place a year after T. Annius Milo was killed. It is recorded among the transactions of that year that when he was pleading his own cause there was a shower of baked tiles. Chapter 58. Rattling of arms and the sound of trumpets heard in the sky. We have heard that during the war with the Cimbri, the rattling of arms and the sound of trumpets were heard through the sky, and that the same thing has frequently happened before and since. Also that in the 3rd consulship of Marius, armies were seen in the heavens by the Amarini and the Teudertes, encountering each other as if from the east and west, and that those from the east were repelled. It is not at all wonderful for the heavens themselves to be in flames, and it has been more frequently observed when the clouds have taken up a great deal of fire. Chapter 59. Of stones that have fallen from the clouds, the opinion of Anaxagoras respecting them. The Greeks boast that Anaxagoras, the Clazomenian, in the 2nd year of the 78th Olympiad, from his knowledge of what relates to the heavens, had predicted that at a certain time a stone would fall from the sun. And the thing accordingly happened in the daytime in a part of Thrace, at the river Agos. The stone is now to be seen, a waggon load in size and of a burnt appearance. There was also a comet shining in the night at that time. but to believe that this had been predicted would be to admit that the divining powers of Anaxagoras were still more wonderful, and that our knowledge of the nature of things, and indeed everything else, would be thrown into confusion were we to suppose either that the sun is itself composed of stone, or that there was even a stone in it. Yet there can be no doubt that stones have frequently fallen from the atmosphere. There is a stone, a small one indeed, at this time in the gymnasium of Abydos, which on this account is held in veneration, and which the same Anaxagoras predicted would fall in the middle of the earth. There is another at Cassandria, formerly called Posidea, which from this circumstance was built in that place. I have myself seen one in the country of the Vocontii, which had been brought from the fields only a short time before. Chapter 60. The Rainbow. What we name rainbows frequently occur, and are not considered either wonderful or ominous, for they do not predict with certainty either rain or fair weather. It is obvious that the rays of the sun being projected upon a hollow cloud, the light is thrown back to the sun and is refracted, and that the variety of colours is produced by a mixture of clouds, air, and fire. The rainbow is certainly never produced except in the part opposite to the sun, nor even in any other form except that of a semicircle. Nor are they ever formed at night, although Aristotle asserts that they are sometimes seen at that time. He acknowledges, however, that it can only be on the 14th day of the moon. They are seen in the winter the most frequently, when the days are shortening, after the autumnal equinox. They are not seen when the days increase again, after the vernal equinox, nor on the longest days, about the summer solstice, but frequently at the winter solstice, when the days are the shortest. When the sun is low they are high, and when the sun is high they are low. They are smaller when in the east or west, but are spread out wider. In the south they are small, but of a greater span. In the summer they are not seen at noon, but after the autumnal equinox at any hour. There are never more than 2 seen at once. Chapter 61. The nature of hail, snow, hoar, mist, dew, the forms of clouds. I do not find that there is any doubt entertained respecting the following points. Hail is produced by frozen rain, and snow by the same fluid less firmly concreted, and hoar by frozen dew. During the winter snow falls, but not hail. Hail itself falls more frequently during the day than the night, and is more quickly melted than snow. There are no mists either in the summer or during the greatest cold of winter. There is neither dew nor hoar formed during great heat or winds, nor unless the night be serene. Fluids are diminished in bulk by being frozen, and, when the ice is melted, we do not obtain the same quantity of fluid as at first. The clouds are varied in their colour and figure according as the fire which they contain is in excess or is absorbed by them. Chapter 62. The peculiarities of the weather in different places. There are, moreover, certain peculiarities in certain places. In Africa, dew falls during the night in summer. In Italy, at Locri and at the lake Velenum, there is never a day in which a rainbow is not seen. At Rhodes and at Syracuse the sky is never so covered with clouds but that the sun is visible at one time or another. These things, however, will be better detailed in their proper place. So far respecting the air. Chapter 63. Nature of the earth. Next comes the earth, on which alone of all parts of nature we have bestowed the name that implies maternal veneration. It is appropriated to man as the heavens are to God. She receives us at our birth, nourishes us when born, and ever afterwards supports us. Lastly, embracing us in her bosom when we are rejected by the rest of nature, she then covers us with especial tenderness, rendered sacred to us, inasmuch as she renders us sacred, bearing our monuments and titles, continuing our names, and extending our memory, in opposition to the shortness of life. In our anger we imprecate her on those who are now no more, as if we were ignorant that she is the only being who can never be angry with man. The water passes into shower, is concreted into hail, swells into rivers, is precipitated in torrents. The air is condensed into clouds, rages in squalls, but the earth, kind, mild, and indulgent as she is, and always ministering to the wants of mortals, how many things do we compel her to produce spontaneously, what odours and flowers, nutritive juices, forms and colours, with what good faith does she render back all that has been entrusted to her. It is the vital spirit which must bear the blame of producing noxious animals, for the earth is constrained to receive the seeds of them, and to support them when they are produced. The fault lies in the evil nature which generates them. The earth will no longer harbour a serpent after it has attacked any one, and thus she even demands punishment in the name of those who are indifferent about it themselves. She pours forth a profusion of medicinal plants, and is always producing something for the use of man. We may even suppose that it is out of compassion to us that she has ordained certain substances to be poisonous, in order that when we are weary of life, hunger, a mode of death the most foreign to the kind disposition of the earth, might not consume us by a slow decay, that precipices might not lacerate our mangled bodies, that the unseemly punishment of the halter may not torture us, by stopping the breath of one who seeks his own destruction, or that we may not seek our death in the ocean, and become food for our graves, or that our bodies may not be gashed by steel. On this account it is that nature has produced a substance which is very easily taken, and by which life is extinguished, the body remaining undefiled and retaining all its blood, and only causing a degree of thirst. And when it is destroyed by this means, neither bird nor beast will touch the body, but he who has perished by his own hands is reserved for the earth. But it must be acknowledged that everything which the earth has produced, as a remedy for our evils, we have converted into the poison of our lives. For do we not use iron, which we cannot do without, for this purpose? But although this cause of mischief has been produced, we ought not to complain. We ought not to be ungrateful to this one part of nature. How many luxuries and how many insults does she not bear for us? She is cast into the sea, and, in order that we may introduce seas into her bosom, she is washed away by the waves. She is continually tortured for her iron, her timber, stone, fire, corn, and is even much more subservient to our luxuries than to our mere support. What indeed she endures on her surface might be tolerated, but we penetrate also into her bowels, digging out the veins of gold and silver, and the ores of copper and lead. We also search for gems and certain small pebbles, driving our trenches to a great depth. We tear out her entrails in order to extract the gems with which we may load our fingers. How many hands are worn down that one little joint may be ornamented! If the infernal regions really existed, certainly these burrows of avarice and luxury would have penetrated into them. And truly we wonder that this same earth should have produced anything noxious. But I suppose the savage beasts protect her and keep off our sacrilegious hands. For do we not dig among serpents and handle poisonous plants along with those veins of gold? But the goddess shows herself more propitious to us, inasmuch as all this wealth ends in crimes, slaughter, and war, and that while we drench her with our blood, we cover her with unburied bones, and being covered with these, and her anger being thus appeased, she conceals the crimes of mortals. I consider the ignorance of her nature as one of the evil effects of an ungrateful mind. Chapter 64. Of the form of the earth. Every one agrees that it has the most perfect figure. We always speak of the ball of the earth, and we admit it to be a globe bounded by the poles. It has not indeed the form of an absolute sphere, from the number of lofty mountains and flat plains, but if the termination of the lines be bounded by a curve, this would compose a perfect sphere. And this we learn from arguments drawn from the nature of things, although not from the same considerations which we made use of with respect to the heavens. For in these the hollow convexity everywhere bends on itself, and leans upon the earth as its centre; whereas the earth rises up solid and dense, like something that swells up and is protruded outwards. The heavens bend towards the centre, while the earth goes from the centre, the continual rolling of the heavens about it forcing its immense globe into the form of a sphere. Chapter 65. Whether there be antipodes. On this point there is a great contest between the learned and the vulgar. We maintain that there are men dispersed over every part of the earth, that they stand with their feet turned towards each other, and that the vault of the heavens appears alike to all of them, and that they, all of them, appear to tread equally on the middle of the earth. If any one should ask why those situated opposite to us do not fall, we directly ask in return whether those on the opposite side do not wonder that we do not fall. But I may make a remark that will appear plausible even to the most unlearned, that if the earth were of the figure of an unequal globe, like the seed of a pine, still it may be inhabited in every part. But of how little moment is this, when we have another miracle rising up to our notice. The earth itself is pendant, and does not fall with us. It is doubtful whether this be from the force of the spirit which is contained in the universe, or whether it would fall, did not nature resist, by allowing of no place where it might fall. For as the seed of fire is nowhere but in fire, nor of water except in water, nor of air except in air, so there is no situation for the earth except in itself, everything else repelling it. It is indeed wonderful that it should form a globe, when there is so much flat surface of the sea and of the plains. And this was the opinion of Dicaearchus, a peculiarly learned man, who measured the heights of mountains under the direction of the kings, and estimated Pelion, which was the highest, at 1250 paces perpendicular, and considered this as not affecting the round figure of the globe. But this appears to me to be doubtful, as I well know that the summits of some of the Alps rise up by a long space of not less than 50,000 paces. But what the vulgar most strenuously contend against is, to be compelled to believe that the water is forced into a rounded figure. Yet there is nothing more obvious to the sight among the phenomena of nature. For we see everywhere that drops, when they hang down, assume the form of small globes, and when they are covered with dust, or have the down of leaves spread over them, they are observed to be completely round. And when a cup is filled, the liquid swells up in the middle. But on account of the subtle nature of the fluid and its inherent softness, the fact is more easily ascertained by our reason than by our sight. And it is even more wonderful, that if a very little fluid only be added to a cup when it is full, the superfluous quantity runs over, whereas the contrary happens if we add a solid body, even as much as would weigh 20 denarii. The reason of this is, that what is dropped in raises up the fluid at the top, while what is poured on it slides off from the projecting surface. It is from the same cause that the land is not visible from the body of a ship when it may be seen from the mast, and that when a vessel is receding, if any bright object be fixed to the mast, it seems gradually to descend and finally to become invisible. And the ocean, which we admit to be without limits, if it had any other figure, could it cohere and exist without falling, there being no external margin to contain it? And the same wonder still recurs, how is it that the extreme parts of the sea, although it be in the form of a globe, do not fall down? In opposition to which doctrine, the Greeks, to their great joy and glory, were the first to teach us, by their subtle geometry, that this could not happen, even if the seas were flat, and of the figure which they appear to be. For since water always runs from a higher to a lower level, and this is admitted to be essential to it, no one ever doubted that the water would accumulate on any shore, as much as its slope would allow it. It is also certain that the lower anything is, so much the nearer is it to the centre, and that all the lines which are drawn from this point to the water which is nearest to it are shorter than those which reach from the beginning of the sea to its extreme parts. Hence it follows that all the water from every part tends towards the centre, and, because it has this tendency, does not fall. Chapter 66. How the water is connected with the earth. Of the navigation of the sea and the rivers. We must believe that the great artist Nature has so arranged it, that as the arid and dry earth cannot subsist by itself and without moisture, nor, on the other hand, can the water subsist unless it be supported by the earth, they are connected by a mutual union. The earth opens her harbours, while the water pervades the whole earth, within, without, and above; its veins running in all directions, like connecting links, and bursting out on even the highest ridges, where, forced up by the air, and pressed out by the weight of the earth, it shoots forth as from a pipe, and is so far from being in danger of falling, that it bounds up to the highest and most lofty places. Hence the reason is obvious why the seas are not increased by the daily accession of so many rivers. The earth has therefore the whole of its globe girt on every side by the sea flowing round it; and this is not a point to be investigated by arguments, but what has been ascertained by experience. End of Section 10. Section 11 of The Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 11. Chapter 67. Whether the ocean surrounds the earth. The whole of the Western Ocean is now navigated, from Gades and the Pillars of Hercules round Spain and Gaul. The greater part of the Northern Ocean has also been navigated, under the auspices of the Emperor Augustus, his fleet having been carried round Germany to the promontory of the Cimbri, from which spot they descried an immense sea, or became acquainted with it by report, which extends to the country of the Scythians, and the districts that are chilled by excessive moisture. On this account it is not at all probable that the ocean should be deficient in a region where moisture so much abounds. In like manner, towards the east, from the Indian Sea, all that part which lies in the same latitude, and which bends round towards the Caspian, has been explored by the Macedonian arms in the reigns of Seleucus and Antiochus, who wished it to be named after themselves the Seleucian or Antiochian Sea. About the Caspian, too, many parts of the shores of the ocean have been explored, so that nearly the whole of the north has been sailed over in one direction or another. Nor can our argument be much affected by the point that has been so much discussed respecting the Palus Meotis, whether it be a bay of the same ocean, as is, I understand, the opinion of some persons, or whether it be the overflowing of a narrow channel connected with a different ocean. On the other side of Gades, proceeding from the same western point, a great part of the Southern Ocean along Mauritania has now been navigated. Indeed, the greater part of this region, as well as of the east, as far as the Arabian Gulf, was surveyed in consequence of Alexander's victories. When Caius Caesar, the son of Augustus, had the conduct of affairs in that country, it is said that they found the remains of Spanish vessels which had been wrecked there. While the power of Carthage was at its height, Hanno published an account of a voyage which he made from Gades to the extremity of Arabia. Himilco was also sent, about the same time, to explore the remote parts of Europe. Besides, we learn from Cornelius Nepos that one Eudoxus, a contemporary of his, when he was flying from King Lathyrus, set out from the Arabian Gulf and was carried as far as Gades. And long before him, Caelius Antipater informs us that he had seen a person who had sailed from Spain to Ethiopia for the purposes of trade. The same Cornelius Nepos, when speaking of the northern circumnavigation, tells us that Q. Metellus Celer, the colleague of L. Afranius in the consulship, but then a proconsul in Gaul, had a present made to him by the king of the Suevi, of certain Indians, who, sailing from India for the purpose of commerce, had been driven by tempests into Germany. Thus it appears that the seas which flow completely round the globe, and divide it, as it were, into two parts, exclude us from one part of it, as there is no way open to it on either side. And as the contemplation of these things is adapted to detect the vanity of mortals, it seems incumbent on me to display and lay open to our eyes the whole of it, whatever it be, in which there is nothing which can satisfy the desires of certain individuals. Chapter 68. What part of the earth is inhabited? In the first place, then, it appears that this should be estimated at half the globe, as if no portion of this half was encroached upon by the ocean; but surrounding as it does the whole of the land, pouring out and receiving all the other waters, furnishing whatever goes to the clouds, and feeding the stars themselves, so numerous and of such great size as they are, what a great space must we not suppose it to occupy? This vast mass must fill up and occupy an infinite extent. To this we must add that portion of the remainder which the heavens take from us. For the globe is divided into 5 parts, termed zones, and all that portion is subject to severe cold and perpetual frost which is under the 2 extremities, about each of the poles, the nearer of which is called the north, and the opposite the south pole. In all these regions there is perpetual darkness, and, in consequence of the aspect of the milder stars being turned from them, the light is malignant, and only like the whiteness which is produced by hoar frost. The middle of the earth, over which is the orbit of the sun, is parched and burned by the flame, and is consumed by being so near the heat. There are only 2 of the zones which are temperate, those which lie between the torrid and the frigid zones, and these are separated from each other in consequence of the scorching heat of the heavenly bodies. It appears therefore that the heavens take from us 3 parts of the earth. How much the ocean steals is uncertain. And with respect to the part which is left us, I do not know whether that is not even in greater danger. This same ocean, insinuating itself, as I have described it, into a number of bays, approaches with its roaring so near the inland seas, that the Arabian Gulf is no more than 115 miles from the Egyptian Sea, and the Caspian only 375 miles from the Euxine. It also insinuates itself into the numerous seas by which it separates Africa, Europe, and Asia. Hence, how much space must it occupy? We must also take into account the extent of all the rivers and the marshes, and we must add the lakes and the pools. There are also the mountains raised up to the heavens with their precipitous fronts. We must also subtract the forests and the craggy valleys, the wildernesses and the places which from various causes are desert. The vast quantity which remains of the earth, or rather, as many persons have considered it, this speck of a world, for the earth is no more in regard to the universe, this is the object, the seat of our glory. Here we bear our honours, here we exercise our power, here we covet wealth, here we mortals create our disturbances, here we continually carry on our wars, aye, civil wars even, and unpeople the earth by mutual slaughter. And not to dwell on public feuds entered into by nations against each other, here it is that we drive away our neighbours, and enclose the land thus seized upon within our own fence; and yet the man who has most extended his boundary, and has expelled the inhabitants for ever so great a distance, after all, what mighty portion of the earth is he master of? And even when his avarice has been the most completely satisfied, what part of it can he take with him into the grave? Chapter 69. That the earth is in the middle of the world. It is evident from undoubted arguments that the earth is in the middle of the universe, but it is the most clearly proved by the equality of the days and the nights at the equinox. It is demonstrated by the quadrant, which affords the most decisive confirmation of the fact, that unless the earth was in the middle, the days and nights could not be equal; for at the time of the equinox the rising and setting of the sun are seen on the same line, and the rising of the sun at the summer solstice is on the same line with its setting at the winter solstice. But this could not happen if the earth was not situated in the centre. Chapter 70. Of the obliquity of the zones. The 3 circles, which are connected with the above-mentioned zones, distinguish the inequalities of the seasons. These are, the solstitial circle, which proceeds from the part of the zodiac the highest to us, and approaching the nearest to the district of the north; on the other side the brumal, which is towards the south pole; and the equinoxial, which traverses the middle of the zodiac. Chapter 71. Of the inequality of climates. The cause of the other things which are worthy of our admiration depends on the figure of the earth itself, which, together with all its waters, is proved, by the same arguments, to be a globe. This certainly is the cause why the stars of the northern portion of the heavens never set to us, and why, on the other hand, those in the south never rise, and again why the latter can never be seen by the former, the globe of the earth rising up and concealing them. The northern wane is never seen in Troglodytice, nor in Egypt, which borders on it; nor can we in Italy see the star Canopus, or Berenice's Hare, nor what under the Emperor Augustus was named Caesar's Throne, although they are there very brilliant stars. The curved form of the earth is so obvious, rising up like a ridge, that Canopus appears to a spectator at Alexandria to rise above the horizon almost a quarter of a sign. The same star at Rhodes appears, as it were, to graze along the earth, while in Pontus it is not seen at all, where the northern wane appears considerably elevated. This same constellation cannot be seen at Rhodes, and still less at Alexandria. In Arabia, in the month of November, it is concealed during the first watch of the night, but may be seen during the second. In Meroe it is seen for a short time in the evening at the solstice, and it is visible at daybreak for a few days before the rising of Arcturus. These facts have been principally ascertained by the expeditions of navigators, the sea appearing more elevated or depressed in certain parts, the stars suddenly coming into view and, as it were, emerging from the water, after having been concealed by the bulging out of the globe. But the heavens do not, as some suppose, rise higher at one pole, otherwise its stars would be seen from all parts of the world. They indeed are supposed to be higher by those who are nearest to them, but the stars are sunk below the horizon to those who are more remote. As this pole appears to be elevated to those who are beneath it, so, when we have passed along the convexity of the earth, those stars rise up, which appear elevated to the inhabitants of those other districts. All this, however, could not happen unless the earth had the shape of a globe. Chapter 72. In what places eclipses are invisible, and why this is the case. Hence it is that the inhabitants of the East do not see those eclipses of the sun or of the moon which occur in the evening, nor the inhabitants of the West those in the morning, while such as take place at noon are more frequently visible. We are told that at the time of the famous victory of Alexander the Great at Arbela the moon was eclipsed at the second hour of the night, while in Sicily the moon was rising at the same hour. The eclipse of the sun which occurred the day before the calends of May, in the consulship of Vipstanus and Fonteius, not many years ago, was seen in Campania between the 7th and 8th hour of the day. The General Corbulo informs us that it was seen in Armenia between the 11th and 12th hour. Thus the curve of the globe both reveals and conceals different objects from the inhabitants of its different parts. If the earth had been flat, everything would have been seen at the same time, from every part of it, and the nights would not have been unequal, while the equal intervals of 12 hours, which are now observed only in the middle of the earth, would in that case have been the same everywhere. Chapter 73. What regulates the daylight on the earth. Hence it is that there is not any one night and day the same in all parts of the earth at the same time, the intervention of the globe producing night, and its turning round producing day. This is known by various observations. In Africa and in Spain it is made evident by the towers of Hannibal, and in Asia by the beacons, which, in consequence of their dread of pirates, the people erected for their protection. For it has been frequently observed that the signals which were lighted at the 6th hour of the day were seen at the 3rd hour of the night by those who were the most remote. Philonides, a courier of the above-mentioned Alexander, went from Sicyon to Elis, a distance of 1200 stadia, in 9 hours, while he seldom returned until the 3rd hour of the night, although the road was downhill. The reason is that, in going, he followed the course of the sun, while on his return, in the opposite direction, he met the sun and left it behind him. For the same reason it is that those who sail to the west, even on the shortest day, compensate for the difficulty of sailing in the night and go farther, because they sail in the same direction with the sun. Chapter 74. Remarks on dials as connected with this subject. The same dial plates cannot be used in all places, the shadow of the sun being sensibly different at distances of 300 or at most of 500 stadia. Hence the shadow of the dial pin, which is termed the gnomon, at noon and at the summer solstice in Egypt is little more than half the length of the gnomon itself. At the city of Rome it is only 1/9 less than the gnomon, at Ancona not more than 1 in 55 parts less, while in the part of Italy which is called Venetia, at the same hour the shadow is equal to the length of the gnomon. Chapter 75. When and where there are no shadows. It is likewise said that in the town of Syene, which is 5,000 stadia south of Alexandria, there is no shadow at noon on the day of the solstice, and that a well, which was sunk for the purpose of the experiment, is illuminated by the sun in every part. Hence it appears that the sun in this place is vertical, and Onesicritus informs us that this is the case, about the same time, in India, at the river Hippasis. It is well known that at Berenice, a city of troglodyte, and 4,820 stadia beyond that city, in the same country, at the town of Ptolemais, which was built on the Red Sea, when the elephant was first hunted, this same thing takes place for 45 days before the solstice and for an equal length of time after it, and that during these 90 days the shadows are turned towards the south. Again, at Meroe, an island in the Nile and the metropolis of the Ethiopians, which is 5,000 stadia from Syene, there are no shadows at 2 periods of the year, that is, when the sun is in the 18th degree of Taurus and in the 14th of Leo. The Orties, a people of India, have a mountain named Malleus, near which the shadows in summer fall towards the south and in winter towards the north. The 7 stars of the Great Bear are visible there for 15 nights only. In India also, in the celebrated seaport Patali, the sun rises to the right hand and the shadows fall towards the south. While Alexander was staying there, it was observed that the 7 northern stars were seen only during the early part of the night. Onesicritus, one of his generals, informs us in his work that in those places in India where there are no shadows, the 7 stars are not visible. These places, he says, are called Askya, and the people there do not reckon the time by hours. Chapter 76. Where this takes place twice in the year, and where the shadows fall in opposite directions. Eratosthenes informs us that in the whole of Troglodytice, for twice 45 days in the year, the shadows fall in the contrary direction. Chapter 77. Where the days are the longest and where the shortest. Hence it follows that, in consequence of the daylight increasing in various degrees, in Meroe the longest day consists of 12 equinoctial hours and 8 parts of an hour, at Alexandria of 14 hours, in Italy of 15, in Britain of 17, where the degree of light which exists in the night very clearly proves what the reason of the thing also obliges us to believe, that, during the solstitial period, as the sun approaches to the pole of the world, and his orbit is contracted, the parts of the earth that lie below him have a day of 6 months long, and a night of equal length when he is removed to the south pole. Pytheas, of Marseilles, informs us that this is the case in the island of Thule, which is 6 days' sail from the north of Britain. Some persons also affirm that this is the case in Mona, which is about 200 miles from Camalodunum, a town of Britain. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bianca. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Wiley. Section 12. Chapter 78. Of the first dial. Anaximenes, the Milesian, the disciple of Anaximander, of whom I have spoken above, discovered the theory of shadows and what is called the art of dialing, and he was the first who exhibited at Lacedaemon the dial which they call Sciothericon. Chapter 79. Of the mode in which the days are computed. The days have been computed by different people in different ways. The Babylonians reckoned from one sunrise to the next, the Athenians from one sunset to the next, the Umbrians from noon to noon, the multitude universally from light to darkness. The Roman priests and those who presided over the civil day, also the Egyptians and Hipparchus, from midnight to midnight. It appears that the interval from one sunrise to the next is less near the solstices than near the equinoxes, because the position of the zodiac is more oblique about its middle part and more straight near the solstice. Chapter 80. Of the difference of nations as depending on the nature of the world. To these circumstances we must add those that are connected with certain celestial causes. There can be no doubt that the Ethiopians are scorched by their vicinity to the sun's heat, and they are born, like persons who have been burnt, with the beard and hair frizzled, while in the opposite and frozen parts of the earth there are nations with white skins and long light hair. The latter are savage from the inclemency of the climate, while the former are dull from its variableness. We learn from the form of the legs that in the one the fluids, like vapor, are forced into the upper parts of the body, while in the other, being a gross humour, it is drawn downwards into the lower parts. In the cold regions, savage beasts are produced, and in the others, various forms of animals and many kinds of birds. In both situations, the body grows tall, in the one case by the force of fire, and in the other by the nutritive moisture. In the middle of the earth, there is a salutary mixture of the two, a tract fruitful in all things, the habits of the body holding a mean between the two, with a proper tempering of colors. The manners of the people are gentle, the intellect clear, the genius fertile, and capable of comprehending every part of nature. They have formed empires, which has never been done by the remote nations, yet these latter have never been subjected by the former, being severed from them and remaining solitary, from the effect produced on them by their savage nature. Chapter 81. Of earthquakes. According to the doctrine of the Babylonians, earthquakes and cleft of the earth, and occurrences of this kind, are supposed to be produced by the influence of the stars, especially of the tree to which they ascribe thunder, and to be caused by the stars moving with the sun, or being in conjunction with it, and more particularly when they are in the quartile aspect. If we are to credit the report, a most admirable and immortal spirit, as it were of a divine nature, should be ascribed to Anaximander the Milesian, who, they say, warned the Lacedaemonians to beware of their city and their houses. For he predicted that an earthquake was at hand, when both the whole of their city was destroyed, and a large portion of Mount Taygetos, which projected in the form of a ship, was broken off and added farther ruin to the previous destruction. Another prediction is ascribed to Pherecydes, the master of Pythagoras, and this was divine. By a draught of water from a well, he foresaw and predicted that there would be an earthquake in that place. And if these things be true, how nearly do these individuals approach to the deity, even during their lifetime? but I leave everyone to judge of these matters as he pleases. I certainly conceive the winds to be the cause of earthquakes, for the earth never trembles except when the sea is quite calm, and when the heavens are so tranquil that the birds cannot maintain their flight, all the air which should support them being withdrawn, nor does it ever happen until after great winds, the gust being pent up, as it were, in the fissures and concealed hollows. For the trembling of the earth resembles thunder in the clouds, nor does the yawning of the earth differ from the bursting of the lightning, the enclosed air struggling and striving to escape. Chapter 82 of Clefts of the Earth. The earth is shaken in various ways, and wonderful effects are produced. In one place the walls of cities being thrown down, and in others swallowed up by a deep cleft. Sometimes great masses of earth are heaped up, and rivers forced out, sometimes even flame and hot springs, and at others the course of rivers is turned. A terrible noise precedes and accompanies the shock, sometimes a murmuring like the lowing of cattle, or like human voices, or the clashing of arms. This depends on the substance which receives the sound, and the shape of the caverns or crevices through which it issues, it being more shrill from a narrow opening, more hoarse from one that is curved, producing a loud reverberation from hard bodies, a sound like boiling fluid from moist substances, fluctuating in stagnant water, and roaring when forced against solid bodies. There is, therefore, often the sound without any motion. Nor is it a simple motion, but one that is tremulous and vibratory. The cleft sometimes remains, displaying what it has swallowed up, sometimes concealing it, the mouth being closed and the soil being brought over it, so that no vestige is left, the city being, as it were, devoured, and the tract of country engulfed. Maritime districts are more especially subject to shocks, nor are mountainous tracts exempt from them. I have found, by my inquiries, that the Alps and the Apennines are frequently shaken. The shocks happen more frequently in the autumn and in the spring, as is the case also with thunder. There are seldom shocks in Gaul and in Egypt. In the latter, it depends on the prevalence of summer, in the former, of winter. They also happen more frequently in the night than in the day. The greatest shocks are in the morning and the evening, but they often take place at daybreak and sometimes at noon. They also take place during eclipses of the sun and of the moon, because at that time storms are lulled. They are most frequent when great heat succeeds to showers, or showers succeed to great heat. Chapter 83 Signs of an approaching earthquake. There is no doubt that earthquakes are felt by persons on shipboard, as they are struck by a sudden motion of the waves, without these being raised by any gust of wind. And things that are in the vessel shake as they do in houses, and give notice by their creaking. Also the birds, when they settle upon the vessels, are not without their alarms. There is also a sign in the heavens, for, when a shock is near at hand, either in the daytime or a little after sunset, a cloud is stretched out in the clear sky, like a long, thin line. The water in wells is also more turbid than usual, and it emits a disagreeable odor. Chapter 84 Preservatives against future earthquakes. These same places, however, afford protection, and this is also the case where there is a number of caverns, for they give vent to the confined vapor, a circumstance which has been remarked in certain towns, which have been less shaken where they have been excavated by many sewers. And in the same town, those parts that are excavated are safer than the other parts, as is understood to be the case at Naples in Italy, the part of it which is solid being more liable to injury. Arched buildings are also the most safe, also the angles of walls, the shocks counteracting each other. Walls made of brick also suffer less from the shocks. There is also a great difference in the nature of the motions, where various motions are experienced. It is the safest when it vibrates and causes a creaking in the building, and where it swells and rises upwards and settles with an alternate motion. It is also harmless when the buildings coming together butt against each other in opposite directions, for the motions counteract each other. A movement like the rolling of waves is dangerous, or when the motion is impelled in one direction. The tremors cease when the vapor bursts out, but if they do not soon cease, they continue for 40 days, generally indeed for a longer time. Some have lasted even for 1 or 2 years. Chapter 85. Prodigies of the earth which have occurred once only. A great prodigy of the earth, which never happened more than once, I have found mentioned in the books of the Etruscan ceremonies, as having taken place in the district of Mutina, during the consulship of Lucius Marcius and Sextus Julius. 2 mountains rushed together, falling upon each other with a very loud crash and then receding, while in the daytime flame and smoke issued from them, a great crowd of Roman knights and families of people and travellers on the Emilian Way being spectators of it. All the farmhouses were thrown down by the shock, and a great number of animals that were in them were killed. It was in the year before the social war, and I am in doubt whether this event or the civil commotions were more fatal to the territory of Italy. The prodigy, which happened in our own age, was no less wonderful. In the last year of the Emperor Nero, as I have related in my history of his times, when certain fields and olive grounds in the district of Marucinum, belonging to Factius Marcellus, a Roman knight, the steward of Nero, changed places with each other, although the public highway was interposed. Chapter 86. Wonderful circumstances attending earthquakes. Inundations of the sea take place at the same time with earthquakes, the water being impregnated with the same spirit, and received into the bosom of the earth, which subsides. The greatest earthquake which has occurred in our memory was in the reign of Tiberius, by which 12 cities of Asia were laid prostrate in one night. They occurred the most frequently during the Punic War, when we had accounts brought to Rome of 57 earthquakes in the space of a single year. It was during this year that the Carthaginians and the Romans, who were fighting at the lake Trasimenus, were neither of them sensible of a very great shock during the battle. Nor is it an evil merely consisting in the danger which is produced by the motion. It is an equal or a greater evil when it is considered as a prodigy. The city of Rome never experienced a shock which was not the forerunner of some great calamity. Chapter 87. In what places the sea has receded. The same cause produces an increase of the land, the vapor, when it cannot burst out, forcibly lifting up the surface. For the land is not merely produced by what is brought down from the rivers, as the islands called Echinades are formed by the river Achelous, and the greater part of Egypt by the Nile, where, according to Homer, it was a day and a night's journey from the mainland to the island of Pharos, but in some cases by the receding of the sea, as according to the same author was the case with the Circaean islands. The same thing also happened in the harbour of Ambracia, for a space of 10,000 paces, and was also said to have taken place for 5,000 at the Piraeus of Athens, and likewise at Ephesus, where formerly the sea washed the walls of the temple of Diana. Indeed, if we may believe Herodotus, the sea came beyond Memphis as far as the mountains of Ethiopia, and also from the plains of Arabia. The sea also surrounded Ilium and the whole of Tuthrania, and covered the plain through which the Meander flows. Chapter 88. The mode in which islands rise up. Land is sometimes formed in a different manner, rising suddenly out of the sea, as if nature was compensating the earth for its losses, restoring in one place what she had swallowed up in another. Chapter 89. What islands have been formed and at what periods? Delos and Rhodes, islands which have now long been famous, are recorded to have risen up in this way. More lately, there have been some smaller islands formed. Anafa, which is beyond Milos, Nia, between Lemnos and the Hellespont, Heloni, between Labedos and Chios, Thera and Thracia, among the Cyclades, in the 4th year of the 135th Olympiad. And among the same islands, 130 years afterwards, Hiera, also called Automati, made its appearance, also Thea, at the distance of 2 stadia from the former, 110 years afterwards, in our own times, when M. Junius Silanus and L. Balbus were consuls, on the 8th of the Ides of July. Opposite to us, and near to Italy, among the Aeolian Islands, an island emerged from the sea, and likewise one near Crete, 2,500 paces in extent, and with warm springs in it. Another made its appearance in the 3rd year of the 163rd Olympiad, in the Tuscan Gulf, burning with a violent explosion. There is a tradition, too, that a great number of fishes were floating about the spot, and that those who employed them for food immediately expired. It is said that the Pithecusan Islands rose up in the same way in the Bay of Campania, and that shortly afterwards the mountain Epopos, from which flame had suddenly burst forth, was reduced to the level of the neighboring plain. In the same island it is said that a town was sunk in the sea, that in consequence of another shock a lake burst out, and that by a third Procritas was formed into an island, the neighboring mountains being rolled away from it. Chapter 90. Lands which have been separated by the sea. In the ordinary course of things, islands are also formed by this means. The sea has torn Sicily from Italy, Cyprus from Syria, Euboea from Boeotia, Atalante and Macris from Euboea, Besbicus from Bithynia, and Leucosia from the promontory of the Sirens. Chapter 91. Islands which have been united to the main land. Again, islands are taken from the sea and added to the mainland. Antissa to Lesbos, Cypherium to Halicarnassos, Aethusa to Mindes, Tromiscus and Purni to Miletus, Narthecusa to the promontory of Parthenium. Hybanda, which was formerly an island of Ionia, is now 200 stadia distant from the sea. Sirius is now become a part of Ephesus, and in the same neighborhood the Rhasides and Sophonia form part of Magnesia, while Epidaurus and Oricum are no longer islands. Chapter 92. Lands which have been totally changed into seas. The sea has totally carried off certain lands, and first of all, if we are to believe Plato, for an immense space where the Atlantic Ocean is now extended. More lately, we see what has been produced by our inland sea. Acarnania has been overwhelmed by the Ambracian Gulf, Achaia by the Corinthian, Europe and Asia by the Propontis and Pontus, and besides these, the sea has rent asunder Leucas, Anthurium, the Hellespont, and the two Bosphori. Chapter 93. Lands which have been swallowed up. And not to speak of bays and gulfs, the earth feeds on itself. It has devoured the very high mountain of Cybotus, with the town of Curites, also Sipylus in Magnesia, and formerly in the same place a very celebrated city, which was called Tantalis. Also the land belonging to the cities Galanis and Gamalis in Phoenicia, together with the cities themselves, also Phygium, the most lofty ridge in Ethiopia. Nor are the shores of the sea more to be depended upon. Chapter 94. Cities which have been absorbed by the sea. The sea near the Pelis Meotis has carried away Pera and Antissa, also Elice and Bura in the Gulf of Corinth, traces of which places are visible in the ocean. From the island Sia it has seized on 30,000 paces, which were suddenly torn off, with many persons on them. In Sicily also, the half of the city of Tyndaris, and all the part of Italy which is wanting. In like manner it carried off Eleusina in Boeotia. Chapter 95. Of Vents in the Earth. But let us say no more of earthquakes and of whatever may be regarded as the sepulchres of cities. Let us rather speak of the wonders of the earth than of the crimes of nature. But by Hercules, the history of the heavens themselves would not be more difficult to relate. The abundance of metals, so various, so rich, so prolific, rising up during so many ages, when, throughout all the world, so much is every day destroyed by fire, by waste, by shipwreck, by wars, and by frauds. And while so much is consumed by luxury and by such a number of people. The figures on gems, so multiplied in their forms, the variously colored spots on certain stones, and the whiteness of others, excluding everything except light, the virtues of medicinal springs, and the perpetual fires bursting out in so many places for so many ages, the exhalation of deadly vapors, either emitted from caverns or from certain unhealthy districts, some of them fatal to birds alone, as at Soracte, a district near the city, others to all animals except to man, while others are so to man also, as in the country of Sinuessa and Puteoli. They are generally called vents, and, by some persons, Charon's sewers, from their exhaling a deadly vapor. Also at Amsanctum, in the country of the Herpini, at the temple of Mephites, there is a place which kills all those who enter it. And the same takes place at Hierapolis in Asia, where no one can enter with safety, except the priest of the great Mother of the Gods. In other places there are prophetic caves, where those who are intoxicated with the vapor which rises from them predict future events, as at the most noble of all oracles, Delphi. In which cases, what mortal is there who can assign any other cause than the divine power of nature, which is everywhere diffused and thus bursts forth in various places? Chapter 96. Of certain lands which are always shaking, and of floating islands. There are certain lands which shake when anyone passes over them, as in the territory of the Gabii, not far from the city of Rome. There are about 200 acres which shake when cavalry passes over it. The same thing takes place at Riati. There are certain islands which are always floating, as in the territory of the Caecubum, and of the above-mentioned Riati, of Mutina, and of Stetonia. In the lake of Vadimonis and the waters of Cutiliae there is a dark wood which is never seen in the same place for a day and a night together. In Lydia, the islands named Calaminae are not only driven about by the wind, but may be even pushed at pleasure from place to place by poles. Many citizens saved themselves by this means in the Mithridatic War. There are some small islands in the Nymphaeus called the Dancers, because, when choruses are sung, they are moved by the motions of those who beat time. In the great Italian lake of Tarquinii there are 2 islands with groves on them, which are driven about by the wind, so as at one time to exhibit the figure of a triangle and at another of a circle, but they never form a square. End of section 12. Recorded by Bianca in Utrecht, the Netherlands, in January 2009.
Section 13 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Natural History, Volume 1 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 13. Chapter 97. Places in which it never rains. There is at Paphos a celebrated temple of Venus, in a certain court of which it never rains. Also at Nea, a town of Troas, in the spot which surrounds the statue of Minerva. In this place also the remains of animals that are sacrificed never putrefy. Chapter 98. The wonders of various countries collected together. Near Harpasa, a town of Asia, there stands a terrific rock, which may be moved by a single finger, but if it be pushed by the force of the whole body, it resists. In the Tauric Peninsula, in the state of the Paracini, there is a kind of earth which cures all wounds. About Assos, in Troas, a stone is found by which all bodies are consumed. It is called sarcophagus. There are two mountains near the river Indus. The nature of one is to attract iron, of the other to repel it. Hence, if there be nails in the shoes, the feet cannot be drawn off the one or set down on the other. It has been noticed that at Locris and Crotona there has never been a pestilence, nor have they ever suffered from an earthquake. In Lycia there are always 40 calm days before an earthquake. In the territory of Argyripa the corn which is sown never springs up. At the altars of Mucius, in the country of the Veii, and about Tusculum, and in the Cimmerian forest, there are places in which things that are pushed into the ground cannot be pulled out again. The hay which is grown in Crustuminium is noxious on the spot, but elsewhere it is wholesome. Chapter 99. Concerning the cause of the flowing and ebbing of the sea. Much has been said about the nature of waters, but the most wonderful circumstance is the alternate flowing and ebbing of the tides, which exists indeed under various forms, but is caused by the sun and the moon. The tide flows twice and ebbs twice between each 2 risings of the moon, always in the space of 24 hours. First, the moon rising with the stars swells out the tide, and after some time, having gained the summit of the heavens, she declines from the meridian and sets, and the tide subsides. Again, after she has set and moves in the heavens under the earth, as she approaches the meridian on the opposite side, the tide flows in, after which it recedes until she again rises to us. But the tide of the next day is never at the same time with that of the preceding, as if the planet was in attendance, greedily drinking up the sea, and continually rising in a different place from what she did the day before. The intervals are, however, equal, being always of 6 hours. Not indeed in respect of any particular day or night or place, but equinoctial hours, and therefore they are unequal as estimated by the length of common hours, since a greater number of them fall on certain days or nights, and they are never equal everywhere except at the equinox. This is a great, most clear, and even divine proof of the dullness of those who deny that the stars go below the earth and rise up again, and that nature presents the same face in the same states of their rising and setting. For the course of the stars is equally obvious in the one case as in the other, producing the same effect as when it is manifest to the sight. There is a difference in the tides, depending on the moon, of a complicated nature. And first, as to the period of 7 days. For the tides are of moderate height from the new moon to the first quarter. From this time they increase, and are highest at the full. Then they decrease. On the 7th day they are equal to what they were at the first quarter, and they again increase from the time that she is at the first quarter on the other side. At her conjunction with the sun they are equally high as at the full. When the moon is in the northern hemisphere and recedes further from the earth, the tides are lower than when, going towards the south, she exercises her influence at a less distance. After an interval of 8 years, and the 100th revolution of the moon, the periods and the heights of the tides return to the same order as at first, this planet always acting upon them; and all these effects are likewise increased by the annual changes of the sun, the tides rising up higher at the equinoxes, and more so at the autumnal than at the vernal, while they are lower about the winter solstice, and still more so at the summer solstice; not indeed precisely at the points of time which I have mentioned, but a few days after. For example, not exactly at the full nor at the new moon, but after them; and not immediately when the moon becomes visible or invisible, or has advanced to the middle of her course, but generally about 2 hours later than the equinoctial hours; the effect of what is going on in the heavens being felt after a short interval, as we observe with respect to lightning, thunder, and thunderbolts. But the tides of the ocean cover greater spaces, and produce greater inundations than the tides of the other seas; whether it be that the whole of the universe taken together is more full of life than its individual parts, or that the large open space feels more sensibly the power of the planet as it moves freely about, than when restrained within narrow bounds; on which account neither lakes nor rivers are moved in the same manner. Pytheas of Massilia informs us that in Britain the tide rises 80 cubits. Inland seas are enclosed as in a harbor, but in some parts of them there is more free space which obeys the influence. Among many other examples, the force of the tide will carry us in 3 days from Italy to Utica, when the sea is tranquil, and there is no impulse from the sails. But these motions are more felt about the shores than in the deep parts of the seas, as in the body the extremities of the veins feel the pulse, which is the vital spirit, more than the other parts. And in most estuaries, on account of the unequal rising of the stars in each tract, the tides differ from each other; but this respects the period, not the nature of them, as is the case in the Syrtis. Chapter 100, where the tides rise and fall in an unusual manner. There are, however, some tides which are of a peculiar nature, as in the Tauromenian Euripus, where the ebb and the flow is more frequent than in other places, and in Euboea, where it takes place 7 times during the day and the night. These tides intermit 3 times during each month, being the 7th, 8th, and 9th day of the moon. At Gades, which is very near the temple of Hercules, there is a spring enclosed like a well, which sometimes rises and falls with the ocean, and at other times in both respects contrary to it. In the same place there is another well, which always agrees with the ocean. On the shores of the Baetis there is a town where the wells become lower when the tide rises, and fill again when it ebbs, while at other times they remain stationary. The same thing occurs in one well in the town of Hispalis, where there is nothing peculiar in the other wells. The Euxine always flows into the Propontis, the water never flowing back into the Euxine. Chapter 101, Wonders of the Sea. All seas are purified at the full moon, some also at stated periods. At Messina and Mylae, a refuse matter, like dung, is cast up upon the shore, whence originated the story of the oxen of the sun having had their stable at that place. To what has been said above, not to omit anything with which I am acquainted, Aristotle adds that no animal dies except when the tide is ebbing. The observation has been often made on the ocean of Gaul, but it has only been found true with respect to man. Chapter 102, the power of the moon over the land and the sea. Hence we may certainly conjecture that the moon is not unjustly regarded as the star of our life. This it is that replenishes the earth. When she approaches it, she fills all bodies, while when she recedes, she empties them. From this cause it is that shellfish grow with her increase, and that those animals which are without blood more particularly experience her influence. Also that the blood of man is increased or diminished in proportion to the quantity of her light. Also that the leaves and vegetables generally, as I shall describe in the proper place, feel her influence, her power penetrating all things. Chapter 103. The power of the sun. Fluids are dried up by the heat of the sun. We have therefore regarded it as a masculine star, burning up and absorbing everything. Chapter 104. Why the sea is salt. Hence it is that the widely diffused sea is impregnated with the flavor of salt, in consequence of what is sweet and mild being evaporated from it, which the force of fire easily accomplishes, while all the more acrid and thick matter is left behind, on which account the water of the sea is less salt at some depth than at the surface. And this is a more true cause of the acrid flavor than that the sea is continued perspiration of the land, or that the greater part of the dry vapor is mixed with it, or that the nature of the earth is such that it impregnates the waters, and, as it were, medicates them. Among the prodigies which have occurred, there is one which happened when Dionysus, the tyrant of Sicily, was expelled from his kingdom, that for the space of one day the water in the harbor became sweet. The moon, on the contrary, is said to be a feminine and delicate planet, and also nocturnal. Also that it resolves humors and draws them out, but does not carry them off. It is manifest that the carcasses of wild beasts are rendered putrid by its beams, that during sleep it draws up the accumulated torpor into the head, that it melts ice, and relaxes all things by its moistening spirit. Thus the changes of nature compensate each other, and are always adequate to their destined purpose, some of them congealing the elements of the stars, and others dissolving them. The moon is said to be fed by fresh, and the sun by salt water. Chapter 105. Where the sea is the deepest. Fabianus informs us that the greatest depth of the sea is 15 stadia. We learn from others that in the Euxine, opposite to the nation of the Coraxi, is what is called the depths of the Euxine, about 300 stadia from the mainland. The sea is immensely deep, no bottom having been found. Chapter 106. The wonders of fountains and rivers. It is very remarkable that fresh water should burst out close to the sea as from pipes. But there is no end to the wonders that are connected with the nature of waters. Fresh water floats on sea water, no doubt from its being lighter, and therefore sea water, which is of a heavier nature, supports better what floats upon it. And in some places different kinds of fresh water float upon each other, as that of the river which falls into the Fucinus, that of the Adua into the Laureus, of the Ticinus into the Verbenus, of the Mincius into the Benacus, of the Aulius into the Cevenus, and of the Rhone into the Leman Lake, this last being beyond the Alps, the others in Italy. All which rivers passing through the lakes for many miles generally carry off no more water than they bring with them. The same thing is said to occur in the Orontes, a river of Syria, and in many others. Some rivers, from a real hatred of the sea, pass under it, as does Arethusa, a fountain of Syracuse, in which the substances are found that are thrown into the Alpheus, which, after flowing by Olympia, is discharged into the sea on the shore of the Peloponnesus. The Lycus in Asia, the Racinus in Argolis, and the Tigris in Mesopotamia sink into the earth and burst out again. Substances which are thrown into the fountain of Aesculapius at Athens are cast up at the fountain of Phalerum. The river which sinks into the ground in the plain of Atnum comes up again at a distance of 20 miles, and the Timavus does the same in Aquileia. In the lake Asphaltites in Judea, which produces bitumen, no substance will sink, nor in the lake Arethusa, in the greater Armenia. In this lake, although it contains nitre, fish are found. In the country of the Salentini, near the town of Manduria, there is a lake full to the brim, the waters of which are never diminished by what is taken out of it, nor increased by what is added. Wood which is thrown into the river of the Siconus, or into the lake Vilenus in Picenum, becomes coated with a stony crust, while in the Surius, a river of Colchis, the whole substance becomes as hard as stone. In the same manner, in the Salaris, beyond Sorrentum, not only twigs which are immersed in it, but likewise leaves are petrified, the water at the same time being proper for drinking. In the stream which runs from the marsh of Riati, there is a rock which continues to increase in size, and in the Red Sea olive trees and green shrubs are produced. There are many springs which are remarkable for their warmth. This is the case even among the ridges of the Alps, and in the sea itself, between Italy and Inaria, as in the Bay of Baia, and in the Liris and many other rivers. There are many places in which fresh water may be procured from the sea, as at the Chelidonian Isles, and at Arados, and in the ocean at Gades. Green plants are produced in the warm springs of Padua, frogs in those of Pisa, and fish in those of Vetulonia in Etruria, which is not far from the sea. In Cassinas there is a cold river called Scatibra, which in summer is more full of water. In this, as in the river Stymphalis in Arcadia, small water mice are produced. The fountain of Jupiter in Dodona, although it is as cold as ice, and extinguishes torches that are plunged into it, yet if they be brought near it, it kindles them again. This spring always becomes dry at noon, from which circumstances it is called Anapanomenon. It then increases and becomes full at midnight, after which it again visibly decreases. In Elycrium there is a cold spring, over which if garments are spread they take fire. The pool of Jupiter Ammon, which is cold during the day, is warm during the night. In the country of the Troglodytae, what they call the fountain of the sun, about noon is fresh and very cold. It then gradually grows warm, and at midnight it becomes hot and saline. In the middle of the day during summer, the source of the Po, as if reposing itself, is always dry. In the island of Tenedos there is a spring, which after the summer solstice is full of water, from the 3rd hour of the night to the 6th. The fountain in Opus in the island of Delos decreases and increases in the same manner as the Nile, and also at the same periods. There is a small island in the sea opposite to the river Timavus, containing warm springs, which increase and decrease at the same time with the tides of the sea. In the territory of Pitinum, on the other side of the Apennines, the river Novanus, which during the solstice is quite a torrent, is dry in the winter. In Faliscum, all the water which the oxen drink turns them white. In Boeotia, the river Melas turns the sheep black. The Cephisus, which flows out of a lake of the same name, turns them white. Again, the Peneus turns them black, and the Xanthus near Ilium makes them red, whence the river derives its name. In Pontus, the river Astaces waters certain plains, where the mares give black milk, which the people use in diet. In Reate there is a spring called Neminia, which rises up sometimes in one place and sometimes in another, and in this way indicates a change in the produce of the earth. There is a spring in the harbor of Brundisium that yields water which never becomes putrid at sea. The water of the Lyncestis, which is said to be acidulous, intoxicates like wine. This is the case also in Paphlagonia and in the territory of Calinum. In the island of Andros, at the temple of Father Bacchus, we are assured by Mucianus, who was thrice consul, that there is a spring which on the nones of January always has the flavor of wine. It is called Dios Theodosia. Near Nonacris, in Arcadia, the Styx, which is not unlike it either in odor or in color, instantly destroys those who drink it. Also in Labrosus, a hill in the country of the Tauri, there are 3 springs which inevitably produce death, but without pain. In the territory of the Carinensis in Spain, 2 springs burst out close together, the one of which absorbs everything, the other throws them out. In the same country there is another spring which gives to all the fish the appearance of gold, although when out of the water they do not differ in any respect from other fish. In the territory of Como, near the Larian lake, there is a copious spring, which always swells up and subsides again every hour. In the island of Cydonia, before Lesbos, there is a warm fountain which flows only during the spring season. The lake Cineus in Asia is impregnated with wormwood, which grows about it. At Colophon, in the cave of the Clarion Apollo, there is a pool, by the drinking of which a power is acquired of uttering wonderful oracles, but the lives of those who drink of it are shortened. In our own times, during the last years of Neru's life, we have seen rivers flowing backwards, as I have stated in my history of his times. And indeed, who can be mistaken as to the fact that all springs are colder in summer than in winter, as well as these other wonderful operations of nature, that copper and lead sink when in a mass, but float when spread out, and of things that are equally heavy, some will sink to the bottom while others will remain on the surface, that heavy bodies are more easily moved in water, that a stone from Skyros, although very large, will float, while the same, when broken into small pieces, sinks, that the body of an animal newly deprived of life sinks, but that, when it is swelled out, it floats, that empty vessels are drawn out of the water with no more ease than those that are full, that rainwater is more useful for salt pits than other kinds of water, that salt cannot be made unless it is mixed with fresh water, that salt water freezes with more difficulty, and is more readily heated, that the sea is warmer in winter and more salt in the autumn, that everything is soothed by oil, and that this is the reason why divers send out small quantities of it from their mouths, because it soothes any part which is rough and transmits the light to them; that snow never falls in the deep part of the sea; that although water generally has a tendency downwards, fountains rise up; and that this is the case even at the foot of Etna, burning as it does, so as to force out the sand like a ball of flame to the distance of 150 miles? End of Section 13.
Section 14 of The Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bonstock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 14. Chapter 107. The Wonders of Fire and Water United. And now I must give an account of some of the wonders of fire, which is the fourth element of nature, but first those produced by means of water. Chapter 108. Of Maltha. In Samosata, a city of Commagene, there is a pool which discharges an inflammable mud, called Maltha. It adheres to every solid body which it touches, and moreover, when touched, it follows you if you attempt to escape from it. By means of it, the people defended their walls against Lucilius, and the soldiers were burned in their armour. It is even set on fire in water. We learn by experience that it can be extinguished only by earth. Chapter 109. Of Naphtha. Naphtha is a substance of similar nature. It is so called about Babylon, and in the territory of the Astaceni in Parthia, flowing like liquid bitumen. It has a great affinity to fire, which instantly darts on it whenever it is seen. It is said that in this way it was that Medea burned Jason's mistress, her crown having taken fire when she approached the altar for the purpose of sacrificing. Chapter 110. Places which are always burning. Among the wonders of the mountains there is Etna, which always burns in the night, and for so long a period has always had materials for combustion, being in the winter buried in snow, and having the ashes which it has ejected covered with frost. Nor is it in this mountain alone that nature rages, threatening to consume the earth. In Phaselis the mountain Chimera burns, and indeed with a continual flame, day and night. Ctesias of Cnidus informs us that this fire is kindled by water, while it is extinguished by earth and by hay. In the same country of Lyca, the mountains of Hephaestus, when touched with a flaming torch, burn so violently that even the stones in the river and the sand burn, while actually in the water. This fire is also increased by rain. If a person makes furrows in the ground with a stick which has been kindled at this fire, it is said that a stream of flame will follow it. The summit of Caphantus in Bactria burns during the night, and this is the case in Media and at Cytacine on the borders of Persia, likewise in Susa at the White Tower, from 15 apertures, the greatest of which also burns in the daytime. The plain of Babylon throws up flame from a place like a fish pond, an acre in extent. Near Hesperium, a mountain of the Ethiopians, the fields shine in the night time like stars. The same thing takes place in the territory of the Megalopolitani. This fire, however, is internal, mild, and not burning the foliage of a dense wood which is over it. There is also the crater of Nymphaeum, which is always burning in the neighbourhood of a cold fountain, which, according to Theopompus, presages direful calamities to the inhabitants of Apollonia. It is increased by rain, and throws out bitumen, which, becoming mixed with the fountain, renders it unfit to be tasted. It is, at other times, the weakest of all the bitumens. But what are these compared to other wonders? Hiera, one of the Aeolian Isles, in the middle of the sea, near Italy, together with the sea itself, during the Social War, burned for several days, until expiation was made by a deputation from the Senate. There is a hill in Ethiopia called Theon-Okhima, which burns with the greatest violence, throwing out flame that consumes everything like the sun. In so many places, and with so many fires, does nature burn the earth. Chapter 111. Wonders of Fire Alone. But since this one element is of so prolific a nature as to produce itself, and to increase from the smallest spark, what must we suppose will be the effect of all those funereal piles of the earth? What must be the nature of that thing which, in all parts of the world, supplies this most greedy voracity without destroying itself? To these fires must be added those innumerable stars, and the great sun itself. There are also the fires made by men, those which are innate in certain kinds of stones, those produced by the friction of wood, and those in the clouds which give rise to lightning. It really exceeds all other wonders that one single day should pass in which everything is not consumed, especially when we reflect that concave mirrors placed opposite to the sun's rays produce flame more readily than any other kind of fire, and that numerous small but natural fires abound everywhere. In Nymphaeum there issues from a rock a fire which is kindled by rain. It also issues from the waters of Scantia. This indeed is a feeble flame, since it passes off, remaining only for a short time on any body to which it is applied. An ash tree, which overshadows this fiery spring, remains always green. In the territory of Mutina, fire issues from the ground on the days that are consecrated to Vulcan. It is stated by some authors that if a burning body falls onto the fields below Aricia, the ground is set on fire, and that the stones in the territory of the Sabines and of the Sidonici, if they be oiled, burn with flame. In Egnatia, a town of Silentium, there is a sacred stone upon which, when wood is placed, flame immediately bursts forth. In the altar of Juno Licenia, which is in the open air, the ashes remain unmoved, although the winds may be blowing from all quarters. It appears also that there are sudden fires both in the waters and even in the human body, that the whole of Lake Thrasymene was on fire, that when Severus Tullius, while a child, was sleeping, flame darted out from his head, and Valerius Antius informs us that the same flame appeared around L. Marcius, when he was pronouncing the funeral oration over the Scipios, who were killed in Spain, and exhorting the soldiers to avenge their death. I shall presently mention more facts of this nature, and in a more distinct manner. In this place these wonders are mixed up with other subjects, but my mind, having carried me beyond the mere interpretation of nature, is anxious to lead, as it were by the hand, the thoughts of my readers over the whole globe. Chapter 112. The Dimensions of the Earth. Our part of the earth, of which I propose to give an account, floating as it were in the ocean which surrounds it, as I have mentioned above, stretches out to the greatest extent from east to west, viz. From India to the pillars consecrated to Hercules at Gades, being a distance of 8,568 miles, according to the statement of Artemidorus, or, according to that of Isiodorus, 9,818 miles. Artemidorus adds to this 491 miles from Gades, going round by the sacred promontory to the promontory of Artebrum, which is the most projecting part of Spain. This measurement may be taken in two directions: from the Ganges and its mouth, where it discharges itself into the Eastern Ocean, passing through India and Parthene, to Myrandrus, a city in Syria, in the Bay of Issus, is a distance of 5,215 miles. Thence, going directly by sea, by the island of Cyprus, Patra in Lycia, Rhodes and Astapolia, islands in the Carpathian Sea, by Taenarum in Laconia, Lilybaeum in Sicily, and Calaris in Sardinia, is 2,103 miles. Thence to Gades is 1,250 miles, making the whole distance from the Eastern Ocean 8,568 miles. The other way, which is more certain, is chiefly by land. From the Ganges to the Euphrates is 5,169 miles, thence to Mazka, a town in Cappadocia, is 319 miles, thence through Phrygia and Caria to Ephesus is 415 miles. From Ephesus across the Aegean Sea to Delos is 200 miles. To the Isthmus is 212½ miles. Thence, first by land and afterwards by the Sea of Lechaeum and the Gulf of Corinth, to Patrae in Peloponnesus, 90 miles. To the promontory of Leucate, 87½ miles. As much more to Corcyra. To the Erosoenian Mountains, 132½. To Brasidium, 87½. And to Rome, 360 miles. To the Alps, at the village of Sigomagum, is 519 miles. Through Gaul to Illiberis at the Pyrenees, 927. To the ocean and the coast of Spain, 331 miles. Across the passage of Gades, 7½ miles, which distances, according to the estimate of Artemidorus, make together 8,945 miles. The breadth of the earth from south to north is commonly supposed to be about one half only its length, viz. 4,490 miles. Hence it is evident how much the heat has stolen from it on one side, and the cold on the other. For I do not suppose that the land is actually wanting, or that the earth has not the form of a globe, but that on each side the uninhabitable parts have not been discovered. This measure then extends from the coast of the Ethiopian Ocean, the most distant part which is habitable, to Meroe, 1,000 miles, thence to Alexandria, 1,250, to Rhodes, 562, to Cnidos, 87½, to Kos, 25, to Samos, 100, to Chios, 94, to Mytilene, 65, to Tenedos, 44, to the promontory of Sigonaeum, 12½, to the entrance of the Euxine, 312½, to the promontory of the Carambus, 350, to the entrance of the Palus Maeotis, 312½, and to the mouth of the Tanis, 275 miles, which distance, if we went by sea, might be shortened 89 miles. Beyond the Tanais, the most diligent authors have not been able to obtain any accurate measurement. Artemidorus supposes that everything beyond is undiscovered, since he confesses that about the Tanais the tribes of the Sarmatiae dwell, who extend toward the North Pole. Isidorus adds 1,250 miles as the distance to Thule, but this is mere conjecture. For my part, I believe that the boundaries of Sarmatia really extend to as great a distance as that mentioned above, for if it were not very extensive, how could it contain the innumerable tribes that are always changing their residence? And, indeed, I consider the uninhabitable portion of the world to be still greater, for it is well known that there are innumerable islands lying off the coast of Germany, which have only lately been discovered. The above is all I consider worth relating about the length and breadth of the earth, but Eratosthenes, a man who was peculiarly well skilled in the more subtle parts of learning, and in this above everything else, and a person whom I perceive to be approved by everyone, has stated the whole of this circuit to be 252,000 stadia, which, according to the Roman estimate, makes 31,500 miles. The attempt is presumptuous, but it is supported by such subtle arguments that we cannot refuse our assent. Hipparchus, whom we must admire, both for the ability with which he controverts Eratosthenes, as well as for his diligence in everything else, has added to the above number not much less than 25,000 stadia. Dionysodorus is certainly less worthy of confidence, but I cannot omit this most remarkable instance of Grecian vanity. He was a native of Melos, and was celebrated for his knowledge of geometry. He died of old age in his native country. His female relations, who inherited his property, attended his funeral, and when they had for several successive days performed the usual rites, they are said to have found in his tomb an epistle written in his own name to those left above. It stated that he had descended from his tomb to the lowest part of the earth, and that it was a distance of 42,000 stadia. There were not wanting certain geometricians who interpreted this epistle as if it had been sent from the middle of the globe, the point which is at the greatest distance from the surface, and which must necessarily be the centre of the sphere. Hence the estimate has been made that it is 252,000 stadia in circumference. Chapter 113. The Harmonical Proportion of the Universe. That harmonical proportion which compels nature to be always consistent with itself, obliges us to add to the above measure 12,000 stadia, and this makes the earth 1/96th part of the whole universe. Summary. The facts, statements, and observations contained in this book amount in number to 417. Roman authors quoted: M. Varro, Sulpicius Gallus, Titus Caesar, the Emperor Q. Tiberio, Tullius Tyro, L. Piso, T. Livius, Cornelius Nepos, Sebosus, Caelius Antipater, Fabianus, Antius, Mucianus, Cassina, who wrote on the Etruscan discipline, Tarquitius, who did the same, Julius Aquila, who also did the same, and Sergius. Foreign authors quoted: Plato, Hipparchus, Timaeus, Sosigenes, Petasius, Mnesopus, the Pythagorean philosophers, Posidonius, Axiomander, Epigenes the philosopher who wrote on the Nomics, Euclid, Coranus the philosopher, Eudoxus, Democritus, Critidemus, Thrasyllus, Serapion, Dicaearchus, Archimedes, Onesicritus, Eratosthenes, Pythias, Herodotus, Aristotle, Teius, Artemidorus of Ephesus, Isiodorus of Charax, and Theopompus. End of section 14. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia.
Section 15 of The Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 15. Book 3, Introduction and Chapters 1 through 3. Book 3, An account of countries, nations, seas, towns, havens, mountains, rivers, distances, and peoples who now exist or formerly existed. Introduction. Thus far I have treated of the position and the wonders of the earth, of the waters, the stars, and the proportion of the universe and its dimensions. I shall now proceed to describe its individual parts, although indeed we may with reason look upon the task as of an infinite nature, and one not to be rashly commenced upon without incurring censure. And yet, on the other hand, there is nothing which ought less to require an apology, if it is only considered how far from surprising it is that a mere mortal cannot be acquainted with everything. I shall therefore not follow any single author, but shall employ, in relation to each subject, such writers as I shall look upon as the most worthy of credit. For indeed it is the characteristic of nearly all of them that they display the greatest care and accuracy in the description of the countries in which they respectively flourished, so that by doing this I shall neither have to blame nor contradict any one. The names of the different places will here be simply given, and as briefly as possible, the account of their celebrity and the events which have given rise thereto being deferred to a more appropriate occasion. For it must be remembered that I am here speaking of the earth as a whole, and I wish to be understood as using the names without any reference whatever to their celebrity, and as though the places themselves were in their infancy, and had not as yet acquired any fame through great events. The name is mentioned, it is true, but only as forming a part of the world and the system of the universe. The whole globe is divided into three parts: Europe, Asia, and Africa. Our description commences where the sun sets, and at the Straits of Gades, where the Atlantic Ocean, bursting in, is poured forth into the inland seas. As it makes its entrance from that side, Africa is on the right hand, and Europe on the left. Asia lies between them, the boundaries being the rivers Tanais and the Nile. The straits of the ocean, of which I have just spoken, extend 15 miles in length, and 5 in breadth, measured from the village of Malearia in Spain to the Album Promontorium, or white promontory in Africa, as we learn from Tyrannius Graculus, who was born in that vicinity. Titus Livius and Cornelius Nepos, however, have stated the breadth, where it is least, to be 7 miles, and where greatest 10. From so small a mouth as this does so immense of expanse of water open upon us. Nor is our astonishment diminished by the fact of its being of great depth. For, instead of that, there are numerous breakers and shoals, white with foam, to strike the mariner with alarm. From this circumstance it is that many have called this spot the threshold of the inland sea. At the narrowest part of the straits there are mountains placed to form barriers to the entrance on either side. Abila in Africa, and Calpe in Europe, the boundaries formerly of the labors of Hercules. Hence it is that the inhabitants have called them the columns of that god. They also believe that they were dug through by him, upon which the sea, which was before excluded, gained admission, and so changed the face of nature. Chapter 1. The boundaries and gulfs of Europe, first set forth in a general way. I shall speak first of Europe, the foster mother of that people which has conquered all other nations, and itself by far the most beauteous portion of the earth. Indeed, many persons have, not without reason, considered it, not as a third part only of the earth, but as equal to all the rest, looking upon the whole of our globe as divided into 2 parts only, by a line drawn from the river Tanais to the straits of Gades. The ocean, after pouring the waters of the Atlantic through the inlet which I have here described, and in its eager progress, overwhelming all the lands which have to dread its approach, skirts with its winding course the shores of those parts which offer a more effectual resistance, hollowing out the coast of Europe, especially into numerous bays, among which there are 4 gulfs which are more particularly remarkable. The first of these begins at Calpe, which I have previously mentioned, the most distant mountain of Spain, and bends according to an immense curve as far as Locri and the promontory of Bruttium. Chapter 2. Of Spain generally. The first land situate upon this gulf is that which is called the Further Spain, or Baetica, next to which, beginning at the frontier town of Urgi, is the Nearer, or Tarraconensian Spain, extending as far as the chain of the Pyrenees. The farther Spain is divided lengthwise into 2 provinces, Lusitania and Baetica, the former stretching along the northern side of the latter, and being divided from it by the river Anna. The source of this river is the district of Laminium, in the Nearer Spain. It first spreads out into a number of small lakes, and then again contracts itself into a narrow channel, or entirely disappears underground, and after frequently disappearing and coming again to light, finally discharges itself into the Atlantic Ocean. Tarraconensian Spain lies on one side, contiguous to the Pyrenees, running downwards along the sides of that chain, and stretching across from the Iberian Sea to the Gallic Ocean, is separated from Baetica and Lusitania by Mount Silurius, the chains of the Oretani and the Carpetani, and those of the Astures. Chapter 3. Of Baetica. Baetica, so called from the river which divides it in the middle, excels all other provinces in the richness of its cultivation, and the peculiar fertility and beauty of its vegetation. It consists of 4 jurisdictions, those of Gades, of Corduba, of Astigi, and of Hispales. The total number of its towns is 175. Of these 9 are colonies, and 8 municipal towns. 29 have been long since presented with the old Latin rites. 6 are free towns, 3 federate, and 120 tributary. In this district the things that more especially deserve notice, or are more easily explained in the Latin tongue, are the following. Beginning at the river Anna, along the line of the seashore, the town of Onoba, surnamed Aestuaria, the rivers Luxia and Urium, flowing through this territory, between the Anna and the Baetis, the Marian Mountains, the river Baetis, the coast of Corum with its winding bay, opposite to which is Gades, of which we shall have occasion to speak among the islands. Next comes the promontory of Juno, and the port of Bysipo. the town of Boelo and Mariaria, at which latter begins the straits of the Atlantic, Cartiea, called by the Greeks Tartossos, and the mountain of Calpe. Along the coast of the inland sea is the town of Barbosula with its river, also Salduba, the town of Suel, and also Malaica, with its river, one of the federate towns. Next to this comes Minoba with its river, then Sexaphorum, surnamed Iulium, Selambina, Abdera, and Merci, which is at the boundary of Baetica. Marcus Agrippa supposed that all this coast was peopled by colonists of Punic origin. Beyond the Anas, and facing the Atlantic, is the country of the Baestuli and the Turdetani. Marcus Varro informs us that the Iberians, the Persians, the Phoenicians, the Celts, and the Carthaginians spread themselves over the whole of Spain, and that the name Lusitania is derived from the games (lusus) of Father Bacchus, or the fury (Lysa) of his frantic attendants, and that Pan was the governor of the whole of it. But the traditions respecting Hercules and Pyrene, as well as Saturn, I conceive to be fabulous in the highest degree. The Baetis does not rise, as some rivers have asserted, near the town of Mentisa, in the province of Turaco, but in the Tugiensian forest, and near it rises the river Tader, which waters the territory of Carthage. At Iorcum, it turns away from the funeral pile of Scipio, then, taking a sweep to the left, it falls into the Atlantic Ocean, giving its name to this province. At its source it is but small, though during its course it receives many other streams, which it deprives as well of their waters as of their renown. It first enters Baetica in Ossitica Nia, and glides gently, with a smooth current, past many towns situate on either side of its banks. Between this river and the seashore, the most celebrated places inland are Segida, also surnamed Algorena, Iulia, called Fidentia, Orago, or Alba, Ebora, or Cerealis, Ibera, or Liberini, Yipula, or Laus, Ortigi, or Iuliensis, Huesci, or Faventia, Singili, Atengua, Aridulunum, Agla Minor, Bibro, Castravinaria, Quisimbrium, Hipponova, or New Hippo, Iorco, Osca, Iscua, Sucubo, Nuditanum, Old Turati, all which towns are in that part of Bastania which extends towards the sea, but in the jurisdiction of Corduba. In the neighborhood of the river itself is Ossigi, also surnamed Lyconium, Euturgi, or Forum Iulium, Ipastorgi, or Triumphale, Setia, and 14 miles inland, Obulco, which is also called Pontificense. Next to these comes Epora, a federate town, Cycli, and Martialum, and Onoba. On the right bank is Corduba, a Roman colony, surnamed Patricia. Here the Baetis first becomes navigable. There are also the towns of Carbala and Dentuna, and the river Singulis, which falls into the Baetis on the same side. The towns in the jurisdiction of Isbalis are the following: Kelti, Aurora, Canama, Avia, Yipa, surnamed Ia, and Italica. On the left of the river is the colony of Hispalis, named Romulucius, and on the opposite side the town of Oset, surnamed Iulia Constantia. Regentum, or Iuligenius, Oripo, Caura, Cirium, and the river Menoba, which enters the Baetis on its right bank. Between the estuaries of the Baetis lie the towns of Nebrisa, surnamed Veneria, and of Colobona. The colonies are Asta, which is also called Regia, and more inland that of Acido, surnamed Caesariana. The river Singulus, discharging itself into the Baetis at the place already mentioned, washes the colony of Astigi, surnamed Augusta Ferma, at which place it becomes navigable. The other colonies in this jurisdiction which are exempt from the tribute are Tuci, surnamed Augusta Gemella, Ituci called Virtus Julia, Atubi or Claritus Julia, Urso or Genua Urbanorum, and among them in former times Munda, which was taken with the son of Pompey. The free towns are called Old Astigi and Ostipo. The tributary towns are Calete, Calecula, Castra Gemina, and the lesser Yipula, Merucra, Sacrana, Obecula, and Oningis. As you move away from the seacoast, near where the river Menoba is navigable, you find at no great distance the Auton Tigiceli and the Austotigi and the Alostigi. The country which extends from the Baetis to the river Anas, beyond the districts already described, is called Baeturia, and is divided into two parts and the same number of nations: the Celtici, who border upon Lusitania in the jurisdiction of Hispales, and the Torduli, who dwell on the verge of Lusitania and Tarraconensis, and are under the protection of the laws of Corduba. It is evident that the Celtici have sprung from the Celtiberi, and have come from Lusitania, from their religious rites, their language, and the names of their towns, which in Baetica are distinguished by the following epithets, which have been given to them. Serlia has received the surname of Fama Julia, Nertobriga that of Concordia Julia, Segida that of Restituta Julia, and Contributa that of Julia. What is now Corriga was formerly Ocotoniacum. Constantia Julia was Lacone Mergus. The present Fortunales were the Tirices, and the Emaniei were the Calenses. Besides these, there are in Celtica the towns of Acinipo, Arunda, Aruri, Torrobriga, Lastigi, Salpesa, Saipone, and Seripo. The other Baeturia, which we have mentioned, is inhabited by the Turduli, and in the jurisdiction of Cordoba, has some towns which are by no means inconsiderable: Arsa, Malaria, Mirobriga, and Sisapo in the district of Osintias. To the jurisdiction of Gades belongs Regina, with Roman citizens, and Lypia, Ulia, Carissa, surnamed Aurelia, Urgia, or Castrum Iulium, likewise called Caesaris Salutuniensis, all of which enjoy the Latin rites. The tributary towns are Besaro, Belipo, Barbesula, Lacipo, Baisipo, Calet, Capacunum, Alestrao, Ituci, Brana, Lycibi, Saguntia, and Audorisae. Marcus Agrippa has also stated the whole length of this province to be 475 miles, and that its breadth 257. But this was at a time when its boundaries extended to Carthage, a circumstance which has often caused great errors in calculations, which are generally the result either of changes effected in the limits of provinces, or in the fact that in the reckoning of distances the length of the miles has been arbitrarily increased or diminished. In some parts, too, the sea has been long making encroachments upon the land, and in others again the shores have advanced, while the course of rivers in this place has been more serpentine, in that more direct. And then, besides, some writers begin their measurements at one place, and some at another, and so proceed in different directions, and hence the result is that no two accounts agree. At the present day the length of Baetica, from the town of Castulo on its frontier to Gades, is 250 miles, and from Murci, which lies on the seacoast, 25 miles more. The breadth measured from the coast of Cartiea is 234 miles. Who is there that can entertain the belief that Agrippa, a man of such extraordinary diligence, and one who bestowed so much care on his subject, when he proposed to place before the eyes of the world a survey of that world, could be guilty of such a mistake as this, and that too when seconded by the late emperor, the divine Augustus? For it was that emperor who completed the portico which had been begun by his sister, and in which the survey was to be kept, in conformity with the plan and descriptions of Marcus Agrippa. Section 16. Section 16 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 16, Book 3, Chapter 4. Of Nearer Spain. The ancient form of the Nearer Spain, like that of many other provinces, is somewhat changed, since the time when Pompey the Great, upon the trophies which he erected in the Pyrenees, testified that 877 towns, from the Alps to the borders of the farther Spain, had been reduced to subjugation by him. The whole province is now divided into 7 jurisdictions, those of Carthage, of Tarraco, of Caesar Augusta, of Clunia, of Asturica, of Lucus, and of the Bricara. To these are to be added the islands, which will be described on another occasion, as also 293 states which are dependent on others, besides which the province contains 179 towns. Of these 12 are colonies, 13 towns with the rights of the Roman citizens, 18 with the old Latin rights, and 1 confederate, and 135 tributary. The first people that we come to on the coast are the Baistuli, after whom, proceeding according to the order which I shall follow, as we go inland, there are the Metesani, the Oretani, and the Carpetani on the Tagus, and next to them are the Vacaei, and the Vectones, and the Celtiberian Arawaki. The towns nearest to the coast are the Urci and the Baira, included in Baetica, the district of Mauritania, next to it Dietania, and then Constantia, and the colony of Carthago Nova, from the promontory of which, known as the Promontorium Saturni, to the city of Caesarea in Mauritania, the passage is a distance of 183 miles. The remaining objects worthy of the attention on the coast are the river Tader and the free colony of the Iliki, whence the Ilikitinian Gulf derives its name. To this colony the Iocostani are subordinate. We next have Lucentium, holding Latin rights, Dianium, a tributary town, and the river Sucro, and, in former times, a town of the same name, forming the frontier of Constantania. Next is the district of Aditania, with the delightful expanse of a lake before it, and extending backward to Celtiberia, while Atinia, a colony, is situate 3 miles from the sea, after which comes the river Turium and Saguntum, at the same distance, a town of Roman citizens famous for its fidelity, the river Uduba, and the district of the Urgaones. The Iberus, a river enriched by its commerce, takes its rise in the country of the Cantabri, not far from the town of Uliobriga, and flows the distance of 450 miles, 260 of which from the town of Varia, namely, it is available for the purposes of navigation. From this river the name of Iberia has been given by the Greeks to the whole of Spain. Next comes the district of Cosestania, the river Subi, and the colony of Tarraco, which was built by the Scipios, as Carthage was built by the Carthaginians. Then the district of the Yergates, the town of Subur, and the river Rubicantum, beyond which is the Laetani and the Indigetes. Behind these, in the order of which they will be mentioned, going back from the foot of the Pyrenees, are the Austitani, the Lacetani, and along the Pyrenees, the Caretani, next to whom are the Wascones. On the coast is the colony of Barcino, surnamed Faventia, Baitulo, and Euro, towns with Roman citizens, the river Larnum, Blonde, the river Alba, Empore, a city consisting of 2 parts, one peopled by the original inhabitants, the other by the Greek descendants of the Phocians, and the river Ticer. From this to the Venus Pyrenea on the other side of the promontory is a distance of 40 miles. I shall now proceed to give an account of the more remarkable things in these several jurisdictions, in addition to those which have already been mentioned. 43 different peoples are subject to the jurisdiction of the courts of Tarraco. Of these the most famous are, holding the rights of Roman citizens, the Durtusani and the Bisargitani, enjoying Latin rights, and the Alcitani and the Caritani, both Julian and Augustan, and Editani and the Gerudenses, the Gesorienses and the Tari, also called Julienses. Among the tributaries are the Aquidaudenses, the Onenses, and the Baculonenses. Caesar Augusta, a free colony watered by the river Iberus, on the site of the town formerly called Sauduba, is situate in the district of Edetania, and is the resort of 55 nations. Of these there are, with the rights of Roman citizens, the Belitani, the Calcenses, a former colony, the Caligurtani, surnamed the Nasici, Iridenses, of the nation of the Surdaones, near whom is the river Sicorus, the Ocenses in the district of Huesquitania, and the Toriasonenses. Of these, enjoying the rights of the ancient Latins, there are the Cascantenses, the Ergavicenses, the Graecoritani, the Leonicenses, and the Osicadenses. Of federate states there are the Terragenses, and of the tributaries the Acrobigenses, and the Andologenses, the Aracalitani, and Bursaionenses, and Calagoritani, who are also surnamed the Fibularenses, the Campalantunses, the Carenses, the Cicenses, the Cortunenses, the Dalmutani, and the Lionenses, the Lursenses, the Lumberitani, the Lacitani, the Lubienses, the Pompeienses, and the Sagienses. 65 nations resort to Carthage, besides the inhabitants of the islands. Of the Acatianian colony there are the Gemelenses and the town of Libusona, surnamed Foro Augustana, to both of which have been granted Italian rights. Of the colony of Salaria there are the people of the following towns, enjoying the rights of ancient Latium: the Castulonenses, also called the Castarvenales, the Saetibietani or Augustani, and the Valerienses. The best known among the tributaries are the Alabanenses, the Bastitani, the Cosaburenses, the Dianenses, and the Egelestiani, the Euricitani, the Lamentani, the Mentansani, both those called Oritani, and those called Bastuli, and the Orentani, who are surnamed Germani, the people of Segobria, the capital of Celtiberia, those of Toletum, the capital of Capetania, situate on the river Tagus, and after them the Viatenses and the Regilienses. To the jurisdiction of Clunia, the Varduli contribute 14 nations, of whom we need only particularize the Albamenses, the Turomodigi, consisting of 4 tribes, among which are the Segemonenses and the Segesimalienses. To the same jurisdiction belong the Carites and the Veneses, with 5 states, among whom are the Valenses. Thither too resort the Pelidones of the Celtiberians, in 4 different nations, among whom the Numantini were especially famous. Also among the 18 states of the Vacae there are the Intericatienses, the Palantini, the Lacrobigrienses, and the Caucenses. But among the 7 peoples belonging to the Cantabri, Juliobriga is the only place worthy of mention, and of the 10 states of the Austrogiones, Tritum, and Virovesca. The river Areva gives its name to Arevica, of whom there are 6 towns, Segontia and Uxama, names which are frequently given to other places, as also Segovia and Nova Augusta, Termes and Clunia itself, and the frontier of Celtiberia. The remaining portion turns off towards the ocean, being occupied by the Varduli, already mentioned, and the Cantabri. Next upon these touch the 22 nations of the Astures, which are divided into the Augustani and the Transmontani, with the magnificent city of Asturica. Among these we have the Kigori, the Paesici, the Lacinenses, and the Zoili. The total number of the free population amounts to 240,000 persons. The jurisdiction of Lucus embraces that of the Celtici and the Libuni, 16 different nations, but little known and with barbarous names. The number, however, of the free population amounts to nearly 166,000. In a similar manner, the 24 states of the jurisdiction of the Bracari contain a population of 175,000, among whom, besides the Bracari themselves, we may mention, without wearying the reader, the Bibali, the Coelerni, the Gallica, the Hequasi, the Limici, and the Querquirni. The length of the nearest Spain, from the Pyrenees to the frontier of Castulo, is 607 miles, and a little more if we follow the line of the coast, while its breadth, from Tarraco to the shore of Oloroson, is 307 miles. From the foot of the Pyrenees, where it is wedged in by the near approach of the two seas, it gradually expands until it touches the farther Spain, and thereby acquires a width more than double. Nearly the whole Spain abounds in mines of lead, iron, copper, silver, and gold, and in the nearer Spain there is also found lapis specularos. In Baetica there is cinnabar. There are also quarries of marble. The emperor Vespasianus Augustus, while still harassed by the storms that agitated the Roman state, conferred the Latian right on the whole of Spain. The Pyrenean mountains divide Spain from Gaul, their extremities projecting into the two seas on either side. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 17. Book 3, Chapters 5 through 7. Chapter 5. Of the province of Gallia Narbonensis. That part of the Gallias which is washed by the inland sea is called the province of Gallia Narbonensis, having formerly borne the name of Bracata. It is divided from Italy by the river Varus and by the range of the Alps, the great safeguards of the Roman Empire. From the remainder of Gaul on the north it is separated by the mountains Cebena and Jura. In the cultivation of the soil, the manners and civilization of the inhabitants, and the extent of its wealth, it is surpassed by none of the provinces, and, in short, might be more truthfully described as a part of Italy than as a province. On the coast we have the district of the Sordones, and more inland that of the Consuarani. The rivers are the Tecum and the Vernodubrum. The towns are Eibris, the scanty remains of what was formerly a great city, and Ruskino, a town with Latin rights. We then come to the river Atax, which flows from the Pyrenees and passes through the Rubrensian lake, the town of Narbo Martius, a colony of the 10th legion, 12 miles distant from the sea, and the rivers Araris and Liria. The towns are otherwise but few in number, in consequence of the numerous lakes which skirt the seashore. We have Agatha, formerly belonging to the Massilians, and the district of the Vocae Tectosages, and there is the spot where Rhoda, a Rhodian colony, formerly stood, from which the river takes its name, Rhodanus, a stream by far the most fertilizing of any in either of the Gallias. Descending from the Alps and rushing through Lake Lemanus, it carries along with it the sluggish Arar, as well as the torrents of the Isara and the Druentia, no less rapid than itself. Its two mouths are called Libica, one being the Spanish, and the other the Metapenian mouth. The third and largest is called the Maseliatic. There are some authors who state that there was formerly a town called Heraclea at the mouth of the Rhodanus, or Rhone. Beyond this are the canals leading out of the Rhone, a famous work of Gaius Marius, and still distinguished by his name, the lake of Mastramela, the town of Maritima, of the Avatiki, and above this the stony plains, memorable for the battles of Hercules, the district of the Anatilii, and more inland that of the Desuviates and the Cavari. Again, close upon the sea there is that of the Tricorii, and inland there are the Tricoli, the Vocontii, and the Segaveleani, and after them the Allobroges. On the coast is Massilia, a colony of Phocian Greeks, and a federate city. We then have the promontory of Zau, the port of Kitharista, and the district of the Kamatuliki, then the Swelterii, and above them the Verrucini. Again, on the coast we find Athenopolis, belonging to the Massilians, Forum Iulii, Octavinorum, a colony which is also called Pacensis and Classica, the river Argenteus, which flows through it, the district of the Axobii, and that of the Laugauni, above whom are the Suertri, and the Quariates, and the Adunicates. On the coast we have Antipolis, a town with Latin rights, the district of the Deciates, and the river Varus, which proceeds from Mount Cama, one of the Alps. The colonies in the interior are Arelate Sextanorum, Beterae Septimanorum, and Arausio Secundanorum, Valentia in the territory of the Cavari, and Vienna in that of the Allobroges. The towns that enjoy Latin rights are Aquae Sextae in the territory of the Saluvii, Avenio in that of the Cavari, Apta Iulio in that of the Vogientes, Alebeke in that of the Rei Apollinares, Alba in that of the Helvi, Augusta in that of the Tricastini, Anatalia, Aria, the Bormani, the Comaci, Cabelio, Carcasum in the territory of the Vocae Testosages, Caesero, Carpentoracte in the territory of the Memini, the Canicenses, the Cambolectri, surnamed the Atlantici, Forum, Bocconi, Glanum Levi, the Lutivane, also called the Foroneronienses, Nemausum in the territory of the Ariomici, Piscanae, the Retunii, the Sanaganses, the Tolosane in the territory of the Tetosages on the confines of Aquitania, the Tascone, the Tarasconienses, the Umbranici, Vasio, and Lucus Augusti, the two capitals of the federal state of the Vocontii. There are also 19 towns of less note, as well as 24 belonging to the people of Nemausum. To this list the Emperor Galba added 2 tribes dwelling among the Alps, the Avantici and the Bodiontinci, to whom belongs the town of Dinia. According to Agrippa, the length of the province of Gallia Narbonensis is 370 miles, its breadth 248. Chapter 6 of Italy. Next comes Italy, and we begin with the Ligures, after whom we have Etruria, Umbria, Latium, where the mouths of the Tiber are situate, and Rome, the capital of the world, 16 miles distant from the sea. We then come to the coasts of the Volsci and Campania, and the districts of Picenum, of Lucania, and of Bruttium, where Italy extends the farthest into a southerly direction, and projects into the 2 seas, with the chain of the Alps, which there forms pretty neatly the shape of a crescent. Leaving Bruttium, we come to the coast of Magna Graecia, then the Salentini, the Pediculi, the Apuli, the Peligini, the Frentani, the Marocchini, the Vestini, the Sabini, the Picentes, the Galli, the Umbri, the Tusci, the Veneti, the Carni, the Iapides, the Istri, and the Luberni. I am by no means unaware that I might be justly accused of ingratitude and indolence were I to describe thus briefly, and in so cursory a manner, the land, which is at once the foster child and the parent of all lands, chosen by the providence of the gods to render even heaven itself more glorious, to unite the scattered empires of the earth, to bestow a polish upon men's manners, to unite the discordant and uncouth dialects of so many nations by the powerful ties of one common language, to confer the enjoyments of discourse and of civilization upon mankind, and to become, in short, the mother country of all nations of the earth. But how shall I embrace this undertaking? So vast is the number of celebrated places, what man living could enumerate them all? And so great the renown attached to each individual nation and subject, that I feel myself quite at a loss. The city of Rome alone, which forms a portion of it, a face well worthy of shoulders so beauteous, how large a work would it require for any appropriate description? And then too the coast of Campania, taken singly by itself, so blessed with natural beauties and opulence, that it is evident that when nature formed it, she took a delight in accumulating all her blessings in a single spot. How am I to do justice to it? And then the climate, with its internal freshness, and so replete with health and vitality, the sereneness of the weather so enchanting, the fields so fertile, the hillsides so sunny, the thickets so free from every danger, the groves so cool and shady, the forests with the vegetation so varying and so luxuriant, the breezes descending from so many a mountain, the fruitfulness of its grain, its vines, and its olives so transcendent, its flocks with fleeces so noble, its bulls with necks so sinewy, its lakes recurring in never-ending succession, its numerous rivers and springs will refresh it with their waters on every side, its seas so many in number, its havens in the bosom of its lands opening everywhere to the commerce of all the world, as if it were eagerly stretching forth into the very midst of the waves, for the purpose of aiding it, as if it were the endeavors of mortals. For the present I forbear to speak of its genius, its manners, its men, and the nations whom it has conquered by eloquence and force of arms. The very Greeks themselves, a race fond in the extreme of expatiating on their own praises, have amply given judgment in its favor, when they named but a small part of it Magna Graecia. But we must be content to do on this occasion as we have done in our description of the heavens. We must only touch upon some of these points, and take notice of but a few of its stars. I only beg my readers to bear in mind that I am thus hastening on for the purpose of giving a general description of everything that is known to exist throughout the whole world. I may premise by observing that this land very much resembles in shape an oak leaf, being much longer than it is broad. Towards the top of it inclines to the left, while it terminates in the form of an Amazonian buckler, in which the spot at the central projection is the place called the Coquinthos, while it sends forth two horns at the end of its crescent-shaped bays, Leucopetra on the right and Licinium on the left. It extends in length 1,020 miles, if we measure from the foot of the Alps at Praetoria Augusta, through the city of Rome and Capua to the city of Rhegium, which is situate on the shoulder of the peninsula, just at the bend of the neck, as it were. The distance would be much greater if measured to Licinium, but in that case the line being drawn obliquely would incline too much to one side. Its breadth is variable, being 410 miles between the two seas, the lower and the upper, and the rivers Varus and Arsia. At about the middle, and in the vicinity of the city of Rome, from the spot where the river Aternus flows into the Adriatic Sea to the mouth of the Tiber, the distance is 136 miles, and a little less from Castrum Novum on the Adriatic Sea to Alsium on the Tuscan. But in no place does it exceed 200 miles in breadth. The circuit of the whole, from the Varus to the Arsia, is 3,059 miles. As to its distance from the countries that surround it, Istria and Liburna are in some places 100 miles from it, and Epirus and Illyricum 50. Africa is less than 200, as we are informed by Marcus Varro. Sardinia 120. Sicily 1½ Corsica less than 80, and Issa 50. It extends into the two seas towards the southern parts of the heavens, or, so to speak, with more minute exactness, between the 6th hour and the 1st hour of the winter solstice. We will now describe its extent and its different cities, In doing which, it is necessary to premise that we shall follow the arrangement of the late Emperor Augustus, and adopt the division which he made of the whole of Italy into 11 districts, taking them, however, according to their order on the sea line. As is so hurried a detail, it would not be possible otherwise to describe each city in juxtaposition with the others in its vicinity. As for the same reason, in describing the interior, I shall follow the alphabetical order which has been adopted by that emperor, pointing out the colonies, of which he has made mention in his enumeration. Nor is it a very easy task to trace their situation and origin, for, not to speak of others, the Ingaulian Ligurians have had lands granted to them as many as 30 different times. Chapter 7. Of the 9th region of Italy. To begin, then, with the river Varus, we have the town of Nicaea, founded by the Massilians, the river Paulo, the Alps and the Alpine tribes distinguished by various names, but more especially the Capillate, Caminalio, a town of the state of the Vediantii, the port of Hercules Monaicus, and the Ligurian coast. The more celebrated of the Ligurian tribes beyond the Alps are the Saluvii, the Deciates, and the Osubii. On this side of the Alps, the Veneni, the Vaggiani, who are derived from the Caturiges, the Statialii, the Bimbali, the Magili, the Imburiates, the Cosmoniates, the Veliates, and the peoples whose towns we shall describe as lying near the adjoining coast. The river Ratuba, the town of Albium Intimalium, the river Merula, the river Porcifera, the town of Genoa, the river Feritor, the Portus Delphini, Tigulia, Tegesta of the Tigulii, and the river Macra, which is the boundary of Liguria. Extending behind all the before mentioned places are the Apennines, the most considerable of all the mountains of Italy, a chain which extends unbroken from the Alps to the Sicilian Sea. On the other side of the Apennines, towards the Padus, the richest river of Italy, the whole country is adorned with noble towns: Libarna, the colony of Dertona; Iria, Barderate, Industria, Pollentia, Caria, surnamed Potentia, Foro Fulvi, or Valentinum, Augusta of the Vaggiani, Alba Pompeia, Asta, and Aquae Statilorum. This is the 9th region, according to the arrangement of Augustus. The coast of Liguria extends 211 miles between the rivers Varus and Macra. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 18. Book 3, Chapters 8 and 9. Chapter 8. The 7th region of Italy. Next to this comes the 7th region, in which is Etruria, a district which begins at the river Macra and has often changed its name. At an earlier period the Umbri were expelled from it by the Pelasgi, and these again by the Lydians, who from a king of theirs were named the Tyrrheni, but afterwards from the rites observed in their sacrifices were called in the Greek language Tusci. The first town in Etruria is Luna, with a noble harbor, then the colony of Lucca, at some distance from the sea, and nearer to it again the colony of Pisae, between the rivers Auser and the Arnus, which owes its origin to Pelops and the Pisians, or else to the Teutoni, a people of Greece. Next is Vada Volterrana, then the river Caecina, and Populonium, formerly belonging to the Etrurians, the only town they had on this coast. Next to these is the river Prile, then the Umbro, which is navigable, and where the district of Umbria begins, the port of Telamon, Cosa of the Volquiantes, founded by the Roman people, Graviscae, Castrum Novum, Pyrgi, the river Caeretanus, and Caere itself, 4 miles inland, called Agylla by the Pelasgi who founded it, Alsium, Phrygae, and the river Tiber, 284 miles from the Macra. In the interior we have the colonies of Falisci, founded by the Argives, according to the account of Cato, and surnamed Falisci Etruscorum, Lucus Foronae, Russelana, the Cienses, and Sutrina. The remaining peoples are the Aretini, Veteres, the Aretini Fidentes, the Aretini Iulienses, and the Amitinenses, the Aquenses, surnamed Taurini, the Blerani, the Cortonenses, the Campanates, the Clusini Novae, the Clusini Veteres, the Florentini, situate on the stream of the Arnus, Faesulae, Ferentinum, Fescenia, Hortanum, Erbanum, Nepeta, Novum Pagi, the Claudian prefecture of Foroclodium, Pistorium, Perusia, the Swanenses, the Saturini, formerly called the Aurini, the Subertani, the Stetones, the Tarquinenses, the Tuscanienses, the Vetulonienses, the Vientani, the Vientini, the Vesentini, the Volaterani, the Vocentini, surnamed Etrusci, and the Volsinienses. In the same district the territories of Crustumerium and Caletra retain the names of the ancient towns. Chapter 9. The first region of Italy. The Tiber. Rome. The Tiber, or Tiberus, formerly called Thybris, and previously Arbula, flows down from nearly the central part of the chain of the Apennines, in the territory of the Aretini. It is at first small, and only navigable by means of sluices, in which the water is dammed up and then discharged in the same manner as the Timia and the Glanis, which flow into it. For which purpose it is found necessary to collect the water for 9 days, unless there should happen to be a fall of rain, and even then the Tiber, by reason of its rugged and uneven channel, is really more suitable for navigation by rafts than by vessels for any great distance. It winds along for a course of 150 miles, passing not far from Tifernum, Perusia, and Auriculum, and dividing Etruria from the Umbri and the Sabini, and then, at a distance of no less than 16 miles from the city, separating the territory of Veii from that of Crustunium, and afterwards that of the Finenates, and of Latium from Vatucanum. Below its union with the Glanes, from Aretinum, the Tiger is swollen by 2 and 40 streams, particularly the Nar and the Anio, which last is also navigable and shuts in Latium at the back. It is also increased by the numerous aqueducts and springs which are conveyed to the city. Here it becomes navigable by vessels of any burden which may come up from the Italian Sea, a most tranquil dispenser of the produce of all parts of the earth, and peopled and embellished along its banks with more villas than nearly all the other rivers of the world taken together. And yet there is no river more circumscribed than it, so close are its banks shut in on either side. But still no resistance does it offer, although its waters frequently arise with great suddenness, and no part is more liable to be swollen than that which runs through the city itself. In such case, however, the Tiber is rather to be looked upon as pregnant with prophetic warnings to us, and in its increase to be considered as more a promoter of religion than a source of devastation. Latium has preserved its original limits, from the Tiber to Circeii, a distance of 50 miles, so slender at the beginning were the roots from which this our empire sprang. Its inhabitants have often changed, and different nations have peopled it at different times: the Aborigines, the Pelasgi, the Arcades, the Seculi, the Aroniki, the Rutuli, and beyond Circeii, the Volsci, the Osci, and the Ausones, whence the name of Latium came to be extended as far as the river Liris. We will begin with Ostia, a colony founded by a king of Rome, the town of Laurentium, the grove of Jupiter Indiges, the river Numicus, and Ardea, founded by Danae, the mother of Perseus. Next come the former site of Aphrodisium, the colony of Antium, the river and island called Astura, the river Nymphaeus, the Clusta Romana, and Circeii, formerly an island, and, if we are to believe Homer, surrounded by open sea, though now by an extensive plain. The circumstances which we are enabled to publish on this subject for the information of the world are very remarkable. Theophrastus, the first foreigner who treated of the affairs of Rome with any degree of accuracy, for Theopompus before, whose no time Greek writer had made any mention of us, only stated the fact that the city had been taken by the Gauls, and Clitarchus, the next after him, only spoke of the embassy which was sent by the Romans to Alexander. Theophrastus, I say, following something more than mere rumor, has given the circuit of the island of Circeii as being 80 stadia, in the volume which he wrote during the archonship of Nicodorus at Athens, being the 440th year of our city. Whatever land, therefore, has been annexed to that island beyond the circumference of about 10 miles has been added to Italy since the year previously mentioned. Another wonderful circumstance, too, near Circeii are the Pomptine marshes, formerly the site, according to Mucanius, who was thrice consul, of 24 cities. Next to this comes the river Ufens, upon which is the town of Terracina, called in the language of the Volsci Anzur, the spot too where Amyclae stood, a town destroyed by serpents. Next is the site of the grotto, Lake Fudanus, the port of Caieta, and then the town of Formiae, formerly called Hormiae, the ancient seat of the Laestrygones, it is supposed. Beyond this formerly stood the town of Pyrrhae, and we then come to the colony of Minturnae, which still exists, and is divided by the river Liris, also called the Glanus. The town of Sinuessa is the last in the portion which has been added to Latium. It is said by some that it used to be called Sinope. At this spot begins the blessed country Campania, and in this vale first take their rise those hills clad with vines, the juice of whose grape is extolled by fame all over the world, the happy spot where, as the ancients used to say, Father Liber and Ceres are ever striving for the mastery. Hence the fields of Saetia and Caecubum extend afar, and next to those of Falernum and of Calinum. As soon as we have passed these, the hills of Mysiae, of Gaurus, and of the Sarentum rise to our view. Next, the level plains of Laborium are spread out far and wide, where every care is bestowed on cultivating crops of spelt, from which the most delicious furmenty is made. These shores are watered by warm springs, while the seas are distinguished beyond all others for the superlative excellence of their shell and other fish. In no country, too, has the oil of the olive a more exquisite flavor. This territory, a battleground as it were for the gratification of every luxurious pleasure of man, has been held successively by the Osci, the Greeks, the Umbri, the Tusci, and the Campani. On the coast we first meet with the river Savo, the town of Volturnum, with the river of the same name, the town of Liternum, Cumae, a Chalcidian colony, Misenum, the port of Baiae, Bauli, the Lucrine lake, and Lake Avernus, near which there formerly stood a town of the Cimmerians. We then come to Puteoli, formerly called the colony of Dicaearchia, then the Philagrian plains, and the marsh of Acherusa in the vicinity of Cumae. Again on the coast we have Neapolis, also a colony of the Chalcidians, and called Parthenope, from the tomb there of one of the Sirens. Herculaneum, Pompeii, from which the Mount Vesuvius may be seen at no great distance, and which is watered by the river Sarnus. The territory of Nuceria, and at the distance of 9 miles from the sea, the town of that name, and then Sarentum, with the promontory of Minerva, formerly the abode of the Sirens. This thence by sea to Circeii is 78 miles. This region, beginning at the Tiber, is looked upon as the first of Italy, according to the division of Augustus. Inland there are the following colonies: Capua, so called from its champaign country, Aquinum, Suessa, Venafrum, Sora, Teanum, surnamed Sidicanum, Nola, and the towns of Arbela, Aricia, Alba Longa, the Acarani, the Alefane, the Altinates, the Aletrinates, the Anagnini, the Atellani, the Afilani, the Arpinates, the Auxumates, the Abelani, the Alfaterni, both of those who took their names from the Latin, the Hyrcanian, and the Labicanian territory, Boviae, Calatia, Casinum, Calenum, Capitulunum of the Hercini, and the Cercatini, surnamed Mariani, the Corcani, the Corani, descended from the Trojan Dardanus, the Cuboterni, the Castrimonienses, Cingulani, the Fabenses on the Alban Mount, and the Foropoplienses of the Falernian district, the Frusinates, the Ferentinates, the Fregiantes, the old Frabaterni, the new Frabaterni, the Ficolenses, the Fregolani, Forum Appii, the Ferentani, the Gabini, the Interamnate Sucasni, also surnamed Lerinates, the Uionenses Lavinii, the Norbani, the Nomentani, the Praenestini, whose city was formerly called Stephani, the Prevenates, the Saetini, the Signini, the Suessalani, the Telesini, the Trebulani, surnamed Balienses, the Trebani, the Tusculani, the Verulani, the Veletriani, the Ulubrenses, the Urbinates, and last, and greater than all, Rome herself, whose other name the hallowed mysteries of the sacred rites forbid us to mention without being guilty of the greatest impiety. After it had been long kept buried in secrecy by the strictest fidelity and in respectful and salutary silence, Valerius Soranus dared to divulge it, but soon did he pay the penalty of his rashness. It will not perhaps be altogether foreign to the purpose if I here make mention of one peculiar institution of our forefathers which bears a special reference to the inculcation of silence on religious matters. The goddess Angerona, to whom sacrifice is offered on the 12th day before the calends of January, 21st of December, is represented in having her mouth bound by a sealed fillet. Romulus left the city of Rome, if we are to believe those who state the very greatest number, having 3 gates and no more. When the Vespasians were emperors and censors in the year from its beginning, 826, the circumference of the walls which surrounded it was 13 miles and 2/5. Surrounding as it does the 7 hills, the city is divided into 14 districts, with 265 crossroads under the guardianship of the Lares. If a straight line is drawn from the mile column placed at the entrance of the forum to each of the gates, which are at present 37 in number, taking care to count only once the 12 double gates and to admit the 7 old ones which no longer exist, the result will be, taking them all together, a straight line of 20 miles and 765 paces. But if we draw a straight line from the same mile column to the very last of the houses, including therein the praetorian encampment, and follow throughout the line of all the streets, the result then will be something more than 70 miles. Add to these calculations the height of the houses, and then a person may form a fair idea of this city, and will certainly be obliged to admit that there is not a place throughout the whole world that for size can compare to it. On the eastern side it is bounded by the Ager of Tarquinius Superbus, a work of surpassing grandeur, for he raised it so high as to be on a level with the walls on the side on which the city lay most exposed to the attack from the neighboring plains. On all the other sides it had been fortified either with lofty walls or steep and precipitous hills, but so it is that its buildings, increasing and extending beyond all bounds, have now united many other cities to it. Besides those previously mentioned, there were formerly in the first region the following famous towns of Latium: Satricum, Pomatia, Scaptia, Polotorium, Telene, Tifata, Caenina, Ficana, Crustumerium, Ameriola, Medulum, Corniculum, Saturnia, on the site of the present city of Rome, Antipolus, now Janiculum, forming part of Rome, Antemnae, Camerium, Calatia, Amitinum, Norbe, Sulmo, and with these those Alban nations who used to take part in the sacrifices upon the Alban Mount, the Albani, the Isulani, the Achienses, the Abolani, the Bubitani, the Bolani, Husuetani, the Coriolani, the Fidentes, the Fidenates, the Foretii, the Hortenses, the Latinenses, the Longulani, the Manates, the Mairales, the Mutucomenses, the Munienses, the Numinienses, the Oliculani, the Actulani, the Pedani, the Puluskini, the Querquatulani, the Sicani, the Sisolenses, the Tolerienses, the Tutienses, the Vimitilarii, the Velienses, the Venetulani, and the Vitilenses. Thus we see 53 people of ancient Latium have passed away without leaving any traces of their existence. In the Campanian territory there was also the town of Stabiae, until the consulship of Gnaeus Pompeius and Lucius Cato, when, on the day before the calends of May, April 30th, it was destroyed in the social war by Lucius Sulla, the legatus, and all that now stands on its site is a single farmhouse. Here also Tyrrhenia has ceased to exist, and the remains of Casilinum are fast going to ruin. Besides these, we learn from Antius that King Lucius Tarquinius took Appioli, a town of the Latins, and with its spoils laid the first foundations of the capital. From Surrentum to this river Salarus, the former territory of Picentia extends for a distance of 30 miles. This belonged to the Etruscans, and was remarkable for the temple of the Argive Juno, founded by Jason. It was in Picentia, a town of the territory of Salernum. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 19. Book 3, Chapters 10 through 14. The Third Region of Italy. 64 islands, among which are the Baleares, Corsica, Sardinia, Sicily. Chapter 10. The Third Region of Italy. At the Salaris begins the third region of Italy, consisting of the territory of Lucania and Bruttium. Here, too, there have been no few changes of the population. These districts have been possessed by the Pelasgi, the Oenotrii, the Itali, the Morgetes, the Siculi, and more especially by the people who emigrated from Greece, and, last of all, by the Leucani, a people sprung from the Samnites, who took possession under the command of Lucius. We find here the town of Paestum, which received from the Greeks the name of Posidonia, the Gulf of Paestum, the town of Aelia, now known as Walia, and the promontory of Palinarium, a point at which the land falls inward and forms a bay, the distance across which to the pillar of Rhegium is 100 miles. Next, after Palinarium, comes the river Melpes, then the town of Buxentum, called in Magna Graecia Paixus, and the river Laus. There was formerly a town also of the same name. At this spot begins the coast of Bruttium, and we come to the town of Blanda, the river Batum, Parthenius, a port of the Phocians, the bay of Vibo, place where Clampatia formerly stood, the town of Temsa, called Temesi by the Greeks, and Terina, founded by the people of Crotona, with the extensive Gulf of Terina. More inland, the town of Consentia. Situate upon a peninsula is the river Acheron, from which the people of Acherontia derive the name of their town. Then Hippo, now called Vibo Valentia, the port of Hercules, the river Mataros, the town of Tarentum, the port of Orestes, and Medma. Next, the town of Skylium, the river Crates, the mother of Scylla, it is said. Then the pillar of Rhegium, the straits of Sicily, and the two promontories which face each other, Caenes on the Italian, and Pelorus on the Sicilian side, the distance between them being 12 stadia. At a distance thence of 12½ miles we come to Rhegium, after which begins Scylla, a forest of the Apennines, and then the promontory of Leucipetra, at a distance of 15 miles, after which come the Locri, who take their surname from the promontory of Zephyrium, being distant from the river Salaris 303 miles. At this spot ends the first great gulf of Europe, the seas in which bear the following names. That from which it takes its rise is called the Atlantic, by some the Great Atlantic, the entrance of which by the Greeks is called Porthmos, by us the Strait of Gades. After its entrance, as far as it washes the coast of Spain, it is called the Hispanian Sea, though some give it the name of the Iberian or Balearic Sea. Where it faces the province of Gallic Narbonensis, it has the name of the Gallic, and after that of the Ligurian Sea. From Liguria to the island of Sicily it is called the Tuscan Sea, the same which it is called by the Greeks, the Notian, by others the Tyrrhenian, while many of our people call it the Lower Sea. Beyond Sicily, as far as the country of the Salentini, it is styled by Polybius the Ausonian Sea. Eratosthenes, however, gives to the whole expanse that lies between the inlet of the ocean and the island of Sardinia the name of the Sardoan Sea, thence to Sicily the Tyrrhenian, thence to Crete the Sicilian, and beyond that island the Cretan Sea. Chapter 11. 64 islands, among which are the Baleares. The first islands that we meet in those seas are the two which the Greeks have given the name of Pitusai, from the pine trees which they produce. These islands now bear the name of Ebusus, and form a federate state. They are separated by a narrow strait of the sea, and are 46 miles in extent. They are the distance from Dianum, 700 stadia, Diana by land being the same distance from New Carthage. At the same distance from the Pityusai lie in the open sea the two Baleares, and over against the river Sucro, Colubraria. The Baleares, so formidable in war with their slingers, have received from the Greeks the name of Gymnazai. The larger island is 100 miles in length and 475 in circumference. It has the following towns: Palma and Pollentia, enjoying the rights of Roman citizens; Cinium and Tucis, with Latin rights; Bocorum, a federate town, is no longer in existence. At 30 miles distance is the smaller island, 40 miles in length and 150 in circumference. It contains the states of Hamnon, Sanisera, and Magon. In the open sea, at 12 miles distance from the larger island, is Capraria, with its treacherous coast, so notorious for its numerous shipwrecks, and opposite to the city of Palma are the islands known as the Minarii, Tiquadra, and the little Anibalas. The earth of Ebusus has the effect of driving away serpents, while that of Colubraria produces them. Hence the latter spot is dangerous to all persons who have not brought with them some of the earth of Ebusus. The Greeks have given it the name of Ophiusa. Ebusus, too, produces no rabbits to destroy the harvests of the Baleares. There are also about 20 other small islands in this sea, which are full of shoals. Off the coast of Gaul, at the mouth of the Rhodanus, there is Metina, and near it the island which is known as Blascon, with the 3 Stoicades, so called by their neighbours the Massilians on account of the regular order in which they are placed. Their respective names are Prote, Mese, also called Pomponiana, and Hypatia. After these come Strurium, Phoenice, Phila, Lero, and opposite to Antipolis, Lerina, where there is a resemblance of a town called Vogionum having once existed. Chapter 12. Corsica. In the Ligurian Sea, but close to the Tuscan, is Corsica, by the Greeks called Kyrnos, extending from north to south 150 miles, and for the most part 50 miles in breadth, its circumference being 325. It is 62 miles distant from the Vada Volaterna. It contains 32 states and 2 colonies, that of Mariana, founded by Gaius Marius, and that of Aleria, founded by the dictator Sylla. On this side of it is Oglassa, and at a distance of less than 60 miles from Corsica, Planaria, so called from its appearance being so nearly level with the sea, and consequently dangerous to mariners. We next have Urgo, a larger island, and Capraria, which the Greeks have called Aiglion, then Igilium and Dianium, which they have also called Artemisia, both of them opposite the coast of Cosa, also Barpana, Minaria, Columbaria, and Venaria. We then come to Ilva, with its iron mines, an island 100 miles in circumference, 10 miles distance from Populonum, and also called Ithalia by the Greeks. From it the island of Planasia is distant 28 miles. After these, beyond the mouth of the Tiber, and off the coast of Antium, we come to Astora, then Palmaria, and Sinonia, and opposite to Formiae, Pontii. In the Gulf of Puteoli are Pandatiera and Phocaita, so called not from the nurse of Aeneas, but because it has been poured forth or detached from Inaria, an island which received its name from having been the anchorage of the fleet of Aeneas, though called by Homer Inarime. It is also called Pithecusa, not, as many have fancied, on account of the multitudes of apes found there, but from its extensive manufactures of pottery. Between Paulisipum and Neapolis lies the island of Megaris, and then at a distance of 8 miles from Sorrentum, Capreae, famous for the castle of the Emperor Tiberius. It is 11 miles in circumference. Chapter 13. Sardinia. Leucothea comes next, and after it, but out of sight, as it lies upon the verge of the African Sea, Sardinia. It is situate somewhat less than 8 miles from the nearest point of Corsica, and the straits between them are even still more reduced by the small islands there situate, called the Cunacalii, as also those of Fintonus and Phocae, from which last the straits themselves have obtained the name of Tafros. Sardinia extends upon the east side a distance of 188 miles, on the west 175, on the south 77, and on the north 125, being 565 miles in circumference. Its promontory of Caralis is distant from Africa 200, and from Gades 1400 miles. Off the promontory of Gordus it has 2 islands, called the Isles of Hercules, off that of Sucus, the island of Aeneas, and off that of Caralis, Ficaria. Some writers place Balearis not far from it, as also Caludus, and the islands known as Harris Lutra. The most celebrated peoples of this island are the Ilienses, the Balare, and the Corsi, and among its 18 towns there are those of the Socatani, the Valentii, the Valentini, the Neapolitani, the Bonsenes, the Caraletani, who enjoy the rights of Roman citizens, and the Nornenses. There is also one colony which is called Ad Turam Libinsonis. Timaeus has called this island Sandaliotus on account of its similarity of its shape to the sole of a shoe, while Myrtilus has given it the name of Ignusa from its resemblance to the print of a footstep. Opposite to the Gulf of Paestum is Leucasia, so called from a siren who is buried there. Opposite to Aelia are Pontia and Isakia, both known by one name, that of the Eodentrides, a proof that Italy was formerly possessed by the Eotronians. Opposite to Vibo are the little islands called Ithacesii, from the watchtower of Ulysses, situate there. Chapter 14. Sicily. But more celebrated than all is Sicily, called Sicania by Thucydides, and by many writers Trinacria, or Trinachia, from its triangular appearance. According to Agrippa, it is 618 miles in circumference. In former times it was the continuation of the territory of Bruttium, but in consequence of the overflowing of the sea became severed from it, thus forming a strait of 15 miles in length and a mile and a half in width, in the vicinity of the pillar of Rhegium. It was from this circumstance of the land being severed asunder that the Greeks gave the name of Rhegium to the town situate on the Italian shore. In these straits is the rock of Scylla, as also Charybdis, a whirlpool of the sea, both of them noted for their perils. Of this triangle, the promontory, which, as we have already mentioned, is called Pelorus, faces Scylla and juts out towards Italy, while Pacunum extends in the direction of Greece, Peloponnesus being at the distance of it of 440 miles, and Lilybaeum towards Africa, being distant 180 miles from the promontory of Mercury, and from that of Caralis in Sardinia 190. These promontories and sides are situate at the following distances from each other. By land it is 186 miles from Pelorus to Pacunum, from Pacunum to Lilybaeum 200, from Lilybaeum to Pelorus 170. On this island there are 5 colonies and 63 cities or states. Leaving Pelorus and facing the Ionian Sea, we have the town of Messana, whose inhabitants are also called Mamertini and enjoy the rights of Roman citizens, the promontory of Drepanum, the colony of Tauromenium, formerly called Naxos, the river Asines, and Mount Etna, wondrous for the flames which it emits by night. Its crater is 20 stadia in circumference, and from it red-hot cinders are thrown as far as Tauromenium and Catina, the noise being heard even at Maroneum and the Gemelian hills. We then come to the 3 rocks of the Cyclops, the port of Ulysses, the colony of Catina, and the rivers Samythus and Tereus, while more inland lie the Laestrygonian plains. To these rivers succeed the towns of Leotinum and Megaris, the river Pantigaes, the colony of Syracuse, with the fountain of Arethusa. The people in the Syracusan territory drink too from the fountains of Tementis, Archidemia, Magi, Chiane, and Milicae, the port of Neustathmus, the river Elorus, and the promontory of Pacunum. This side of Sicily begins with the river Herminius, then follows the town of Camarina, the river Gelas, and the town of Agrigas, which our people have named Agrigentum. We next come to the colony of Thermae, the rivers Achates, Mazara, and Hypsa, the town of Salinus, and then the promontory of Lilybaeum, which is succeeded by Deprana, Mount Eryx, the towns of Panhormus, Solus, and Himera, with the river of the same name, Cephaloides, Aluntium, Agathrinum, the colony of Tyndarus, the town of Mylae, and then Pelorus, the spot at which we begin. In the interior there are the following towns enjoying Latin privileges: those of the Centurpini, the Netini, and the Segestani. Tributary towns are those of the Assorini, the Aetnenses, the Agrini, the Acestai, the Acrenses, the Bidini, the Cetarini, the Cacarini, the Drepanatani, the Eregetini, the Estrienses, the Ericini, the Antilini, the Aenini, the Aeguini, the Galani, the Galatini, the Halesini, the Henenses, the Hyblenses, the Erbetenses, the Erbensenses, the Erbulenses, the Halianenses, the Hadritani, the Macrienses, the Ipaneses, the Ictenses, the Maetistritini, the Maglini, the Morgantini, the Muticenses, the Menanini, the Naxii, the Noae, the Petrini, the Paropini, the Fithienses, the Semelitini, the Scherini, the Selinuntii, the Simaithii, the Talarienses, the Ticinenses, the Triocalini, the Tiricinenses, and the Zanclai, a Messenian colony on the Straits of Sicily. Towards Africa, its islands are Gaulos, Melita, 87 miles from Camarina and 113 from Lilybaeum, Kosira, Hieronensos, Kaine, Galata, Lopadusa, Aethusa, written by some Igusa, Bucina, Osteodes, distant from Saluntium 75 miles, and opposite to Peropus, Ustica. On this side of Sicily, facing the river Meteros, at a distance of nearly 25 miles from Italy, are the 7 islands called the Aeolian, also called the Liparian Islands. By Greeks they are called the Hephastiades, and by our writers the Vulcanian Islands. They are called Aeolian because in Trojan times Iolaus was king there. Lipara, with the town whose inhabitants enjoy the rights of Roman citizens, is so called from Liparus, a former king who succeeded Iolus, it having been previously called Megalonsis or Megalunsis. It is 25 miles distant from Italy, and in circumference a little less. Between this island and Sicily we find another, the name of which was formerly Thracia, but now called Hiera, because it was sacred to Vulcan. It contains a hill which at night vomits forth flames. The third island is Strongyli, lying 1 mile to the east of Lipara, over which Iolaus reigned as well. It differs only from Lipara in the superior brilliancy of its flames. From the smoke of this volcano, it is said by some of the inhabitants are able to predict 3 days beforehand what winds are about to blow. Hence arose the notion that the winds are governed by Iolaus. The fourth of these islands is Didyme, smaller than Lipara, the fifth Erecusa, the sixth Phoenusca, left to be a pasture ground for the cattle of the neighboring islands, and the last and smallest Eonymos. Thus much as to the first great gulf of Europe. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 19. Books 3, Chapters 15 through 17. Magna Graecia, beginning at Locri, the second region of Italy, the fourth region of Italy. Chapter 15. Magna Graecia, beginning at Locri. At Locri begins the forepart of Italy, called Magna Graecia, whose coast falls back in 3 bays formed by the Ausonian Sea, so called from the Ausones, who were the first inhabitants of the country. According to Varro, it is 86 miles in extent, but most writers have made it only 75. Along this coast there are rivers innumerable, but we shall mention only those that are worthy of remark. After leaving Locri, we come to the Sagra, and the ruins of the town of Caulon, Mistii, Consilinum, Castrum, Cocanthum, in the opinion of some, the longest headland of Italy, and then the Gulf of Scylacium, and Scylacium itself, which was called by the Athenians, when they founded it, Scyletium. This part of Italy is nearly a peninsula, in consequence of the Gulf of Terrenium running up into it on the other side. In it there is the harbour called Castra Annibalis, and no other part is Italy narrower than here, it being but 20 miles across. For this reason the elder Dionysius entertained the idea of severing this portion from the mainland of Italy at this spot, and adding it to Sicily. The navigable rivers in this district are the Carquines, the Crotalus, the Samarus, the Arocas, and the Targines. In the interior is the town of Paetilia, and there are, besides, Mount Clibanus, the promontory of Licinium, in front of which lies the island of Dioscuri, 10 miles from the mainland, and another called the Isle of Calypso, which Homer is supposed to refer to under the name of Ogaiga, as also the islands of Tyrus, Aranusa, and Meloesa. According to Agrippa, the promontory of Licinium is 70 miles from Caulon. At the promontory of Licinium begins the second Gulf of Europe, the bend of which forms an arc of great depth and terminates at Acrocerunium, a promontory of Epirus, from which it is distant 75 miles. We first come to the town of Croton, and then the river Neathus, and the town of Thurii, situate between two rivers, Crathus and Sybaris, upon the latter of which there was once a city of the same name. In a similar manner, Heraclea, sometimes called Cyrus, lies between the river of that name and the Acheris. We next come to the rivers Acalandrus and Casuentum, and the town of Metapontum, with which the third region of Italy terminates. In the interior of Bruttium, the Aprustani are the only people, but in Lucania we find the Atanates, the Bantini, the Eburini, the Grumentini, the Pontentini, the Sontini, the Sirini, the Tergillani, the Ursentini, and the Volcantani, whom the Numenstrani join. Besides these, we learn from Cato that Thebes in Lucania has disappeared, and Theopompus informs us that there was formerly a city of the Lucani called Pandosia, at which Alexander, the king of Epirus, died. Chapter 16. The second region of Italy. Adjoining to this district is the second region of Italy, which embraces the Hirpini, Calabria, Apulia, and the Salentini, extending a distance of 250 miles along the Gulf of Tarentum, which receives its name from the town of the Laconians, so called, situate at the bottom of the Gulf, to which was annexed the maritime colony which had previously settled there. Tarentum is distant from the promontory of Licinium 136 miles, and throws out the territory of Calabria opposite to it in the form of a peninsula. The Greeks called this territory Messapia, from their leader, before which it was called Peucatia, from Peucatius, the brother of Oenotrius, and was comprised in the territory of Salentinum. Between the two promontories there is a distance of 100 miles. The breadth across the peninsula from Tarentum to Brundisium by land is 35 miles, considerably less if measured from the port of Sassina. The towns inland from Tarentum are Varia, surnamed Apulia, Messapia, and Aletium. On the coast, Senum and Callipolis, now known as Anza, 75 miles from Tarentum. Thence, at a distance of 32 miles, is the promontory of Acra Iapicia, at which the point Italy projects the greatest distance into the sea. At a distance of 19 miles from this point is the town of Basta, and then Hydruntum, the spot at which the Ionian is separated from the Adriatic Sea, and from which the distance across to Greece is the shortest. The town of the Apollinates lies opposite to it, and the breadth of the arm of the sea which runs between is not more than 50 miles. Pyrrhus, king of Epirus, was the first to entertain the notion of uniting these two points, and making a passage on foot by throwing a bridge across. And after him, Marcus Varro, when commanding the fleet of Pompey in the war against the pirates. Other cares, however, prevented either of them from accomplishing this design. Passing Hydruntum, we come to the deserted site of Soletum, then Fratoratorum, the Portus Terentius, the haven of Miltopa, Lupia, Milesium, Caelia, and then Brundisium, 50 miles from Hydruntum. This last place is one of the most famous ports of Italy, and although more distant, affords by far the safest passage across to Greece, the place of disembarkation being Dyrrachium, a city of Illyria. The distance across is 225 miles. adjoining Brundisium is the territory of the Pediculi. 9 youths and as many maidens, natives of Illyria, became the parents of 16 nations. The towns of the Pediculi are Rudii, Egnatia, and Barium. Their rivers are the Iapex, so called from the son of Daedalus, who was king there, and who gave it the name of Iapagia, the Pactius, and the Alphidius, which rises from the Hirpinian mountains and flows past Canusium. At this point begins Apulia, surnamed the Daunian, from the Daunii, who take their name from a former chief, the father-in-law of Diomedes. In this territory are the towns of Salapia, famous for Hannibal's amour with the courtesan, Simpontum, Aurea, the river Kerbalus, forming the boundary of the Daunii, the port of Agasus, and the promontory of Mount Garganus, distant from the promontory of Salentinium, or Iapagia, 234 miles. Making the circuit of Garganus, we come to the port of Garna, the lake Pantanus, the river Frento, the mouth of which forms a harbour, Tianum of the Apuli, and Larinum, Cliternia, and the river Tipherinus, at which the district of the Frentani begins. Thus were there 3 different nations of the Apulians, the Daunii, the Tiani, so called from their leader, who sprang from the Greeks, and the Lucani, who were subdued by Calchas, and whose country is now possessed by the Atinates. Besides those already mentioned, there are, of the Daunii, the colonies of Lucaria and Venusia, the towns of Canusium and Arpi, formerly called Argos Hippium, and founded by Diomedes, afterwards called Agrippia. Here too Diomedes destroyed the nations of the Monadi and the Dardi, and the 2 cities of Apina and Trica, whose names have passed into a byword and a proverb. Besides the above, there is in the interior of the second region 1 colony of the Epirni, Beneventum, so called by an exchange of a more auspicious name for its old one of Maleventum. Also the Aeluani, the Aquilonii, the Abelanates, surnamed Protopi, the Campsani, the Caunii, the Liguriis, both those called the Corneliani and the Bebiani, the Vescalani, the Aeliani, the Alaterni, the Abelantes, surnamed Marsi, the Atrani, the Aiani, the Alphelani, the Atinates, the Arpani, the Borcani, the Colatini, the Corlenenses, the Canenses, rendered famous by the defeat of the Romans, the Dirini, the Forentani, the Geuncini, the Herdunienses, the Irini, the Laurentes, surnamed Frentani, the Marinates of Gerganus, the Matalani, the Netini, the Robustini, the Silvini, the Strappellini, the Termentini, the Vibantes, the Veuncini, and the Urlutini. In the interior of Calabria there are the Agentini, the Apamastini, the Argentini, the Butuntinenses, the Deciani, the Grumbistiani, the Norbanenses, the Palionenses, the Sturtini, and the Turtini. There are also the following Salentine nations: the Alentini, the Basturbini, the Neretini, the Uzentini, and the Warentini. Chapter 17. The fourth region of Italy. We now come to the fourth region, which includes the most valiant, probably, of all the nations of Italy. Upon the coast, in the territory of the Frentani, after the river Tifernus, we find the river Trinium, with a good harbour at its mouth, the towns of Istonium, Bucca, and Ortona, and the river Aternus. In the interior are the Anaxi, surnamed Frentani, the higher and the lower Carentini, and the Lanunces. In the territory of the Marrucini, the Teatini; in that of the Pelagini, the Corfinenses, the Superaquani, and the Somonenses; in that of the Marsi, the Axantini, the Atenates, the Fucentes, the Lucenses, and the Marovini; in that of the Albenses, the town of Alba on Lake Fucinus, and that of the Equiculiani, the Clintirni, and the Carciolani, and that of the Vestini, the Aguilani, the Pinenses, and the Peltuinantes, adjoining to whom are the Alfinantes Cismontani, and that of the Samnites, who have been called Sabelli, and whom the Greeks have called Saonitae, the colony of old Bovianum, and that of the Uducimiani, the Alfidiantes, the Esserini, the Fagufulani, the Ficolenses, the Saipinates, and the Terraventinates, and that of the Sabini, the Amartini, the Carenses, Forum Deci, Forum Novum, the Finentes, the Iteramantes, the Nursini, the Nomantini, the Reatini, the Trebulani, both those called Mutesci and those called Sufentes, the Tribirtes, and the Tarinates. In these districts the Comini, the Tadiates, the Caedici, and the Alfertini, tribes of the Equiculi, have disappeared. From Gallianus we learn that Archippe, a town of the Marsi, built by Marsyas, a chieftain of the Lydians, has been swallowed up by the lake Fucinus, and Valerianus informs us that the town of the Witicini in Picenum was destroyed by the Romans. The Sabini, so called according to some writers from their attention to religious observances and the worship of the god Servini, dwell on the dew-clad hills in the vicinity of the lakes of Velinus. The Nar, with its sulphureous waters, exhausts these lakes, and descending from Mount Ficalus, unites with them near the groves of Wacuna and Riate, and then directs its course towards the Tiber, in which it discharges itself. Again, in another direction, the Anio, taking its rise in the mountains of the Trabani, carries into the Tiber the waters of 3 lakes, remarkable for their picturesque beauty, and to which Subalaquium is indebted for its name. In the territory of Reate is the lake of Cutilae, in which there is a floating island, and which, according to Marcus Varro, is the navel or central point of Italy. Below the Sabine territory lies that of Latium, on one side Picenum, and behind it Umbria, while the range of the Apennines flanks it on either side. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 21, Book 3, Chapters 18 through 22. The 5th region of Italy, the 6th region of Italy, the 8th region of Italy, the Padus, the 11th region of Italy, Italia Transpadana, the 10th region of Italy. Chapter 18. The 5th region of Italy. The 5th region is that of Picenum, once remarkable for the denseness of its population. 360,000 Picentines took the oaths of fidelity to the Roman people. They are descended from the Sabines, who had made a vow to celebrate a holy spring. Their territory commenced at the river Aternus, where the present district and colony of Adria is at a distance of 6 miles from the sea. Here we find the river Vomanus, the territories of Praetutia and Palma, Castrum Novum, the river Batinus, Truentum, with its river of the same name, which place is the only remnant of the Luberni in Italy, the river Abula, Tervinum, at which the Praetutian district ends, and that of Picenum begins, the town of Cupra, Castellum, Fermanorum, and above it the colony of Asculum, the most illustrious in Picenum. In the interior there is the town of Novana. Upon the coast we have Cluana, Potentia, Numana, founded by the Siculi, and Ancona, a colony founded by the same people on the promontory of Cumarus, forming an elbow of the coast, where it begins to bend inwards, and distant from Gergonus 183 miles. In the interior are the Auxamates, the Berigrani, the Cingulani, the Cuprenses, surnamed Montani, the Falerenses, the Pausalani, Planinenses, the Ricinenses, the Septemdiani, the Tolatanates, the Traienses, and the Polatini of Urbs Salvia. Chapter 19. The sixth region of Italy. Adjoining to this is the sixth region, which includes Umbria and the Gallic territory in the vicinity of Ariminum. At Ancona begins the coast of that part of Gaul known as Gallia Togata. The Siculi and the Liburni possessed the greater part of this territory, and more particularly the territories of Palma, of Praetutia, and Adria. These were expelled by the Umbri, these again by the Etrurians, and those in turn by the Gauls. The Umbri are thought to have been the most ancient race in Italy, it being supposed that they were called Umbrii by the Greeks, from the fact of their having survived the rains which had inundated the earth. We read that 300 of their towns were conquered by the Tusci. At the present day, we find on their coast the river Isis, Senogalia, the river Metatrus, the colonies of Fanum Fortunae and Pisarum, with a river of the same name, and in the interior those of the Isbellum and Tuder. Besides the above, there are the Amerini, the Adidates, the Asinates, the Arnates, the Icinates, the Camarates, the Carsulentiani, the Carsulani, the Dolates, surnamed Salentini, the Fulginiates, the Floroflaminenses, the Foro-Julienses, surnamed Concupienses, the Foro-Brentani, the Foro-Sempronienses, the Iguvini, the Interamnantes, surnamed the Nartes, the Mevanates, the Mevionenses, the Matalienses, the Narninenses, whose town used formerly to be called Nequinum, the Nucerini, both those surnamed Favonienses and those called Camillani, the Ocriculani, the Ostranini, the Pitulani, both those surnamed Pisurates and the others called Mergentini, the Plestini, the Sentinantes, the Sarcinantes, the Spoletini, the Suasini, the Sestinates, the Suliates, the Tadinates, the Trebiates, the Tufficini, the Tifranates, surnamed Tiberini, and the others called Metuapurenses, the Vesicantes, and the Urbanates, both these surnamed Metorances, and the others called Hortenses, the Veterances, the Vidiatanes, and the Viventani. In this district there exists no longer the Feliginates, who possess Clusiolum above Iteramna, and the Serenates with their towns of Acarai, surnamed Vapharai, and Torocalum, also called Vetiolum, as also the Solinates, the Curinates, the Phalianates, and the Apinates. The Arianates have also disappeared with the town of Crinovolum, as well as the Usidicani, the Plagineses, the Paisanates, and the Caelestini. Cato writes that Ameria, above mentioned, was founded 964 years before the war with Perseus. Chapter 20. The eighth region of Italy, the Padus. The eighth region is bounded by Ariminum, the Padus, and the Apennines. Upon the coast we have the river Crustumium and the colony of Ariminum, with the rivers Ariminus and Aprusa. Next comes the river Rubico, once the boundary of Italy, and after it the Sapis, the Witis, and the Anemo, and then Ravenna, a town of the Sabines, with the river Bedacis, 105 miles from Ancona, and not far from the sea. Butrium, a town of the Umbri. In the interior there are the colonies of Bononia, formerly called Falsina, when it was the chief place of the Etruria, Brixellum, Mutina, Parma, and Placentia. There are also the towns of Caesena, Clasterna, Forum Clodi, Florum Livi, Forum Populi, Forum Truitanorum, Forum Cornelii, Forum Licini, the Faviganti, the Fiditini, the Ostini, the Padanates, the Reginenses, who take their name from Lepidus, the Solotanes, the Saltus Gallini, surnamed Aquitanes, the Tanetani, the Veliates, who were anciently surnamed Regiates, and the Urbanates. In this district the Boii have disappeared, of whom there were 112 tribes according to Cato, and also the Senones, who captured Rome. The Padus descends from the bosom of Mount Vesulus, one of the most elevated points of the chain of the Alps, in the territories of the Ligurian Vaghiani, and rises at its source in a manner that well merits an inspection by the curious, after which it hides itself in a subterranean channel, until it rises again in the territory of the Forovibienses. It is inferior in fame to none whatever among the rivers, being known to the Greeks as the Eridanus, and famous as the scene of the punishment of Phaeton. At the rising of the Dog Star it is swollen by melted snows, but though it proves more furious in its course to the adjoining fields than to the vessels that are upon it, still it takes care to carry away no portion of its banks, when it recedes, renders them additionally fertile. Its length from its source is 300 miles, to which we must add 88 for its sinuosities, and it receives from the Apennines and Alps not only several navigable rivers, but immense lakes as well, which discharge themselves into its waters, thus conveying altogether as many as 30 streams into the Adriatic Sea. Among these, the best known are the following, flowing from the range of the Apennines: the Iactus, the Tanaras, the Trebia, which passes Placentia, the Taurus, the Inkia, the Gabelus, the Scoltena, and the Rhenus. From the chain of the Alps, the Strura, the Orgus, the two Durii, the Sesites, the Ticinus, the Lambrus, the Adua, the Oleus, and the Mincius. There is no river known to receive a larger increase than this in so short a space, so much indeed that it is impelled onwards by this vast body of water, and invading the land forms deep channels in its course. Hence it is that, although a portion of its stream is drawn off by waters and canals between Ravenna and Altinum, for a space of 120 miles, still, at the spot where it discharges the vast body of its waters, it is said to form 7 seas. By the Augustan canal, the Padus is carried to Ravenna, at which place it is called the Padusa, having formerly borne the name of Missanicus. The nearest mouth to this spot forms the extensive port known as that of Vatrenus, where Claudius Caesar, on his triumph over the Britons, entered the Adriatic in a vessel that deserved rather the name of a vast palace than a ship. This mouth, which was formerly called by some the Eridanian, has been by others styled the Spenectic mouth, from the city of Spina, a very powerful place which formerly stood in the vicinity. If we may form a conclusion from the amount of its treasure deposited at Delphi, it was founded by Diomedes. At this spot the river Vatrenus, which flows from the territory of Forum Cornelii, swells the waters of the Padus. The next mouth is that of Carpassia, then that of Sagis, and then Volane, formerly called Olane. All these are situate upon the Flavian canal, which the Tuscans formerly made from Sagis, thus drawing the impetuous stream of the river across into the marshes of the Atriani, which they call the 7 Seas, and upon which is the noble port of Atria, a city of the Tuscans, from which place the sea was formerly called the Atriatic, though now the Adriatic. We next come to the overflowing mouths of Carbonaria, and the Phocis of Philistina, by some called the Tartarus, all of which originate in the overflow of the waters in the Philistian canal, swollen by the streams of the Atasis, descending from the Tridentine Alps, and that of the Togenosus, flowing from the territory of the Potivani. A portion of them also forms the adjoining port of Brundulum, in the same manner as Adron is formed by the 2 rivers Meduacus and the Clodian canal. With the waters of these streams the Padus unites, and with them discharges itself into the sea, forming, according to most writers, between the Alps and the seashore, a triangular figure 2,000 stadia in circumference, not unlike the delta formed by the Nile in Egypt. I feel somewhat ashamed to have to borrow from the Greeks any statement in reference to Italy. Metrodorus of Skopsos, however, informs us that this river has obtained its name of Padus from the fact that about its source there are great numbers of pine trees, which in the Gallic language are called Padi. In the tongue of the Ligurians this river is called the Bonicus, which signifies the bottomless. This derivation is in some measure supported by the fact that near this river there is the town of Industria, of which the ancient name was Bodinconegum, and where the river begins to be of greater depth than in other parts. Chapter 21. The 11th region of Italy, Italia Transpadana. From the river Padus, the 11th region receives its name of Transpadana, to which, situate as it is wholly in the interior, the river, with its bounteous channel, conveys the gifts of all the seas. The towns are Vibiforum and Segusio, and at the foot of the Alps the colony of Augusta Taurinorum, at which place the Padus becomes navigable, and which was founded by the ancient race of the Ligurians, and of Augusta Praetoria of the Selasi, near the two passes of the Alps. The Grecian and the Pennine, by the latter it is said that the Carthaginians passed into Italy, and by the Grecian, Hercules. The town of Aporida, the foundation of which by the Roman people was enjoined by the Sibylline books, the Gauls call tamer of horses by the names of Opodori. The Vercellae, the town of the Libyci, derived its origin from the Saluvii, and Novaria, founded by the Verticomicori, is at the present day a district of the Volcontii, and not, as Cato supposes, of the Ligurians, of whom two nations, called the Livii and the Marici, founded Ticinum, not far from the Padus, as the Boii, descended from the Transalpine nations, have founded Laus Pompeia and the Insurbes Mediolanum. From Cato we learn that Comum, Bergamum, and Liciniforum, and some other peoples of the vicinity, originated from the Orobii, but he admits that he is ignorant as to the origin of that nation. Cornelius Alexander, however, informs us that they came from Greece, interpreting their name as meaning those who live upon the mountains. In this district Para has disappeared, a town of the Orobii, from whom, according to Cato, the people of Bergamum are descended. Its site even yet shows that it was situate in a position more elevated than fruitful. The Caturiges have also perished, an exiled race of the Insubres, as also Spina previously mentioned. Melpum, too, a place distinguished for its opulence, which, as we are informed by Cornelius Nepos, was destroyed by the Insubres, the Boii, and the Senones, on the very day on which Camillus took Veii. Chapter 22. The 10th region of Italy. We now come to the 10th region of Italy, situate on the Adriatic Sea. In this district are Venetia, the river Silus, arising in the Tarvesanian mountains, the town of Altinum, the river Lequentia, rising in the mountains of Opitigium, and a port with the same name, the colony of Concordia, the rivers and harbors of Romatinum, the greater and lesser Tiliaventum, the Anaxum, into which the Veramus flows, the Ausa, and the Nazio, with the Taurus, which flows past the colony of Aquileia, at a distance of 15 miles from the sea. This is the country of the Carni, and adjoining to it that of the Eapades, the river Timavus, the fortress of Pucinum, famous for its wines, the Gulf of Trigeste, and the colony of that name, 33 miles from Aquileia. 6 miles beyond that place lies the river Formio, 189 miles distant from Ravenna, the ancient boundary of enlarged Italy, and now the frontier of Istria. That this region takes its name from the river Ister, which flows from the Danube, also called the Ister, into the Adriatic opposite the mouth of the Padus, and that the sea which lies between them is rendered fresh by their waters running from opposite directions, has been erroneously asserted by many, and among them by Nepos even, who dwelt upon the banks of the Padus. For it is a fact that no river which runs from the Danube discharges itself from the Adriatic. They have been misled, I think, by the circumstances that the ship Argo came down some river into the Adriatic Sea, not far from Tergeste, but what river that was is now unknown. The most careful writers say that the ship was carried across the Alps on men's shoulders, having passed along the Ister, then along the Savus, and so from Nauportus, which place, lying between Imola and the Alps, from that circumstance derives its name. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 22, Book 3, Chapters 23 to 30, and Summary. Chapter 23, 19. Istria, its people and locality. Istria projects in the form of a peninsula. Some writers have stated its length to be 40 miles and its circumference 125, and the same as to Liburnia, which adjoins it, and the Flenatic Gulf, while others make it at 225, others again make the circumference of Liburnia 180 miles. Some persons, too, extend Ispadia at the bank of Istria as far as the Flenatic Gulf, a distance of 130 miles, thus making Liburnia but 150 miles. Tuditanus, who subdued the Istri, had this inscription on his statue which was erected there: From Aquileia to the river Titus is a distance of 1,000 stadia. The towns of Istria, with the rights of Roman citizens, are Egida, Parentium, and the colony of Pulla, and now Paetus Julia, formerly founded by the Colchians, and distant from Tergeste 100 miles, after which we come to the town of Nisactium, and the river Arsia, now the boundary of Italy. The distance across from Ancona to Pola is 120 miles. In the interior of the 10th region are the colonies of Ceramona, Braiixia, and the territory of the Cenomani, a teste belonging to the Veneti, and the towns of Aquilum, Patavium, Opiturgium, Bellunum, and Viceccia, with Mantua the only city of the Tuscans now left beyond the Pades. Cato informs us that the Veneti are descendants of the Trojans, and that the Cenomani dwelt among the Volcae in the vicinity of Massilia. There are also the towns of the Fertini, the Tridentini, and the Berucinans belonging to the Reti, Verona belonging to the Reti and the Egani, and the Julienses to the Carni. We then have the following peoples whom there is no necessity to particularize with any degree of exactness: the Alutrenses, the Asriates, the Flamonenses, with those surnamed Vanienses, and the others called Culisi, the Furo Julienses, surnamed Transpandi, the Fortani, the Nediantes, the Quarqueni, the Tarusiani, the Togienses, and the Varvi. In this district there have disappeared upon the coast Arameni, Palosum, and the Palatium, Itina and Cailina belonging to the Veneti, Segeste and Ocra to the Carini, and Noria to the Turisi. El Piso also informs us that although the Senate disapproved of his so doing, M. Claudius Marcellius razed to the ground a tower statue at the 12th milestone from Aquileia. In this region also, and the 11th, there are some celebrated lakes, and several rivers that either take their rise in them or else are fed by their waters, in those cases in which they again emerge from them. These are the Adua, fed by the lake Larius, the Ticanius by Lake Verbenus, the Minicris by Lake Benacus, the Oleus by Lake Sabinus, and the Lambrus by Lake Eupilus, all of them flowing into the Padus. Caylus states that the length of the Alps from the upper sea to the lower is 1,000 miles, a distance which Timagenes shortens by 22. Cornelius Nepos assigns to them a breadth of 100 miles, and T. Livis of 3,000 stadia, but then in different places. For in some localities they exceed 100 miles, where they divide Germany, for instance, from Italy, while in other parts they do not reach 70, being thus narrowed by the providential dispensation of nature, as it were. The breadth of Italy, taken from the river Var at the foot of these mountains, and passing along by the Vada Stabadia, the Tarini, the Comum, Brixia, Verona, Vicentia, Optigurium, Aquitilla, Tergeste, Pola, and Arsina, is 745 miles. Chapter 24. The Alps and the Alpine Nations. Many nations dwell among the Alps, but the more remarkable between Pola and the district of Tergeste are the Secuseses, the Sobrocrini, the Catali, the Menocalini, and near the Carne the people formerly called the Taroisci, but now the Norici. Adjoining to these are the Reti and the Vadalici, who are all divided into a multitude of states. It is supposed that the Reti are the descendants of the Tuscans, who were expelled by the Gauls and migrated hither under the command of their chief, whose name was Rhaetus. Turning them to the side of the Alps which fronts Italy, we have the Eugenian nations enjoying Latin rights, and of whom Cato enumerates 34 towns. Among these are the Pliny, a people who were sold with their territory, and then the Camuni and several similar tribes, each of them in the jurisdiction of its neighboring municipal town. The same author also considers the Lepontini and the Salsi to be of Taurisian origin, but most other writers, giving a Greek interpretation to their name, consider the Lepontini to have been those of the followers of Hercules, who were left behind in consequence of their limbs being frozen by the snow of the Alps. They are also of opinion that the inhabitants of the Grecian Alps are descended from a portion of the Greeks of his army, and that the Eugeneans, being sprung from an origin so illustrious, thence took their name. The head of these are the Stioni, the Venonetians, and the Serantes, and peoples of the Reti dwell about the sources of the river Rhanes, while the tribe of Leponti, known as the Uberi, dwell in the vicinity of the sources of the Rhodanus, in the same district of the Alps. There are also other native tribes here who have received Latin rights, such as the Octoduranenses and their neighbors, the Centrones, the Coetian states, the Ligurian Vaginetti, descended from the Cateriges, as also those called Montani, besides numerous nations of the Capilladi, in the confines of Ligurian Sea. It may not be inappropriate in this place to subjoin the inscription now to be seen upon the trophy erected in the Alps, which is to the following effect: To the Emperor Caesar, the son of Caesar now deified, Augustus Pontifex Maximus, an emperor 14 years, in the 17th year of his holding the tribunal authority, the Senate and the Roman people, in remembrance that under his command and auspices all the Alpine nations which extended from the upper sea to the lower were reduced to subjection by the Roman people. The Alpine nations so subdued were the Triumplini, the Camoni, the Venastes, and the Venoeses, the Isarci, the Bruni, the Genoese, the Phocantes, 4 nations of the Vindelici, the Consantes, the Rusiantes, the Lycates, the Catantes, the Ambisontes, the Rugusci, the Sunetes, the Calucones, the Brixentes, the Leponti, the Uberi, the Nantustes, the Seduni, the Varagi, the Salasi, the Octavones, the Medullae, the Uxini, the Caturges, the Brigiani, the Sugianti, the Brodianti, the Milani, the Andantes, the Euspiani, the Viamini, the Galatae, the Triulatae, the Ecdini, the Virgunini, the Aegutituri, the Nemisturi, the Aratelli, the Nerusii, the Voluni, and the Suetri. The 12 states of the Cotiani were not included in the list, as they had shown no hostility, nor yet those which had been placed by the Pompeian law under the jurisdiction of the municipal towns. Such, then, is Italy, sacred to the gods. Such are the nations, such the cities of her peoples, to which we may add that this is that same Italy which, when Alemanius Paulus and C. Attilas Regalis were consuls, on hearing of the rising in Gaul unaided and without any foreign assistance whatever, without the help even of that portion which lies beyond the Pontus, armed 80,000 horse and 700,000 foot. In abundance of metals of every kind, Italy yields to no land whatever, but all search for them has been prohibited by an ancient decree of the Senate, who gave orders thereby that Italy should be exempted from such treatment. Chapter 25. Liburnia and Illyricum. The nation of the Liburnia joins the river Arcia, and extends as far as the river Titus. The Mentores, the Hymani, the Enchalai, the Buni, and the people from Callimachus, called the Pacitai, formerly formed part of it, but now the whole in general are comprised under the one name of Illyricum. But few of the names of these nations are worthy of mention, or indeed very easy of pronunciation. To the jurisdiction of Sardonia resort the Elapides and 14 cities of the Liburni, of which it may not prove tedious if I mention the Lachienses, the Stulipini, the Bernistae, the Alboneses. Belonging to the same jurisdiction there are, in the enjoyment of Italian rights, the Alutae, the Philantes, and from whom the Gulf takes its name, the Lopsi, and the Varvarini, the Ascentes, who are exempt from tribute, and upon the islands the Furtinates and the Coricti. Besides these, there are on the coast, after leaving Nesatium Avona, Falanona, Tarsicia, Senia, Lopsia, Ortopula, Vegium, Agrantium, Corinthium, Aeonia, the city of Pasinium, and the river Tadanius, at which Iapedia terminates. The islands of this gulf, with their towns, besides those above mentioned, are Absirtium, Arba, Craxa, Gieson, and Portunata. Again, on the mainland there is the colony of Istera, distant from Pola 160 miles, then at a distance of 30 miles, the island of Colentum, and of 18, the mouth of the river Titus. Chapter 26. Dalmatia. Sardona, situate upon the river at a distance of 12 miles from the sea, forms the boundary of Liburnia and the beginning of Dalmatia. Next to this place comes the ancient country of the Altaraertes and the fortress of Tariona, the promontory of Diomedes, or, as others call it, the peninsula of Helios, 100 miles in circuit. Then comes Trigernia, a place with the rights of Roman citizens, and celebrated for its marble. Secum, a place to which Claudius, the emperor lately deified, sent a colony of his veterans, and Salona, a colony situate 112 miles from the Iadera. To this place resort for legal purposes, having the laws dispensed, according to their divisions, into decuries or tithings, the Dalmate forming 342 decuries, the Decuri 22, the Ditones 239, the Mazae 269, and the Sardiates 52. In this region are Burnum, Auditrium, and Tribulium, fortresses ennobled by the battles of the Roman people. To the same jurisdiction also belong the Issei, the Colenti, the Sipari, and the Eptini, nations inhabiting the islands. After these come the fortresses of Pagentium and of Rutanium, and the colony of Nerona, the seat of the third jurisdiction, distant from Salona 82 miles, and situate upon a river of the same name, at a distance of 20 miles from the sea. And Vera states that 89 states used to resort thither, but now nearly the only ones that are known are the Seruni with 24 decuries, and Doriazi with 17, the Distates with 103, the Decolate with 33, the Daratini with 14, the Daramiste with 30, the Dindari with 33, the Glyndontones with 44, the Melcomani with 24, the Narisi with 102, the Scutari with 72, the Sicolate with 24, and the Vardai, once the scourges of Italy, with no more than 20 decuries. In addition to these, this district was possessed by the Osiri, the Partheni, the Hamasini, the Arthratai, and the Armistai. The colony of Epidaurus is distant from the river Naran 100 miles. After Epidaurus come the following towns with the rights of Roman citizens: Resinium, Acrubium, Buscia, Orsinulum, formerly called Colchinium, having been founded by the Colchians, the river Drilo, and upon it Soctra, in town with the rights of Roman citizens, situate at a distance of 18 miles from the sea. Besides, in former times, many Greek towns and once powerful states, of which all remembrance is fast fading away. For in this region there were formerly the Lebanti, the Enderini, the Sassai, the Gaberni, properly called Illyri, the Talitanti, and the Pyri. The promontory of Nafilium on the seacoast still retains its name, and there is Lycium, a town enjoying the rights of Roman citizens, at a distance from Epidaurus of 100 miles. At Lycium begins the province of Macedonia, the nations of the Partheni, and behind them the Desarte. The mountains of Candavia are 78 miles from Dyrrhachium. On the coast lies Denda, a town with the rights of Roman citizens. The colony of Epidamnum, which on account of its inauspicious name was by the Romans called Dyrrhachium, the river Aos, by some called Ais, and Apollonia, formerly a colony of the Corinthians, at a distance of 4 miles from the sea, in the vicinity of which the celebrated Nymphium is inhabited by the barbarous Amantes and Bulliones. Upon the coast, too, is the town of Orium, founded by the Colchians. At this spot begins Epirus, with the Acrononian mountains, by which we have previously mentioned this Gulf of Europe as bounded. Auricum is distant from the promontory of Salentium in Italy, 80 miles. Chapter 27. The Norisi. In the rear of the Carni and the Iapetes, along the course of the great river Ister, the Rhaetai touch upon the Norici. Their towns are Verunum, Celia, Turnia, Augutium, Bianiamina, Claudia, and Flavium Solvense. Adjoining to the Norici is Lake Paiso and the deserts of the Boli. They are, however, now inhabited by the people of Sarbia, a colony of the now deified Emperor Claudius, and the town of Scarabantia Julia. Chapter 28. Panoia. Next to them comes acorn-bearing Panoia, along which the chain of the Alps, gradually lessening as it runs through the middle of Illyrium from north to south, forms a gentle slope to the right hand and to the left. The portion which looks toward the Adriatic Sea is called Dalmatia and Illyrium, above named, while Pannonia stretches away toward the north, and has the Danube for its extreme boundary. In it are the colonies of Emona and Sisca. The following rivers, both known to fame and adapted for commerce, flow into the Danube: the Draius, which rushes from Noricum with great impetuosity, and the Savus, which flows from a mere gentle current from the Carnic Alps, there being a space between them of 120 miles. The Draius runs through the Sorrentes, the Serapilli, the Iasi, and the Asiantes; the Savus through the Colpiani, the Berunzi, and these are the principal peoples. Besides them there are the Arivates, the Azalis, the Amantini, the Belgites, and the Catari, the Cornates, the Aravici, the Herculantes, the Latovi, the Ulcerates, the Varcunani, and in front of Mount Claudius the Scordisci, behind it the Turisi. In the Savus there is the island of Metabaris, the greatest of all the islands formed by rivers. Besides the above, there are these other rivers worthy of mention: the Colapis, which flows into the Savus near Siscia, where, dividing its channel, it forms the island which is called Sagentia, and the river Bactanius, which flows into the Savus at the town of Sirmium, where we find the state of Sermenesis and the Amanti. 45 miles thence is Tarunum, where the Savus flows into the Danube, above which spot the Valanus and the Europanus, themselves far from ignoble rivers, join that stream. Chapter 29. Moesia. Joining up to Pannonia is the province called Moesia, which runs with the course of the Danube as far as the Euxine. It commences at the confluence previously mentioned. In it are the Dardani, the Silageri, the Tribali, the Timanchi, the Moesi, the Thracians, and the Scythians who border on the Euxine. The more famous among its rivers are the Margis, which rises in the territory of Dardani, the Plingus, the Timachus, the Isis, which rises in Mount Rhodope, and rising in Mount Haemus, the Utus, the Asimus, and the Aeterus. The breadth of Illycrium at its widest part is 325 miles, and its length from the river Arsia to the river Dronilius 530. From the Dronilius to the promontory of Acroneia, Agrippa states to be 175 miles, and he says that the entire circuit of the Italian and Illycrian Gulf is 1,700 miles. In this gulf, according to the limits which we have drawn, are two seas, the Ionian in the first part, and the Adriatic, which runs more inland and is called the Upper Sea. Chapter 30. Islands of the Ionian Sea and the Adriatic. In the Ausonian Sea there are no islands worthy of notice beyond those which we have already mentioned, and only a few in the Ionian, those, for instance, upon the Calabrian coast, opposite Brundisium, by the projection of which a harbor is formed, and over against the Apulian coast, Diomedia, remarkable for the monument of Diomedes, the other island called by the same name, but by some Teutria. The coast of Illycrium is clustered with more than 1,000 islands, the sea being of a shoaly nature, and numerous creeks and estuaries running with their narrow channels between portions of the land. The more famous are those before the mouths of the Timavus, which warm springs that rise with the tides of the sea. The island of Sisa near the territory of the Istri and the Polaria, and the Abstirides, also called by the Greeks from the circumference of Absteris, the brother of Media having been slain there. Some islands near them have been called the Electrides, upon which amber, which they called Electrum, was said to be found. A most assured instance, however, of that untruthfulness which is generally ascribed to the Greeks, seeing that has never yet been ascertained which of the islands were meant by them under that name. Opposite to the Iater is Lisa, and other islands whose names have been already mentioned. Opposite to the Liburni are some islands called the Cratae, and no smaller number styled Liburni, and no smaller number styled Liburnicae and Caludesi. Opposite to Syrium is Bavo and Bratia, famous for its goats, Issa with the rights of Roman citizens, and Faria with the town. At a distance of 25 miles from Issa is Corcraia, surnamed Melena, with a town founded by the Scythians, between which and Illycrium is Malite, from which, as we learn from Callimachus, a certain kind of little dogs were called Malitae. 15 miles from it we find the 7 Elaphites. In the Ionian Sea, at a distance of 12 miles from Auricum, is Sassones, notorious from having been a harbor of pirates. Summary. The towns and nations mentioned are in number. The rivers of note are in number. The mountains of note are in number. The islands are in number. The towns or nations which have disappeared are in number. The facts, statements, and observations are in number 326. Roman authors quoted: Tyrrhenius Gracillus, Cornelius Nepos, T. Livius, Cato the Censor, Agrippa, and Varro, the Emperor Augustus now deified, Varro Actantius, Antius, Hyginus, Helvitus, Pomponius Mela, Curia the Elder, Caelius, Aruntus, Sabosus, Licinius, Massianus, Fabricius Tuscus, L. Atinius Capito, Varius Flaccus, L. Piso, Gallianus, and Valerianus. Foreign authors quoted: Artemidorus, Alexander, Polyhistor, Theeuclides, Theophrastus, Isidorus, Theopompus, Metrodorus of Cyprus, Callicrantes, Xenophon of Elampscus, Diodorus of Syracuse, Nymphodorus, Seliphanes, and Timagenes. End of section 22. Recorded by J. Martin. Section 23 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 23. Book 4. An account of countries, nations, seas, towns, havens, mountains, rivers, distances, and peoples who now exist or formerly existed. Chapter 1. Epirus. The third great Gulf of Europe begins at the mountains of Acroceraunia and ends at the Hellespont, embracing an extent of 2,500 miles, exclusive of the sea line of 19 smaller gulfs. Upon it are Epirus, Acarnania, Aetolia, Phocis, Locris, Achaia, Messenia, Laconia, Argolis, Megarius, Attica, Berotia, and again upon the other sea the same Phocis and Locris, Doris, Phathiotis, Thessalia, Magnesia, Macedonia, and Thracia. All the fabulous lore of Greece, as well as the effulgence of her literature, first shone forth upon the banks of this gulf. We shall therefore dwell a little the longer upon it. Epirus, generally so called, begins at the mountains of Acroceraunia. The first people that we meet are the Chaonies, from whom the Chaonia receives its name, then the Thesproti, and then the Antigoneses. We then come to the place where Aornos stood with its exhalations so deadly to the feathered race, the Sestrini, the Farabi, in whose country Mount Pindus is situate, the Cassiopi, the Dryopes, the Stelae, the Helopes, the Molossi, in whose territory is the temple of the Dodonian Jupiter, so famous for his oracle, and Mount Tamaris, so highly praised by Theopompus, with its 100 springs gushing from its foot. Epirus, properly so called, advances toward Magnesia and Macedonia, having at its back the Dacerete, previously mentioned, a free nation, and after them the Dardani, a savage race. On the left hand, before the Dardani, are extended the Triballi and the nations of Mosia, while in front of them the Medi and the Densoletae join, and next to them the Thracians, who stretch away as far as the Euxine. In such a manner is a rampart raised around the lofty heights of Rhodope, and then of Haemus. On the coast of Epirus is the fortress of Chimera, situate upon the Acroceraunian range, and below it the spring known as the Royal Waters, then the towns of Madeira and Sistria, and Thamus, a river of Thesprotia, colony of Buthrotum, and the Ambracian Gulf, so famed in history, which, with an inlet only half a mile in width, receives a vast body of water from the sea, being 37 miles in length and 15 in width. The river Acheron, which runs through Acherusia, a lake of Thesprotia, flows into it after a course of 36 miles. It is considered wonderful for its bridge, 1,000 feet in length, by a people who look upon everything as wonderful that belongs to themselves. Upon this gulf is also situate the town of Ambracia. There are also the Alphas and the Aractus rivers of the Molossi, the city of Anactoria, and the place where Pandosius stood. Chapter 2. Acarnania. The towns of Acarnania, the ancient name of which was Curatus, are Heraclea, Equinus, and on the coast, Actium, a colony founded by Augustus, with its famous temple of Apollo and the free city of Nicopolis. Passing out of the Ambracian Gulf into the Ionian Sea, we come to the coasts of Leucadia, with the promontory of Leucate, and then the Gulf and the peninsula of Leucadia, which last was formerly called Mauritius. By the exertions of the inhabitants it was once cut off from the mainland, but was again joined to it by the vast bodies of sand accumulated through the action of the winds. This spot is called Dioryktos, and its 3 stadia in length. On the peninsula is the town of Leucas, formerly called Naritus. We next come to Alisa, Stratos, and Argos, surnamed Amphilochian, cities of the Acarnanians. The river Achelous flows from the heights of Pindus, and after separating Arcania from Aetolia is fast adding the island of Artima to the mainland by the continual deposits of earth which it brings down its stream. Chapter 3. Aetolia. The peoples of Aetolia are the Athamanes, the Tyampi, the Ephiri, the Aninsus, the Pirhabi, the Dolopes, the Maraices, and the Atraces, in whose territory rises the river Atrax, which flows into the Ionian Sea. Claydon is a city of Aetolia, situate at a distance of 7 miles from the sea, and near the banks of the river Avenus. We then come to Mycenae and Mocrea, beyond which lie Mounts Chalcis and Talphiasus. On the coast again there is the promontory of Anterium, off which is the mouth of the Corinthian Gulf, which flows in and separates Aetolia from the Peloponnesus, being less than 1 mile in width. The promontory which faces it in the opposite side is called Brion. The towns of Aetolia, however, on the Corinthian Gulf, are the Naupactus and the Pyline, and more inland Peluron and Halcerna. The most famous mountains are Tamarus in the district of Dodona, Crania in Ambracia, Aracinthus in Acarnania, and Acathion, Paetolium, and Mycenium in Aetolia. Chapter 4. Locris and Phocis. Next to Aetolia are the Locri, surnamed Azuli, a people exempt from tribute. Here is the town of Xanthe, the port of Apollo Phystius, and the Gulf of Crisa. In the interior are the towns of Arginia, Eupalia, Phaestum, and Calamisus. Beyond are the Syrhian plains of Phocis, the town of Syra, and the port of Calaon, 7 miles from which, in the interior, is situate the free town of Delphi, at the foot of Mount Parnassus, and having the most celebrated oracle of Apollo throughout the whole world. There is the fountain, too, of Castalia, and the river Cepheus, which flows past Delphi, rising in the former city of Lilaea. Besides these, there is the town of Crisa, and that of Antisera, with the Bulensus, as also Nalocum, Paria, Amphicia, exempt from all tribute, Tithron, Traitia, Ambrasus, and Drimea, which district has also the name of Deulis. The extremity of the Gulf washes one corner of Boeotia, with its towns of Cephi and Thebes, surnamed the Corsian, in the vicinity of Helicon. The third town of Boeotia in this sea is that of Page, from which point the isthmus of the Peloponnesus projects in the form of a neck. Chapter 5. The Peloponnesus. The Peloponnesus, which was formerly called Ipaea and Pelagia, is a peninsula inferior in fame to no land upon the face of the earth. Situate between the 2 seas, the Aegean and the Ionian, it is in shape like the leaf of a plane tree, in consequence of the angular indentations made in its shores. According to the Isidorus, it is 563 miles in circumference, and nearly as much again, allowing for the sea line on the margin of its gulfs. The narrow pass at which it commences is known by the name of the Isthmus. At this spot the two seas, which we have previously mentioned, running from the north and the east, invade the land from opposite sides and swallow up its entire breadth, the result being that through these inroads in opposite directions of such vast bodies of water, the sides of the land are eaten away to such an extent that Hellas only holds on to the Peloponnesus by the narrow neck, 5 miles in width, which intervenes. The gulfs thus formed, the one on this side, the other on that, are known as the Corinthian and the Saronic Gulfs. The ports of Lycae on the one side and the Sancherae on the other form the frontiers of this narrow passage, which thus compels to a tedious and perilous circumnavigation such vessels as from their magnitude cannot be carried across by land on vehicles. For this reason it is that both King Demetrius, Caesar the Dictator, the Prince of Chios, and Domitius Nero have at different times made the attempt to cut through this neck by forming a navigable channel, a profane design, as may be clearly seen by the result in every one of these instances. Upon the middle of this intervening neck, which we have called the Isthmus, stands the colony of Corinth, formerly known by the name of Ephrae, situate upon the brow of a hill, at a distance of 60 stadia from the shore of either sea. From the heights of its citadel, which is called Acrocorinthos, or the Heights of Corinth, and in which is the fountain of Parine, it looks down upon the two seas, which lie in the opposite directions. From Leucas to Patrae upon the Corinthian Gulf is a distance of 88 miles. The colony of Patrae is founded upon the most extensive promontory of the Peloponnesus, facing Aetola and the river Evenus, and the Corinthian Gulf, being, as we have previously stated, less than a mile in width at the entrance there, though extending in length as far as the Isthmus, a distance of 85 miles. Chapter 6. Achaia. The province called Achaia begins at the Isthmus, from the circumstance of its cities being ranged in regular succession on its coast. It formerly had the name of Aiglos. The first place there is Lycae, already mentioned, a port of the Corinthians, next to which is Olros, a fortress of the people of Pellene. Then the former towns Halys and Bura, and the places in which their inhabitants took refuge after their towns had been swallowed up by the sea Sicon, namely Aegira, Aegium, and Erios. In the interior are Selunae and Hasii. Then come the port of Panormus and Rhium already mentioned, from which promontory of Petrae, of which we have previously spoken, is distant 5 miles, and then the place where Pherai stood. Of the 9 mountains of Achaia, Ceosia is the most famous. There is also the fountain of Cymothai. Beyond Patrae we find the town of Olinum, the colony of Dyme, places where Bufrasium and Harimine once stood, the Araxes, the bay of Selene, and the promontory of Chelontes, at 5 miles distance from Cyllene. There is also the fortress of Philius, the district around which was called Homer Arathera, and after this time Asopis. The territory of the Hellenes then begins, who were formerly called Api, with the city of Elis in the interior and at a distance of 12 miles from Philius, being also in the interior, the temple of Olympian Jupiter, whom by the universal celebrity of its games gives to Greece its mode of reckoning. Here too once stood the town of Pisa, the river Alpheus flowing past it. On the coast there is the promontory of Ichthys. The river of Alpheus is navigable 6 miles, nearly as far as the towns of Aulon and Lepreon. We next come to the promontory of Platanodes. All these localities lie to the west. Chapter 7. Messenia. Further south is the Gulf of Cyparissus, with the city of Cyparissia on its shores, the line of which is 72 miles in length. Then the towns of Pylos and Methone, the place where Helos stood, the promontory of Acrisius, the Asinian Gulf, which takes its name from the town of Asine, and the Caronian, so called from Caroni, which gulfs terminate at the promontory of Taenarum. These are all in the country of Messenia, which has 18 mountains, and the river Pamesus also. In the interior are Messinae, Ithome, Ekalia, Arene, Telion, Thyron, Dorion, and Zancle, all of them known to fame at different periods. The margin of this gulf measures 80 miles, the distance across being 30. Chapter 8. Laconia. At Taenarum begins the territory of Laconia, inhabited by a free nation, and situate on a gulf of 106 miles in circuit and 38 across. The towns are Taenarum, Amyclae, Pherae, and Lucretia, and in the interior Sparta, Theramine, and the spots where Carmyle, Pitane, and Anthea formerly stood, the former site of Thyrea and Gerania. Here is also Mount Taygetus, the river Eurotas, the Gulf of Ilotes, the town of Samantus, the Gulf of Gythium, so called from the town of that name, from which place the passage is the safest across to the island of Crete. All these places are bounded by the promontory of Melia. Chapter 9. Argolis. The next gulf, which extends as far as Solium, is called the Argolic Gulf, being 50 miles across and 162 in circuit. The towns upon it are Boea, Epidaurus, surnamed Limera, Zarax, and the port of Sypanta. The rivers are the Inachus and the Ericinus, between which lies Argos, surnamed Hippium, situate beyond the place called Lerna, and at a distance of 2 miles from the sea. 9 miles further is Mycenae, and the place where, it is said, Tyreus stood, the site too of Mantinia. The mountains are Artemis, Episantus, Asterion, Porparus, and some others 11 in number. The fountains are those of Niobe, Amymone, and Samanthe. From Schelium to the Isthmus of Corinth is a distance of 177 miles. We find here the towns of Hermone, Troezen, Corphasium, and Argos, sometimes called Inachian, sometimes Dipsian Argos. Then comes the port of Chinotes and the Saronic Gulf, which was formerly encircled with a grove of oaks, from which it derives its present name, oaks in ancient Greece having been so called. Upon this gulf is the town of Epidaurus, famous for its temple of Escapulus, the promontory of Spirium, the port of Anthedus, Bucephalus, and then Canchirae, previously mentioned, on the side of the Isthmus, with its temple of Neptune, famous for the games celebrated there every 5 years. So many are the gulfs which penetrate the shores of the Peloponnesus, so many the seas which howl around it. Invaded by the Ionian on the north, it is beaten by the Sicilian on the west, buffeted by the Cretan on the south, by the Aegean on the southeast, and by the Martoan in the northeast, which last sea begins at the Gulf of Megara and washes all the coast of Attica. Chapter 10. Arcadia. Its interior is occupied for the greater part by Arcadia, which, remote from the sea on every side, was originally called Drymodes, and at a later period Palaxis. The cities of Arcadia are Sophias, Mantia, Stymphalus, Tegea, Antigonia, Orchomenus, Phanium, Palatium, from which the Palatium at Rome derives its name, Megalopolis, Gortina, Boculium, Carnion, Parrhetia, Thepusa, Malinae, Herrea, Piliae, Palien, Agre, Epium, Cyanthe, Leprion of Arcadia, Parthenium, Alia, Methridrium, Enispe, Macistum, Lampia, Clitorium, and Clinae, between which 2 last towns is the district of Nemea, commonly known as Bembinadia. The mountains of Arcadia are Phelo, with a town of the same name, Saline, Lycaeus, upon which is the temple of Lycian Jupiter, Menelaus, Artemisus, Parthenius, Lampius, Nonacreus, besides 8 others of no note. The rivers are the Ladon, which rises in the marshes of Phaenos, and the Erymantheus, which springs from a mountain of the same name and flows into the Alpheus. The other cities of Achaea worthy of mention are those of the Alphareae, the Abaetae, the Pagensus, Paroretae, the Pargenitae, the Tortuni, the Taipani, the Thyrisi, and the Tritionses. Domitius Nero, the emperor, granted liberty to the whole of Achaia. The Peloponnesus, from the promontory of Mela to the town of Aegium on the Corinthian Gulf, is 190 miles in length, and 125 miles across from Elis to Epidaurus, the distance being from Olympia to Argos, through Arcadia 68 miles. The distance from Olympia to Philus has been already mentioned. Throughout the whole of this region, as though nature had been desirous to compensate for the inroads of the sea, 76 mountains raised their lofty heads. End of section 23. Recording by Joyce Martin. Section 24 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 24. Chapter 11. Attica. At the narrow neck of the isthmus Hellas begins, by our people known as Graecia. The first state that presents itself is Attica, anciently called Acte. It touches the isthmus in that part of it which is called Megaris, from the colony of Megara, lying on the opposite side to Pagae. These 2 towns are situate at the spot where the Peloponnesus projects to the greatest distance, being placed, one on each side, upon the very shoulders of Hellas, as it were. The Pagaeans, as well as the people of Agasthena, belong to the jurisdiction of Megara. On the coast there is the port of Solchanos, the town of Cydus, and Crimion, the Scironian rock 6 miles in length, Geronea, Megara, and Lucius. Eno and Probalinthos also formerly existed here. The ports of Piraeus and Phalerum are distant from the isthmus 55 miles, being united to Athens, which lies in the interior by a wall 5 miles in length. Athens is a free city, and needs not a word more from us in its commendation. Of fame it enjoys even more than enough. In Attica there are the fountains of Sophicia, Larine, Calirrho, Anacrunos, and the mountains of Brilissus, Aegilus, Icarius, Hymentus, Lycabettus, and the place where Elissus stood. At the distance of 45 miles from the Piraeus is the promontory of Sunium. There is also the promontory of Thorikos, Potamos, Styria, and Buron, once towns, the borough of Rhamnus, the place where Marathon stood, and Thriasian plain, the town of Melite, and Oropus upon the confines of Boeotia. Chapter 12. Boeotia. In this country are Anthedon, Alcestis, the free town of Thespi, Labade, and then Thebes, surnamed Boeotian, which does not yield the palm to Athens even in celebrity. The native land, according to the common notion, of the 2 divinities Liber and Hercules. The birthplace of the Muses, too, is pointed out in the grove of Helicon. To this same Thebes also belong the forest of Cithaeron and the river Ismenus. Besides these, there are in Boeotia the fountains of Oedipia, Samante, Derce, Epicrane, Arethusa, Hippocrene, Aganipi, and Gargaphi, and besides the mountains already mentioned, Mycelosis, Hydalius, and Acontus. The remaining towns between Megara and Thebes are Lutherae, Heliartus, Plataea, Pharai, Asplendon, Hyle, Thisbe, Erthrae, Galisas, and Copae, near the river Cephisus, Laramina and Achoa, as also Medion, Figon, Arasipia, Corona, and Charonia. On the coast and below Thebes are Ostala, Helion, Skolos, Shonos, Pation, Hyrai, Myklasios, Arision, Telion, Olaros, and Tangara, the people of which are free and situate upon the very mouth of the Euripus, a strait formed by the opposite island of Euboea. Aulis, so famous for its capacious harbor. The Boeotians formerly had the name of Hyantes. After them come the Locrians, surnamed Epaminondi, formerly called Laliges, through whose country the river Cephisus passes in its course to the sea. Their towns are Opus, from which the Opuntian Gulf takes its name, and Cynos. Daphnis is the only town of Phocis situate on the coast. In the interior of Locris is Elacha, and on the banks of Cephisus, as we have previously stated, Lilia, and facing Delphi, Nemeus, and Hyampolis. Again, upon the coast of Locrians are Limena and Theronium, near which last the river Bogaris enters the sea. Also the towns of Narision, Alope, and Sarphia, and then the gulf which receives the name of the Maliac from the people who dwell there, and upon which are the towns of Halcyon, Ecunia, and Phalara. Chapter 13. Doris. Doris comes next, in which are Sphyrtios, Arenion, Boion, Pindus, and Cytunum. Behind Doris lies Mount Etna. Chapter 14. Phthiotis. Harmonia follows, a country which has often changed its name, having been successively called Pelagis Agaros, Hellas, Thessaly, and Dryopus, always taking its surname from its kings. In this country were born the king whose name was Gracius, and from whom Gracia was so called, and here too was born Helen, from whom the Hellenes derived their name. The same people Homer has called by three different names, Myrminodes, Hellenes, and Achae. That portion of these people which inhabit the country adjacent to Doris are called Phythiote. Their towns are Aquinas, at the mouth of the river Spercheius, and at 4 miles from the narrow pass of Thermopylae, Herculea, which from it takes its surname Trachine. Here too is Mount Calidromus, and the celebrated towns of Hellas, Halos, Lamia, Phaeacia, and Arne. Chapter 15. Thessaly proper. In Thessaly is Orchomenus, formerly called the Minion, and the towns of Almon, by some called Salmon, Atrax, and Palina, the fountain of Hyperia, the towns also of Pherai, at the back of which is Piera, extending to Macedonia, Larissa, Gomphi, Thebes of Thessaly, the grove of Telon, the gulf of Pagasaea, the town of Pagasa, which was afterwards called Demetrius, the plains of Pharsalia, with a free city of similar name, Crenon, and Alicia. The mountains of Philothes are Nymphaeus, once so beautiful for its garden scenery, the work of nature, Busigunus, Donacia, Burmis, Dafusa, Chimerion, Athamas, and Stephani. In Thessaly there are 34, of which the most famous are Circete, Olympus, Piraeus, and Ossa, opposite to which last are Plindus and Othries, the abodes of the Lapithae. These mountains look toward the west, Pelion toward the east, all of them forming a curve like an amphitheater, in the interior of which, lying before them, are no less than 75 cities. The rivers of Thessaly are the Apidanus, the Phoenix, the Endipus, the Anaconus, and the Pamisus. There is also the fountain of Macias and the lake of Bobias. The river Pinus, too, superior to all others in celebrity, takes its rise near Golfi, and flows down a well-wooded valley between Ossa and Olympus, a distance of 500 stadia, being navigable half that distance. The vale, for a distance of 5 miles through which this river runs, is called by the name of Tempe, being a jugerum and a half nearly in breadth, while on the right and left the mountain chain slopes away with a gentle elevation, beyond the range of human vision, the foliage imparting its color to the light within. Along this vale glides the Pinus, reflecting the green tints as it rolls along its pebbly bed, its banks covered with tufts of verdant herbage, and enlivened by the melodious warblings of the birds. The Pinus receives the river Orcus, or rather, I should say, does not receive it, but merely carries its waters, which swarm on its surface like oil, as Homer says, and then, after a short time, rejects them, refusing to allow the waters of a river devoted to penal sufferings and engendered for the Furies to mingle with its silvery streams. Chapter 16. Magnesia. To Thessaly Magnesia joins, in which is the fountain of Libethra. Its towns are Ilokos, Hermonium, Pyra, Metone, and Olizon. The promontory of Siphius is here situate. We then come to the towns of Casthina and Spalathra, the promontory of Achium, the towns of Meliboa, Rhizus, and Urmane, the mouth of the Pinus, towns of Homolium, Orthe, Thespai, Philana, Thalomysai, Grytun, Cranun, Acharne, Dotion, Melitia, Phyles, and Potni. The length of Epirus, Achaia, Attica, and Thessaly is said altogether to amount to 490 miles. The breadth is 287. Chapter 17. Macedonia. Macedonia comes next, including 150 nations, and renowned for its 2 kings and its former empire over the world. It was formerly known by the name of Emanthia. Stretching away toward the nations of Epirus on the west, it lies at the back of Magnesia and Thessaly, being itself exposed to the attacks of the Dardani. Paeonia and Pelagonia protect its northern parts from the Triballi. Its towns are Agae, at which place its kings were usually buried, Berea, and in the country called Paira, from the grove of that name Aginium. Upon the coast are Heraclea, the river Apilas, and the towns of Padina, Aloros, and the river Haliasmon. In the interior are the Alarite, the Valenai, the Phalisai, the Cyrahestai, and the Tyrisii, the colony of Pela, the Stobi, a town with the rights of Roman citizens. Next comes Antigonia, Europus upon the river Axius, and another place of the same name by which the Rhodius flows, Scadira, Eudoria, Mysia, and Gordini. Then upon the coast Icni and the river Axius. Along this frontier the Dardani, the Triris, and the Pairis border on Macedonia. Leaving this river, there are the nations of Paeonia, the Paori, the Aerodenses, the Amampi, Pelagontes, and the Mygdones. Next come the mountains of Rhodope, Scopius, and Orbius, and lying along the extent of country in front of these mountains, the Arethusi, the Antiochinisus, the Idomensus, the Dobri, the Estriensus, the Alentensus, the Alderistensus, the Morili, the Garesci, the Lincesti, the Othroni, and the Amantini and Oreste, both of them free peoples, the colonies of Bulis and Dium, the Xylopotai, the Scotusessi, a free people, Heraclea Cynthia, the Tymphi, and the Toroni. Upon the coast of the Macedonian Gulf there are the towns of Shalastra, and more inland Philoros and Leyte, and at the extreme bend of the Gulf Thessalonica, a free city. From this place to Dyrrhachium it is 245 miles. And then Thermi. Upon the Gulf of Thermi are the towns of Diceia, Pydna, Dera, Scione, the promontory of Canisterum, and the towns of Pallene and Phlegra. In this region also are the mountains Hypsizoris, Epitus, Halcyone, and Lemone, the towns of Nessosus, Exelon, Mendae, and what was formerly called Tidira on the isthmus of Pallene, but now the colony of Cassandria, Arnthimus, Allophyxus, and the Gulf of Mesiberna, the towns of Miscela, Ampelos, Torone, Signos, and the canal, a mile and a half in length, by means of which Xerxes, king of the Persians, cut off Mount Athos from the main land. This mountain projects from the level plain of the adjacent country into the sea, a distance of 75 miles, its circumference at its base being 150 miles in extent. There was formerly upon its summit the town of Acrothion. The present towns are Uranopolis, Palaeorium, Thysus, Saloni, and Apollonia, the inhabitants of which have the surname of Macrobi, the town also of Sacera, and then the other side of the isthmus, after which come Acanthus, Stiagria, Sithone, Heraclea, and the country of Magdonia that lies below, in which are situate, at some distance from the sea, Apollonia and Arethusa. Again, upon the coast we have Posidium, and the bay with the town of Sermoros, Amphipolis, a free town, and the nation of Bistalte. We then come to the river Strymon, which takes its rise in Mount Haemus, and forms the boundary of Macedonia. It is worthy of remark that it first discharges itself into 7 lakes before it proceeds onward in its course. Such is Macedonia, which was once the mistress of the world, which once extended her career over Asia, Armentia, Iberia, Albania, Cappadocia, Syria, Egypt, Taurus, and Caucasus, which reduced the whole of the East under her power, and triumphed over the Bactri, the Medes, and the Persians. She too it was who proved the conqueror of India, thus treading on the footsteps of Father Liber and of Hercules. And this is the same Macedonia of which our own General Paulus Aemilius sold to pillage 72 cities in one day, so great the difference in her lot resulting from the actions of 2 individuals. Chapter 18. Thrace, the Aegean Sea. Thrace now follows, divided into 50 strategies, and to be reckoned among the most powerful nations of Europe. Among its peoples whom we ought not to omit to name are the Deslente and the Medi, dwelling upon the right bank of the Strymon and joining up to the Bisalte above mentioned. On the left there are the Degeri and a number of tribes of the Besai, with various names, as far as the river Mestas, which winds around the foot of Mount Pagium, passing among the Lethai, the Diobesai, the Carbelisai, and then the Brisai, the Sapphai, and the Odomanti. The territory of the Odresi gives birth to the Hebrews, its banks being inhabited by the Cableti and the Pyrogeri, the Drugeri, the Cainisi, the Beni, the Corpili, the Baltii, and the Idoni. In the same district are also the Staletai, the Parantai, the Delonsi, the Thyni, and the Greater Collecti, the Hypsalti, below Mount Hermus, the lesser at the foot of Rhodrope. Between these tribes runs the river Hebrus. We then come to a town at the foot of Rhodope, first called Poneropolis, afterwards Philippopolis, from the name of its founder, and now, from the peculiarity of its situation, Trimontium. To reach the summit of Hemus you have to travel 6 miles. The sides of it that look in the opposite direction and slope toward the easter are inhabited by the Mossi, the Getai, the Aorsi, the Godai, and the Clarii. Below them are the Arii Sermonte, also called Ariatai, and Scythians, and about the shores of the Euxine, the Morosini and the Sithoni, the forefathers of the poet Orpheus, dwell. Thus is Thrace bounded by the Easter on the north, by the Euxine and the Propontis on the east, and the Aegean Sea on the south, on the coast of which, after leaving the Strymon, we come in turn to Apollonia, Isthmia, Neapolis, and Datos. In the interior is the colony of Philippi, distant from Dyrrhachium 325 miles, also Scotussa, the city of Topirius, the mouth of the river Mistus, Mount Pangius, Herculea, Olanthos, Aberda, a free city, the people of the Bistones, and their lake. Here was formerly the city of Turida, which struck such terror with its stables of the horses of Diomedes. At the present day we find here Dicaea, Ismairon, the place where Parthonion stood, Phalesia, and Maronia, formerly called Orthogoria. We then come to Mount Cirium and Zone, and then the place called Doriscus, capable of containing 10,000 men, for it was in bodies of 10,000 that Xerxes here numbered his army. We then come to the mouth of the Hebrus, the port of Stentor, and the free town of Enos, with the tomb there of Polydorus, the region formerly of the Cicones. From Dorissus there is a winding coast as far as Maceron Tychos, or the Long Wall, a distance of 122 miles. Round Doriscus flows the river Maleus, from which the Gulf of Maleus receives its name. The towns are Cypsela, Bisanthe, and Macron Tychos, already mentioned, so called because a wall extends from the spot between the two seas, that is to say, from the Propontis to the Gulf of Melas, thus excluding the Chersonesus, which projects beyond it. The other side of Thrace now begins, on the coast of the Euxine, where river Ishtar discharges itself, and it is in this quarter, perhaps, that Thrace possesses the finest cities, Histropolis namely, founded by the Milesians, Tomi and Calatus, formerly called Asservantes. It also had the cities of Herculea and Bisone, which later was swallowed up by an earthquake. It now has Dionysopolis, formerly called Cruni, which is washed by the river Xyrus. All this country was formerly possessed by the Scythians, surnamed Eroderus. Their towns were Aphrodisias, Lebistos, Zygere, Rocobe, Eumenia, Parthenopolis, and Gerania, where a nation of Pygmies is said to have dwelt. The barbarians used to call them Catuzi, and entertain a belief that they were put to flight by cranes. Upon the coast, proceeding from Dionysopolis, is Odysseus, a city of the Milesians, the river Pansius, and the town of Tetranolachius. Mount Hymus, which with its vast chain overhangs the Euxine, had in former times upon its summit the town of Aristium. At the present day there are upon the coast Mesembria and Anchialium, where the Mesa formerly stood. The region of Astis formerly had a town called Antium. At the present day Apollonia occupies its site. The rivers here are the Panissos, the Riras, the Taurus, and the Orosines. There are also the towns of Thynias, Halmadesos, Develton, with its lake, now known as Dulthium, a colony of veterans, and Phinopolis, near which last is the Bosphorus. From the mouth of the Ister to the entrance of the Euxine, some writers have made to be a distance of 555 miles. Agrippa, however, increases the length by 60 miles. The distance, then, to Macaroon Thykos, or the Long Wall, previously mentioned, is 150 miles, and from it to the extremity of the Cesarnusis 126. On leaving the Bosporus, we come to the Gulf of Sesthenes, and two harbors, the one called the Old Men's Haven, and the other the Women's Haven. Next comes the promontory of Cherasoceros, upon which is the town of Byzantium, a free state, formerly called Lygos, distant from Dyrrhachium 711 miles, so great being the space of land that intervenes between the Adriatic Sea and the Propontis. We next come to the rivers Bathanius and Pydreus, or Atheros, and the towns of Salembria and Parinthus, which join the mainland by a neck of only 200 feet in width. In the interior are Byzia, a citadel of the kings of Thrace, and hated by the swallows, in consequence of the sacrilegious crime of Turius. The district called Senatia, and the colony of Flaviopolis, where formerly stood a town called Cala. Then, at a distance of 50 miles from Bazia, we come to the colony of Apros, distant from Philippi 180 miles. Upon the coast is the river Erginus. Here formerly stood the town of Ganos, and Lysimachia in the Chersonesus is being now gradually deserted. At this spot there is another isthmus, similar in name to the other, and of about equal width, and in a manner by no means dissimilar. Two cities formerly stood on the shore, one by either side, Pactae on the side of the Propontis, and Cardia on the side of the Gulf of Melas, the latter deriving its name from the shape which the land assumes. These, however, were afterwards united with Lysimachia, which stands at a distance of 5 miles from Macruntikos. The Chersonesus formerly had on the side of the Propontis the towns of Tiristasis, Crithotes, and Siscia, on the banks of the river Agos. It now has, at a distance of 22 miles from the colony of Apros, Resistos, which stands opposite to the colony of Parium. The Hellespont also, which separates, as we have already stated, Europe from Asia by a channel 7 stadia in width, has 4 cities facing each other, Callipolis and Sestos in Europe, and Lampsachus and Abdios in Asia. On the Chersonesus there is the promontory of Mastusia, lying opposite to Segum, and on one side of it stands the Cynossema, for so the tomb of Hecuba is called, the naval station of the Achaeans, and the tower, and near it the shrine of Protesilaus. On the extreme front of the Chersonesus, which is called Eloium, there is the city of Eleus. Advancing thence toward the Gulf of Melas, we have the port of Kolos, Panormus, and then Cardia, previously mentioned. In this manner is the third great Gulf of Europe bounded. The mountains of Thrace, besides those already mentioned, are Edonus, Gigamoros, Maretos, and Malamphylos. The rivers are the Bargus and the Skirmus, which fell into the Hebrews. The length of Macedonia, Thrace, and the Hellespont have been already mentioned. Some writers, however, make it 720 miles, the breadth being 384. What may be called a rock rather than an island, lying between Tinos and Chios, has given its name to the Aegean Sea. It has the name of X, from its strong resemblance to a goat, which is so called in Greek, and shoots precipitately from out of the middle of the sea. Those who are sailing toward the Isle of Andros from Achaia see the rock on the left, boding no good and warning them of its dangers. Part of the Aegean Sea bears the name of Myroton, being so called from the small island of Myrotos, which is seen as you sail toward Macedonia from Geristus, not far from Carstus in Euboea. The Romans include all these seas under 2 names: the Macedonian, in whose parts where it touches the coasts of Macedonia or Thrace, and the Grecian, where it washes the shores of Greece. The Greeks, however, divide the Ionian Sea into the Sicilian and the Cretan seas after the name of those islands, and they give the name of Icarian to that part which lies between Samos and Mykonos. The gulfs which we have already mentioned have given to these seas the rest of their names. Such, then, are the seas and the various nations which are comprehended in the third great Gulf of Europe. End of Section 24. Recording by Joyce Martin. Section 25 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 25. Chapter 19. The islands which lie before the lands already mentioned. lying opposite to Thesprotia, at a distance of 12 miles from Buthrotus and 50 from Acrocerunia, is the island of Corcyra, with a city of the same name, the citizens of which are free; also a town called Cassiope, and a temple dedicated to Jupiter Cassius. This island is 97 miles in length, and in Homer has the names of Schleria and Phaeacia, while Callimachus calls it Drepane. There are some other islands around it, such as Thoronos, lying in the direction of Italy, and the 2 islands of Paxos, in that of Leucadia, both of them 5 miles distant from Corcyra. Not far from these, and in front of Corcyra, are Arecusa, Maranthe, Elafusa, Malthace, Trachi, Pythionia, Paetia, Tarichae, and off Philacrum, the promontory of Corcrea, the rock into which, according to the story, which arises no doubt from the similarity of appearance, the ship of Ulysses was changed. Before Lusymnia we find the islands of Sybota, and between Leucadia and Achaia a great number of islands, among which are those called Talabodes and also Taphae by the natives. Those which lie before Leucadia are called by the names of Taphias, Oxai, and Prinoessa, while those that are in front of Aetolia are the Echinades, consisting of Aegialia, Cotonus, Thyteria, Geoaris, Dionysia, Cernes, Chalcis, Pinara, and Maestus. In front of these, and lying out at sea, are Cephallenia and Zycathus, both of them free. Ithaca, Dulichium, Same, and Crocyle. Cephallenia, formerly known as Malena, lies at a distance of 11 miles from Paxos, and is 93 miles in circumference. Its city of Same has been leveled to the ground by the Romans, but it still possesses 3 others. Between this island and Acacia lies the island of Zacathes, remarkable for its city of the same name and for its singular fertility. It formerly had the name of Hyre, and lies to the south of Cephallenia, at a distance of 25 miles. In it there is the famous mountain of Leitus. This island is 36 miles in circumference. At a distance of 15 miles from Zacathes is Ithaca, in which is Mount Neritus. Its circumference in all is 25 miles. 12 miles distant from this island is Araxes, a promontory of the Peloponnesus. Before Ithaca, lying out in the main sea, are Asteris and Prote, and before Zacanthes is a distance of 35 miles in the direction of the southeast wind, are the 2 Strophades, by some known as the Plotae. Before Cephallenia lies Latoia, before Pylos the 3 Cephagae, and before Messene the Onusae, as many in number. In the Asinian Gulf there are the 3 Thyrides, and in that of Laconia Thiganusa, Colthon, and Cerethra, with the town of that name, the former name of which island was Porphyris. It is situate 5 miles from the promontory of Malea, thus forming a strait very dangerous to navigation. In the Gulf of Argolis are Pitrusa, Hyrene, and Ephyre, opposite the territory of Hermione, Tiparanus, Aparopia, Calonis, and Aristra, and opposite that of Trozen, Caluria, and at a distance of half a mile Plates, Balbina, Lacina, and Balsidius. Opposite Epidaurus is Cicrophalos and Pitronosus, 6 miles distant from the mainland, and at a distance of 15 miles from this last Aegea, a free island, the length of which, as you sail past it, is 18 miles. This island is 20 miles distant from Piraeus, the port of Athens. It is formerly to be called Enone. Opposite the promontory of Spiraeum lie Elusa, Adendros, the 2 islands called Creugae, the 2 Sessae, Seleucia, Senchirus, and Aspis, as also in the Gulf of Megara the 4 Methrudes. Aegila lies at a distance of 15 miles from Cythera, and of 25 from Phalasarna, a city of Crete. Chapter 20. Crete. Crete itself lies from east to west, the one side facing the south, the other the north, and is known to fame by the renown of its 100 cities. Docetus says that it took its name from the nymph Crete, the daughter of Hesperides. Anaximander from a king of the Curetes, Philistides of Malis, while Crates say that it was at first called Aeria, and after that Caretus, and some have been of the opinion that it had the name of Maceron from the serenity of its climate. In breadth it nowhere exceeds 50 miles, being widest about the middle. In length, however, it is full 270 miles, and 589 in circumference, forming a bend toward the Cretan Sea, which takes its name from it. At its eastern extremity is the promontory of Semonium, facing Rhodes, while toward the west it throws out that of Creometopon in the direction of Cyrene. The more remarkable cities of Crete are Phalasarna, Achaia, Sisamon, Pergamum, Cydonia, Minoium, Apteron, Pantamatrium, Amphimala, Rithymina, Panormus, Citium, Apollonia, Matium, Herculea, Miletos, and Palos, Hieropytna, Libina, and Hierapolis, and in the interior Gortina, Festium, Gnosus, Polyrenium, Marina, Lycastus, Rhamnus, Lyctus, Dium, Assus, Pyloros, Rhytion, Alachos, Ferrare, Holopaixos, Lassos, Euthernae, Theropnae, Marathusa, and Talisos, besides some 60 others, of which the memory only exists. The mountains are those of Cadistus, Ida, Dictynæus, and Corycus. This island is distant at its promontory of Cremontopon, according to Agrippa, from Phycus, the promontory of Cyrene, 125 miles, and at Cadistus from Malea to the Peloponnesus, 80. From the island of Carpathos at its promontory of Simonium, it lies in a westerly direction at a distance of 60 miles. This last named island is situate between it and Rhodes. The other islands in its vicinity, and lying in front of the Peloponnesus, are 2 islands known as Corsiae, and the 2 called Mylae. On the north side, having Crete on the right, and opposite to Cydonia, is Leuce, and the 2 islands known as Burdro. Opposite to Matium lies Dia, opposite to the promontory of Itanium, Onysia, and Leuce, over against Hieropytna, Crisa, and Gaudos. In the same neighborhood also are the Ophiusa, Butoa, and Aretus, and after doubling Crematopon we come to the 3 islands known as Musagoras. Before the promontory of Simonium lie the islands of Phocae, the Platae, the Cernides, Nulocos, Armendon, and Zephire. Belonging to Hellas, but still in the Aegean Sea, we have the Lycardes, consisting of Scarphia, Corissa, Phocaria, and many others, which face Attica, but have no towns upon them, and are consequently of little note. Opposite Eleusis, however, is the far-famed Salamis, before it Citalia, and at a distance of 5 miles from Sunium, the island of Hellene. At the same distance from this last is Chios, which some of our countrymen have called Sia, and the Greeks Hydrusa, an island which has been torn away from Euboea. It was formerly 500 stadia in length, but more recently 4/5 of it in the direction of Boeotia have been swallowed up by the sea. The only towns it now has left are Iulis and Carthea. Corissus and Polysea have perished. Varro informs us that from this place there used to come a cloth of very fine texture, used for women's dresses. Chapter 21. Euboea. Euboea itself has also been rent away from Boeotia, the channel of the Euripus, which flows between them, being so narrow as to admit of the opposite shores being united by a bridge. At the south, this island is remarkable for its two promontories, that of Garistus, which looks towards Attica, and that of Caphaerus, which faces toward the Hellespont. On the north it has that of Sinaeum. In no part does this island extend to a greater breadth than 40 miles, while it never contracts to less than 2. In length it runs along the whole coast of Bottia, extending from Attica as far as Thessaly, a distance of 150 miles. In circumference it measures 365, and is distant from the Hellespont on the side of Sepphoris 225 miles. The cities for which it was formerly famous were Pyrrha, Porthmos, Nissos, Cerinthos, Orinum, Dium, Aedipsos, Oca, and Echalia. At present it is ennobled by those of Chalcis, opposite which, on the mainland, is Aulis. Geraestus, Aricia, Caristus, Oritanum, Artemisium. Here are also the fountain of Arthusa, the river Lelantus, and the warm springs known as Elopi. It is still better known, however, for the marble of Caristus. This island used formerly to be called Calicondotus and Macris, as we learn from Dionysius and Euporus. According to Aristides, Macraea also, as Calidamus says, Chalcis, because copper was first discovered there. Menaechmus says that it was called Abantius, and the poets generally gave it the name of Aesopus. Chapter 22. The Cyclades. Beyond Euboea and out in the Mauritian Sea are numerous other islands, but those more especially famous are Glaucinosus and the Aegilia. Off the promontory, too, of Gerestus are the Cyclades, lying in a circle around Delos, from which circumstance they derive their name. The first of them is the one called Andros, with a city of the same name, distant from Gerestus 10 miles, and from Chios 39. Maricelus tells us that this island was at first called Coros, and after that Antandros. Callimachus calls it Lacia, and others again Nonagria, Hydrusa, and Epagris. It is 93 miles in circumference. At a distance of 1 mile from Andros and of 15 from Delos is Tenos, with a city of the same name. This island is 15 miles at length. Aristotle says that it was formerly called Hydrusa, from the abundance of water found here, while some writers call it Ophiusa. The other islands are Mykonos, with the mountain of Damastus, distant from Delos 15 miles, Siphnus, formerly called Meropia, and Aces, 28 miles in circumference, Seriphus, 12 miles in circuit, Prepesthensius, Scythnos, and then by far the most famous among the Cyclades, and lying in the very middle of them, Delos itself, so famous for its temple of Apollo and its extensive commerce. This island long floated on the waves, and, as tradition says, was the only one that had never experienced an earthquake down to the time of M. Varro. Vulcanius, however, has informed us that it has been twice so visited. Aristotle states that the island received its name from the fact of its having so suddenly made its appearance on emerging from the sea. Aglasophanes, however, gives it the name of Cynthia, and others of Ortygia, Asteria, Lagia, Chlamydia, Cynthus, and from the circumstance of fire having been first discovered here, Pyripoli. Its circumference is 5 miles only. Mount Cynthus here raises his head. Next to this island is Rene, which Antiquities calls by the name of Seladusa and Callidemus, Artemite, Skyros, which the old writers have stated to be 20 miles in circumference, but Mucines 160, Oliaros and Peiros, with a city of the same name, distant from Delos 38 miles, and famous for its marble. It was first called Plataea, and after that Minoius. At a distance of 7 miles from this last island is Naxos, with a town of the same name. It is 18 miles distant from Delos. This island was formerly called Strongyle, then Dia, and then Dionysia, in consequence of the fruitfulness of its vineyards. Others again have called it the Lesser Sicily or Callipolis. It is 75 miles in circumference, half as large again as Paros. Chapter 23. The Sporades. The islands thus far are considered as belonging to the Cyclades. The rest that follow are the Sporades. These are Hellene, Phocusa, Nicasia, Segenusa, Philogandros, and at a distance of 38 miles from Naxos, Icaros, which has given its name to the surrounding sea, and is the same number of miles in length, with 2 cities, and a third now no longer in existence. This island used formerly to be called Delochi, Machaerus, and Ichthyosia. It is situate 50 miles to the northeast of Delos, and 35 from the island of Samos. Between Euboea and Andros there is an arm of the sea 10 miles in width, and from Icaros to Geriastus is a distance of 112½ miles. After we pass these, no regular order can be well observed. The rest must therefore be mentioned indiscriminately. There is the island of Skyros, and that of Ios, 18 miles distant from Naxos, and deserving of all veneration for the tomb there of Homer. It is 25 miles in length, and was formerly known by the name of Phoenice, and also Odia, Olatendros, and Gyara, with a city of the same name, the island being 12 miles in circumference, and distant from Andros 62. At a distance of 80 miles from Gyara to Seronos, then Caiathus, Talos, noted for its unguents, and by Callimachus called Agathusa, Donusa, Patmos, 30 miles in circumference, the Coriaci, Labynthus, Leros, Cinara, Skinius, formerly called Inoe Horatia, also called Onus, Cassios, likewise called Astrabi, Simolis or Echinousa, and Melos, with a city of that name, which island Aristides called Memblis, Aristotle Zephyria, Callimachus Mimalis, Heraclides Cephas, and Actos. This last is the most circular in form of all these islands. After this comes Machia, then Hyper, formerly Patage, or as others have it, Platage, but now called Amorgos, Paliagos, Phyle, and Thera, known as Calliste when it first sprang from the waves. From this, at a later period, the island of Therisia was torn away, and between the two afterwards arose Automate, also called Hera, and Thea, which in our own times came into existence in the vicinity of these islands. Ios is distant from Thera 25 miles. Next to these follow Lea, Ascania, Anathe, Hippurias, and Ostapalia, a free state. This island is 88 miles in circumference and 125 miles distant from Cadistus in Crete. From Ostapalia, Palatia is distant 60 miles, and Camenia 38 from this last. Then we come to the isles of Azabithia, Lanis, Tragia, Pharmacusa, Techidia, Chalicia, Calimna, in which is the town of Cous, Calimna at a distance of 25 miles, from which is Carpathium, which has given its name to the Carpathian Sea. The distance thence to Rhodes, in the direction of the southwest wind, is 50 miles. From Carpathium to Casus is 7 miles, and from Casus to Simonium, the promontory of Crete, 30. In the Euripus of Euboea, almost at the very mouth of it, are the 4 islands called Petalae, and at its outlet Atlante. The Cyclades and the Sporades are bounded on the east by the Asiatic shores of the Icarian Sea, on the west by the Attic shores of the Myrocian Sea, on the north by the Aegean, and on the south by the Cretan and Carpathian Seas, extending 700 miles in length and 200 in breadth. The Gulf of Pagasa has in front of it Euthia, Cynatheus, Syros, previously mentioned, and the very furthermost of the Cyclades and Sporades, Gerontia and Scandila. The Gulf of Thermae, Irisia, Solimnia, Eudemnia, and Nea, which last is sacred to Minerva. Athos has before it 4 islands: Perpathus, formerly called Uvanus, with a city of that name, at a distance from Athos of 9 miles; Sciathus at a distance of 15, and Imbros, with a city of the same name, at a distance of 88 miles. This last island is distant from Mastusia in the Chersonesus 25 miles. It is 62 miles in circumference, and is washed by the river Ilissus. At a distance of 22 miles from it is Lemnos, being distant from Mount Athos 87. It is 112 miles in circumference, and has the cities of Hephaestia and Marina, into the marketplace of which last city Athos throws its shadow at the summer solstice. The island of Thasos, consisting of a free state, is 6 miles distant from Lemnos. It formerly had the name of Acrea or Ethria. Abdera on the mainland is distant from Thasos 22 miles, Athos 62. The island of Samothrace, a free state facing the river Hebrus, is the same distance from Thasos, being also 32 miles from Imbros, 22 from Lemnos, and 38 from the coast of Thrace. It is 32 miles in circumference, and in it rises Mount Soas, 10 miles in height. This island is the most inaccessible of them all. Callimachus mentions it by its ancient name of Dardania. Between the Chersones and Samothrace, at a distance of about 15 miles from them both, is the island of Halinossus, and beyond it Gathon, Lamponio, and Alepiconesus, and not far from Colos a port of the Chersonesus, besides some others of no importance. The following names may be also mentioned as those of uninhabited islands in this gulf, of which we have been enabled to discover the names: Desticos, Sarnos, Cicerios, Carbrusa, Calathusa, Scylla, Draconin, Arenosus, Diathusa, Scapos, Saphiris, Mese, Ancient, Pateronosos, Pateria, Calais, Nerifus, and Polendus. Chapter 24. The Hellespont of the Lake Maeotis. The fourth great Gulf of Europe begins at the Hellespont and ends at the entrance of the Maeotis. But in order that the several portions of the Euxine and its coast may be the better known, we must briefly embrace the form of it in one general view. This vast sea, lying in front of Asia, is shut out from Europe by the projection of the shores of the Chersonesus, and effects an entrance into those countries by a narrow channel only, of the width, as already mentioned, of 7 stadia, thus separating Europe from Asia. The entrance of these straits is called the Hellespont. Over it Xerxes, the king of the Persians, constructed a bridge of boats, across which he led his army. A narrow channel extends thence a distance of 86 miles as far as Priapus, a city of Asia, at which Alexander the Great passed over. At this point the sea becomes wider, and after some distance again takes the form of a narrow strait. The wider part is known as the Propontis, the straits as the Thracian Bosporus, being only half a mile in width, and at the place where Darius, the father of Xerxes, led his troops across by a bridge. The extremity of this is distant from the Hellespont 239 miles. When we come to the vast sea called the Euxine, which invades the land as it retreats afar, and the name of which was formerly Oxnus, as the shores bend inwards, this sea with a vast sweep stretches far away, curving on both sides after the manner of a pair of horns, so much so that in shape it bears a distinct resemblance of a Scythian bow. In the middle of the curve it is joined by the mouth of Lake Maeotis, which is called the Cimmerian Bosphorus, and is 2.5 miles in width. Between the two Bosphori, the Thracian and the Cimmerian, there is a distance in a straight line of 500 miles, as Polybius informs us. We learn from Varro and most of the ancient writers that the circumference of the Euxine is altogether 2,150 miles. but to this number Cornelius Nepos adds 350 more, while Artemidorus makes it 2,919 miles, Agrippa 2,360, and Mucanus 2,425. In a similar manner, some writers have fixed the length of the European shores of the sea at 1,478 miles, others again at 1,172. M. Varro gives the measurement as follows: from the mouth of the Euxine to Apollonia 187 miles, and to Caladus the same distance, thence to the mouth of the Ister 125 miles, to the Borysthenes 250, to the Chersonis, a town of Heracleotai 325, to Panticapaeon, by some called Bosphorus, at the very extremity of the shores of Europe, 212 miles, the whole of which added together makes 1,337 miles. Agrippa makes the distance from Byzantium to the river Ister 560 miles, and from thence to Panticapaeum 635. Lake Meotis, which receives the river of Tanis as it flows from the Rifrin Mountains and forms the extreme boundary between Europe and Asia, is said to be 1,406 miles in circumference, which, however, some writers state at only 1,125. From the entrance of this lake to the mouth of the Tanis is a straight line. It is generally agreed a distance of 375 miles. The inhabitants of the coast of this fourth great Gulf of Europe, as far as Astropolis, have been already mentioned in our account of Thrace. Passing beyond that spot, we come to the mouths of the Ister. This river rises in Germany in the heights of Mount Abnoba, opposite to Renercum, the town of Gaul, and flows for a course of many miles beyond the Alps and through nations innumerable under the name of the Danube, adding immensely to the volume of its waters. At the spot where it first enters Illyricum, it assumes the name of Ister, and after receiving 60 rivers, nearly one half of which are navigable, rolls into the Euxine by 6 vast channels. The first of these is the mouth of Puce, close to which is the island of Puce itself, from which the neighboring channel takes its name. This mouth is swallowed up in a great swamp 19 miles in length. From the same channel, too, above Astropolis, a lake takes its rise, 63 miles in circuit. Its name is Halmyrus. The second mouth is called Naraku Stoma. The third, which is near the island of Sarmatica, is called Kalon Stoma. The fourth is known as Pseudo Stomon, with its island called Canopon Diabasis, after which come the Baryon Stoma and the Pisilon Stoma. These mouths are each of them so considerable that for a distance of 40 miles, it is said, the saltiness of the sea is quite overpowered and the water found to be fresh. Chapter 25. Dacia, Sarmatia. On setting out from this spot, all the nations met with are Scythian in general, though various races have occupied the adjacent shores. At one spot, the Getae by the Romans called Daci, at another the Sarmantai by the Greeks called Saromantae, and the Hamaxabi or Orsi, a branch of them. Then again the base-born Scythians and descendants of slaves, or else the Troglodyte, and after them the Alani and the Roxolani. The higher parts again, between the Danube and the Hercynian forest, as far as the winter quarters of Pannonia at Carnuntium, and the borders of the Germans, are occupied by the Samaritan Azages, who inhabit the level country and the plains, while the Daci, whom they have driven as far as the river Pathisius, inhabit the mountain and forest ranges. On leaving the river Maris, whether it is that or the Duria that separates them from the Suevi and the kingdom of Vannius, the Bysterni, and after them other tribes of the Germans, occupy the opposite sides. Agrippa considers the whole of this region, from the Ister to the ocean, to be 2,100 miles in length and 4,400 miles in breadth to the river Vistula in the deserts of Samartia. The name Scythian has extended in every direction, even to the Sarmatai and the Germans. but this ancient appellation is now only given to those who dwell beyond those nations and live unknown to nearly all the rest of the world. End of section 25, recorded by Joyce Martin.
Section 26 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 26. Chapter 26. Scythia. Leaving the Ister, we come to the towns of Kremniskos Apolium, the mountains of Macrocremnus, and the famous river Tyra, which gives name to a town on the spot where Ophiusa is said formerly to have stood. The Tyragetae inhabit a large island situate in this river, which is distant from Pseudostomos, a mouth of the Ister so called, 130 miles. We then come to the Axiacae, who take their name from the river Axiacis, and beyond them the Crobuzi, the river Rhodes, the Sagarian Gulf, and the port of Ordezos. At a distance of 120 miles from the Tyra is the river Borysthenes, with a lake and a people of similar name, as also a town in the interior, at a distance of 15 miles from the sea, the ancient names of which were Olbiopolis and Miletopolis. Again, on the shore is the port of the Achaei, and the island of Achilles, famous for the tomb there of that hero, and at a distance of 125 miles from it, a peninsula which stretches forth in the shape of a sword, in an oblique direction, and is called, from having been his place of exercise, Dromos Achilleos. The length of this, according to Agrippa, is 80 miles. The Taurian Scythians and the Saraceni occupy all this tract of country. At this spot begins a well-wooded district, which is given to the sea that washes its banks the name of the Hylaean Sea. Its inhabitants are called Aenocadle. Beyond them is the river Pantecapis, which separates the Nomades and the Georgi, and after it the Assassinos. Some authors say that the Pantecapis flows into the Borysthenes below Olbia. Others, who are more correct, say that it is the Hypanis. So great is the mistake made by those who have placed it in Asia. The sea runs in here and forms a large gulf, until there is only an intervening space of 5 miles between it and the Lake Maeotis, its margin forming the sea-line of extensive tracts of land and numerous nations. It is known as the Gulf of Carcinites. Here we find the river Pasirus, the towns of Navarum and Carcine, and behind it Lake Buges, which discharges itself by a channel into the sea. This Buges is separated by a ridge of rocks from Corytus, a gulf in the Lake Maeotis. It receives the rivers Buges, Garus, and Hypacaris, which approach it from regions that lie in various directions. For the Garus separates the Basilidae from the Nomades, the Hypacaris flows through the Nomades and the Hylae, by an artificial channel into Lake Buges, and by its natural one into the Gulf of Corytus. This region bears the name of Scythia Cendice. At the river Carcinites, Scythia Taurica begins, which was once covered by the sea, where we now see level plains extended on every side. Beyond this, the land rises into mountains of great elevation. The peoples here are 30 in number, of which 23 dwell in the interior, 6 of the cities being inhabited by the Orgocini, the Caraceni, the Lagerani, the Tractari, the Arsilacitae, and the Calliordi. The Scythotori possess the range of mountains. On the west they are bounded by the Chersonesus, and on the east by the Scythian Satarche. On the shore, after we leave Carcinites, we find the following towns: Taphrae, situate on the very isthmus of the peninsula, and then Heraclea Chersonesus, to which its freedom has been granted by the Romans. This place was formerly called Megarise, being the most polished city throughout all these regions, in consequence of its strict preservation of Grecian manners and customs. A wall 5 miles in length surrounds it. Next to this comes the promontory of Parthenium, the city of the Tauri, Plessia, the port of the Symboli, and the promontory of Creometopon, opposite to Charybdis, a promontory of Asia, which runs out in the middle of the Euxine, leaving an intervening space between them of 170 miles, which circumstance it is in especial that gives to this sea the form of a Scythian bow. After leaving this headland, we come to a great number of harbours and lakes of the Tauri. The town of Theodosia is distant from Creometopon 125 miles, and from Chersonesus 165. Beyond it there were in former times the towns of Cite, Zephirium, Acre, Nymphaeum, and Dia. Panticapaeum, a city of the Milesians, by far the strongest of them all, is still in existence. It lies at the entrance of the Bosporus, and is distant from Theodosia 87 miles and a half, and from the town of Cimerium, which lies on the other side of the strait, as we have previously stated, 2 miles and a half. Such is the width here of the channel which separates Asia from Europe, and which, too, from being generally quite frozen over, allows of a passage on foot. The width of the Cimmerian Bosporus is 12 miles and a half. It contains the towns of Hermisium, Myrmesium, and in the interior of it the island of Alapacei. From the spot called Taphrae, at the extremity of the isthmus, to the mouth of the Bosporus, along the line of Lake Maeotis, is a distance of 260 miles. Leaving Taphrae and going along the mainland, we find in the interior the Aucitae, in whose country the Hypanis has its rise, as also the Neuro, in whose district the Borysthenes has its source, the Geloni, the Thysagetae, the Budini, the Basilidae, and the Agathyrsi, with their azure-coloured hair. Above them are the Nomades, and then a nation of Anthropophagi, or cannibals. On leaving Lake Bugis, above the Lake Maeotis, we come to Sauромate and the Asodonis. Along the coast, as far as the river Tanais, are the Maeotae, from whom the lake derives its name, and the last of all, in the rear of them, the Arimaspi. We then come to the Riphaean mountains, and the region known by the name of Terra Phoros, because of the perpetual fall of snow there, the flakes of which resemble feathers. A part of the world which has been condemned by the decree of nature to lie immersed in thick darkness, suited for nothing but the generation of cold, and to be the asylum of the chilling blasts of the northern winds. Behind these mountains, and beyond the region of the northern winds, there dwells, if we choose to believe it, a happy race known as the Hyperboreae, a race that lives to an extreme old age, and which has been the subject of many marvellous stories. At this spot are supposed to be the hinges upon which the world revolves, and the extreme limits of the revolutions of the stars. Here we find light for 6 months together, given by the sun in one continuous day, who does not, however, as some ignorant persons have asserted, conceal himself from the vernal equinox to autumn. On the contrary, to these people there is but one rising of the sun for the year, and that at the summer solstice, and but one setting, at the winter solstice. This region, warmed by the rays of the sun, is of a most delightful temperature, and exempt from every noxious blast. The abodes of the natives are the woods and groves. The gods receive their worship singly and in groups, while all discord and every kind of sickness are things utterly unknown. Death comes upon them only when satiated with life. After a career of feasting, in an old age sated with every luxury, they leap from a certain rock there into the sea, and this they deem the most desirable mode of ending existence. Some writers have placed these people not in Europe, but at the very verge of the shores of Asia, because we find there a people called the Atacori, who greatly resemble them, and occupy a very similar locality. Other writers, again, have placed them midway between the two suns, at the spot where it sets to the antipodes, and rises to us. A thing, however, that cannot possibly be, in consequence of the vast tract of sea which there intervenes. those writers who place them nowhere but under a day which lasts for 6 months, state that in the morning they sow, at midday they reap, at sunset they gather in the fruits of the trees, and during the night conceal themselves in caves. Nor are we at liberty to entertain any doubts as to the existence of this race. So many authors are there who assert that they were in the habit of sending their first fruits to Delos to present them to Apollo, whom in especial they worship. Virgins used to carry them, who for many years were held in high veneration, and received the rites of hospitality from the nations that lay on the route, until at last, in consequence of repeated violations of good faith, the Hyperboreans came to the determination to deposit these offerings upon the frontiers of the people who had joined them, and they, in their turn, were to convey them on to their neighbours, and so from one to the other, till they should have arrived at Delos. However, this custom even, in time, fell into disuse. The length of Sarmatia, Scythia, and Taurica, and of the whole of the region which extends from the river Borysthenes, is, according to Agrippa, 980 miles, and its breadth 717. I am of opinion, however, that in this part of the earth all estimates of measurement are exceedingly doubtful. Chapter 27. The islands of the Euxine, the islands of the Northern Ocean. But now, in conformity with the plan which I originally proposed, the remaining portions of this gulf must be described. As for its seas, we have already made mention of them. The Hellespont has no islands belonging to Europe that are worthy of mention. In the Euxine there are, at a distance of 1.5 miles from the European shore, and of 14 from the mouth of the strait, the 2 Cyanean islands, by some called the Symplegades, and stated in fabulous story to have run the one against the other; the reason being the circumstance that they are separated by so short an interval, that while to those who enter the Euxine opposite to them they appear to be 2 distinct islands, but if viewed in a somewhat oblique direction, they have the appearance of becoming gradually united into one. On this side of the Ister there is the single island of the Apolloniates, 80 miles from the Thracian Bosporus. It was from this place that Master Lucullus brought the Capitoline Apollo. Those islands which are to be found between the mouths of the Ister we have already mentioned. Before the Borysthenes is Aquileia previously referred to, known also by the names of Luce and Macaron. Researches which have been made at the present day place this island at a distance of 140 miles from the Borysthenes, of 120 from Tyre, and of 50 from the island of Peuce. It is about 10 miles in circumference. The remaining islands in the Gulf of Carcinitis are Cephalonessos, Rhosphodusa, and Macra. Before we leave the Euxine we must not omit to notice the opinion expressed by many writers, that all the interior seas take their rise in this one as the principal source, and not at the Strait of Gades. The reason they give for this supposition is not an improbable one, the fact that the tide is always running out of the Euxine, and that there is never any ebb. We must now leave the Euxine to describe the outer portions of Europe. After passing the Riphaean mountains, we have now to follow the shores of the Northern Ocean on the left, until we arrive at Gades. In this direction a great number of islands are said to exist that have no name, among which there is one which lies opposite to Scythia, mentioned under the name of Raunonia, and said to be at a distance of the day's sail from the mainland, and upon which, according to Timaeus, amber is thrown up by the waves in the spring season. As to the remaining parts of these shores, they are only known from reports of doubtful authority. With reference to the septentrional or northern ocean, Hecataeus calls it, after we have passed the mouth of the river Parapanesus, where it washes the Scythian shores, the Almacian Sea, the word Almacian signifying in the language of those races, frozen. Philemon again says that it is called Mori Marusa, or the Dead Sea, by the Cimbri, as far as the promontory of Rubeus, beyond which it has the name of the Cronian Sea. Xenophon of Lampsacus tells us that at a distance of 3 days' sail from the shores of Scythia there is an island of immense size called Baltia, which by Pytheas is called Basilia. Some islands called Oone are said to be here, the inhabitants of which live on the eggs of birds and oats, and others again upon which human beings are produced with the feet of horses, thence called Hippopodes. Some other islands are also mentioned as those of the Panottiae, the people of which have ears of such extraordinary size as to cover the rest of the body, which is otherwise left naked. Leaving these, however, we come to the nation of the Ingavones, the first in Germany, at which we begin to have some information upon which more implicit reliance can be placed. In their country is an immense mountain range called Sevo, not less than those of the Riphaean range, and which forms an immense gulf along the shore as far as the promontory of the Cimbri. This gulf, which has the name of the Codanian, is filled with islands, the most famous among which is Scandinavia, of a magnitude as yet unascertained. The only portion of it at all known is inhabited by the nation of the Hiliviones, who dwell in 500 villages, and call it a second world. It is generally supposed that the island of Iningia is of not less magnitude. Some writers state that these regions, as far as the river Vistula, are inhabited by the Sarmati, the Venedi, the Siri, and the Hiri, and that there is a gulf there known by the name of Silipenus, at the mouth of which is the island of Latris, after which comes another gulf, that of Lagnus, which borders on the Cimbri. The Cimbrian promontory, running out into the sea for a great distance, forms a peninsula which bears the name of Chartres. Passing this coast, there are 23 islands which have been made known by the Roman arms, the most famous of which is Borcana, called by our people Fabaria, from the resemblance borne by a fruit which grows there spontaneously. There are those also called Glazaria by our soldiers, from their amber, but by the barbarians they are known as Osteravia and Actania. Chapter 28. Germany. The whole of the shores of this sea, as far as the Scaldus, a river of Germany, is inhabited by nations, the dimensions of whose respective territories it is quite impossible to state, so immensely do the authors differ who have touched upon this subject. The Greek writers and some of our own countrymen have stated the coast of Germany to be 2500 miles in extent, while Agrippa, comprising Rhaetia and Noricum in his estimate, makes the length to be 686 miles, and the breadth 148. The breadth of Rhaetia alone, however, very nearly exceeds that number of miles, and indeed we ought to state that it was only subjugated at about the period of the death of that general, while as for Germany, the whole of it was not thoroughly known to us for many years after his time. If I may be allowed to form a conjecture, the margin of the coast will be found to be not far short of the estimate of the Greek writers, while the distance in a straight line will nearly correspond with that mentioned by Agrippa. There are 5 German races, the Vandili, parts of whom are the Burgundiones, the Varini, the Carini, and the Gutones; the Ingavanes, forming a second race, a portion of whom are the Cimbri, the Teutoni, and the tribes of the Chauci; the Istivones, who join up to the Rhine, and to whom the Cimbri belong, are the third race, while the Hermiones, forming a fourth, dwell in the interior, and include the Suevi, the Hermundori, the Chatti, and the Cherusci. The 5th race is that of the Pusini, who are also the Basterne, adjoining the Daci previously mentioned. The more famous rivers that flow into the ocean are the Gutalus, the Vistulus or Vistula, the Albis, the Visurgis, the Amisius, the Rhine, and the Mosa. In the interior is the long extent of the Hercynian range, which in grandeur is inferior to none. Chapter 29. 96 islands of the Gallic Ocean. In the Rhine itself, nearly 100 miles in length, is the most famous island of the Batavi and the Canonefates, as also other islands of the Frisi, the Chauci, the Frigibones, the Sturi, and the Marasci, which lie between Halium and Flavum. These are the names of the mouths into which the Rhine divides itself, discharging its waters on the north into the lakes there, and on the west into the river Mosa. At the middle mouth, which lies between these two, the river, having but a very small channel, preserves its own name. Chapter 30. Britannia. Opposite to this coast is the island called Britannia, so celebrated in the records of Greece and of our own country. It is situate to the northwest, and with a large tract of intervening sea, lies opposite to Germany, Gaul, and Spain, by far the greater part of Europe. Its former name was Albion, but at a later period all the islands, of which we shall now just briefly make mention, were included under the name of Britanniae. This island is distinct from Gessoriacum, on the coast of the nation of the Morini, at the spot where the passage across is the shortest, 50 miles. Pytheas and Isidorus say that its circumference is 4,875 miles. It is barely 30 years since any extensive knowledge of it was gained by the successes of the Roman arms, and even as yet they have not penetrated beyond the vicinity of the Caledonian forest. Agrippa believes its length to be 800 miles, and its breadth 300. He also thinks that the breadth of Hibernia is the same, but that its length is less by 200 miles. This last island is situate beyond Britannia, the passage across being the shortest from the territory of the Silures, a distance of 30 miles. Of the remaining islands, none is said to have a greater circumference than 125 miles. Among these there are the Orcades, 40 in number, and situate within a short distance of each other; the 7 islands Achamodae, the Hebrides, 30 in number; and between Hibernia and Britannia, the islands of Mona, Monapia, Ricina, Vectis, Limnus, and Andros. Below it are the islands called Samnus and Axantos, and opposite, scattered in the German Sea, are those known as the Glazariae, but which the Greeks have more recently called the Electrides, from the circumstance of their producing electrum or amber. The most remote of all that we find mentioned is Thule, in which, as we have previously stated, there is no night at the summer solstice, when the sun is passing through the sign of Cancer, while on the other hand at the winter solstice there is no day. Some writers are of opinion that this state of things lasts for 6 whole months together. Timaeus the historian says that an island called Myctus is within 6 days' sail of Britannia, in which white lead is found, and that the Britons sail over to it in boats of osier, covered with sewed hides. There are writers also who make mention of some other islands, Scandia namely, Dumna, Bergos, and greater than all, Nerigos, from which persons embark for Thule. At 1 day's sail from Thule is the frozen ocean, which by some is called the Cronian Sea. End of Section 26. Section 27 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 27. Chapter 31. Gallia Belgica. The whole of Gaul, that is comprehended under the one general name of Comata, is divided into 3 races of people, which are more especially kept distinct from each other by the following rivers. From the Scaldus to the Sequana it is Belgic Gaul; from the Sequana to the Garumna it is Celtic Gaul or Lugdunensis; and from the Garumna to the promontory of the Pyrenean range it is Aquitanian Gaul, formerly called Aremorica. Agrippa makes the entire length of the coast of Gaul to be 1800 miles, measured from the Rhine to the Pyrenees, and its length from the ocean to the mountains of Gabena and Jura. Excluding therefrom Gallia Narbonensis, he computes at 420 miles, the breadth being 318. Beginning at the Scaldus, the parts beyond are inhabited by the Toxandri, who are divided into various people with many names, after whom come the Menapi, the Morini, the Oromarsaki, who are adjacent to the burg which is known as Gezioracum, the Britanni, the Ambiani, the Bellavazzi, the Hasi, and more in the interior, the Catoslugi, the Atrebates, the Nervi, a free people, the Veromondui, the Sueoconi, the Sueciones, a free people, the Ulmanetes, a free people, the Tungri, the Senusi, the Frisiabones, the Batazi, the Lusi, a free people, the Treveri, who were formerly free, and the Lingones, a federal state, the federal Remi, the Mediomatrizi, the Sequani, the Raurizi, and the Helvetii. The Roman colonies are Equestris and Roriaca. The nations of Germany which dwell in this province near the sources of the Rhine are the Nemetes, the Tribozzi, and the Vangiones. Nearer again, the Ubi, the colony of Agrippina, the Cugerni, the Batavi, and the peoples whom we have already mentioned as dwelling on the islands of the Rhine. Chapter 32. Gallia Lugdunensis. That part of Gaul which is known as Lugdunensis contains the Lexavi, the Velocasses, the Galeti, the Veneti, the Abrincatui, the Ossismi, and the celebrated river Ligeris, as also a most remarkable peninsula which extends into the ocean at the extremity of the territory of the Ossismi, the circumference of which is 625 miles, and its breadth at the neck 125. Beyond this are the Nanetes, and in the interior are the Aedui, a federal people, the Carnuti, a federal people, the Boii, the Senones, the Olersi, both those surnamed Eburavices and those called Senomani, the Meldi, a free people, the Parisi, the Tricasses, the Andecavi, the Viducases, the Bodiocases, the Venelli, the Cariosvelites, the Diablinti, the Redones, the Turones, the Atsui, and the Sequizani, a free people, in whose territory is the colony of Lugdunum. Chapter 33. Gallia Aquitanica. In Aquitanica are the Ambulatri, the Anagnutes, the Pictones, the Santoni, a free people, the Bituriges, surnamed Vivisci, the Aquitani, from whom the province derives its name, the Sedeboviatis, the Convenae, who together form one town, the Begeri, the Tarbelli Quatuor Signani, the Cocosates Sexignani, the Venami, the Onobrisates, the Belendi, and then the Pyrenean range. Below these are the Monesi, the Osidates, a mountain race, the Sibilates, the Camponi, the Bercorcates, the Pindeduni, the Lasiuni, the Velates, the Tornates, the Conserani, the Ausci, the Elusates, the Sotiates, the Osidates Campestres, the Sucases, the Tarusates, the Basabucates, the Vasai, the Senates, and the Cambolectri Agasenates. Joining up to the Pictones are the Bituriges, a free people who are also known as the Cubi, and then the Limovices, the Averni, a free people, and the Gabales. Again, adjoining the province of Narbonensis are the Ruteni, the Cadorsi, the Nitiobriges, and the Petrocori, separated by the river Tarnis from the Tolisani. The seas around the coast are the Northern Ocean flowing up to the mouth of the Rhine, the Britannic Ocean between the Rhine and the Sequana, and between it and the Pyrenees the Gallic Ocean. There are many islands belonging to the Veneti, which bear the name of Venetica, as also in the Aquitanic Gulf that of Uliaris. Chapter 34. Nearer Spain, its coast along the Gallic Ocean. At the promontory of the Pyrenees, Spain begins, more narrow not only than Gaul, but even than itself in its other parts, as we have previously mentioned, seeing to what an immense extent it is here hemmed in by the ocean on one side and by the Iberian Sea on the other. A chain of the Pyrenees extending from due east to south-west divides Spain into two parts, the smaller one to the north, the larger to the south. The first coast that presents itself is that of the nearer Spain, otherwise called Tarraconensis. On leaving the Pyrenees and proceeding along the coast, we meet with the forest ranges of the Vascones, Olarso, the towns of the Varduli, the Moroschi, Menosca, Vesperius, and the port of Amanus, where now stands the colony of Flavio Briga. We then come to the district of the 9 states of the Cantabri, the river Sauga, and the port of Victoria of the Julia Brigensis, from which place the sources of the Iberus are distant 40 miles. We next come to the port of Blendium, the Organomeschi, a people of the Cantabri, Variasueca their port, the country of the Astures, the town of Noega, and on a peninsula the Paisizi. Next to these we have, belonging to the jurisdiction of Lucus, after passing the river Navi Lubiu, the Sibarsi, the Egovari, surnamed Namarini, the Iadoni, the Era Trebe, the Celtic promontory, the rivers Florius and Nello, the Celtici, surnamed Neri, and above them the Tamarisi, in whose peninsula are the 3 altars called Sestianae, and dedicated to Augustus; the Capori, the town of Nuella, the Celtici, surnamed Precemarsi, and the Sileni. Of the islands, those worthy of mention are Corticata and Aunios. After passing the Sileni, belonging to the jurisdiction of the Bricari, we have the Helleni, the Gravi, and the fortress of Tide, all of them deriving their origin from the Greeks. Also the islands called Psyche, the famous city of Aborica, the river Minius, 4 miles wide at its mouth, the Loini, the Suorbi, and Augusta, a town of the Bricari, above whom lies Galatia. We then come to the river Limia and the river Dorius, one of the largest in Spain, and which rises in the district of the Pelendones, passes near Numancia, and through the Aravesi and the Vacaei, dividing the Vetones from Asturia, the Galesi from Lusitania, and separating the Turduli from the Bricari. The whole of the region here mentioned from the Pyrenees is full of mines of gold, silver, iron, and lead, both black and white. Chapter 35. Lusitania. After passing the Dorius, Lusitania begins. We here have the ancient Turduli, the Pezuri, the river Vaga, the town of Talabrica, the town and river of Aminium, the towns of Conimbrica, Colipo, and Eburobritium. A promontory then advances into the sea in the shape of a large horn. By some it has been called Artabrum, by others the Great Promontory, while many call it the promontory of Olisipo, from the city near it. This spot forms a dividing line in the land, the sea, and the heavens. Here ends one side of Spain, and when we have doubled the promontory, the front of Spain begins. On one side of it lie the North and the Gallic Ocean, on the other the West and the Atlantic. The length of this promontory has been estimated by some persons at 60 miles, by others at 90. A considerable number of writers estimate the distance from this spot to the Pyrenees at 1250 miles, and, committing a manifest error, place here the nation of the Artabri, a nation that never was here. For, making a slight change in the name, they have placed at this spot the Era Trebe, whom we have previously spoken of as dwelling in front of the Celtic promontory. Mistakes have also been made as to the more celebrated rivers. From the Minius, which we have previously mentioned, according to Varro, the river Emenius is distant 200 miles, which others suppose to be situate elsewhere, and called Limea. By the ancients it was called the river of Oblivion, and it has been made the subject of many fabulous stories. At a distance of 200 miles from the Dorius is the Tagus, the Munda lying between them. The Tagus is famous for its golden sands. At a distance of 160 miles from it is the sacred promontory, projecting from nearly the very middle of the front of Spain. From this spot to the middle of the Pyrenees, Varro says, is a distance of 1400 miles, while to the Anas, by which we have mentioned Lusitania as being separated from Baetica, is 126 miles, it being 102 more to Gades. The peoples are the Celtici, the Turduli, and about the Tagus the Vetones. From the river Anas to the sacred promontory are the Lusitani. The cities worthy of mention on the coast, beginning from the Tagus, are that of Olisipo, famous for its mares, which conceive from the west wind; Salacia, which is surnamed the Imperial City; Merobrica, and then the sacred promontory, with the other known by the name of Cuneus, and the towns of Osanoba, Balsa, and Murtili. The whole of this province is divided into 3 jurisdictions, those of Emerita, Pax, and Scalabis. It contains in all 46 peoples, among whom there are 5 colonies, 1 municipal town of Roman citizens, 3 with the ancient Latin rites, and 36 that are tributaries. The colonies are those of Augusta Emerita, situate on the river Anas, Metallinum, Pax, and Norba, surnamed Caesariana. To this last place of jurisdiction the people of the Castra Servilia and Castra Cecilia resort. The 5th jurisdiction is that of Scalabis, which also has the name of Presidium Iulium. Olisipo, surnamed Felicitas Iulia, is a municipal city, whose inhabitants enjoy the rights of Roman citizens. The towns in the enjoyment of the ancient Latin rites are Ebora, which also has the name of Liberalitas Julia, and Mirtilli and Salacia, which we have previously mentioned. Those among the tributaries whom it may not be amiss to mention, in addition to those already alluded to among the names of those in Baetica, are the Augustoburgenses, the Amienses, the Arunditani, the Arabricenses, the Balsenes, the Caesarobriscenses, the Caparenses, the Caurenses, the Colarni, the Sibilitani, the Concordienses, the Albacori, the Interranienses, the Lancienses, the Mirobrigenses, surnamed Celtici, the Medubrigenses, surnamed Plumbari, the Ocelenses or Lancienses, the Torduli, also called Barduli, and the Tepori. Agrippa states that Lusitania, with Asturia and Galatia, is 540 miles in length and 536 in breadth. The provinces of Spain, measured from the two extreme promontories of the Pyrenees, along the sea line of the entire coast, are thought to be 3,922 miles in circumference, while some writers make them to be but 2,600. Chapter 36. The Islands in the Atlantic Ocean. Opposite to Celtiberia are a number of islands, by the Greeks called Cassiterides, in consequence of their abounding in tin; and facing the promontory of the Aratrebe are the 6 islands of the gods, which some persons have called the Fortunate Islands. At the very commencement of Baetica, and 25 miles from the mouth of the Straits of Gades, is the island of Gadis, 12 miles long and 3 broad, as Polybius states in his writing. At its nearest part it is less than 700 feet distant from the mainland, while in the remaining portion it is distant more than 7 miles. Its circuit is 15 miles, and it has on it a city which enjoys the rights of Roman citizens, and whose people are called the Augustani, of the city of Julia Gaditana. On the side which looks towards Spain, at about 100 paces distance, is another long island, 3 miles wide, on which the original city of Gades stood. By Ephorus and Philistides it is called Erythia, by Timaeus and Silenus, Aphrodisias, and by the natives the Isle of Juno. Timaeus says that the larger island used to be called Cotinusa, from the olives. The Romans call it Tartessos, the Carthaginians Gadir, that word in the Punic language signifying a hedge. It was called Erythia because the Tyrians, the original ancestors of the Carthaginians, were said to have come from the Erythraean or Red Sea. In this island Geryon is by some thought to have dwelt, whose herds were carried off by Hercules. Other persons again think that his island is another one, opposite to Lusitania, and that it was there formerly called by that name. Chapter 37. The general measurement of Europe. Having thus made the circuit of Europe, we must now give the complete measurement of it, in order that those who wish to be acquainted with this subject may not feel themselves at a loss. Artemidorus and Isidorus have given its length from the Tanais to Gades as 8,214 miles. Polybius in his writings has stated the breadth of Europe, in a line from Italy to the ocean, to be 1,150 miles. But even in his day its magnitude was but little known. The distance of Italy, as we have previously stated, as far as the Alps, is 1,120 miles, from which, through Lugdunum to the British port of the Morini, the direction which Polybius seems to follow, is 1,168 miles. But the better ascertained, though greater length, is that taken from the Alps through the camp of the legions in Germany, in a north-westerly direction to the mouth of the Rhine, being 1,543 miles. We shall now have to speak of Africa and Asia. Summary. Towns and nations mentioned. Noted rivers. Famous mountains. Islands. People or towns no longer in existence. Remarkable events, narratives, and observations. Roman authors quoted: Cato the Censor, Master Varro, Master Agrippa, the late Emperor Augustus, Varro Atacinus, Cornelius Nepos, Hyginus, L. Vetus, Mela Pomponius, Licinius Mucianus, Fabricius Tuscus, Ateius Capito, Ateius the philologist. Foreign authors quoted: Polybius, Hecataeus, Hellanicus, Damastus, Eudoxus, Dicearchus, Timosthenes, Eratosthenes, Ephorus, Crates the grammarian, Serapion of Antioch, Callimachus, Artemidorus, Apollodorus, Agathocles, Eumachus, Timaeus the Sicilian, Myrsilus, Alexander Polyhistor, Thucydides, Dosiades, Anaximander, Philistides Malotes, Dionysius, Aristides, Callidemus, Menechmus, Aglaosthenes, Anticletus, Heraclides, Philemon, Xenophon, Pythias, Isidorus, Philonides, Xenagoras, Astinomus, Staphylus, Aristocritus, Metrodorus, Cleobulus, Posidonius. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Bice. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Book 5. An account of countries, nations, seas, towns, havens, mountains, rivers, distances, and peoples who now exist or formerly existed. Chapter 1. The Two Mauritanias. The Greeks have given the name of Libya to Africa, and have called the sea that lies in front of it the Libyan Sea. It has Egypt for its boundary, and no part of the earth is there that has fewer gulfs or inlets, its shores extending in a lengthened line from the west in an oblique direction. The names of its peoples and its cities in especial cannot possibly be pronounced with correctness except by the aid of their own native tongues. Its population, too, for the most part, dwells only in fortresses. 1. On our entrance into Africa, we find the two Mauritanias, which until the time of Caius Caesar, the son of Germanicus, were kingdoms, but, suffering under his cruelty, they were divided into two provinces. The extreme promontory of Africa, which projects into the ocean, is called Ampelusia by the Greeks. There were formerly two towns, Lissa and Kate, beyond the Pillars of Hercules, but at the present day we only find that of Tingi, which was formerly founded by Antaeus, and afterwards received the name of Traducta Julia from Claudius Caesar, when he established a colony there. It is 30 miles distant from Belon, a town of Baetica. There the passage across is the shortest. At a distance of 25 miles from Tingi, upon the shores of the ocean, we come to Julia Constantia Zilis, a colony of Augustus. This place is exempt from all subjection to the kings of Mauritania, and is included in the legal jurisdiction of Baetica. 32 miles distant from Julia Constantia is Lixos, which was made a Roman colony by Claudius Caesar, and which has been the subject of such wondrous fables related by the writers of antiquity. At this place, according to the story, was the palace of Antaeus. This was the scene of his combat with Hercules, and here were the gardens of the Hesperides. An arm of the sea flows into the land here, with a serpentine channel, and, from the nature of the locality, this is interpreted at the present day as having been what was really represented by the story of the dragon keeping guard there. This tract of water surrounds an island, the only spot which is never overflowed by the tides of the sea, although not quite so elevated as the rest of the land in its vicinity. Upon this island also there is still in existence the altar of Hercules, but of the grove that bore the golden fruit there are no traces left, beyond some wild olive trees. People will certainly be the less surprised at the marvelous falsehoods of the Greeks, which have been related about this place and the river Lixos, when they reflect that some of our own countrymen as well, and that too very recently, have related stories in reference to them hardly less monstrous, how that this city is remarkable for its power and extensive influence, and how that it is even greater than great Carthage ever was, how too that it is situate just opposite to Carthage, and at an almost immeasurable distance from Tingi, together with other details of a similar nature, all of which Cornelius Nepos has believed with the most insatiate credulity. In the interior, at a distance of 40 miles from Lixos, is Baba, surnamed Julia Campestris, another colony of Augustus, and at a distance of 75, a third called Banasa, with the surname of Valentia. At a distance of 35 miles from this last is the town of Volubilis, which is just that distance also from both seas. On the coast, at a distance of 50 miles from Lixos, is the river Serber, which flows past the colony of Banasa, a fine river and available for the purposes of navigation. At the same distance from it is the city of Sala, situate on a river which bears the same name, a place which stands upon the very verge of the desert, and though infested by troops of elephants, is much more exposed to the attacks of the nation of the Autolols, through whose country lies the road to Mount Atlas, the most fabulous locality even in Africa. It is from the midst of the sands, according to the story, that this mountain raises its head to the heavens, rugged and craggy on the side which looks toward the shores of the ocean, to which it has given its name, while on that which faces the interior of Africa it is shaded by dense groves of trees, and refreshed by flowing streams, fruits of all kinds springing up there spontaneously to such an extent as to more than satiate every possible desire. Throughout the daytime no inhabitant is to be seen. All is silent, like that dreadful stillness which reigns in the desert. A religious horror steals imperceptibly over the feelings of those who approach, and they feel themselves smitten with awe at the stupendous aspect of its summit, which reaches beyond the clouds, and well nigh approaches the very orb of the moon. At night, they say, it gleams with fires innumerable lighted up. It is then the scene of the gambols of the Aegipens and the satyr crew, while it re-echoes with the notes of the flute and the pipe and the clash of drums and cymbals. All this is what authors of high character have stated, in addition to the labors which Hercules and Perseus there experienced. The space which intervenes before you arrive at this mountain is immense, and the country quite unknown. There formerly existed some commentaries written by Hauno, a Carthaginian general who was commanded, in the most flourishing times of the Punic state, to explore the sea-coast of Africa. The greater part of the Greek and Roman writers have followed him, and have related, among other fabulous stories, that many cities there were founded by him, of which no remembrance nor yet the slightest vestige now exists. While Scipio Aemilianus held the command in Sicily, Polybius the historian received a fleet from him for the purpose of proceeding on a voyage of discovery in this part of the world. He relates that beyond Mount Atlas, proceeding in a westerly direction, there are forests filled with wild beasts, peculiar to the soil of Africa, as far as the river Anatis, a distance of 485 miles, Lixos being distant from it 205 miles. Agrippa says that Lixos is distant from the Straits of Gades 112 miles. After it we come to a gulf which is called the Gulf of Saguti, a town situate on the promontory of Mulilaka, the rivers Serber and Salat, and the port of Rutubis, distant from Lixos 213 miles. We then come to the promontory of the Sun, the port of Rasardir, the Getulian Autolols, the river Cosinus, the nations of the Selatiti and the Masati, the river Masathat and the river Darat, in which crocodiles are found. After this we come to a large gulf, 616 miles in extent, which is enclosed by a promontory of Mount Barce, which runs out in a westerly direction and is called Surrentium. Next comes the river Sausus, beyond which lie the Ethiopian Pororsi, at the back of whom are the Pharusii, who are bordered upon by the Gaetulian Dari, lying in the interior. Upon the coast again we find the Ethiopian Daratiti and the river Bambotus, teeming with crocodiles and hippopotami. From this river there is a continuous range of mountains till we come to the one which is known by the name of Theon Okema, from which to the Hesperian promontory is a voyage of 10 days and nights, and in the middle of this space he has placed Mount Atlas, which by all other writers has been stated to be the extreme parts of Mauritania. The Roman arms for the first time pursued their conquests into Mauritania under the Emperor Claudius, when the freedman Idemon took up arms to avenge the death of King Ptolemy, who had been put to death by Caius Caesar. And it is a well-known fact that on the flight of the barbarians our troops reached Mount Atlas. It became a boast not only among men of consular rank and generals selected from the Senate, who at that time held the command, but among persons of equestrian rank as well, who after that period held the government there, that they had penetrated as far as Mount Atlas. There are, as we have already stated, 5 Roman colonies in this province, and it may very possibly appear, if we listen only to what report says, that this mountain is easily accessible. Upon trial, however, it has been pretty generally shown that all such statements are utterly fallacious, and it is too true that men in high station, when they are disinclined to take the trouble of inquiring into the truth, through a feeling of shame at their ignorance, are not averse to be guilty of falsehood, and never is implicit credence more readily given than when a falsehood is supported by the authority of some personage of high consideration. For my own part, I am far less surprised that there are still some facts remaining undiscovered by men of the equestrian order, and even those among them who have attained senatorial rank, than that the love of luxury has left anything unascertained, the impulse of which must be great indeed, than that the love of luxury has left anything unascertained, the impulse of which must be great indeed, and most powerfully felt when the very forests are ransacked for their ivory and citron wood, and all the rocks of Gaetulia are searched for the murex and the purple. From the natives, however, we learn that on the coast, at a distance of 150 miles from the Salat, the river Asana presents itself. Its waters are salt, but it is remarkable for its fine harbor. They also say that after this we come to a river known by the name of Fut, and then after crossing another called Vior, which lies on the road at a distance of 200 miles, we arrive at Dairis, such being the name which in their language they give to Mount Atlas. According to their story, there are still existing in its vicinity many vestiges which tend to prove that the locality was once inhabited, such as the remains of vineyards and plantations of palm trees. Suetonius Paulinus, whom we have seen consul in our own time, was the first Roman general who advanced a distance of some miles beyond Mount Atlas. He has given us the same information as we have received from other sources with reference to the extraordinary height of this mountain, and at the same time he has stated that all the lower parts about the foot of it are covered with dense and lofty forests composed of trees of species hitherto unknown. The height of the trees, he says, is remarkable. The trunks are without knots and of a smooth and glossy surface. The foliage is like that of the cypress, and besides sending forth a powerful odor, they are covered with a flossy down, from which, by the aid of art, a fine cloth might easily be manufactured, similar to the textures made from the produce of the silkworm. He informs us that the summit of the mountain is covered with snow even in summer, and says that having arrived there after a march of 10 days, he proceeded some distance beyond it as far as a river which bears the name of Ger, the road being through deserts covered with a black sand, from which rocks that bore the appearance of having been exposed to the action of fire projected every here and there, localities rendered quite uninhabitable by the intensity of the heat, as he himself experienced, although it was in the winter season that he visited them. We also learn from the same source that the people who inhabit the adjoining forests, which are full of all kinds of elephants, wild beasts, and serpents, have the name of Canarii, from the circumstance that they partake of their food in common with the canine race, and share with it the entrails of wild beasts. It is a well-known fact that adjoining to these localities is a nation of Ethiopians, which bears the name of Perorsi. Juba, the father of Ptolemy, who was the first king who reigned over both Mauritanias, and who has been rendered even more famous by the brilliancy of his learning than by his kingly rank, has given us similar information relative to Mount Atlas, and states that a certain herb grows there, which has received the name of euphorbia from that of his physician, who was the first to discover it. Juba extols with wondrous praises the milky juice of this plant as tending to improve the sight, and acting as a specific against the bites of serpents and all kinds of poison. And to this subject alone he has devoted an entire book. Thus much, if indeed not more than enough, Mount Atlas. 2. The province of Tingitana is 170 miles in length. Of the nations in this province, the principal one was formerly that of Mori, who have given to it the name of Mauritania, and have been by many writers called the Maurusii. This nation has been greatly weakened by the disasters of war, and is now dwindled down to a few families only. Next to the Mori was formerly the nation of the Masicili. They, in a similar manner, have become extinct. Their country is now occupied by the Getulian nations, the Baniuri, the Autolols, by far the most powerful people among them all, and the Vesuni, who formerly were part of the Autolols, but have now separated from them, and turning their steps towards the Ethiopians, have formed a distinct nation of their own. This province in the mountainous district, which lies on its eastern side, produces elephants, as also on the heights of Mount Abila, and among those elevations which from the similarity of their height are called the Seven Brothers. Joining the range of the Abila, these mountains overlook the Straits of Gades. At the extremity of this chain begin the shores of the inland sea, and we come to the Tamuda, a navigable stream, with the site of a former town of the same name, and then the river Loud, which is also navigable for vessels, the town and port of Rissadir, and Malvawe, a navigable stream. The city of Siga, formerly the residence of King Sifax, lies opposite to that of Malacca in Spain, and now belongs to the second Mauritania. But these countries, I should remark, for a long time retained the names of their respective kings, the further Mauritania being called the land of Bogud, while that which is now called the Caesariensis was called the country of Bocchus. After passing Siga, we come to the haven called Portus Magnus, from its great extent, with a town whose people enjoy the rights of Roman citizens, and then the river Molucca, which served as the limit between the territory of Bocchus and that of the Masicili. Next to this is Chiesa Zenitana, a town founded by strangers, and Arsenaria, a place with the ancient Latin rites, 3 miles distant from the sea. We then come to Cartena, a colony founded under Augustus by the 2nd Legion, and Gunugum, another colony founded by the same emperor, a praetorian cohort being established there. The promontory of Apollo, and a most celebrated city now called Caesarea, but formerly known by the name of Iol. This place was the residence of King Juba, and received the rights of a colony from the now defied Emperor Claudius. Oppidum Novum is the next place. A colony of veterans was established here by command of the same emperor. Next to it is Tipasa, which has received Latin rights, as also Icasium, which has been presented by the Emperor Vespasianus with similar rights. Rusconiae, a colony founded by Augustus. Rusicurium, honored by Claudius with the rights of Roman citizens. Rusacus, a colony founded by Augustus. Salde, another colony founded by the same emperor. Igilgili, another, and the town of Tuca, situate on the seashore and upon the river Ampsaga. In the interior are the colony of Augusta, also called Sucabar, Tubusuptus, the cities of Temiki and Tigavi, the rivers Sardabal, Aves, and Nabar, the nation of the Makirebi, the river Usar, and the nation of the Nababes. The river Ampsaga is distant from Caesarea 322 miles. The length of the two Mauritanias is 1,038, and their breadth 467 miles. Chapter 2, parenthesis 3, Numidia. At the river Ampsaga, Numidia begins, a country rendered illustrious by the fame of Massinissa. By the Greeks this region was called Metagonitis, and the Numidians received the name of Nomades from their frequent changes of pasturage, upon which occasions they were accustomed to carry their mapalia, or in other words their houses, upon wagons. The towns of this country are Calu and Rusicade, and at a distance of 48 miles from the latter, in the interior, is the colony of Cirta, surnamed of the Sitiani. Still more inland is another colony called Sica, with the free town of Bula Regia. On the coast are Tacutua, Hippo Regius, the river Armua, and the town of Tabraca, with the rights of Roman citizens. The river Tusca forms the boundary of Numidia. This country produces nothing remarkable except its marble and wild beasts. Chapter 3, parenthesis 4, Africa. Beyond the river Tusca begins the region of Zugitana, and that part which properly bears the name of Africa. We here find three promontories: the White Promontory, the promontory of Apollo, facing Sardinia, and that of Mercury, opposite to Sicily. Projecting into the sea, these headlands form two gulfs, the first of which bears the name of Hipponensis, from its proximity to the city called Hippodairutus, a corruption of the Greek name Diaritus, which it has received from the channels made for irrigation. Adjacent to this place, but at a greater distance from the seashore, is Thudalis, a town exempt from tribute. We then come to the promontory of Apollo, and upon the second gulf we find Utica, a place enjoying the rights of Roman citizens, and famous for the death of Cato. The river Bagreda, the place called Castra Cornelia, the colony of Carthage, founded upon the remains of Great Carthage, the colony of Maxula, the towns of Carpi, Misua, and Clypea, the last a free town, on the promontory of Mercury, also Curubis, a free town, and Neapolis. Here commences the second division of Africa, properly so called. Those who inhabit Byzacium have the name of Libyphonices. Byzacium is the name of a district which is 250 miles in circumference, and is remarkable for its extreme fertility, as the ground returns the seed sown by the husbandman with interest 100-fold. Here are the free towns of Leptis, Adrumetum, Ruspina, and Thapsus, and then Thini, Macumades, Tacape, and Sabrata, which touches the lesser Syrtis, to which spot from the Ampsaga the length of Numidia and Africa is 580 miles, and the breadth, so far it has been ascertained, 200. That portion which we have called Africa is divided into two provinces, the Old and the New. These are separated by a dike, which was made by order of the second Scipio Africanus and the kings, and extended to Thini, which town is distant from Carthage 216 miles. End of section 28. Recording by Charles Bice. www.charlesbice.com. Courtesy of Wimabi Press.
Section 29 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Harry Thomas Riley. Section 29. Chapter 4. The Syrtes. A third gulf is divided into two smaller ones, those of the two Syrtes, which are rendered perilous by the shallow of their quicksands and the ebb and flow of the sea. Polybius states the distance from Carthage to the Lesser Syrtes, the one which is nearest to it, to be 300 miles. The inlet to it he also states to be 100 miles across, and its circumference 300. There is also a way to it by land, to find which we must employ the guidance of the stars and cross deserts which present nothing but sand and serpents. After passing these, we come to forests filled with vast multitudes of wild beasts and elephants, then desert wastes, and beyond them the Garamantes, distant 12 days' journey from the Ogili. Above the Garamantes was formerly the nation of the Psylli, and above them again the lake of Lycomedes, surrounded with deserts. The Ogili themselves are situate almost midway between Ethiopia, which faces the west, and the region which lies between the two Syrtes, at an equal distance from both. The distance along the coast that lies between the two Syrtes is 250 miles. On it are found the city of Ea, the river Sinipes, and the country of that name, the towns of Neapolis, Graphera, and Abritonum, and the second, surnamed the Greater Leptis. We next come to the Greater Syrtes, 625 miles in circumference, and at the entrance 312 miles in width. Next after which dwells the nation of the Sissipides. At the bottom of this gulf was the coast of the Lotophagi, whom some writers have called the Alacrae, extending as far as the altars of the Philaeni. These altars are formed of heaps of sand. On passing these, not far from the shore, there is a vast swamp, which receives the river Triton, and from it takes its name. By Callimachus it is called Polontius, and is said by him to be on the nearer side of the Lesser Syrtes. Many other writers, however, place it between the two Syrtes. The promontory which bounds the Greater Syrtes has the name of Borean. Beyond it is the province of Cyrene. Africa, from the river Ampsaga to this limit, includes 516 peoples who are subject to the Roman sway, of which 6 are colonies, among them Athina and Taberbai, besides those already mentioned. The towns enjoying the rights of Roman citizens are 15 in number, of which I shall mention, as lying in the interior, those of Assure, Abatucum, Aborium, Canopicum, Silma, Simithium, Thunasidium, Tabernicum, Tiny Drummum, Tibiga, the 2 towns called Ussida, the Greater and the Lesser, and Vaga. There is also 1 town with Latin rights, Uzzalita by name, and 1 town of tributaries, Castra Cornelia. The free towns are 30 in number, among which we may mention, in the interior, those of Accola, Agerida, Avina, Abzirita, Canopida, Militsida, Matera, Salafida, Tasdrida, Tiffica, Tunica, Theuda, Tagasta, Taiga, Elisibrida, a second Vaga, Visa, and Zama. Of the remaining number, most of them should be called, in strictness, not only cities, but nations even; such, for instance, as the Netabudas, the Capsitani, the Musulemi, the Sabarbaris, the Massili, the Nisivis, the Vemicures, the Sinithai, the Musuni, the Marcubii, and the whole of Getulia, as far as the river Nigris, which separates Africa proper from Ethiopia. Chapter 5. Cyrenaica. The region of Cyrenaica, also called Pentapolis, is rendered famous by the oracle of Hammon, which is distant 400 miles from the city of Cyrene, also by the fountain of the sun there, and 5 cities in special, those of Berenice, Arsinoe, Ptolemais, Apollonia, and Cyrene itself. Berenice is situated upon the outer promontory that bounds the Syrtis. It was formerly called the city of the Hesperides, previously mentioned, according to the fables of the Greeks, which very often change their localities. Not far from the city, and running before it, is the river Lethen, and with it a sacred grove, where the gardens of the Hesperides are said to have formerly stood. This city is distant from Leptis 375 miles. From Berenice to Arsinoe, commonly called Teucria, is 43 miles, after which, at a distance of 22, we come to Ptolemais, the ancient name of which was Barsi, and at a distance of 40 miles from this last, the promontory of Phycus, which extends far away into the Cretan Sea, being 350 miles distant from Taenarum, the promontory of Laconia, and from Crete 225. After passing this promontory we come to Cyrene, which stands at a distance of 11 miles from the sea. From Phycus to Apollonia is 24 miles, and from thence to the Chersonesus 88, from which to the Cathabathmus is a distance of 216 miles. The Marmoridae inhabit this coast, extending from almost the region of Peritonium to the greater Syrtis; after them the Eryroceles, and then, upon the coasts of the Syrtis, the Nesamones, whom the Greeks formerly called Mesamones, from the circumstance of their being located in the very midst of sands. The territory of Cyrene, to a distance of 15 miles from the shore, is said to abound in trees, while for the same distance beyond that district it is only suitable for the cultivation of corn, after which a tract of land 30 miles in breadth and 250 in length is productive of nothing but lazer or silphium. After the Nasamones we come to the dwellings of the Esbiste and Masse, and beyond them, at 11 days' journey to the west of the greater Syrtis, the Amantes, a people also surrounded by sands in every direction. They find water, however, without any difficulty, at a depth mostly of about 2 cubits, and their district receives the overflow of the waters of Mauritania. They build houses with blocks of salt, which they cut out of their mountains, just as we do stone. From this nation to the Troglodytae the distance is 7 days' journey in a southwesterly direction, a people with whom our only intercourse is for the purpose of procuring from them the precious stone which we call the carbuncle, and which is brought from the interior of Ethiopia. Upon the road to this last people, but turning off towards the deserts of Africa, of which we have previously made mention as lying beyond the lesser Syrtis, is the region of Phazania. The nation of Phazanii, belonging to which, as well as the cities of Aleli and Siliba, we have subdued by force of arms, as also Sidemus, which lies over against Sabrata. After passing these places, a range of mountains extends in a prolonged chain from east to west. These have received from our people the name of the Black Mountains, either from the appearance which they naturally bear, of having been exposed to the action of fire, or else from the fact that they have been scorched by the reflection of the sun's rays. Beyond it is the desert, and then Talge, a city of the Garamantes, and Debris, at which place there is a spring, the waters of which, from noon to midnight, are at boiling heat, and then freeze for as many hours until the following noon. Garama, too, that most famous capital of the Garamantes, all which places have been subdued by the Roman arms. It was on this occasion that Cornelius Balbus was honored with a triumph, the only foreigner, indeed, that was ever honored with a triumphal chariot, and presented with the rights of a Roman citizen. For although by birth a native of Gades, the Roman citizenship was granted to him, as well as to the elder Balbus, his uncle by the father's side. There is also this remarkable circumstance, that our writers have handed down to us the names of the cities above mentioned as having been taken by Balbus, and have informed us that on the occasion of his triumph, besides Sedamus and Garama, there were carried in the procession the names and models of all the other nations and cities, in the following order: the town of Tabudium, the nation of Niteres, the town of Nigligemella, the nation or town of Bubaeum, the nation of Anipai, the town of Thuban, the mountain known as the Black Mountain, Nitibrim, the towns called Rapsa, the nation of Dacera, the town of Debris, the river Nethaber, the town of Thepsagam, the nation of Nanagi, the town of Boan, the town of Pigi, the river Daciberi, and then the towns, in the following order, of Bericum, Balubba, Olacid, Gallia, Bala, Maxala, Dedzama, and Mount Gyrai, which was preceded by an inscription stating that this was the place where precious stones were produced. Up to the present time it has been found impracticable to keep open the road that leads to the country of the Garamantes, as the predatory bands of that nation have filled up the wells with sand, which do not require to be dug for to any great depth if you only have a knowledge of the locality. In the late war, however, which at the beginning of the reign of the Emperor Vespasian the Romans carried on with the people of Aea, a short cut of only 4 days' journey was discovered. This road is known as the Praetor Caput Saxae. The last place in the territory of Cyrenaica is Catabathmus, consisting of a town and a valley with a sudden and steep descent. The length of Cyrenaean Africa up to this boundary from the Lesser Syrtes is 1,060 miles, and so far as has been ascertained, it is 800 cubic miles in breadth. Chapter 6. Libya Mariotis. The region that follows is called Libya Mariotis, and borders upon Egypt. It is held by the Marmaridae, the Adremachidae, and after them the Mariotae. The distance from Catabathmus to Parætonium is 86 miles. In this district is Apis, a place rendered famous by the religious belief of Egypt. From this town Parætonium is distant 62 miles, and from thence to Alexandria the distance is 200 miles, the breadth of the district being 169. Eratosthenes says that it is 525 miles by land from Cyrene to Alexandria, while Agrippa gives the length of the whole of Africa from the Atlantic Sea and including Lower Egypt as 3,040 miles. Polybius and Eratosthenes, who are generally considered as remarkable for their extreme correctness, state the length to be, from the ocean to Great Carthage, 1,100 miles, and from Carthage to Canopus, the nearest mouth of the Nile, 1,628 miles, while Isidorus speaks of the distance from Tingi to Canopus as being 3,599 miles. Artemidorus makes this last distance 40 miles less than Isidorus. Chapter 7. The Islands in the Vicinity of Africa. These seas contain not so very many islands. The most famous among them is Meninx, 25 miles in length and 22 in breadth. By Eratosthenes it is called Lotophagaites. This island has two towns, Meninx on the side which faces Africa, and Troas on the other. It is situated off the promontory which lies on the right-hand side of the Lesser Syrtis, at a distance of 1.5 miles. 100 miles from this island, and opposite the promontory that lies on the left, is the free island of Cercina, with a city of the same name. It is 25 miles long, and half that breadth at the place where it is the widest, but not more than 5 miles across at the extremity. The diminutive island of Cercinides, which looks towards Carthage, is united to it by a bridge. At a distance of nearly 50 miles from these is the island of Lopedusa, 6 miles in length, and beyond it Gaulis and Galata, the soil of which kills the scorpion, that noxious reptile of Africa. It is also said that the scorpion will not live at Clypea, opposite to which place lies the island of Cosyra, with a town of the same name. Opposite to the Gulf of Carthage are the two islands known as the Egimurae. The altars, which are rather rocks than islands, lie more between Sicily and Sardinia. There are some authors who state that these rocks were once inhabited, but that they have gradually subsided in the sea. Chapter 8. Countries on the other side of Africa. If we pass through the interior of Africa in a southerly direction, beyond the Getuli, after having traversed the intervening deserts, we shall find, first of all, the Libyan Egyptians, and then the country where the Leucithiopians dwell. Beyond these are the Negritae, nations of Ethiopia, so called from the river Nigris, which has been previously mentioned, the Gymnetes, surnamed Pharusiae, and, on the very margin of the ocean, the Perorsai, whom we have already spoken of as lying on the boundaries of Mauritania. After passing all these peoples, there are vast deserts towards the east, until we come to the Garamantes, the Augili, and the Troglodytae. The opinion of those being exceedingly well founded who place two Ethiopias beyond the deserts of Africa, and more particularly that expressed by Homer, who tells us that the Ethiopians are divided into two nations, those of the east and those of the west. The river Nigris has the same characteristics as the Nile. It produces the calamus, the papyrus, and just the same animals, and it rises at the same seasons of the year. Its source is between the Tyrolean Ethiopians and the Icalici. Magium, the city of the latter people, has been placed by some writers amid the deserts, and next to them the Atlantes. Then the Aegipani, half men, half beasts, the Blemmyes, the Gamphazentes, the Satyri, and the Hymentopodes. The Atlantes, if we believe what is said, have lost all characteristics of humanity, for there is no mode of distinguishing each other among them by names, and as they look upon the rising and the setting sun, they give utterance to direful imprecations against it, as being deadly to themselves and their lands, nor are they visited with dreams like the rest of mortals. The Troglodytae make excavations in the earth, which serve them for dwellings. The flesh of serpents is their food. They have no articulate voice, but only utter a kind of squeaking noise, and thus are they utterly destitute of all means of communication by language. The Garamantes have no institution of marriage among them, and live in promiscuous concubinage with their women. The Augili worship no deities, but the gods of the infernal regions. The Gamphazentes, who go naked and are unacquainted with war, hold no intercourse whatever with strangers. The Blemmyes are said to have no heads, their mouths and eyes being seated in their breasts. The Satyri, beyond their figure, have nothing in common with the manners of the human race, and the form of the Aegipani is such as is commonly represented in paintings. The Himantopodes are a race of people with feet resembling thongs, upon which they move along by nature with a serpentine, crawling kind of gait. The Pharusiae, descended from the ancient Persians, are said to have been the companions of Hercules when on his expedition to the Hesperides. Beyond the above, I have met with nothing relative to Africa worthy of mention. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 30. Book 5, Chapters 9 to 13. Chapter 9. Egypt and Thebais. Joining on to Africa is Asia, the extent of which, according to Demosthenes, from the canopic mouth of the Nile to the mouth of the Euxine, is 2,639 miles. From the mouth of the Euxine to that of Lake Meotis is, according to Eratosthenes, 1,545 miles. The whole distance to the Tanais, including Egypt, is, according to Artemidorus and Isidorus, 6,375 miles. The seas of Egypt, which are several in number, have received their names from those who dwell upon their shores, for which reason they will be mentioned together. Egypt is the country which lies next to Africa. In the interior it runs in a southerly direction, as far as to the territory of the Ethiopians, who lie extended at the back of it. The river Nile, dividing itself, forms on the right and left the boundary of its lower part, which it embraces on every side. By the canopic mouth of that river it is separated from Africa, and by the Pelusiac from Asia, there being a distance between the two of 170 miles. For this reason it is that some persons have reckoned Egypt among the islands, the Nile so dividing itself as to give a triangular form to the land which it encloses, from which circumstance also many persons have named Egypt the Delta, after that of the Greek letter so called. The distance from the spot where the channel of the river first divides into branches to the canopic mouth is 146 miles, and to Pelusiac 166. The upper part of Egypt, which borders on Ethiopia, is known as Thebais. This district is divided into prefectures of towns, which are generally designated as nomes. These are Ombaites, Apollopolites, Hermonthites, Thynites, Faturites, Coptites, Tenterites, Diopolites, Anthiopolites, Aphroditopolites, and Lycopotes. The district which lies in the vicinity of Pelusium contains the following nomes: Pharbithites, Bubastites, Cethroites, and Tanites. The remaining nomes are those called the Arabian, the Hammonian, which lies on the road to the oracle of Jupiter Hammon, and those known by the names of Oxyrhynchites, Leontopolites, Athrabites, Cynopolites, Hermopolites, Xoites, Mendesium, Sebenites, Cabesites, Latopolites, Heliopolites, Prosopites, Panopolites, Buserites, Onuphites, Seites, Tinithu, Phtimphu, Naucratites, Metallites, Gynecopolites, Menelites, all in the region of Alexandria, besides Mariotes in Libya. Heracleopolites is a nome on an island of the Nile, 50 miles in length, upon which there is a city called the City of Hercules. there are two places called Arsinoetes. These and Memphites extend to the apex of the delta, adjoining to which, on the side of Africa, are the two nomes of Oesites. Some writers vary in some of these names and substitute for them other nomes, such as Heropolites and Crocodilopolites. Between Arsinoetes and Memphites a lake 250 miles, or, according to what Mucianus says, 450 miles in circumference and 50 paces deep, has been formed by artificial means. After the king by whose orders it was made, it is called by the name of Meris. The distance from thence to Memphis is nearly 62 miles, a place which was formerly the citadel of the kings of Egypt. From thence to the oracle of Hammon it is 12 days' journey. Memphis is 15 miles from the spot where the river Nile divides into the different channels which we have mentioned as forming the delta. Chapter 10. The River Nile. The sources of the Nile are unascertained, and, travelling as it does for an immense distance through deserts and burning sands, it is only known to us by common report, having neither experienced the vicissitudes of warfare, nor been visited by those arms which have so effectually explored all other regions. It rises, so far indeed as King Juba was enabled to ascertain, in a mountain of Lower Mauritania, not far from the ocean, immediately after which it forms a lake of standing water, which bears the name of Neleides. In this lake are found the several kinds of fish known by the names of Alabita, Corrichinus, and Silurus. A crocodile also was brought thence as a proof that this really is the Nile, and was consecrated by Juba himself in the temple of Isis at Caesarea, where it may be seen at the present day. In addition to these facts, it has been observed that the waters of the Nile rise in the same proportion in which the snows and rains of Mauritania increase. Pouring forth from this lake, the river disdains to flow through arid and sandy deserts, and for a distance of several days' journey conceals itself. After which it bursts forth at another lake of great magnitude in the country of the Masicalae, a people of Mauritania Caesariensis, and thence casts a glance around, as it were, upon the communities of men in its vicinity, giving proofs of its identity in the same peculiarities of the animals which it produces. It then buries itself once again in the sands of the desert, and remains concealed for a distance of 20 days' journey, till it has reached the confines of Ethiopia. Here, when it has once more become sensible of the presence of men, it again emerges, at the same source, in all probability, to which writers have given the name of Niger, or Black. After this, forming the boundary line between Africa and Ethiopia, its banks, though not immediately peopled by man, are the resort of numbers of wild beasts and animals of various kinds. Giving birth in its course to dense forests of trees, it travels through the middle of Ethiopia, under the name of Astapus, a word which signifies, in the language of the nations who dwell in those regions, water issuing from the shades below. Proceeding onwards, it divides innumerable islands in its course, and some of them of such vast magnitude, that, although its tide runs with the greatest rapidity, it is not less than 5 days in passing them. When making the circuit of Meroe, the most famous of these islands, the left branch of the river is called Astaboris, or in other words, an arm of the water that issues from the shades, while the right arm has the name of Astasapes, which adds to its original signification the meaning of side. It does not obtain the name of Nile until its waters have again met and are united in a single stream, and even then, for some miles both above and below the point of confluence, it has the name of Cyrus. Homer has given to the whole of this river the name of Aegyptus, while other writers again have called it Triton. Every now and then its course is interrupted by islands which intervene, and which only serve as so many incentives to add to the impetuosity of its torrent; and though at last it is hemmed in by mountains on either side, in no part is the tide more rapid and precipitate. Its waters then hastening onwards, it is borne along to the spot in the country of the Ethiopians, which is known by the name of Catadupai, where, as the last cataract, the complaint is, not that it flows, but that it rushes, with an immense noise between the rocks that lie in its way; after which it becomes more smooth, the violence of its waters is broken and subdued, and, wearied out as it were by the length of the distance it has travelled, it discharges itself, though by many mouths, into the Egyptian sea. During certain days of the year, however, the volume of its waters is greatly increased, and as it traverses the whole of Egypt, it inundates the earth, and, by so doing, greatly promotes its fertility. There have been various reasons suggested for this increase of the river. Of these, however, the most probable are, either that its waters are driven back by the Etesian winds, which are blowing at this season of the year from an opposite direction, and that the sea which lies beyond is driven into the mouths of the river; or else that its waters are swollen by the summer rains of Ethiopia, which fall from the clouds conveyed thither by the Etesian winds from other parts of the earth. Timaeus the mathematician has alleged a reason of an occult nature. He says that the source of the river is known by the name of Phaela, and that the stream buries itself in channels underground, where it sends forth vapours generated by the heat among the steaming rocks amid which it conceals itself, but that during the days of the inundation, in consequence of the sun approaching nearer to the earth, the waters are drawn forth by the influence of his heat, and on being thus exposed to the air overflow, after which, in order that it may not be utterly dried up, the stream hides itself once more. He says that this takes place at the rising of the Dog star, when the sun enters the sign of Leo, and stands in a vertical position over the source of the river, at which time, at that spot, there is no shadow thrown. Most authors, however, are of opinion, on the contrary, that the river flows in greater volume when the sun takes his departure for the north, which he does when he enters the sign of Cancer and Leo, because its waters then are not dried up to so great an extent; while on the other hand, when he returns towards the south pole and re-enters Capricorn, its waters are absorbed by the heat, and consequently flow in less abundance. If there is any one inclined to be of opinion with Timaeus that the waters of the river may be drawn out of the earth by the heat, it will be as well for him to bear in mind the fact that the absence of shadow is a phenomenon which lasts continuously in these regions. The Nile begins to increase at the next new moon after the summer solstice, and rises slowly and gradually as the sun passes through the sign of Cancer. It is at its greatest height while the sun is passing through Leo, and it falls as slowly and gradually as it arose while he is passing through the sign of Virgo. It has totally subsided between its banks, as we learn from Herodotus, on the 100th day, when the sun has entered Libra. While it is rising, it has been pronounced criminal for kings or prefects even to sail upon its waters. The measure of its increase is ascertained by means of wells. Its most desirable height is 16 cubits. If the waters do not attain that height, the overflow is not universal; but if they exceed that measure, by their slowness in receding they tend to retard the process of cultivation. In the latter case the time for sowing is lost, in consequence of the moisture of the soil. In the former, the ground is so parched that the seed time comes to no purpose. The country has reason to make careful note of either extreme. When the water rises to only 12 cubits, it experiences the horrors of famine; when it attains 13, hunger is still the result; a rise of 14 cubits is productive of gladness; a rise of 15 sets all anxieties at rest; while an increase of 16 is productive of unbounded transports of joy. The greatest increase known up to the present time is that of 18 cubits, which took place in the time of the Emperor Claudius. The smallest rise was that of 5 in the year of the battle of Pharsalia, the river by this prodigy testifying its horror, as it were, at the murder of Pompeius Magnus. When the waters have reached their greatest height, the people open the embankments and admit them to the lands. As each district is left by the waters, the business of sowing commences. This is the only river in existence that emits no vapours. The Nile first enters the Egyptian territory at Syene, on the frontiers of Ethiopia. That is the name of a peninsula a mile in circumference, upon which Castra is situate, on the side of Arabia. Opposite to it are the 4 islands of Philae, at a distance of 600 miles from the place where the Nile divides into 2 channels, at which spot, as we have already stated, the delta, as it is called, begins. This, at least, is the distance according to Artemidorus, who also informs us that there were in it 250 towns. Juba says, however, that the distance between these places is 400 miles. Aristocreon says that the distance from Elephantis to the sea is 750 miles, Elephantis being an inhabited island 4 miles below the last cataract, 16 beyond Syene, 585 from Alexandria, and the extreme limit of the navigation of Egypt. To such an extent as this have the above-named authors been mistaken. This island is the place of rendezvous for the vessels of the Ethiopians. They are made to fold up, and the people carry them on their shoulders whenever they come to the cataracts. Chapter 11. Egypt, besides its boast of extreme antiquity, asserts that it contained, in the reign of King Amasis, 20,000 inhabited cities. In our day they are still very numerous, though no longer of any particular note. Still, however, we find the following ones mentioned as of great renown: the city of Apollo, next that of Leucothea, then great Diospolis, otherwise Thebes, known to fame for its 100 gates, Coptos, which from its proximity to the Nile forms its nearest emporium for the merchandise of India and Arabia, then the town of Venus, and then another town of Jupiter. After this comes Tantiris, below which is Abydos, the royal abode of Memnon, and famous for a temple of Osiris, which is situate in Libya, at a distance from the river of 7 miles and a half. Next to it comes Ptolemais, then Panopolis, and then another town of Venus, and on the Libyan side Lycaon, where the mountains form the boundary of the province of Thebais. On passing these we come to the towns of Mercury, Alabastron, the town of Dogs, and that of Hercules already mentioned. We next come to Arsinoe, and Memphis, which has been previously mentioned, between which last and the Nome of Arsinitis, upon the Libyan side, are the towers known as the Pyramids, the labyrinth on Lake Moeris, in the construction of which no wood was employed, and the town of Cryalon. Besides these, there is one place in the interior, on the confines of Arabia, of great celebrity, the city of the Sun. With the greatest justice, however, we may lavish our praises upon Alexandria, built by Alexander the Great on the shores of the Egyptian Sea, upon the soil of Africa, at 12 miles distance from the Canopic mouth and near Lake Mareotis, the spot having previously borne the name of Rhacotes. The plan of this city was designed by the architect Dinocrates, who is memorable for the genius which he displayed in many ways. Building the city upon a wide space of ground 15 miles in circumference, he formed it in the circular shape of a Macedonian chlamys, uneven at the edge, giving it an angular projection on the right and left, while at the same time he devoted 1/5 part of the site to the royal palace. Lake Mareotis, which lies on the south side of the city, is connected by a canal which joins it to the Canopic mouth, and serves for the purposes of communication with the interior. It has also a great number of islands, and is 30 miles across and 150 in circumference, according to Claudius Caesar. Other writers say that it is 40 sconi in length, making the sconum to be 30 stadia. Hence, according to them, it is 150 miles in length and the same in breadth. There are also, in the latter part of the course of the Nile, many towns of considerable celebrity, and more especially those which have given their names to the mouth of the river. I do not mean all the mouths, for there are no less than 12 of them, as well as 4 others, which the people call the false mouths. I allude to the 7 more famous ones, the Canopic mouth, next to Alexandria, those of Bolbetine, Sebenis, Fatnis, Mendes, Tanis, and, last of all, Pelusium. Besides the above, there are the towns of Butos, Pharbethus, Leontopolis, Arthribis, the town of Isis, Busiris, Kynopolis, Aphrodites, Sais, and Naucritis, from which last some writers call the Naucratic mouth, which is by others called the Heracleotic, and mention it instead of the Canopic mouth, which is the next to it. Chapter 12. The coasts of Arabia situate on the Egyptian Sea. Beyond the Pelusiac mouth is Arabia, which extends to the Red Sea, and joins the Arabia known by the surname of Happy, so famous for its perfumes and its wealth. This is called Arabia of the Catabanes, the Esbonite, and the Skenite. It is remarkable for its sterility, except in the parts where it joins up to Syria, and it has nothing remarkable in it except Mount Cassius. The Arabian nations of the Canclii join these on the east, and on the south the Kedrai, both of which peoples are adjoining to the Nabathii. The two gulfs of the Red Sea, where it borders upon Egypt, are called the Heropolitic and the Illenitic. Between the two towns of Ilene and Gaza upon our sea, there is a distance of 150 miles. Agrippa says that Arsinoe, a town on the Red Sea, is, by way of the desert, 125 miles from Pelusium. How different the characteristics impressed by nature upon two places separated by so small a distance. Chapter 13. Syria. Next to these countries, Syria occupies the coast, once the greatest of lands, and distinguished by many names, for the part which joins up to Arabia was formerly called Palestina, Judea, Coele, and Phoenice. The country in the interior was called Damaskina, and that further on, and more to the south, Babylonia. The part that lies between the Euphrates and the Tigris was called Mesopotamia, that beyond Tauris, Saphine, and that on this side of the same chain, Commagene. Beyond Armenia was the country of Adiabene, anciently called Assyria, and at the part where it joins up to Cilicia it was called Antiochia. Its length between Cilicia and Arabia is 470 miles, and its breadth, from Seleucia Pieria to Zeugma, a town on the Euphrates, 175. Those who make a still more minute division of this country will have it that Phoenice is surrounded by Syria, and that first comes the maritime coast of Syria, part of which is Idumea and Judea, after that Phoenicia, and then Syria. The whole of the tract of sea that lies in front of these shores is called the Phoenician Sea. The Phoenician people enjoy the glory of having been the inventors of letters and the first discoverers of the sciences of astronomy, navigation, and the art of war. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 31. Book 5, Chapters 14 to 19. Chapter 14. Idumea, Palestina, and Samaria. On leaving Pelusium, we come to the camp of Chabrias, Mount Cassius, the temple of Jupiter Cassius, and the tomb of Pompeius Magnus. Ostracine, at a distance of 65 miles from Pelusium, is the frontier town of Arabia. After this, at the point where the Serbonian lake becomes visible, Idumea and Palestina begin. This lake, which some writers have made to be 150 miles in circumference, Herodotus has placed at the foot of Mount Cassius. It is now an inconsiderable fen. The towns are Rhinocolura, and in the interior Raphia, Gaza, and still more inland Anthedon. There is also Mount Argoris. Proceeding along the coast, we come to the region of Samaria, Ascalo, a free town, Azotus, the two Gemnai, one of them in the interior, and Joppe, a city of the Phoenicians, which existed, it is said, before the deluge of the earth. It is situate on the slope of a hill, and in front of it lies a rock, upon which they point out the vestiges of the chains by which Andromeda was bound. Here the fabulous goddess Ceto is worshipped. Next to this place comes Apollonia, and then the tower of Strato, otherwise Caesarea, built by King Herod, but now the colony of Prima Flavia, established by the Emperor Vespasianus. This place is the frontier town of Palestina, at a distance of 188 miles from the confines of Arabia, after which comes Phoenicia. In the interior of Samaria, are the towns of Neapolis, formerly called Marmortha, Sebaste, situate on a mountain, and, on a still more lofty one, Gamala. Chapter 15. Judea. Beyond Idumea and Samaria, Judea extends far and wide. That part of it which joins up to Syria is called Galilee, while that which is nearest to Arabia and Egypt bears the name of Perea. This last is thickly covered with rugged mountains, and is separated from the rest of Judea by the river Jordanus. The remaining part of Judea is divided into 10 toparchies, which we will mention in the following order: that of Hiericus, covered with groves of palm trees, and watered by numerous springs, and those of Emmaus, Lydda, Joppe, Acrabatina, Gophna, Tamna, Bethlepdaphine, Orina, in which formerly stood Hierosolyma, by far the most famous city, not of Judea only, but of the East, and Herodium, with the celebrated town of the same name. The river Jordanus rises from the spring of Panias, which has given its surname to Caesarea, of which we shall have occasion to speak. This is a delightful stream, and, so far as the situation of the localities will allow of, winds along in its course and lingers among the dwellers upon its banks. With the greatest reluctance, as it were, it moves onward towards Asphaltites, a lake of a gloomy and unpropitious nature, by which it is at last swallowed up, and its bepraised waters are lost sight of on being mingled with the pestilential streams of the lake. For this reason it is that, as soon as ever the valleys through which it runs afford it the opportunity, it discharges itself into a lake, by many writers known as Gennesara, 16 miles in length and 6 wide, which is skirted by the pleasant towns of Julias and Hippo on the east, of Tarichaea on the south, a name which is by many persons given to the lake itself, and of Tiberias on the west, the hot springs of which are so conducive to the restoration of health. Asphaltites produces nothing whatever except bitumen, to which indeed it owes its name. The bodies of animals will not sink in its waters, and even those of bulls and camels float there. In length it exceeds 100 miles, being at its greatest breadth 25, and at its smallest 6. Arabia of the Nomades faces it on the east, and Machaerus on the south, at one time, next to Hierosolyma, the most strongly fortified place in Judea. On the same side lies Callirrhoe, a warm spring, remarkable for its medicinal qualities, and which, by its name, indicates the celebrity its waters have gained. Lying on the west of Asphaltites, and sufficiently distant to escape its noxious exhalations, are the Esseni, a people that live apart from the world, and marvellous beyond all others throughout the whole earth, for they have no women among them. To sexual desire they are strangers. Money they have none. The palm trees are their only companions. Day after day, however, their numbers are fully recruited by multitudes of strangers that resort to them, driven thither to adopt their usages by the tempests of fortune, and wearied with the miseries of life. Thus it is that through thousands of ages, incredible to relate, this people eternally prolongs its existence without a single birth taking place there. So fruitful a source of population to it is that weariness of life which is felt by others. Below this people was formerly the town of Angada, second only to Hierosolyma in the fertility of its soil and its groves of palm trees. Now, like it is another heap of ashes. Next to it we come to Masada, a fortress on a rock not far from Lake Asphaltites. Thus much concerning Judea. Chapter 16. Decapolis. On the side of Syria joining up to Judea is the region of Decapolis, so called from the number of its cities, as to which all writers are not agreed. Most of them, however, agree in speaking of Damascus as one, a place fertilized by the river Chrysoros, which is drawn off into its meadows and eagerly imbibed; Philadelphia and Raphana, all which cities fall back towards Arabia; Scythopolis, formerly called Nysa by Father Liber, from his nurse having been buried there, its present name being derived from a Scythian colony which was established there. Gadara, before which the river Hieromyx flows. Hippo, which has been previously mentioned. Dion, Pella, rich with its waters, Galassa, and Canatha. The Tetrarchies lie between and around these cities, equal each of them to a kingdom, and occupying the same rank as so many kingdoms. Their names are Trachonitis, Paneas, in which is Caesarea, with the spring previously mentioned, Abyla, Arca, Ampaloesa, and Gebe. Chapter 17. Phoenique. We must now return to the coast and to Phoenique. There was formerly a town here known as Crocodylon. There is still a river of that name. Dorum and Sycamainon are the names of cities of which the remembrance only exists. We then come to the promontory of Carmelus, and upon the mountain a town of that name, formerly called Akbatana. Next to this are Geta, Geba, and the river Percaida, or Belus, which throws up on its narrow banks a kind of sand from which glass is made. This river flows from the marshes of Candibia, at the foot of Mount Carmelus. Close to this river is Ptolemais, formerly called Aeaci, a colony of Claudius Caesar, and then the town of Ecdippa, and the promontory known as the White Promontory. We next come to the city of Tyre, formerly an island, separated from the mainland by a channel of the sea, of great depth, 700 paces in width, but now joined to it by the works which were thrown up by Alexander when besieging it. The Tyre, so famous in ancient times for its offspring, the cities to which it gave birth, Leptis, Utica, and Carthage, that rival of the Roman sway, that thirsted so eagerly for the conquest of the whole earth. Gades too, which she founded beyond the limits of the world. At the present day all her fame is confined to the production of the murex and the purple. Its circumference, including therein Pelletiris, is 19 miles, the place itself extending 22 stadia. The next towns are Sarepta and Ornithon, and then Sidon, famous for its manufacture of glass, and the parent of Thebes in Boeotia. In the rear of this spot begins the chain of Libanus, which extends 1,500 stadia, as far as Semira. This district has the name of Coele-Syria. Opposite to this chain, and separated from it by an intervening valley, stretches away the range of Antilibanus, which was formerly connected with Libanus by a wall. Beyond it, and lying in the interior, is the region of Decapolis, and with it the Tetrarchies already mentioned, and the whole expanse of Palestina. On the coast again, and lying beneath Libanus, is the river Magorus, the colony of Berytus, which bears the name of Felix Julia, the town of Leontos, the river Lycos, Pelebiblos, the river Adonis, and the towns of Byblos, Botris, Gigarta, Triris, Calamos, Tripolis, inhabited by the Tyrians, Sidonians, and Aradians, Orthosia, the river Eleutherus, the towns of Semira and Marathos, and opposite Aredos, a town 7 stadia long, on an island, distant 200 paces from the mainland. After passing through the country in which the before named mountains end and the plains that lie between, Mount Bargelus is seen to rise. Chapter 18. Syria Antiochia. Here Phoenicia ends and Syria recommences. The towns are Carni, Belania, Peltos, and Gabali, then the promontory upon which is situate the free town of Laodicea, and then Diospolis, Heraclea, Charadrus, and Posidium. We then come to the promontory of Syria Antiochia. In the interior is the free city of Antiochia itself, surnamed Epidaphnis, and divided by the river Orontes. On the promontory is Seleucia, called Pieria, a free city. Beyond it lies Mount Cassius, a different one from the mountain of the same name which I have already mentioned. The height of this mountain is so vast that, at the 4th watch of the night, you can see from it, in the midst of the darkness, the sun rising on the east. and thus by merely turning round we may at one and the same time behold both day and night. The winding road which leads to its summit is 19 miles in length, its perpendicular height 4. Upon this coast there is the river Orontes, which takes its rise near Heliopolis, between the range of Libanus and Antilibanus. The towns are Rosos, and behind it the gates of Syria, lying in the space between the chain of the Rosian mountains and that of Taurus. On the coast there is the town of Meriandros, and Mount Amenos, upon which is the town of Bometi. This mountain separates Cilicia from Syria. Chapter 19. The remaining parts of Syria. We must now speak of the interior of Syria. Coelis Syria has the town of Apamea, divided by the river Marsyas from the tetrarchy of the Nazarini. Bambix, the other name of which is Hierapolis, but by the Syrians called Mabok, here the monster Atargatis, called Derketo by the Greeks, is worshipped, and the place called Chalcis on the Belus, from which the region of Chalkidina, the most fertile part of Syria, takes its name. We here also find Kerestiki, with Kiram, the Gazati, the Gindarini, the Gabini, the two tetrarchies called Granicomati, the Emesini, the Helati, the nation of the Eturii, and a branch of them, the people called the Betarini, the Mariamitani, the tetrarchy known as Mamysia, Paradissus, Pagri, the Pinariti, two cities called Seleucia, besides the one already mentioned, the one Seleucia on the Euphrates, and the other Seleucia on the Belus, and the Carditenses. The remaining part of Syria, except those parts which will be spoken of in conjunction with the Euphrates, contains the Arethusae, the Beruenses, and the Epiphanienses, and on the east the Laodicini, which are called the Laodicini on the Libanus, the Leucadiae, and the Larissii, besides 17 other tetrarchies, divided into kingdoms and bearing barbarous names. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. The Natural History, Volume 1 by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 32. Chapter 20. The Euphrates. This place, too, will be the most appropriate one for making some mention of the Euphrates. This river rises in Charonitis, a prefecture of Greater Armenia, according to the statement of those who have approached the nearest to its source. Domitius Corbulo says that it rises in Mount Abba. Licinius Malsianus at the foot of a mountain which he calls Capotes, 12 miles above Zimara, and that at its source it has the name of Pyroxtes. It first flows past Dirksene and then Anatica, shutting out the regions of Armenia from Cappadocia. Dascusa is distant from Zimara 75 miles. From this spot it is navigable as far as Sartona, a distance of 50 miles. Thence to Melitene in Cappadocia, distant 74 miles, and thence to Elegia in Armenia, distant 10 miles, receiving in its course the rivers Lycus, Arsenius, and Arsenos. At Algea it meets the range of Mount Taurus, but no effectual resistance is offered to its course, although the chain is here 12 miles in width. At its passage between the mountains the river bears the name of Uma, but afterwards, when it has passed through, it receives that of Euphrates. Beyond this spot it is full of rocks, and runs with an impetuous tide. It then divides that part of Arabia which is called the country of the Ori on the left by a channel 3 scioni in width from the territory of the Commagene on the right, and it admits of a bridge being thrown across it, even where it forces a passage through the range of Taurus. At Claudiopolis, in Cappadocia, it takes an easterly direction, and here, for the first time in this contest, Taurus turns it out of its course. Though conquered before and rent asunder by its channel, the mountain chain now gains the victory in another way, and breaking its career compels it to take a southerly direction. Thus is this warfare of nature equally waged, the river proceeding onward to the destination which it intends to reach, and the mountains forbidding it to proceed by the path which it originally intended. After passing the cataracts, the river again becomes navigable, and at a distance of 48 miles from thence, in Samosata, the capital of Comagene. Chapter 21. Syria upon the Euphrates. Arabia, mentioned above, has the cities of Edessa, formerly called Antiochia, and from the name of its fountain, Calarohe, and Carrhae, memorial for the defeat of Crassus there. Adjoining to this is the prefecture of Mesopotamia, which derives its origin from the Assyrians, and in which are the towns of Anthemusia and Nisporium, after which come the Arabians, known by the name of Pratabi, with Singara for their capital. Below Samosata, on the side of Syria, the river Marsyas flows into the Euphrates. At Singila ends the territory of Comagene, and the state of the Emi begins. The cities which are here washed by the river are those of Epiphania and Antiochia, generally known as Epiphania and Antiochia on the Euphrates. Also Zeugma, 72 miles distant from the Samosata, famous for the passage there across the Euphrates. Opposite to it is Apamea, which Seleucus, the founder of both cities, united by a bridge. The people who join up to Mesopotamia are called the Roali. Other towns in Syria are those of Europus and what was formerly Thapsacus, now Amphipolis. We then come to the Arabian Senate. The Euphrates then proceeds in its course till it reaches the place called Ura, at which, taking a turn to the east, it leaves the Syrian deserts of Palmyra, which extend as far as the city of Petra and the regions of Arabia Felix. Palmyra is a city famous for the beauty of its site, the riches of its soil, and the delicious quality and abundance of its water. Its fields are surrounded by sands on every side, and are thus separated, as it were, by nature from the rest of the world. Though placed between the two great empires of Rome and Parthia, it still maintains its independence, never failing, at the very first moment that a rupture between them is threatened, to attract the careful attention of both. It is distant 337 miles from Seleucia of the Parthians, generally known as Seleucia on the Tigris, 203 from the nearest part of the Syrian coast, and 27 less from Damascus. Below the deserts of Palmyra is the region of Stellendene and Hierapolis, Beroea, and Chalcis, already mentioned. Beyond Palmyra, Amisa takes to itself a portion of these deserts, also Elatium, nearer to Petra by 1/2 than Damascus. At no great distance from Sura is Philiscium, a town of the Parthians on the Euphrates. From this place it is 10 days' sail to Seleucia, and nearly as many to Babylon. At a distance of 594 miles beyond Zeugma, near the village of Massise, the Euphrates divides into two channels, the left one of which runs through Mesopotamia, past Seleucia, and falls into the Tigris as it flows around that city. Its channel on the right runs toward Babylon, the former capital of Chaldea, and flows through the middle of it, and then through another city, the name of which is Otris, after which it becomes lost in the marshes. Like the Nile, this river increases at stated times, and at much about the same period. When the sun has reached the 20th degree of Cancer, it inundates Mesopotamia, and after he has passed through Leo and entered Virgo, its waters begin to subside. By the time the sun has entered the 29th degree of Virgo, the river has fully regained its usual height. Chapter 22. Cilicia and the adjoining nations. But let us now return to the coast of Syria, joining up to which is Cilicia, where we find the river Diaphanes, Mount Crocodilus, the gates of Mount Amanius, the rivers Androcus, Paneris, and Lycus, the Gulf of Issos, and the town of that name, then Alexandria, the river Chlorus, the free town of Age, the river Paramus, the gates of Cilicia, the towns of Malus and Magarosus, and in the interior Tarsus. We then come to the Aeolian plains, the town of Cassipolis, Mopsos, a free town in the river Paramus, Thynos, Zephirium, and Ankylae. Next to these are the rivers Saros and Cydnus, the latter of which, at some distance from the sea, runs through the free city of Tarsus, the region of Celenderitis, with a town of similar name, the place where Nymphaeum stood, solely of Cilicia, now called Pompeiapolis, Adana, Sibera, Pinare, Pedale, Ale, Selinus, Arcione, Iatope, Duron, and near the sea, Corycos, there being a town, port, and cave, all of the same name. Passing these, we come to the river Calicadnus, the promontory of Sarpedon, the towns of Home and Myle, and the promontory and town of Venus, at a short distance from the island of Cyprus. On the mainland there are the towns of Myanda, Anamurium, and Corascium, and the river Melas, the ancient boundary of Cilicia. In the interior, the places more especially worthy of mention are Anazarbus, now called Caesarea, Augusta, Castabla, Epiphania, formerly called Eniandos, Alusa, Iconium, Seleucia upon the river Chalcednus, surnamed Trachiotis, a city removed from the seashore, where it had the name of Homea. Besides those already mentioned, there are in the interior the river Liparis, Bombos, Paradisus, and Mount Imbarus. Chapter 23. Isauria and the Homenades. All the geographers have mentioned Pamphylia as joining up to Cilicia without taking any notice of the people of Isauria. Its cities are in the interior Isaura, Sylabanus, and Lalasis. It runs down toward the sea by the side of Amanurium, already mentioned. In a similar manner also, all who have treated of this subject have been ignorant of the existence of the nation of the Homenades bordering upon Isauria, and their town of Homona in the interior. There are 44 other fortresses which lie concealed amid rugged crags and valleys. Chapter 24. The Pisidae. The Pisidae, formerly called the Solimi, occupy the higher parts of the mountains. In their country there is the colony of Caesarea, also called Antiochia, and the towns of Oroanda and Sagalassosus. Chapter 25. Lycaonia. These people are bounded by Lycaonia, which belongs to the jurisdiction of the province of Asia, to which also resort the people of Philomellenium, Timbrium, Leucolithium, Pelta, and Tyrium. To this jurisdiction is also added a tetrarchy of Lycaonia on that part which joins up to Galatia, containing 14 states, with the famous city of Iconium. In Lycaonia itself the most noted places are Thebasa on Taurus and Hyde on the confines of Galatia and Cappadocia. On the western side of Lycaonia and above Pamphylia come the Meli, a people descended from the Thracians. Their city is Aracanda. Chapter 26. Pamphylia. The former name of Pamphylia was Mopsopia. The Pamphylian Sea joins up to that of Cilicia. The towns of Pamphylia are Side, Aspendium, situate on the side of a mountain, Palintensium and Perga. There is also the promontory of Liacola, the mountains of Sardemisus, and the rivers Eurymedon, which flows past Aspendus, and Cataractus, near to which is Lyarnessus, also the towns of Olbia and Phalesis, the last on the coast. Chapter 27. Mount Taurus. Adjoining to Pamphylia is the Sea of Lycia and the country of Lycia itself, where the chain of Taurus, coming from the eastern shores, terminates the vast gulf by the promontory of Chalidonium. Of immense extent and separating nations innumerable, after taking its first rise at the Indian Sea, it branches off to the north on the right-hand side and on the left toward the south. Then, taking a direction toward the west, it would cut through the middle of Asia, were it not that the seas check it in its triumphant career along the land. It accordingly strikes off in a northerly direction, and, forming an arc, occupies an immense tract of country, nature, designedly, as it were, every now and then throwing seas in the way to oppose its career. Here the Sea of Phoenicia, there the Sea of Pontus, in this direction the Oespian and the Hyrcanian, and then opposite to them the Lake Meotis. Although somewhat curtailed by these obstacles, it still winds along between them, and makes its way even amidst these barriers. And victorious after all, it then escapes with its sinuous course to the kindred chain of the Riphaean mountains. Numerous are the names which it bears, as it is continuously designed by new ones throughout the whole of its course. In the first part of its career it has the name of Imaeus, after which it is known successively by the names of Emodus, Peloponnesus, Circeus, Cambates, Paredris, Coetrias, Origes, Oroandes, Nyphantes, Taurus, and where it even outtops itself, Caucasus. Where it throws forth its arms as though every now and then it would attempt to invade the sea, it bears the names of Sarpedon, Coracius, Cragus, and then again Taurus. Where also it opens and makes a passage to admit mankind, it still claims the credit of an unbroken continuity by giving the name of gates to these passes, which in one place are called the Gates of Armenia, in another the Gates of the Caspian, and in another the Gates of Cilicia. In addition to this, when it has been cut short in its onward career, it retires to a distance from the seas and covers itself on the one side and on the other with the names of numerous nations, being called on the right-hand side the Hyrcanian and the Caspian, and on the left the Parjadrian and the Moschkian, the Amazonian, the Coraxican, and the Scythian chain. Among the Greeks it bears the one general name of Sarunian. Chapter 28. Lycia. In Lycia, after leaving its promontory, we come to the town of Simena, Mount Chimera, which sends forth flames by night, and the city of Hephaestium, the heights above which are also frequently on fire. Here, too, formerly stood the city of Olympus. Now we find the mountain places known as Gage, Cordalia, and Rhodiopolis. Near the sea is Limraia, and a river of like name, into which the Arcandus flows, Mount Mesites, the state of Andriaca, Myra, the towns of Aperae and Optiphalos, formerly called Hebesus, and in a corner Phalos, after which comes Pyra, and then the city of Xanthus, 15 miles from the sea, as also a river known by the same name. We then come to Patara, formerly Pataros, and Sedima, situate on a mountain. Next comes the promontory of Cragus, and beyond it a gulf, equal to the one that comes before it. Upon it are Pinara and Talmisus, the frontier town of Lycia. Lycia formerly contained 70 towns, now it has but 36. Of these, the most celebrated, besides those already mentioned, are Canus, Candaba, so celebrated for the Aenean grove, Podalia, Coma, past which the river Edessa flows, Seranae, Ascandalis, Amilas, Nascopian, Telos, and Telandrus. It includes also in the interior the district of Kabalia, the three cities of which are Ayananda, Balbura, and Buban. On passing Telmasus we come to the Asiatic or Carpathian Sea, and the district which is properly called Asia. Agrippa has divided this region into two parts, one of which he has bounded on the east by Phrygia and Laconia, and on the west by the Aegean Sea, on the south by the Egyptian Sea, and on the north by the Paphlagonia, making its length to be 473 miles and its breadth 320. The other part he has bounded by the Lesser Armenia on the east, Phrygia, Laconia, and Pamphylia on the west, the province of Pontus on the north, and the Sea of Pamphylia on the south, making it 575 miles in length and 325 in breadth. End of section 32. Recording by Joyce Martin. Section 33 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 33. Chapter 29. Caria. Upon the adjoining coast is Caria, then Ionia, and beyond it Aeolus. Caria surrounds Doris, which lies in the middle and runs down on both sides of it to the sea. In it is the promontory of Pedalium, the river Galucus, into which the Temendium discharges itself, the towns of Dedala, Crya, peopled by fugitives, the river Axon, and the town Calinda. The river Indus, which rises in the mountains of the Sibarate, receives 65 rivers, which are constantly flowing, besides upwards of 100 mountain torrents. Here is the free town of Keunos, then the town of Parnos, the port of Crisa, from which the island of Rhodes is distant 20 miles. The place where Lorima formerly stood, the towns of Tiseusa, Poridion, and Larimna, the Gulf of Thyminis, the promontory of Aphrodisias, the town of Hydra, the Gulf of Shonus, and the district of Babusus. There was formerly the town of Acanthus here, another name of which was Dulopolis. We then come to Cnidos, a free town, situate on a promontory, Triopia, and after that the towns of Pegusa and Stadia. At this last town Doris begins, but, first, it may be as well to describe the districts that lie to the back of Caria and the several jurisdictions in the interior. The first of these is called Sybaritica, Siburia being a town of Fergus. 25 states resort to it for legal purposes, together with the most famous city of Laodicea. This place at first bore the name of Diospolis, and after that of Roas, and is situate on the river Lycus, the Aesops and the Capurus washing its sides. The other people belonging to the same jurisdiction, whom it may be not amiss to mention, are the Hydrolitae, the Themisiones, and the Hierapolitae. The second jurisdiction receives its title from Cynanas. To it resort the Lycaones, the Appiani, the Eucarpeni, the Dorilaei, the Medaei, the Julienses, and 15 other peoples of no note. The third jurisdiction has its seat at Apamea, formerly called Salani. After that, Sibotos. This place is situate at the foot of Mount Signia. The Marsyas, the Obrima, and the Orga rivers, which fall into the meander flowing past it. Here the Marsyas, rising from the earth, again makes its appearance, but soon after buries itself once more at Aulo Serenae, the spot where Marsyas had the musical contest with Apollo as to superiority of skill in playing on the flute. Alla Serena is the name given to a valley which lies 10 miles on the road toward Phrygia from Alpames. As belonging to this jurisdiction, it may be as well to mention the Metropolitae, the Dionysopolitae, the Euphorbenii, the Acmonenses, the Pelteni, the Silbiani, besides 9 other nations of no note. Upon the Gulf of Doris we have Leucopolis, Hamaxitos, Eulus, and Euthene. We then come to Pitium, Eutene, and Halicarnassus, towns of Caria. To the jurisdiction of this last place 6 towns were appended by Alexander the Great: Theangela, Sibdae, Medmassa, Eurylium, Pedusus, and Telmisus. Halicarnassus lies between 2 gulfs, those of Ceramus and Iasus. We then come to Mindos and the former site of Paleo-Mindos, also Nariandos, Neapolis, Caranda, the free town of Termera, Bargyla, and the town of Iasus, from which the Iasan Gulf takes its name. Caria is especially distinguished for the fame of its places in the interior, for here are Mylasa, a free town, and that of Antiocha, on the site of the former towns of Cymenthos and Creneos. It is now surrounded by the rivers Meander and Orsinus. In this district also was formerly Meandropolis. We find also Eumenia, situate on the river Cludros, the river Gallicus, the town of Lycius, and Orthosa, the district of Berycinthus, Nysa, and Trielus, also called Euanthia, Seleucia, and Antiochia. It is washed by the river Eudon, while the Thebaeus runs through it. Some authors say that a nation of Pygmies formerly dwelt here. Besides the preceding towns, there are Thydonos, Pyraha, Eurome, Heracula, Amazon, the free town of Alabanda, which has given name to that jurisdiction, the free town of Stratonicia, Hynidos, Ceremus, Terozine, and Pharontes. At a greater distance, but resorting to the same place of jurisdiction, are the Othronienses, the Alindienses or Hippini, the Zistiani, the Hydicienses, the Apollonietae, the Trapezopolitae, and the Aphrodisienses, a free people. Besides the above, there are the towns of Cosinus and Harpassa, situate on the river Harpassus, which also passed the town of Tralisson when it was in existence. Chapter 30. Lydia. Lydia, bathed by the sinuous and ever-recurring windings of the river Meander, lies extended above Ionia. It is joined by Phrygia on the east and Mysia on the north, while on the south it runs up to Caria. It formerly had the name of Maeonia. Its place of the greatest celebrity is Sardis, which lies on the side of Mount Tmolus, formerly called Tmolus. From this mountain, which is covered with vineyards, flows the river Pactolus, also called the Chrysarous, and the sources of the Tarnus. This famous city, which is situate upon the Gygaean lake, used to be called Hyde by the people of Maeonia. This jurisdiction is now called that of Sardes, and besides the people of the places already mentioned, the following now resort to it: the Macedonian Calduani, the Laurani, the Philadelpheni, the Maeoni, situate on the river Cojamus at the foot of Mount Tomlus, the Tripolitani, who are also called the Antoniopolite, situate on the banks of the Meander, the Apollonihirate, the Mesotimolate, and some others of no note. Chapter 31. Ionia. Ionia begins at the Gulf of Iosus, and has a long, winding coast with numerous bays. First comes the Gulf of Basilicum, then the promontory and town of Posidium, and the oracle once called the oracle of the Branchidae, but now of Didymian Apollo, a distance of 20 stadia from the seashore. 180 stadia thence is Miletus, the capital of Ionia, which formerly had the names of Lelegius, Pitiusa, and Anacortoria, the mother of more than 90 cities founded upon all seas. nor must she be deprived of the honor of having Cadmus for her citizen, who was the first to write in prose. The river Meander, rising from a lake in the Mount Olocerne, waters many cities and receives numerous tributary streams. It is so serpentine in its course that it is often thought to turn back to the very spot from which it came. It first runs through the district of Apamea, then that of Eumenia, and then the plains of Bargyla, after which, with a placid stream, it passes through Caria, watering all that territory with a slime of a most fertilizing quality, and then at a distance of 10 stadia from Miletus, with a gentle current, enters the sea. We then come to Mount Latmus, the towns of Herculea, also called by the same name as the mountain Caris, Myus, said to have been first built by Onians who came from Athens, Nolocum, and Pyrene. Upon that part of the coast which bears the name of Trogilia is the river Gesus. This district is held sacred by all the Ionians, and thence receives the name of Pannonia. Near to it was formerly the town of Flagella, built by fugitives, as its name implies, and that of Marthesium. Above these places is Magnesia, distinguished by the surname of the Meandrian, and sprung from the Magnesia in Thessaly. It is distant from Ephesus 15 miles, and 3 more from Tralles. It formerly had the name of Thessaloniki and Androlida, and lying on the seashore it has withdrawn from the sea the islands known as the Deracidae, and joined them to the mainland. In the interior also is Thyatira, washed by the Lycus. For some time it was also called Pelopia and Euhippia. Upon the coast again is Mantium and Ephesus, which was founded by the Amazons, and formerly called by so many names: Alopus at the time of the Trojan War, after that Ortygia and Morges, and then Smyrna with the surname of Trachea, as also Samornian and Petalia. This city is built on Mount Pion, and is washed by the Cayster, a river which rises in the Cybelian range, and brings down the waters of many streams, as also of Lake Pegasus, which receives those discharged by the river Phorites. From these streams there accumulates a large quantity of slime, which vastly increases the soil, and has added to the mainland the island of Syra, which now lies in the midst of its plains. In this city is the fountain of Calypia and the temple of Diana, which last is surrounded by 2 streams, each known by the name of Selenus, and following from opposite directions. After leaving Ephesus there is another Mantium, belonging to the Colophonians, and in the interior Colophon itself, past which the river Halesus flows. After this we come to the temple of the Clarion Apollo, and Lebadus, the city of Notium, once stood here. Next comes the promontory of Corycium, and then Mount Mimas, which projects 150 miles into the sea, and as it approaches the mainland sinks down into extensive plains. It was at this place that Alexander the Great gave orders for the plain to be cut through, a distance of 7 miles and a half, for the purpose of joining the 2 gulfs, and making an island of Erythari and Mimas. Near Erythari formerly stood the towns of Petelion, Helos, and Dorion. We now find the river Allian, Corineum, a promontory of Mount Mimas, Clazomenae, Parthenae, and Hippi, known by the name of Chytrophoria. When it formed a group of islands, these were united to the continent by the same Alexander by means of a causeway 2 stadia in length. In the interior the cities of Dophnus, Hermesia, and Cephalum, formerly called Tantalis, and the capital of Moenia, where Lake Sale now stands, are now no longer in existence. Archiopolis too, which succeeded Cephalum, has perished, and in her turns Clope and Lebadne, which succeeded it. On returning thence toward the coast, at a distance of 12 miles, we find Smyrna, originally founded by an Amazon of that name, and rebuilt by Alexander. It is refreshed by the river Meles, which rises not far off. Through this district run what may almost be called the most famous mountains of Asia, Mastuzia in the rear of Smyrna, and Termetus joining the foot of Olympus. Termetus is joined by Draco, Draco running into Tmolus, Tmolus into Cadmus, and Cadmus into Taurus. Leaving Smyrna, the river Hermus forms a tract of plains and gives them its own name. It rises near Dorylaeum, a city of Phrygia, and in its course receives several rivers, among them the one called the Phrix, which divides Caria from the nation to which it gives name. Also the Hylos and the Crios, themselves swollen by the rivers Phrygia, Mysia, and Lydia. At the mouth of the Hermus formerly stood the town of Temnos. We now see at the extremity of the gulf the rocks called Myrmexes, the town of Leuce on a promontory which was once an island, and Phocea, the frontier town of Ionia. A great part also of Aeolia, of which we shall have presently to speak, has recourse to the jurisdiction of Smyrna, as well as the Macedones, surnamed Hyrcani, and the Magnetes from Syphilis. But to Ephesus, that other great luminary of Asia, resort the more distant peoples, known as the Caesareneses, the Metropolitae, and the Sibiani, both the lower and upper, the Myso-Macedones, the Masturenses, the Briolitae, the Hypepani, and the Dioschiritae. Chapter 32. Aeolus. Aeolus comes next, formerly known as Mysia, and Troas, which is adjacent to the Hellespont. Here, after passing Phocea, we come to the Aeaean port, then the spot where Larissa stood, and then Cyrene, Marina, also called Sebastopolis, and the interior Aegae, Atalia, Poseidia, Neontikos, and Temnos. Upon the shore we come to the river Titanus, and the city which from it derives its name. Gurnia also stood there on an island reclaimed from the sea and joined to the land. Now only its harbors are left. We then come to the town of Elea, the river Caicus, which flows from Mysia, the town of Pitane, and the river Ceneus. The following towns no longer exist: Cane, Lysimachia, Aturnia, Carine, Sisthene, Sila, Sicilium, Theba, Astrae, Crisa, Palacepsus, Gergitha, and Neandros. We then come to the city of Perperne, which still survives, the district of Heraculates, the town of Coryphus, the rivers Grylios and Oleus, the region of Aphrodisias, which formerly had the name of Police Orgas, the district of Sepsus, and the river Evinus, on whose banks the towns of Larnissos and Miletos have fallen to decay. In this district also is Mount Ida, and on the coast Adramytteos, formerly called Pedasus, which gives its name to the gulf and the jurisdiction so called. The other rivers are the Astron, Cormelos, Syrenos, Alabastros, and Hieros, flowing from Mount Ida. In the interior is Mount Gargara, with a town of the same name. Again, on the coast we meet with Antandros, formerly called Adonis, and after that Semiris, and Asoas, also called Apollonia. The town of Palamadium also formerly stood here. The promontory of Lecton separates Aeolus from Troas. In Aeolus there was formerly the city of Palamedia, as also Chrysia, and a second Larissa. The temple of Semintheus is still standing. Colone, in the interior, has perished. To Adramyttium resort upon matters of legal business the Apolloniatae, whose town is on the river Ryandicus, and Aresi, the Miletopolitae, the Pomanae, the Macedonian, Asculese, the Policinae, and the Pionte, the Sicilian Mandascandi, and the Mysia, the Abratini, the people known as the Hellesponti, and others of less note. End of section 33. Recording by Joyce Martin. Section 34 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 34. Chapter 33. Troas and the Adjoining Nations. The first place in Troas is Hamaxitus, then Sebrenia, and then Troas itself, formerly called Antigonia, and now Alexandria, a Roman colony. We then come to the town of Ni, and Scamander, a navigable river, and the spot where in former times the town of Sigeum stood upon a promontory. We next come to the port of the Achaeans, into which the Xanthus flows after its union with the Simois, and forms the Palus Scamander, which was formerly a lake. The other rivers rendered famous by Homer, namely the Rhesus, the Heptaporus, the Carissus, and the Rhodius, have left no vestiges of their existence. The Granicus, taking a different route, flows into the Propontis. The small city of Scamandria, however, still exists, and at a distance 1.5 miles from its harbor. Ilium, a place exempt from tribute, the fountain-head of universal fame. Beyond the gulf are the shores of Rhoeteum, peopled by the towns of Rhoeteum, Dardanium, and Arisbe. There was also in former times a town of Achilleon, founded near the tomb of Achilles by the people of Mytilene, and afterwards rebuilt by the Athenians, close to the spot where his fleet had been stationed near Sigeum. There was also the town of Aeantion, founded by the Rhodians upon the opposite point, near the tomb of Ajax, at a distance of 30 stadia from Sigeum, near the spot where his fleet was stationed. Above Aeolus and part of Troas, in the interior, is the place called Teutherania, inhabited in ancient times by the Mysians. Here rises the river Caicus, already mentioned. Teuthrania was a powerful nation in itself, even when the whole of Aeolus was held by the Mysians. In it are the Paeoni, Andaria, Andria, Cael, Stubulum, Conisium, Teum, Balsea, Tiare, Teutherne, Sarneca, Halicerne, Lycede, Parthenium, Timbre, Oxipum, Lygdamum, Apollonia, and Pergamum, by far the most famous city in Asia, and through which the river Selinus runs, the Cetius, which rises in Mount Pendasus, flowing before it. Not far from it is Alea, which we have mentioned as situate on the seashore. The jurisdiction of this district is called that of Pergamus. To it resort the Thyatyreni, the Moisni, the Mygdones, the Brigemni, the Hyrocamente, the Purpurene, the Tiarene, the Hyrolophinenses, the Hermocapalate, the Atalenses, the Pantinses, the Apollonidienses, and some other states unknown to fame. The little town of Dardanum is distant from Rhoeteum 70 stadia. 18 miles thence is the promontory of Trapeza, from which spot the Hellespont first commences its course. Eratosthenes tells us that in Asia there have perished the nations of Solymi, the Laliges, the Babrises, the Colsanti, and the Tripsedri. Isidorus adds to these the Arimi, as also the Caprati settled on the spot where Apamea stands, which was founded by King Seleucus, between Sicilia, Cataonia, and Armenia, and was at first called Demea, from the fact that it had conquered nations most remarkable for their fierceness. Chapter 34. The islands which lie in front of Asia. Of the islands which lie before Asia, the first is the one situate on the canopic mouth of the Nile, and which received its name, it is said, from Canopus, the pilot of Menelaus. A second, called Piraeus, is joined by a bridge to Alexandria, and was made a colony by the dictator Caesar. In former times it was 1 day's sail from the mainland of Egypt. At the present day it directs ships in their course by means of the fires which are lighted at night on the tower there, for in consequence of the insidious nature of the shoals, there are only 3 channels by which Alexandria can be approached, those of Steganus, Poseidon, and Taurus. In the Phoenician Sea, before Joppe, there is the island of Paria, the whole of it forming a town. Here, they say, Andromeda was exposed to the monster. The island also of Arados, already mentioned, between which and the continent, as we learn from Mucianus, at a depth of 50 cubits in the sea, fresh water is brought up from a spring at the very bottom by means of leather pipes. Chapter 35. Cyprus. The Pamphylian Sea contains some islands of little note. The Sicilian, besides 4 others of very considerable size, has Cyprus, which lies opposite to the shores of Sicilia and Syria, running east and west. In former times it was the seat of 9 kingdoms. Timosthenes states that the circumference of this island is 427 miles, Isidorus 375. Its length between the 2 promontories of Diane and Achameus, lying on the west, is according to Artemidorus 160½ miles, according to Timosthenes 200. Philonides says that it was formerly called Achamantis, Zernicorus that it had the names of Cerastus, Aspelia, Amathusia, and Macaria, while Astronomus gives it the name of Croptos and Colonia. Its towns are 15 in number: Neapaphos, Palapaphos, Curias, Citium, Corinium, Salamis, Amanthus, Lepothos, Soloe, Tamosos, Epidarum, Chatiri, Arsino, Carpassium, and Golgi. The towns of Ceneria, Marium, and Adalium are no longer in existence. It is distant from Anamarium in Sicilia 50 miles, the sea which runs between the 2 shores being called the Channel of Sicilia. In the same locality is the island of Eleusia, and the 4 islands known as the Clydes, lying before the promontory which faces Syria. And again, at the end of the other cape is Styria, over against Nepaphilus is Heracopia, and opposite to Salamis are the Salaminae. In the Lycian Sea are the islands of Ilyrus, Telendos, and Atalabusa, the 3 barren isles called Sipari and Dionysia, formerly called Caritha. Opposite to the promontory of Taurus are the Chelidonii, as many in number and extremely dangerous to mariners. Further on we find Lucola with its town, the Pactii, Lacia Nymphaeus, Lycia Nymphaeis, Macris, and Magista, the city on which last no longer exists. After these there are many that are not worthy of notice. Opposite, however, to Cape Chimera is Dolochiste, Corriagolion, Crambusa, Roge, Enagora, 8 miles in circumference, the 2 islands of Daedala, the 3 of Cria, Strongyle, and over against Sibmaya the isle of Antiochus. Toward the mouth of the river Galacus there are Lagusia, Macris, Didymi, Helbo, Scope, Asipus, Talandria, the town of which no longer exists, and in the vicinity of Conus, Rhodusa. Chapter 36. Rhodes. But the fairest of them all is the free island of Rhodes, 125, or, if we would rather believe Isidorus, 103 miles in circumference. It contains the inhabited cities of Lindos, Camirus, and Ialisus, now called Rhodos. It is distant from Alexandria in Egypt, according to Isidorus, 583 miles, but according to Eratosthenes, 469. Mucianus says that its distance from Cyprus is 166. This island was formerly called Ophiusa, Asteria, Ithria, Trioncre, Corymbia, Pioesa, Atabiria, from the name of one of its kings, and in later times Macaria and Oloessa. The islands of the Rhodians are Carpathias, which has given its name to the surrounding sea. Casas, formerly known as Acne, Nisyros, 12 miles distant from Sindos, and formerly called Porphyris, and in the same vicinity midway between Rhodes and Cnidos Simne. This island is 37 miles and a half in circumference, and welcomes us with 8 fine harbors. Besides these islands, there are in the vicinity of Rhodes those of Cyclopus, Teganon, Cordalusa, the 4 islands called Diabetai, Hymos, Chalce with its city of that name, Suitlusa, Narthicusa, Diamastos, Progne, and off Sindos, Caesarusa, Therianarse, and Saladne, with the 3 towns of Notium, Nisoros, and Mendenteros. In Arconesus there is the town of Serimus. Off the coast of Caria there are the islands known as the Argi, 20 in number, also Hyatusa, Lepsia, and Leros. The most noted island, however, in this gulf is that of Kos, 15 miles distant from Halicarnassus and 100 in circumference, according to the opinion of many writers. It was formerly called Meriope, according to Staphylos, Sea, Meropis, as Dionysius tells us, and after that Nymphia. In this island there is Mount Parion. Nisoros, formerly called Porphyris, is supposed to have been severed from the island of Kos. We next come to the island of Caranda, with a city of that name, and that of Pedosus, not far from Halicarnassus. In the Gulf of Ceramicus we also find Peloponnesus, Hipponessos, Syra, Maya, Lampsa, Amnidus, Passala, Crusa, Pinacusa, Sepiusa, and Milano. At the short distance from the mainland is an island which bears the name of Synodopolis, from the circumstance that King Alexander left behind there certain persons of a most disgraceful character. Chapter 37. Samos. The coast of Ionia has the islands of Tragi, Corsai, and Acaros, which has been previously mentioned. Lade, formerly called Late, and among others of no note, the 2 Camelladae in the vicinity of Miletus, and the 3 Trogili near Mycale, consisting of Phaleon, Argninon, and Sandalion. There is Samos also, a free island 87 miles in circumference, or, according to Isidorus, 100. Aristotle tells us that it was at first called Parthinia, after that Dreusa, and then Anthemusa. To these names Aristocratus has added Malamphilus and Carparissa. Other writers again call it Parithonarusa and Stephanie. The rivers of this island are the Imbrasus, the Chasius, and the Ibetes. There are also the fountains of Gigartho and Leucothea and Mount Saretius. In the vicinity of Samos are the islands of Ripara, Nymphea, and Aquileia. Chapter 38. Chios. At a distance of 94 miles from Samos is the free island of Chios, its equal in fame with the town of the same name. Ephorus says that the ancient name of this island was Athaliah. Metrodoros and Cleobulus tell us that it had the name of Chia from the nymph Chione. Others again say that it was so called from the word signifying snow. It was also called Macris and Pitiusa. It has a mountain called Pelineus, and the Chian marble is well known. It is 125 miles in circumference, according to the ancient writers. Isidorus, however, makes it 9 more. It is situate between Samos and Lesbos, and for the most part lies opposite to Ethere. The adjacent islands are Thalusa, by some writers called Daphunsa, Enusa, Elafiates, Arianasa, and Agriansua, with a town of that name. All these islands are in the vicinity of Ephesus, as also those called the islands of Pisistratus, Anthinae, Myonosus, Darusia. In both of these last there were cities now longer in existence. Parosilianae, with the city of that name, Circeii, Halone, Camone, Elisha, Lepria, and Respiria, Procusai, Bobuli, Phanae, Priapos, Psyche, Malene, Anare, Sedusa, Pele, Drymusa, and Hydros, Scopelios, Sukasa, Marathusa, Sile, Pisale, Periusa, and many others of no note. In the main sea lies the celebrated isle of Teos, with the city of that name, 71 miles and a half distant from Chios, and the same from Erythrae. In the vicinity of Smyrna are the Peristerides, Carteria, Alopeci, Eleusa, Bacina, Sistera, Promamianosus, and Megale. Facing Troas there are the Asinae and the 3 islands called Palatai. We find also the Lamii, the 2 islands called Palantii, Platae, Scapulus, Genton, Arithodon, Coli, Lagusae, and Didymi. Chapter 39. Lesbos. But Lesbos, distant from Chios 65 miles, is the most celebrated of them all. It was formerly called Hermurte, Lasia, Pelagia, Egira, Ethiope, and Macaria, and is famous for its 9 cities. Of these, however, that of Pyra has been swallowed up by the sea, Arispe has perished by an earthquake, and Methymna is now united to Antissa. These lie in the vicinity of 9 cities of Asia along a coast of 37 miles. The towns of Agamede and Hira have also perished. Erissos, Pirha, and the free city of Mytilene still survive, the last of which was a powerful city for a space of 1500 years. The circumference of the whole island is, according to Isidorus, 168 miles, but the older writers say 195. Its mountains are Lepithymenus, or Dimnus, Machistus, Sirion, and Olympus. It is distant 7 miles and a half from the nearest point of the mainland. The islands in its vicinity are Sandelion and the 5 called Lusae. Sardonia, which is one of them, contains a warm spring. The Arginusae are 4 miles distant from Aegae, and after them come Phalusa and Pedna. Beyond the Hellespont and opposite the shore of Sidium lies Tenedos, also known by the names of Leucophyris, Phonisae, and Lyrenesos. It is distant from Lesbos 56 miles and 12 and a half from Sigum. End of section 34. Recording by Joyce Martin. Section 35 of the Natural History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Martin. The Natural History, Volume 1, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 35. Chapter 40. The Hellespont and Mysia. The tide of the Hellespont now begins to run with greater violence, and the sea beats against the shore, undermining with its eddies the barriers that stand in its way, until it has succeeded in separating Asia from Europe. At this spot is the promontory which we have already mentioned as Trapeza, 10 miles distance from which is the city of Abydos, where the straits are only 7 stadia wide. Then the town of Procote, Lampascus, at first called Pitusa, the colony of Parium, which Homer calls by the name of Adrastia, the town of Priapos, the river Aesepus, Zelia, and then the Propontis, that being the name given to the tract of sea where it enlarges. We then come to the river Granicus, and the harbor of Arctes, where a town formerly stood. Beyond this is an island which Alexander joined to the continent, and upon which is Cyzicus, a city of the Milesians, which was formerly called Arctonisus, Deliones, and Dindymus. Above it are the heights of Mount Dindymus. We then come to the town of Placia, Aricae, and Scylace, in the rear of which places is Mount Olympus, known as the Mysian Olympus, and the city of Olympina. There are also the rivers Horesius and Rhinaticus, formerly called the Lycus. This last river rises in Lake Artenius, near Miltopolis, and receives the Macetos and many other streams, dividing in its course Asia from Bithynia. This country was at first called by the name of Chronis, after that Thessalis, and then Milianda and Strimones. The people of it are by Homer called Halozones, from the fact that it was a nation begirt by the sea. There was formerly a vast city here, Atusa by name. At present there are 12 cities in existence, among which is Gordiacome, otherwise Juliopolis, and on the coast Descolos. We then come to the river Galbes, and in the interior the town of Helgas, or Germanicopolis, which has also the other name of Bescaite. Apamea, now more generally known as Merlia of the Colophonians, the river Athelius, also the ancient boundary of Troas, and the commencement of Mysia. Next to this comes the Gulf, into which the river Ascanus flows, the town of Barilion, and the rivers Hylas and Chios, with the town of the same name as the last mentioned river. It was founded by the Milesians at a place which was called Ascania of Phrygia, as an entrepot for the trade of the Phrygians who dwelt in the vicinity. We may therefore look upon this as not an eligible opportunity for making further mention of Phrygia. Chapter 41. Phrygia. Phrygia lies above Troas, and the people already mentioned as extending from the promontory of Lectum to the river Ethelus. On its northern side it borders upon Galatia. On the south it joins Lycaonia, Pisidia, and Macedonia, and on the east it touches upon Cappadocia. The more celebrated towns there, besides those already mentioned, are Acteria, Andria, Selene, Colossae, Sarina, Cotaion, Sarine, Conium, and Midium. There are authors who say that the Mosi, the Bigri, and the Thyni crossed over from Europe, and that from them are descended the peoples called the Mysi, Phryges, and Bithyni. Chapter 42. Galatia and the adjoining nations. On this occasion also it seems that we ought to speak of Galatia, which lies above Phrygia, and includes the greater part of the territory taken from that province, as also its former capital, Gordium. The Gauls who have settled in these parts are called the Tolistobogi, the Volturi, and the Ambituti. Those who dwell in Maeonia and Paphlagonia are called the Trocimi. Cappadocia stretches along to the northeast of Galatia, its most fertile parts being possessed by the Tectosages and the Teutobodiaci. These are the nations by which those parts are occupied, and they are divided into peoples and tetrarchies, 195 in number. Its towns are, among the Tectosages, Anecra, among the Trachomi, Tavium, and among the Tolistobogi, Pessinus. Besides the above, the best known among the peoples of this region are the Actolenses, the Aracenses, the Comenses, the Didenses, the Hirorenses, and the Lustrini, the Neapolitani, the Edensus, the Seleucensus, the Celestoni, the Timonienses, and the Thebasini. Galatia also touches upon Carbalia and Pamphylia, and the Meli about Baris, also upon Salanticum and Oroandicum, a district of Pisidia, and Aubazine, a part of Lycaonia. Besides those already mentioned, its rivers are the Sangarius and the Galus, from which last the priests of the Mother of the Gods have taken their name. Chapter 23. Bithynia. And now as to the remaining places on this coast. On the road from Chios into the interior is Prussia, in Bithynia, founded by Hannibal at the foot of Olympus, at a distance of 25 miles from Nicaea, Lake Ascanius lying between them. We then come to Nicaea, formerly called Euboea, and situate at the bottom of the Ascanian Gulf, as also a second place called Prussia at the foot of Mount Hypius. Pythopolis, Paranthropolis, and Corphantia are no longer in existence. Along the coast we find the rivers Iseus, Baraezon, Platanus, Arius, Asyros, Giddos, also called Chrysaorus, and the promontory upon which once stood the town of Megaris. The gulf that here runs inland received the name of Craspedites from the circumstance of that town lying, as it were, upon its skirt. Astacum also formerly stood here, from which the same gulf has received the name of the Astacinian. The town of Libessa formerly stood at the spot where we now see nothing but the tomb of Hannibal. At the bottom of the gulf lies Nicomedia, a famous city of Bithynia. Then comes the promontory of Leucatus, by which the Astacinian Gulf is bounded, and 37 miles distant from Nicomedia. And then the land again approaching the other side, the straits which extend as far as the Thracian Bosphorus. Upon these are situate Chalcedon, a free town 62 miles from Nicomedia, formerly called Procerastus, then Colpusa, and after that the city of the blind, from the circumstance that its founders did not know where to build their city, Byzantium being only 7 stadia distant, a site which is preferable in every respect. In the interior of Bithynia are the colony of Apamia, the Agrippinces, the Juliopolitae, the Bithynion, the rivers Sirum, Laphius, Pharnacius, Alcus, Serenis, Leueus, Scopius, and Hierus, which separates Bithynia from Galatia. Beyond Chalcedon formerly stood Chrysopolis, and then Nicopolis, of which the gulf upon which stands the port of Amycus still retains the name. Then the promontory of Nolocum, and Istai, a temple of Neptune. We then come to the Bosphorus, which again separates Asia from Europe, the distance across being half a mile. It is distant 12 miles and a half from Chalcedon. The first entrance of this strait is 8 miles and 3/4 wide, at the place where the town of Spyropolis formerly stood. The Thyni occupy the whole of the coast, the Bithyni the interior. This is the termination of Asia, and of the 282 peoples that are to be found between the Gulf of Lycia and this spot. We have already mentioned the length of the Hellespont and Propontis to the Thracian Bosphorus as being 239 miles. From Calydon to Segum, Isidorus makes the distance 322 1/2. Chapter 44. The Islands of the Propontis. The islands of the Propontis are, before Cyzicus, Elaphonesus, from which comes the Cyzican marble. It is also known by the names of Norris and Procanesus. Next comes Ophiusa, Acanthus, Phoebe, Scopelos, Porphyrione, Halone, with a city of that name, Delphatia, Polydora, and Artacion with its city. There is also, opposite to Nicomedia, Dimenosus, and beyond Herculea, and opposite to Bithynia, the island of Thaneus, by the barbarians called Bithynia, and the island of Antiocha, and at the mouth of the Rhinidacus, Bespicos, 18 miles in circumference, the islands also of Alea, the 2 called Rhodusae, and those of Erebinthus, Megale, Chalcitis, and Pitiodes. Summary. Towns and nations spoken of, noted rivers, famous mountains, islands 118 in number, people or towns no longer in existence, remarkable events, narratives, and observations. Roman authors quoted: Agrippa, Suetonius Paulinus, M. Varro, Adacinus, Cornelius, Nepos, Hyginus, Helvetus, Mila, Domitius, Carbulo, Licinius, Maecenas, Claudius Caesar, Arudius, Librus the son, Sebosus the register of the triumphs. Foreign authors quoted: King Juba, Hecatius, Hellenicus, Damastes, Diarchus, Betun, Timosthenes, Philonides, Xenogoras, Astenomus, Staphylaeus, Aristoteles, Aristocratus, Dionysus, Ephorus, Aristothenus, Hipparchus, Panaetius, Serapion of Antioch, Callimachus, Agathocles, Polybius, Timaeus the mathematician, Herodotus, Marcellus, Alexander Polyhistor, Metrodorus, Posidonius, who wrote the Periplus and the Perigesis, Sultades, Periander, Aristarchus of Sicyon, Zeudorus, Antiogenes, Callicrates, Xenophon of Lampsacus, Diodorus of Syracuse, Hanno, Himilco, Nifordorus, Caliphanes, Artemidorus, Megasthenes, Isidorus, Cleobulus, and Aristocrion. End of section 35. Recording by J. Martin. End of the Natural History, Volume 1 of Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley.